Chapter 201 secretly updated again. The strength of Ongrast is roughly equivalent to the strength of the Sixth Order Sanctuary of the Western fantasy world, and the current players are enough to deal with a small demon lord, and against such a demon lord, it may not be possible to pile it up to death even if you pile it up in number. And in terms of quantity, a demon lord ruled no less than 10 million, and now tens of thousands of demon lords are born, that is, hundreds of billions of demons. Although players can continue to respawn, it has been 20 years since they came in again, and the number of demons has increased many times at that time. With Ongrast's earth-shattering roar, all the abyssal species in its realm cheered at the same time, converging into a tsunami-like sound that swept through the entire abyssal world. The abyssal species do not have the ability to speak, and all communicate with the thoughts conveyed by the fire of the soul. Ongrast! Ongrast! At this point, all the abyssal demons called out the name of Ongrast within the soul fire, and power poured into each of their bodies. After Ongrast's roar, his ruthless will was transmitted among all the abyssal species. Attack! Destroy all invaders! After Ongrast's order was conveyed, tens of millions of abyssal species roared towards the nearest player's spawn like a tide. Chen Luo was a little speechless. Although these demon lords did not know that they were clones of the abyssal will, they were obviously affected by the abyssal will and regarded all players as enemies. As soon as Ongrast finished conquering this area, he immediately began to attack the players. When the tens of thousands of demon lords complete the conquest, the next step will definitely be to attack the spawn point near the territory like Ongrast. At that time, I was afraid that it would destroy all the players again like the will of the abyss last time. Although Chen Luo was confident that even if he destroyed it a dozen times, it would not reduce many players, but this greatly affected the speed at which he harvested the soul fire. Chen Luo had a headache. Here he was limited by the rules of the abyss, no longer omnipotent. Even if he ended up now, he couldn't stop Ongrast's demon army. Chen Luo pondered for a moment. Since he couldn't stop it, then it would be better to weaken the strength of the demons and improve the strength of the players. Chen Luo stretched out his hand and waved his hand, and the 3 rounds of blood moons in the sky suddenly turned into 3 suns emitting hot light. The entire abyssal world was lit up in an instant, without any blind spots. The heat emitted by the 3 suns together quickly raised the temperature of the abyssal world, and the heat scorched the earth, and many originally dark and damp places were dried up in an instant. The abyssal demons below were born from darkness, and the most feared were bright lights and flames. As soon as the 3 rounds of the sun appeared, many abyssal species directly turned into a puddle of black water under the scorching sun. The one who evolved into an abyss demon couldn't resist much, so it began to burn all over its body, rolling into the dense abyss species, causing a larger range of fires. Those abyssal species that were not burned to death began to rush around, wandering around, frantically looking for a place to hide from the scorching sun. They burrowed under the bodies of the massive abyssal demons and lords, trying to hide from the sun's barbecue. However, the 3 wheels of the sun hung in different directions of the abyssal world, almost 360 degrees without dead ends. In less than an hour, tens of billions of abyssal species were reduced to ashes. Only some powerful abyssal demons can resist such heat, and then there are the demon lords and the newly born demon lords. But they also felt extremely uncomfortable in the sun, and their strength was not only seriously weakened, but also made them feel a crisis. If the 3 rounds of the sun continued to shine like this, it wouldn't be long before only these demon lords would be left alive. The demon lords didn't know what was going on, and one by one they roared angrily at the 3 suns in the sky. But anger obviously could not solve the current predicament, and the demon lords began to think of a way. Some of them cracked through the nearby mountains, and some broke through the ground, creating areas that could block the sun, allowing both themselves and their abyssal demons to get into it to avoid the scorching sun. But their numbers are so huge that even if the ground is completely excavated, it is impossible to accommodate hundreds of billions of abyssal species. Chen Luo watched the abyssal species disappear one after another on the ground. He couldn't help but feel a little sorry, because he could only create 3 suns at most now, and if he came a few more, he could directly kill all the abyssal species. Moreover, these roasted abyssal species were all the lowest level beings, and they didn't produce much soul fire at all. What made Chen Luo even more speechless was that at this time, there were still players who had not quit the game and were still collecting soul fires everywhere. When Chen Luo made 3 suns, he didn't notify the players, because as long as he wasn't a fool, he should know that he was going offline. But he found that he still far underestimated the players' desire for spirit coins. At the beginning, the players were indeed confused, and the sky changed when the sky changed. How can normal people with 3 suns stand it? Even if they turn off their 5 senses, their bodies cannot withstand such a high temperature. A large number of players saw that their bodies collapsed and could hang up at any time, so they were forced to choose to go offline. Players who quit the game flocked to the forum and began to spray. Dog official, why are you secretly updating? Uncle, you have no problem with the weather system. Do you want to eat roasted human meat when you get 3 suns? Ho Yi, where is Lao Tzu's bow? Bring it quickly, I'm going to shoot the dog official. Did the dog official just remember that we have lived a life without the sun for more than 20 years in the abyss world? According to the dog's official urine nature, it must have just been remembered. Dog planning, please be serious about making games, I can't even think of this. Strongly request to pull a dog to roast until medium rare under 3 suns, and then feed the abyssal devil. Damn, there are still cow people in the game. When players sprayed the official on the forum, they found that there were still people who opened the live broadcast to pick up spirit coins everywhere in the game. Under the scorching of the 3 suns, a large number of abyssal species were roasted to death, although their chances of producing soul fire were extremely low, but they won in the large base. Tens of billions were evaporated in just 1 hour. How could they catch a few? Moreover, many abyssal demons were burned to death, and their chances of producing soul fire were much higher than those of ordinary abyssal species. All players need to do is live longer than whom. Compare with the abyss demon and other players who also go to pick up spirit coins. Chapter 202 Battle for the Sun. Soon, many similar pictures appeared in various places in the abyssal world. Players kept a distance from the demon legion, and as soon as a soul fire appeared, they immediately rushed over to collect it. At this time, the abyssal demon legion was busy avoiding the sun, and they didn't care about these players picking up bargains outside. Seeing that these players had made a lot of spirit coins, the jealous eyes of the players who quit early outside were red. This Nima is simply picking up money, and he still picks up a huge amount of money. More than 20 years have passed in the abyss world, and the price of spirit coins has basically stabilized, and now it is about 3,000 yuan each. Such a high price is still because of the low explosion rate of spirit coins, and some professionals have analyzed that the chance of ordinary abyssal species is about 1 in 100,000. The abyss demons further up are divided into low, medium, and high-level demons, and each increase in explosion rate increases tenfold. The highest that players can now kill is the high-level abyssal demon, and as for the more powerful demon lord, there is no record of the first kill yet. Now the players in it have picked up dozens of them, and there are hundreds of them. According to the minimum 100, it is also 300,000 yuan, which is the same as robbing a bank. The players were annoyed one by one, but they knew that it was useless to go in now. Their bodies couldn't hold on to the first place, and now they were immediately roasted. Second, more than 10 minutes have passed in reality now, and by the time they go into play, several months have passed in the abyssal world, and it is still a question whether there is such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But they didn't envy for long before they found that the players inside couldn't hold on. After all, it is still a normal human body, and under the 3 sun exposures, it is the limit to survive until now. A large number of players began to go offline, and some greedy players were directly sunburned to death on the spot. The number of players inside began to plummet, and soon slowly changed from hundreds of thousands to thousands, finally hundreds, and then a dozen. Chen Luo was drunk, looking at the only dozen players left, and was about to forcibly kick them out, but suddenly found that the sky suddenly darkened. Chen Luo squinted his eyes and looked up at the sky, only to see a large amount of black smoke appearing in the sky. They were like dark clouds, quickly blocking the scorching light of the sun, and began to drill into the 3 rounds of the sun. In an instant, it was like a solar eclipse, and the sky was completely dark. Chen Luo sneered, knowing that it was the will of the abyss that made a move. It obviously knew very well what the outcome would be if the 3 rounds of the sun continued to shine like this, and if it was not blocked, all the other abyssal species would have to die except for the demon lord level who could survive. Chen Luo's mind moved, and he began to dispel the black smoke in the sun. But Chen Luo immediately found that these black smokes seemed to have taken root and could not be expelled at all, and the 3 rounds of suns quickly turned into black suns. Chen Luo snorted angrily, and immediately exerted all his strength, concentrating all his souls on the 3 rounds of the sun. The black smoke suddenly appeared and loosened, like squeezing toothpaste, and was squeezed out little by little. But as soon as he was squeezed out by Chen Luyi, those black gases were attached to the sun like dog skin plaster. Chen Luo's expression changed slightly, and he immediately exerted his strength again to pull out the black smoke again. Next, the two began a repeated tug of war. The abyss world also followed their struggle, returning to light for a while, and turning into darkness for a while. When Chen Luo was engaged in a fierce tug of war with the will of the abyss, the only dozen or so players below were happy. When the sun was blocked, they found that their bodies, which were on the verge of collapse, actually began to improve. One by one, they excitedly rushed to the place where the abyssal demon was originally located and began to loot the soul fire. More than 1 billion players outside are both envious and depressed. If they could hold on for a while, now one of these dozen people would be themselves. What kind of plane is the dog official working on? Why a situation in a while? They are not doing airplanes, but they are collectively jerking. This is obviously a bug and it's starting to mess around. Whether it's a bug or not, I strongly request a pullback. One person's blood book. Yes, pull back. You can't let this group of guys pick up the bargain in vain. 2 blood letters. I only asked for a pullback until when the 3 suns came out just now, so that I could pick up money in it. 10,000 blood books. Just when players were complaining about the operation that the game company couldn't understand, the battle for the sun and the sky reached the most critical time. Chen Luo knew that this was not the way. he didn't have time to spend the will of the abyss all the time. His eyes flashed, and he immediately took back his soul from the third sun, and then began to concentrate on snatching the remaining 2 suns. And the sun that Chen Luo gave up was quickly annihilated by black smoke and disappeared into the sky, as if it had never appeared. The black smoke on the remaining 2 suns had already been expelled by Chen Luo, and the abyssal world regained its light. When Chen Luo sensed that the abyssal will still wanted to destroy the remaining 2 suns, he immediately followed the black smoke to track down the hiding place of the abyssal will. The abyss will was frightened in seconds, and it quickly disappeared, giving up the idea of controlling the sun. Chen Luo's mind searched back and forth in the entire abyssal world several times, but did not find the will of the abyss. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed in his heart. This thing was slippery. Every time he noticed something was wrong, he immediately slipped away. I see how long you can hide. Chen Luo suddenly sneered and created a sun in the sky again. The dozen or so players below instantly turned into bitter-gourd faces, and they were just picking up the spirit coins while staring at the situation in the sky. Originally, when they saw that there were only 2 suns left, they thought that the game company had finally sensed something was wrong and began to fix the bugs in the game, and they were all excited. The 2 suns, they can bear it now, just take the opportunity to make a profit. But less than a few seconds after the smiles on their faces appeared, another sun appeared in the sky inexplicably. Grass, can you be normal? Let me pick up another one, Uncle R.I. When I go out and sell the spirit coins, I will never play your broken game again. The remaining dozen or so people suddenly wailed, some hung up directly, and some decisively chose to quit the game. In an instant, there was no player in the game. Chapter 203, 13th Floor of the Abyss. What surprised Chen Luo a little was that when he re-released the third sun, the abyss will was silent. Just when he was feeling a little strange, he suddenly felt the abyss world shake slightly. This kind of shaking was very strange, not like an earthquake shaking, but like the entire abyss world trembling. Chen Luo's expression changed slightly, and he clearly felt that the abyssal world was divided by the abyssal will. From the original one suddenly changed to 13, this feeling was like the secondary plane he added to the Western fantasy world, and the abyssal will added 13 subplanes in the abyssal world. It's just that unlike the Western fantasy world, people in the Western fantasy world need to pass through the plane wall in the sky to enter the secondary plane. The 13 subplanes of the abyssal world are all in the same world, and they are progressively going to the depths of the earth, passing through the first layer to enter the second layer, and passing through the second layer to reach the third layer, all the way to the deepest core of the abyssal world. At the same time, all the abyssal species on the ground disappeared and were transferred to these 13 subplanes by the will of the abyss. Among these 13 subplanes, some planes were pitch black without any light, like dead silence, but the abyssal species were extremely adapted to such an environment, and the liberated abyssal species let out cheerful howlings one by one. Some planes only have a dim blood moon, which is extremely different from the environment of the abyssal world on the surface, and the environment is completely suitable for the development of abyssal species. Some planes actually have a round of sun, although many abyssal species are not very adapted to the light at first, but it didn't take long for them to start moving under the sun. Because after all, there is only one sun, and the temperature is not as high as 3, which makes the demon lords unbearable. There are also planes full of magma and flames, and many of the abyssal species that have just entered have not had time to adapt to the environment before they can be melted. But it didn't take long for a new species of the abyss to be born, and they began to adapt to the environment here, and slowly they were not only able to tolerate the heat and fire, but even demons who could control the flames appeared. There are also planes, all of which are ice and snow, the cold wind howls, and the whole world is composed of huge ice cubes, and the low-level abyssal species have just appeared and were frozen into ice. Chen Luo observed this, and his brows furrowed all of a sudden. The Guy Abyssal will not only created 13 layers of abyss and transferred all the abyssal species, but also deliberately created an extremely harsh environment for their weaknesses, allowing the abyssal species to evolve in this direction. Naturally, the weak will not survive, but as long as they survive, almost every one of them is extraordinary power, and there will be no particularly big weaknesses. No matter what kind of environment Chen Luo creates when the time comes, the abyss demons have a species that can survive. Chen Luo could even imagine that at that time, the abyss will would slowly add the second one in that world of the sun, and wait until the abyss demons adapted to it, and then add the third, so that they would no longer be afraid of the high temperature of the sun. And what gave Chen Luo even more trouble was that after the abyssal will transferred the abyss species, he began to adjust the rules of the world, turning the 13th layer of the abyss core into the main world, while the outer 12 layers all became secondary planes, and the power of the rules was still decreasing layer by layer. For a very simple example, the power of a nuclear bomb explosion on the surface of the abyss world may not be as powerful as a grenade at the core of the abyss. This was not good news for Chen Luo. It meant that it was dozens of times more difficult for him to completely eliminate the will of the abyss than before. Now the abyss is divided into 13 layers, the number of abyssal species is increasing layer by layer, and the further you go, the harsher the environment of the abyss, the more powerful the players will be greatly suppressed, and the damage to the abyssal species will be greatly reduced. Chen Luo was stunned, and then smiled bitterly. This is probably the legendary stone shot himself in the foot. He wanted to use the environment to weaken the abyssal species, but he forgot that this was the home of the abyssal will, which could modify the rules of the world in minutes. In the past, it was just because of cowardice that I didn't dare to take the lead, but now I feel that my life is in danger, so I naturally can't bear it. Chen Luo made 3 sons, not only gave inspiration to the will of the abyss, and began to make up for the shortcomings of the abyssal species, but also gave him such a moment, but he began to have a headache. Chen Luo sighed. It was useless to regret it now, he just felt a little sorry for the life he had lost by creating 3 sons. Creating a son in the abyss world is more consuming than in the Western fantasy world. One is a lifespan of 1 year, counting one that was destroyed by the will of the abyss, consuming a total of 4 years of his life. As a result, he didn't catch anything, but complicated things. Chen Luo shook his head and casually hid the 2 suns in the sky, bringing the abyssal world back to normal. He quickly cleared his mind of useless emotions and began to think about how to proceed next. Although the abyssal will brought great trouble to Chen Luo, it shrank all its power into the 13th layer of the abyss world, and reversed the rules to turn the abyssal surface world into a secondary plane, which was actually equivalent to giving up control over the abyssal surface world. This brought Chen Luo a great convenience, that is, he could now control most of the rules of the abyssal surface world. Rules synchronization. As Chen Luo's mind moved slightly, most of the rules of the entire abyssal surface world had been completely synchronized with the Western fantasy world, and only the 3 core laws of time, space, and reincarnation could only control more than half. But with the passage of time, Chen Luo will sooner or later be able to completely expel the abyssal will of the abyssal surface world and master all the rules, and then this place will become another subplane of the Western fantasy world. Reset the world. Chen Luo's mind moved, and the earth, which was originally scorched by the 3 scorched earths, quickly returned to its previous appearance. Transformation. The surface of the abyssal surface world, which was originally damaged by players self-destructing, has also begun to recover. The sea, mountains, islands, flora and fauna, etc. began to appear in all corners of the abyssal world, and the whole world began to become full of life. At the same time, the air pressure, air composition, gravity, temperature, and living environment of the abyssal surface world all began to become the same as the Western fantasy world. But the only difference is that the world is still in a deserted state, with nothing, and it looks like a primitive era. The time flow rate is determined. Although Chen Luo only controlled most of the time rules, he was now able to modify the time flow rate to a certain extent. It turns out that the real world and the abyss world are 1 day compared to 20 years, but Chen Luo directly compressed it to 1 day to 1 year, which is consistent with the Western fantasy world. Waiting to expel all the abyssal will, he will adjust it to be completely synchronized with the real world. Chapter 204 Paradise on Earth. When Chen Luo completed the transformation of the abyssal surface world, he began to readjust the gameplay of the game. Now that the abyssal species have entered the deep world, players must be given enough motivation to go in and destroy the abyssal species. Chen Luo thought for a while and casually posted a patch update announcement on the forum. Common Beta version 0.42 patch announcement. 1. Because the will of the abyss felt the growing strength of the expeditionary warriors, it felt threatened and transferred all the clones to the 13th layer of the underground world. Please continue to go to the abyss to destroy the abyss demons there. 2. The evacuation of the will of the abyss. The creator god transformed the surface world of the abyss into an environment suitable for warriors to live in, but all the infrastructure in it must be built by the player himself. 3. The method of turning the spawn point into a station has been adjusted to, if you kill any demon lord on the first floor of the abyss, a village building order will drop on them, and the spawn point can be upgraded to a guild residence through the village building order. After the guild station is completed, the warriors need to dig by themselves, clean up by themselves, build by themselves, maintain by themselves, and change the station, and the same applies to them. The building materials for the guild residency are the responsibility of the warriors. The style and scale of the guild residency are determined by the warriors. 4. The flow velocity ratio of the real world and the abyssal surface world is adjusted to 1 day to 1 year. 5. Activate the game qualification screening mechanism, and every warrior who enters the abyss world must hunt at least 20 abyssal species every month to be eligible to continue the game. 6. The original skills of the warriors will be invalidated, and a new career system will be opened. Mages, warriors, assassins, demon slayers and light priests, please learn from the major skill trainers at the spawn point, and learning will cost spirit coins. 7. Added equipment drop mechanism. In addition to purchasing game equipment from prestige merchants, warriors will also drop equipment from various professions by killing abyssal demons. 8. The quality of equipment is divided into 7 levels: ordinary, excellent, excellent, legendary, epic, and artifact. 9. After clearing the abyss species on the first layer of the abyss, the first planar expedition event will be settled according to the point ranking. Players ranked 1st to 10th in the standings will each receive a legendary weapon reward for their class, except for the original reward. Players who finish 11th to 100th in the standings will be rewarded with a superior level weapon. Players ranked 101st to 1000th in the standings will be rewarded with weapons of the best tier. The leaderboard will be updated in real time in the game, and all players will be able to see their rankings and points. 10. I thought of so much for the time being, and I thought of sending out patches again, but I was so willful. After the players were kicked out, they were all discussing what was going on the forum, and now as soon as the 0.42 version update announcement came out, the forum was fried again. I'll just say it, updates are never greeted, other games are announced in advance, and then updated. Every time this dog is officially updated, and then an announcement is issued, Gen Nima will play. Why is this gameplay the same every day, playing us like monkeys? This update is also blowing up, houses and stations need to be built by themselves? Are you really going to go in and move bricks now? Building a house by ourselves is only a few years for us laymen. Hee, don't worry, there will definitely be many local tyrants looking for construction workers in the real world to build inside, as well as those from big organizations. Will they be worried about this? You just need to have money to buy it then. Grass, this is a house slave in reality. Do you have to be a house slave in the game? To build a house, and to make money by farming monsters, I feel like I'm a little immobile. I suddenly feel that the dog official has inadvertently done a good thing. You think that in addition to construction workers, the design of houses requires people, building materials need people, in addition to moving bricks. Most people don't know these skills about house construction, and they will definitely create a large number of jobs at that time. For those who are unemployed in reality, it is definitely a good place to re-employ. Those countries and regions with high unemployment rates are estimated to give official certificates to dogs. You say this, I think it's really possible. This game is 100% real, and you can completely copy the professions and buildings in reality. And the real world and the game world are now flowing faster day by day. Those with professional skills can have an extra part-time job, earn a penny more in the game world, and stimulate the economy in reality. Now that I think about it, it's really awesome. Forget it, I don't care if the dog official does a good deed, I only care about the new career and the standings. Now that the standings are out, this is forcing us to brush monsters, and the dog official wants me to go to cirrhosis. Chen Luo saw these crazy complaints on the forum, and couldn't help but laugh dumbly. He really didn't think about providing job opportunities for the unemployed in the real society. As for stimulating the economic development in the real world, it was even more nonsense. Will he care about this? Chen Luo is just too lazy to help players build the world. If you want to play the game, you have to do it yourself. I'm not your father, I have to get used to you and everything. Especially in countries like those that want to colonize, Chen Luo will not let players enjoy free lunch. When players complained about the game's update content one by one, many players had already entered the Abyss world first. When they saw a new Abyss world appear in front of them, they all dropped their jaws and almost suspected that they had entered the wrong game. Is what they see really the world they landed in before? The original Abyss world has been illuminated by 3 rounds of blood moons for decades, and the light is dark, but most of them know that this place is a wasteland in ruins, especially after they first came into play with human bombs. It has long become tattered. At this time, a round of sun appeared in the Abyss world, and the warm and soft light lit up the world. What appeared was a completely different world from what they had seen before. The previous world was very appropriately called the Abyss, but now this world can be described as heaven. There are winding and tall mountains, and the top of the mountain is covered with snow, which looks magnificent from a distance, making people yearn for it and want to go over and find out. There are huge and verdant ancient trees towering and upright, like giants standing proudly, looming in the midst of the mountains. There are green mountains and green waters everywhere, the sound of birds and insects, everything maintains its original style, and the sea of clouds is thick, looking like a fairyland on earth. This is not the case at more than one birth point, but the entire Abyss world has become such a beautiful landscape. Countless players were amazed and began to take screenshots and record videos, and here they can be picked up as wallpaper in any direction. Chapter 205, Copy carefully. When the players marveled at the newly renovated environment, they immediately rushed towards the skill trainer. They now have no skills, only their original level and equipment. If you want to kill the abyssal species, it is obviously impossible to rely on equipment alone, and not everyone has equipment, so choosing a profession first and learning skills is the top priority. There is only one skill trainer at a spawn point, but a spawn point usually has 200,000 or 300,000 players, which floods the skill trainer at once. Many people can't talk to skill trainers, so they can't choose a career. Chen Luo patted his head. Sure enough, a person's energy was still limited, and he couldn't think of these messy things at all, or he was too lazy to think about them. Chen Luo directly talked to Hunyuan Pan. You can directly graph the skill framework of online games in reality. Please set a game framework. Chen Luo thought for a while. Except for the Demon Slayer that is temporarily closed, all other professions refer to the career settings of dungeons and warriors. Dungeons have a wide variety of class branches that are perfect for the basic setting here. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, he found that Hunyuan Pen had issued a system announcement. Due to the current large number of people learning skills, skill trainers cannot meet all the needs of players. Please exit the game and log in again. You will be able to choose a class and purchase learning skills directly in the character interface. As soon as the system announcement of the Hunyuan Pen was issued, the densely packed players near the skill trainer disappeared in an instant, and the lively spawn point was not even visible in an instant. When players start to choose professions on the login screen, they find that these professions are all initial professions, and they can be transferred to various professions in the future. For example, a mage can be transferred to an elemental mage, summoner, battle mage, etc. Warriors can be transformed into berserkers, knights, swordsmen, etc., and assassins can be transformed into shadow dancers, asuras, etc. Soon, players found that except for the open Demon Slayer, the rest of the professions were roughly based on the DNF career system. Damn, the dog plans you to copy the heart, and you don't even change your professional name. Dog official, do you want to consider calling a second DNF? I'm not afraid of the lawyer's letter warning. Hee, I'm afraid you've forgotten Marvel and PUBG, right? Have dogs ever dealt with them? Dog official, some of you dog players are good to play. Do you want to open a live-action version of Dungeons and Warriors for you? What the hell is that Demon Slayer? Why can't you choose? What kind of hidden profession is it? A semi-finished product that has not yet been developed. Although the players are shamelessly plagiarizing the official spray dog, the game should still be played. Could it be that they copied a skill and stopped playing? Inexistent. After choosing a profession and skill, players rushed into the game as soon as possible, ready to farm monsters and upgrade them, and experience the power of moves. In the past, it was the same as mobile games, and it was all those 4 moves, and I was tired of playing for a long time, but now I can experience a live-action version of the magic move, and everyone is excited to go out and do experiments. But as soon as they came in, a mission prompt popped up in front of each of them. Demon Hunter, 1, please go to the first level of the Abyss to hunt 20 abyssal species, regardless of level. The top 100 who complete the task the fastest will receive a piece of excellent equipment for this profession. This mission is a mandatory monthly mission, and those who refuse to accept it will be expelled directly from the game, asking warriors to go to the first level of the Abyss through the teleportation array near the spawn point. As soon as players saw this quest, they immediately boiled, and now even the highest quality sold by prestige merchants is only a good level. The cheapest of the sophisticated level also costs 10 spirit coins, and the expensive one costs 50 spirit coins. That is, the price of a high-level equipment is in the range of 30,000 to 150,000. This may have little impact on local tyrant players, but for most civilian players, it is definitely an irresistible temptation. And this task is not difficult, as long as you complete it first. As a result, as soon as the players went online, they rushed to the teleportation array and rushed into the first layer of the Abyss. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. This task was released by the Hunyuan Pen, but he knew what the follow-up operation would be when he saw it. When players complete Demon Hunter 1, they will find that there are still 2, 3, 4, 5, etc., and they can't stop at all. They are afraid that they will not be willing to stop at that time, because the equipment provided will only get better and better, and the rewards will get higher and higher. In the end, players will find that they can only work hard to produce good equipment and a future. Chen Luo smiled. The hybrid pen is obviously more suitable for managing the game system than himself, and the game function will be responsible for it in the future. Now perfect the skills of the Demon Slayer. Chen Luo changed his in-game equipment in the air and suddenly appeared in front of the teleportation array. Other players didn't care when they saw Chen Luo appearing out of thin air, thinking that they were just players who were offline here, and besides, they all hurried to the first layer of the Abyss to kill monsters, or was there to care about a stranger? The teleportation array near the birth point was set up by Chen Luo, with a diameter of about a kilometer, and as long as you walk in, it will automatically teleport to the first layer of the Abyss, and the whole process takes less than 0.1 seconds. So even if hundreds of thousands of players rushed over at the same time, they all disappeared quickly and did not seem crowded. Watching the players enter the teleportation array glowing green and disappear one after another, Chen Luo also stepped into the teleportation array with a smile and teleported to the first layer of the Abyss. Chen Luo looked at the surrounding environment. The first layer of the Abyss was twice as large as the surface world of the Abyss, which means that it was almost the size of 40 Earths. There was only one blood moon in the sky here, but the light emitted was comparable to the 3 blood moons that Chen Luo had made at the beginning, and it did not affect the line of sight much, and the environment was roughly similar to the Abyss world at the beginning. And when Chen Luo came in, the players were already inseparable from the abyssal species. Although players are constantly teleporting in, the area of the first layer of the Abyss is too large. Even if more than 1 billion people come in at the same time, it actually does not take up much space. As for those who are not to blame, there is no need to worry. There are more than 60 billion abyssal species in the first layer of the Abyss, which is still the lowest level. Counting the Abyss demons, demon lords and demon lords that evolved from them, the total number is more than 70 billion, and players may not be able to kill them all after a year and a half. Chen Luo took a look, and then directly picked a place with few people and walked over. Chapter 206 Testing Skills. Adapt. Chen Luo passed one player after another, looking at a bunch of abyssal species from a distance, and activated the first skill of the demon slayer he designed. With the activation of a skill, the equipment on his body turned black, and even the speed of walking became much faster. This skill was specially designed by Chen Luo for the environment of the 13th layer of the abyss, just like the abyssal will intentionally cultivates abyssal demons that adapt to different environments. Adaptation can quickly synchronize itself with the rules of the abyss and adapt to the environment of different abysses, even extreme environments such as magma and ice and snow. Chen Luo completely simulated his state as an ordinary player at this time, so when he first entered the first layer of the abyss, even walking would feel more strenuous than usual. However, after using the adaptation skill, it has returned to the same walking speed as the surface world. Chen Luo stretched out his hand and waved it, and there was an additional black edgeless heavy sword in his hand. Crossing the demon. Chen Luo spat out two words lightly, and a black flame appeared on the edgeless heavy sword. Chen Luo then held his sword and strode into a group of abyssal species. This group of species looked strange, and the whole body exuded a smell of rotten meat, which was extremely unpleasant. When they saw Chen Luo rushing over, they pounced on them together without any hesitation. Chen Luo swung his sword, and the black flames quickly rose, and before the sword arrived, the flames had already fallen on the bodies of these abyssal species. Immediately afterwards, those abyssal species wailed in pain, rolled into a ball, and then turned into black water little by little. At this moment, a huge tail suddenly appeared on the ground and slapped Chen Luo's body. Bang! Chen Luo's whole person volleyed nearly 100 meters, crossed a bunch of monsters, and smashed towards a bunch of players in front of him. At this time, a team of more than 200 players was pulling monsters at the entrance of a demon's lair. Soldiers, hurry up! Hold on to the hatred! Don't let them attack the mage. The nanny stands back. A player with the name Tin Monkey on his head ran towards the crowd while commanding loudly. One of the four of you pull one, don't OT. Others take the opportunity to output, don't be greedy for damage, and withdraw after hitting them. Pull them to a place where there are fewer people. The Tin Monkey was followed by four low-level demons about 4 or 5 meters in size. Some of them were sheep-headed humans, and some were spiders with dozens of feet. But no matter what it was, they all let out this furious roar and pounced in the direction of this group of players. The Tin Monkey saw that the demons had been lured out by himself, and quickly ran towards the encirclement net set by his guild players. Where would these demons be afraid of players? But the speed increased a lot, and they were about to kill the Tin Monkey. At this moment, 4 warriors in heavy armor, carrying a shield in one hand and a large sword in the other, rushed out from the side and slashed at the 4 demons with their swords. The 4 low-level demons did not have a high IQ, and their eyes kept staring at the Tin Monkeys, but they didn't expect 4 warriors to suddenly pop out in the dark. All parts of their bodies were hit one after another, and a large amount of fishy green blood immediately splashed out, spraying all 4 warriors. Fortunately, they had already turned off their olfactory, tactile, and pain systems, otherwise they would have been able to spit it out immediately. The demons turned around and went to chase the 4 warriors, but as soon as they turned their heads, they were immediately bombarded by the various spells of the mages and priests of light waiting on the side. The 4 low-level demons roared angrily, and turned their heads to deal with the spells behind them, but the 4 warriors rushed over and slashed again at their backs. These players had an orderly division of labor, and the Tin Monkey commanded very calmly on the side, and quickly divided the 4 low-level demons and dealt with each other. Except for the wet nurse who knew the light magic, the rest of the people took turns to fight and constantly caused damage to the demons. Soon, the Tin Monkey and the others showed excited expressions, and in 5 minutes at most, these 4 low-level demons would be finished. At this moment, they suddenly saw a shadow flying from the sky, and then smashed into the ranks of the Priest of Light, knocking them all to the ground at once. The Tin Monkey's face changed suddenly. The Light Priest was the wet nurse in their team, and he was smashed over by this figure, and the 4 anti-monster warriors immediately couldn't hold on. Under the attack of low-level demons, the amount of blood has bottomed out. By the time the Light Priest stood up in all directions, 2 warriors had already been slapped to death by low-level demons, and the rhythm of the entire team was instantly messed up. At this time, the 4 low-level demons worked together to kill the last 2 warriors, and rushed towards the ranks of the mage group, angry to deal with these humans who caused them the most damage. What made the Tin Monkey even more angry was that there was a violent tremor in the direction the figure flew over, and the ground began to tremble slightly. As the trembling sound became stronger and stronger, the ground was quickly broken, and a huge insect of 20 or 30 meters burst out, and it had dozens of sharp claws on its abdomen, which made people's hearts tremble just by looking at it. High-level demon. The Tin Monkey's eyes were almost erupting with fire. He stared at Chen Luo, who was slowly getting up, and wanted to go up and chop this bastard with a knife. As long as they solve these 4 low-level demons, they will be able to successfully complete the quest in Demon Hunter 6, and there is an 80% chance that they will get the high-level equipment with ranking rewards. Now not only the rewards are gone, but even whether they can live or not is a problem. Chen Luo didn't seem to see the cannibalistic gaze of the Tin Monkey and others. If he hadn't completely suppressed his strength just now to be the same as ordinary players, this high-level demon would not have succeeded at all. He picked up the heavy sword and glanced at the bug-type high-level demon that was rushing up menacingly. Crossing the demon. Black flames resurfaced on the black long sword. Attack the shadow. At the next moment, Chen Luo's figure had disappeared in place, bringing out a trace of afterimage in front of the high-level demon. Dark Moon. As the black flames pounced on the bug-type high-level demon, a black moon appeared above its head, and then suddenly blasted down. Judgment. Chen Luo changed his hands to hold the sword and slashed upwards quickly. Boom! Chen Luo didn't even look at it again, and immediately put away his sword and turned around, looking in the direction of the Tin Monkey and the others. The bug-type high-level demon didn't even have time to react, and instantly split into countless pieces. Black blood sprayed everywhere, and huge pieces of flesh smashed on the ground, making an earth-shaking sound. There were also 2 pieces of equipment, one purple and one blue, and a lot of soul fire burst out on the ground. The Tin Monkey and hundreds of people on the team were stunned, and the high-level demon was left alone by him? What the heck? Chen Luo picked up the heavy sword, and in just a few seconds, they didn't even see how to shoot clearly, and this high-level demon hung up. How can it be? Everyone thinks it's a little incredible. Now after the gameplay update, everyone is on the same starting line, and the skills are still familiar. How can there be such a strong player who can kill high-level demons on the first day? But all this happened in front of their eyes, and they couldn't believe it or not. Chapter 207 I am Wang Zhaoqi, if you are a brother, come and bite me. This group of players was originally killed by 4 low-level demons, and just now some people were distracted to check the situation on Chen Luo's side, and as a result, they lost a lot of people all of a sudden. Starfall. Chen Luo glanced at it, waved his heavy sword, and spat out 2 words lightly. Near the 4 low-level demons, black ball-like objects appeared out of thin air. These black dots were only the size of a fist, but they were densely spread throughout the space. Immediately afterwards, these black dots suddenly turned into sharp blades, crossing and slashing down. As soon as the 4 low-level demons sensed the crisis, they were cut into countless pieces by the dense black streamers in the sky, and they fell to the ground one by one without even screaming. Chen Luo frowned and silently began to calculate the damage of the skill. The skill is too strong? It's not that the skill is too strong, but that you control part of the rules of the first layer of the abyss. Even if you suppress your strength to the same as the strength of ordinary players, when you use skills, you will get the bonus of the power of the rules, and the power is still far stronger than that of ordinary players. Hearing Hunyuan Pen's answer, Chen Luo couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He didn't deliberately use the power of the rules just now. He didn't expect the power of the rules to be automatically added. God, what kind of profession are you? Why haven't you seen your skills? Pay? It seems that there is no profession to use this weapon. It's amazing, great God, how many levels are you? At this time, the players shouted with admiration and surprised expressions, interrupting Chen Luo's thinking all of a sudden. Chen Luo laughed and said carelessly, do you feel that this great God is shining brightly and blinding your eyes? Is it that my heart is surging, and while worshipping this great God, I also have such a little inferiority? The expressions on the players' faces suddenly stiffened and became very weird. Looking at Chen Luo, who was full of breath in the 2nd grade, they were speechless one by one. But Chen Luo still said with the expression of Lao Tzu's world's best, hey, why don't you talk, come and worship me? Don't you want to know the name of the great God? Cough, that great God, don't you have your name written on your head? The Tin Monkey glanced at Chen Luo's name with the 3 words Wang Zhaoqi on his head, and said with a strange face. Chen Luo laughed and said, yes, you have a lot of eyesight, you have discovered this, I admire you very much. The corners of the Tin Monkey's mouth twitched, and he wanted to win over this mysterious master at first to see if it was possible to let him join the guild. But seeing Chen Luo like this, the Tin Monkey immediately gave up this idea. The players stared at Chen Luo's game ID for a moment, and the more they looked at it, the more familiar it became. Soon, someone didn't know who called, official customer service Wang Zhaoqi. Wow, hahaha, sure enough, my strong strength no longer allows me to continue to keep a low profile, and this has been discovered by you. Well, I am the official customer service Wang Zhaoqi. Remember this name that will make you admire it for the rest of your life. Because, in the future, you will find that this name will continue to appear in your ears. The dull expressions on the faces of the Tin Monkey and the players suddenly understood, except for the official GM number of the dog. How could the players be so strong? They almost instantly confirmed that the Wang Zhaoqi in front of them was Wang Zhaoqi, the official customer service of the forum. At this moment, I don't know who suddenly shouted, cut him. As a result, the warriors and assassins among the hundreds of players rushed directly towards Chen Luo, and the mage began to chant spells, and the spells smashed like raindrops. Very good, I admire you very much, knowing that I am Wang Zhaoqi and daring to cut me. Don't you know, am I the GM number? Chen Luo laughed loudly, and the heavy sword in his hand swung sharply at the players in front of him. The gravity present suddenly increased fivefold, and all the players were instantly overwhelmed by this terrifying gravity, and they couldn't get up for a long time. Dog customer service Wang Zioki used the GM number to bully people. Come and chop him. The tin monkey struggled for a long time and couldn't get up. He glared at Chen Luo, immediately shouted on the guild channel, then turned on the live broadcast, and quickly posted a post on the forum. Chen Luo drew an arc at the corner of his mouth, and after noticing the operation of the tin monkey, he immediately pinned his post to the top, and then marked it in bright red. Chen Luo thought about it for a while, feeling that he was still unsatisfied, and then posted a pinned post with the official customer service Wang Zioki's account. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Zioki, and if you're a brother, come to Nami, and promote me to a higher level. When the players saw these two pinned posts, they were confused at first, but when they clicked on the content of the two posts separately, and then entered the live broadcast room of the Tin Monkey, they instantly understood what was going on. When they saw the content of Wang Zioki's post, everyone was happy again. Damn, this dog customer service is messing around with the GM number. Does the dog official don't care? Look at what he said, gnaw him and get promoted by one level. Let's go online and cut him. I can't bear it, I'm afraid I don't know how many people want to hack him to death. Wang Zioki's previous posts can make people angry every time, so players have long remembered his name, and even included him as the most hated person in the game. And below are the dog official, dog planning, and dog server. So when I saw this post, players who were not in the game also went online one after another, and rushed over according to the coordinates of the Tin Monkey. They completely forgot that according to the flow rate ratio between reality and the abyssal world, by the time they went online, several hours had already passed. The players who were originally spawning monsters in the game didn't even do the Demon Hunter series of tasks, and ran over to cut Wang Zioki in a swarm. However, in just a few minutes, more than 100,000 players around them poured in, and when they saw Chen Luo with the name of Wang Zioki, they didn't say a word, and they just went up. Master, your bad taste is very boring, and it has seriously affected the progress of the mission. A transparent body shield appeared on Chen Luo's body, and regardless of the player's spells and attacks, this body shield did not move at all. He smiled consciously, paused the task timer. How boring it is to keep doing tasks, let them relax. Chen Luo is not bored, but has been in the Western fantasy world and the abyss world for too long, and feels that he is becoming less and less like a human, so he deliberately teases the players and refeels the care from the world. If you do this, you will only make them more and more angry. Chen Luo glanced at the players because they couldn't break their body shields, and when their expressions became more and more annoyed, he smiled, "Yay, then I'll give you a little hope." After Chen Luo finished speaking, he waved his hand, only to see that a durability had appeared on the body shield, which was now displayed at 99%. Chapter 208, Who are you insulting? When players saw the display of durability, they immediately came to their senses. It's durable, hurry up, smash the turtle shell of the dog customer service. We must hack this dog to death today. Mages, you have the strongest attack power, attack together with the most powerful moves. Dog Day, Wang Zioki, your father is here. Chen Luo looked at the player with a smile and then was stunned. The player's name turned out to be Wang Zioki's father. Dare to take advantage of me. When my GM number is a decoration, die for this uncle. Chen Luo swung his heavy sword, and black flames burst out, rushing to the player with lightning speed, directly burning Wang Zioki's father to ashes. You unfilial son, you actually killed your father. You have the kind of killing your grandfather. It's kind of killing your aunt. It's kind of killing your uncle. Chen Luo looked at it, and his eyes were full of Wang Zioki's grandfather, Wang Zioki's aunt, Wang Zioki's uncle, and so on. Wang Zioki's relatives and friends are estimated to have been given names by this group of players. Chen Luo was instantly happy. It seems that Wang Zioki's character is very successful, so many people hate him. Then let you feel the power of the GM. Chen Luo snorted, and the heavy sword in his hand was inserted into the ground heavily. Then I saw countless black thunderbolts falling in the sky, which fell on this group of players whose names were all relatives of Wang Zioki's family. And the result, of course, was that this group of players was killed in seconds without exception. At this time, there were more than 1 million players around, and many players couldn't get in at all, and they couldn't see the situation inside. When they saw Wang Zioki using the GM account to kill players, the players were angry and began to smash Chen Luo's body shield harder. But only a few front row players who could attack Chen Luo were tens of thousands of people, and they only reduced their durability by 3% after bombarding for a long time. At this time, Chen Luo suddenly found that the players began to move in an orderly manner. And it seems that they are gathered together according to the guild, and then the mages in each guild begin to stand at the front, and the priests apply blessings behind them to increase the power of the spells. Chen Luo was a little surprised. He naturally saw at a glance that there was a player in command. In such a short period of time, he was able to contact all the guilds on the battlefield and coordinate millions of people. This guy is a talent. Soon, under the concerted attack of hundreds of thousands of mages, the durability of the body shield fell down, and soon only 33% remained. Chen Luo ignored it, but curiously took out the information that was directing the players. There were more than 100 guilds in front of him, and their presidents were all teamed up in a voice channel, and a player named Mo Yuxing was coordinating in a unified manner. He issued instructions in the center, while the presidents of the other guilds were responsible for conveying them to the members of their respective guilds for methodical attacks. Chen Luo glanced in Mo Yuxing's direction with interest, and then pulled out his information. Mo Yuxing, 27 years old, from Xinjiang. Judging from the video certification data, the appearance is not handsome or ugly, but the eyes are fierce and unruly, giving people a feeling of sharpness that has been involved in the world for a long time. Chen Luo smiled. The so-called mutual birth, he roughly judged what kind of person this Mo Yuxing was at a glance. This kind of person should occupy a relatively high social status at a young age, have been smooth sailing, and most of them have done it with their own ability, and have not encountered any major setbacks, so they have such an unruly look. Chen Luo satisfied his curiosity, casually closed the information, and looked at only 1% of the body shield left, and he laughed again. Let you feel what despair is. In the astonished eyes of all the players, the durability of Chen Luo's body shield outside his body suddenly became 100% again. The mages felt so tired at this moment, they bombarded indiscriminately for almost an hour, their mana was drained, and they saw that there was hope, and they actually recovered. Grass, dog customer service, you cheat. Wang Zhaoqi, you dog customer service, don't use turtle shells. Dog customer service, you are messing around with the GM number, we are going to the dog official to report you. By the way, does this game have a reporting function? Is it important? The important thing is to kill the dog customer service. Seeing the angry appearance of the players, Chen Luo smiled and said, looking at your angry looks, I instantly felt, I'm so happy. Wow, ha ha ha. It turns out that if you build happiness on your anger, can you enjoy double the happiness? The players saw that Wang Zhaoqi was so arrogant that they were about to vomit blood, and it didn't matter if the mage had no power, the warriors and assassins quickly rushed up and slashed with various weapons. But although there were many of them, only a dozen people could attack Chen Luo at most, and the rest could only stare outside. Moreover, the power of more than a dozen warriors and assassins was many times worse than the magic thrown by hundreds of thousands of mages, and even 1% of the durability was not lost after cutting for a long time. Chen Luo smiled, forget it, after enjoying your anger, I can already have a happy day. Goodbye, dear players. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and laughed again. Well, I admire you very much, knowing that I am the GM, you dare to come and cut me. This customer service does what it says, if one of you is promoted to level 1, you will be purple, bye bye. After Chen Luo finished speaking, the person had disappeared in place, and all the players present saw that they had really risen by 1 level. The players were all stunned, none of them felt happy, but their faces were aggrieved, and they felt humiliated. Drafting the uncle, who asked you to upgrade Lao Tzu. Return. Dog customer service. Don't let me know where you live, I'll go find you a real PK. Aha, I'm going to die and drop once. MMP, dog official, if you don't deal with this dog customer service, I'll quit the tour. We went to the forum to post together and asked to dispose of this dog thing. Let's all go together. The players watching the live broadcast also saw Wang Zhaoqi's cheap operation, although they thought that this dog customer service was very cheap, but when they saw the expressions of the players who went to cut him like eating shit, they immediately burst out laughing. I've seen bitches, but I've never seen such cheap people. Then they rushed to the post I am Wang Zhaoqi and commented crazy, all of whom scolded Wang Zhaoqi without exception. After a while, a neat post appeared on the forum asking the official to deal with Wang Zhaoqi, and it was directly slaughtered. Chen Luo naturally laughed it off, and as if he didn't see anything, he immediately withdrew from the abyss world and returned to reality. Chapter 209 I'm Too Perfect. Chen Luo returned to the hotel and directly adjusted the flow-velocity ratio between the Western fantasy world and the real world to 1:1, that is, 1 day in reality, and 1 day in the Western fantasy world. First, it is convenient for the players inside to take a break and no longer be in a hurry every time they enter and exit the game. Although it is very short day by year, compared to the beginning of the year, the players are still racing against time, even eating and going to the toilet and bathing very quickly, and they don't want to miss the time in the Western fantasy world. Second, Chen Luo also plans to stay outside for a while. He is ready to readapt to the life of ordinary people to avoid the situation in the Western fantasy world out of control after returning. Although the feeling of omnipotence in the Western fantasy world is indeed fascinating, it can also make people feel bored over time. What made Chen Luo even more vigilant was that as this feeling lasted longer, he found that he became more and more indifferent. Even in reality, it is the same, I don't care about anything, the only thing I care about is how to get stronger quickly. Chen Luo hurriedly took a shower, changed into a clean set of clothes and went out. When you come to Las Vegas, if you don't go to the casino to play, isn't it the same as coming in vain? After buying a plane ticket and staying in a hotel, Chen Luo only had less than $100 in his body. But he didn't panic at all. He found a casino casually, changed his chips, and went in to play only 21 o'clock. Because of this game, you can memorize all the cards through card counting and memorization, and the chances of winning are countless times higher than that of ordinary people. Chen Luo's brain domain development at this time had long exceeded that of ordinary people by many times, and memory and card counting were not a problem for him at all. So he went in with $10, and it became $100,000 in less than an hour. Chen Luo accepted it when he saw it, and immediately changed to the next casino. This time he won $1 million, and then changed to the next one to avoid attracting the attention of the casino. In just one day, he won $20 million. Then Chen Luo played those that relied purely on luck, such as slot machines, and a day later, he played all the gameplay of the casino, and lost more than $10 million. At this time, people in major casinos had already noticed Chen Luo. After all, $20 million was not a small amount. What Chen Luo didn't know was that these casinos actually shared a blacklist, and once there was 1,000 or professional gamblers, they were all jointly rejected. But when they saw Chen Luo, they began to lose all the money they had won, which made them a little confused and didn't know what tricks he was playing. In fact, Chen Luo didn't want to play tricks at all. He simply hadn't played those things and wanted to experience them. The first time I played, of course, it was a big loss. By the next night, Chen Luo had lost less than $1 million, which also stopped the casinos that were originally going to deal with Chen Luo. In the end, Chen Luo only got $1 million, which was nothing to the casino. In the next time, Chen Luo took the world's highest high roller Ferris wheel at night, overlooking the entire Las Vegas, with thousands of lights and colorful night scenes. Fly over the city in a helicopter to see a show and sample local cuisine. On the 7th day, Chen Luo finally played all the places where Las Vegas should play. Las Villas, the sky bar of the most famous Willis Hotel. Chen Luo ordered a glass of wine and sat in front of the window and slowly enjoyed the night view of the entire Las Vegas. The hotel in Las Vegas is its essence, where the hotel is not only used for sleeping, but also a carnival place that integrates gambling, shows, shopping, and food. Chen Luo played leisurely for a week, enjoying the night view while beginning to think about where to go next. Mr. Lofus, that gentleman gave it to you. Chen Luo turned around and saw the middle-aged male bartender in the bar, pushing a glass of prepared whiskey in front of him. Chen Luo glanced in the direction the bartender was pointing, and saw a white man in a suit and leather shoes holding a wine glass and gesturing slightly at him, with a strange light in his eyes. Chen Luo was very upset, because he knew what that look meant. His appearance is so lethal that it will attract a lot of attention wherever he goes, and both men, women, and children are killed. What is even more speechless is that Chen Luo is so beautiful that many people will mistakenly think that he is a woman, which has led to many inexplicable men coming to talk to him in the past 7 days. Abroad, Chen Luo was too lazy to wear a mask and sunglasses, so he simply grew a beard. But even if he grows a beard, he still often suffers misunderstandings, such as now, when he just sits in the bar, there are a large number of men casting strange eyes. Chen Luo glanced at the man indifferently and pushed the wine back. He was about to get up and leave when he suddenly felt a fragrant breeze wafting over. "Hi, see you again. Seeing each other 5 times a day, are we too fated?" Chen Luo looked back and saw a beautiful woman with black hair and black eyes sitting next to him. Chen Luo had a speechless expression, and he sighed. If you think that stalking is also fate, then it is fate. The woman in front of her is called Bae So-yeon, a Korean woman. When she was watching a show in a hotel a few days ago, this woman saw Chen Luo and immediately came up to talk to her. Chen Luo dealt with it in the usual way, refusing in an almost humiliating way, such a conversation. "You're too ugly to be worthy of me. It's okay, I just want to be friends with you, I'm not ready to match you. I'm so perfect, no one can be friends with me. It's okay, don't be a friend, I'll be your follower." Chen Luo. Then Chen Luo chose to ignore it directly and treat Pei Ziyuan as heir, but the other party still stuck to him like a dogskin plaster. There are always 7 or 8 very coincidental chance encounters every day, and no matter what you say, it can't hit her. Chen Luo had no choice, his words were ineffective, he couldn't do anything to a woman, so he had to let her go. Chen Luo plans to leave Las Vegas now, and part of the reason is because of Pei Ziyuan. "Hey, you found that there were no men staring at you all the time." Pei Ziyuan saw Chen Luo's helpless expression and said with a grin, "Did you just find out? I'm actually a gay and I'm not interested in women." Pei Ziyuan said with a smile, "As long as you kiss any man here, I will believe in you and never pester you again." Chen Luo looked at her speechlessly for a moment, then turned around and left. Pei Ziyuan smiled and chased after her again. "It's okay if you don't kiss me, I can recognize your face." Chapter 210 The Miss of the Chable. Chen Luo finally kicked out Pei Ziyuan, who was trying to follow him into the room. He was not worried about what he was doing worse than the beast, but worried that this woman would do something to him. When the time comes, will it be a beast or not? It's a nuisance no matter how you look at it. The 3-year period is like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, and before this crisis is resolved, Chen Luo does not want to establish a stable relationship with anyone, whether it is love or friendship. So Chen Luo can accept a one-night stand, but Pei Xiaoyan is obviously not such a woman. Chen Luo simply turned her away, and then booked a first-class ticket to the Maldives that night. When he got off the plane, Chen Luo had 3 more notes left by the flight attendants with their phone numbers written on them. Chen Luo threw it into the trash can and started his trip to the Maldives again. Swim on the beach, spa, drink afternoon tea during the day, participate in night diving and dolphin play, dance with the locals at a beach dinner. That night, when Chen Luo returned to the hotel, he was shocked to find that Pei Xiaoyan was waiting for him at the door of the hotel with a smile. Chen Luo frowned. Pei Xiaoyan actually found out his location in a day. This chick wouldn't put a tracker on herself. Chen Luo didn't bother to think about it, ignored Pei Xiaoyan directly, and walked towards his room. Pei Xiaoyan saw that Chen Luo didn't pay attention to her, but she was not angry, but still followed him with a smile. When she saw Chen Luo enter the room and closed the door without even looking at her, Pei Xiaoyan took out a room card calmly, and then swiped the door open. Chen Luo was just about to pack his clothes and flash people when he saw Pei Xiaoyan push the door in. Chen Luo, your expression is so cute, how is it, are you curious how I got the room card? Chen Luo snorted, turned around and started packing his things. Pei Xiaoyan saw that Chen Luo was going to ignore it to the end. She didn't seem to feel it, so she took the initiative to help Chen Luo clean up, and then commented on Chen Luo's clothes. Although these clothes you buy are all luxury goods, others will know that you are an upstart at a glance. Why don't I introduce you to a store that specializes in customizing high-end clothes? Chen Luo pretended not to hear it, but listening to Pei Xiaoyan's tone and expression when she said these words, she knew that her background was probably not simple. Otherwise, an ordinary person would not be able to find out his whereabouts in just 2 days, and he would have gotten the room key to his room on the same day. Soon, Chen Luo found that he had guessed correctly. Chen Luffy flew to Moscow, visited the famous Red Square and the Kremlin, and then went to St. Petersburg to visit the Hermitage Museum and the Catherine Palace, and felt the Russian style and architectural atmosphere. Just as he was about to fly to France, Pei Xiaoyan appeared again, still smiling, but still couldn't see that she was discouraged at all. In the next 2 months, Chen Luo flew all over the world. But no matter where Chen Luo goes, Pei Xiaoyan will definitely appear in front of him for as little as 1 day or as long as 3 or 4 days. Chen Luo was really drunk, and the first time he met such a woman, he felt like he had nothing to do. London, UK. Chen Luo was in a 5-star hotel room called Corinthia. He sat in front of the computer and began to quickly search for Pei Xiaoyan's information. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Luo found Pei Xiaoyan's information. Bei Soyeon, 23, the granddaughter of Bei Jinwon, chairman of MC Group, one of South Korea's 4 major chaebols, was sent to the United States to study by Bei Jinwon protectively when she was 13 years old, and has been doing so until now. The reason why it is said to be protective is because the situation of the Pei family is very complicated. Pei Zhenxiang gave birth to 3 boys and 1 girl, and her daughter Pei Zuxi was the youngest, and she was Bei Xiaoyan's mother. Pei Zhengxiang's eldest son died at the age of 5, and the second and third children were incompatible in order to compete for the position of heir, and they both wanted to kill each other. The final result is that the second child hired a killer and drove to the death of the third child's family, disguised as a traffic accident. When the second child was proud to sit in the heir position, he found that he was infected with AIDS, and when he checked for the last time, he learned that the third child had put AIDS blood in what he ate before he did it. In the end, because the second child had no children, she cheapened Pei Zuxi, and she did nothing and became the only heir of the MC Group. This was nothing, but Bei Soyeon's biological father died young, and when she was 9 years old, Bei Juhee remarried Li Wenchange, the second son of another chaebol LK Group. Li Wenchange was also married once, and he also had a son Li Sungwon who was 5 years older than Bei Soyeon. A discerning person can see at once that when Pei Zhenxiang leaves, MC and LK are afraid that they will become a company, and the only obstacle is Bei Xiaoyan. As long as Bei Soyeon died, Li Sungwon, as a stepson, became the only person with the right to inherit. With the great help of MC Group, Li Sungwon can compete for the position of LK's heir, turn the 2 chaebols into one, and will definitely become the largest chaebol in South Korea, and his power will also reach its peak. In fact, among the information found by Chen Luo, there were several news reports about Bei Soyeon's accident in South Korea. In the end, Pei Zhenxiang had to send the 13-year-old Pei Xiaoyan to study in the United States to avoid her accident again. But now, Pei Zhenxiang is dead, and the only one who can protect her is Pei Zuxi. This woman is really heartless, smiling all day long. I don't know if she might hang up at any time. Chen Luo turned off the information and couldn't help but mutter to himself. But soon, Chen Luo realized that his mood was wrong, and he seemed to care a little about Pei Xiaoyan, a woman. Just as Chen Luo was about to expel this terrifying thought, the doorbell rang suddenly. Chen Luo frowned, because he had already sensed the atmosphere of the person outside the door through his mental power, which was very familiar. It was Pei Ziyuyan. Chen Luo sighed, but walked over and opened the door. After 3 months, even if Chen Luo was hard-hearted, he couldn't bear to treat Pei Ziyuyan indifferently. When Chen Luo saw Pei Ziyuyan's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but be slightly startled, because Pei Ziyuyan's face was full of sadness at this time, and she was crying silently, but she still held back and didn't make a sound. This was the first time in a few months that Chen Luo had seen Pei Ziyuyan crying, and she hadn't even shown any negative emotions in front of him before, let alone crying. Chen Luo's heart twitched inexplicably, but the expression on his face was still very calm, and he asked without a trace of emotion, "What happened?" "It's okay, I'm here to say goodbye to you, and I can't be your follower in the future." Pei Ziyuyan's eyes were red, and after dropping this sentence with tears in her eyes, she turned around and ran away. Chapter 211 The Terrifying Influence of the Chaebol. Chen Luo did not chase after him, but returned to the room first and turned on the computer again. He pondered for a moment, opened the Korean search engine, and entered the 3 words Beiju-hee in Korean. Immediately afterwards, countless messages quickly popped up, and they were also the front page headlines in South Korea. MC Group chairman Beiju-hee accidentally fell to his death. Chen Luo looked at the time. It was when he had just turned off the computer. No wonder he didn't search for this message just now. Chen Luo didn't know if Pei Zuxi really died by accident or if it was a man-made accident, but Pei Ziyuyan might end up the same as Pei Zuxi when she goes back now. Chen Luo sighed slightly, simply packed his luggage, and checked out directly to the nearest airport, and bought a ticket to Seoul on the way. In the past 3 months, Chen Luo has almost played what he should have played. Anyway, there are no major changes in the Western fantasy world and the abyss at the moment, and it doesn't hurt to follow him and take a look. Pei Ziyuyan persistently pestered Chen Luo for 3 months, which made his increasingly indifferent heart loosen a little. At least he was no longer as indifferent to everything in reality as before. "Do you like it?" Chen Luo frowned and asked himself in his mind. The next moment, Chen Luo denied it. This feeling was like when Elizabeth was pestered by a big dog. It was because of pity that she took it back. And Pei Ziyuyan's experience made Chen Luo think of when his parents died. Those relatives came to compete for his only remaining house. The current situation of Pei Ziyuyan is too similar to his, and there is only one person left, but it is the legitimate stepfather and the nominal brother who want to rob her property. Although Pei Ziyuyan is not stupid and sweet, if she wants to get her things back from these people, she is afraid that she will be in great difficulty, and she may die at any time. The market value of MC Group is about $60 billion, and although the Pei family only owns about 25% of the shares, it is also a wealth of nearly 100 billion yuan. Pei Ziyuyan's life is simply insignificant compared to this amazing wealth. Chen Luo bought a notebook on the way, and then hacked into the system of the nearest London Heathrow airport and quickly found Pei Ziyuyan's flight information. Chen Luo looked at the ticket he had just booked, and it happened to be the same flight as Pei Ziyuyan. It's just that Pei Ziyuyan is first class, and she is economy class. After Chen Luo arrived at the airport, he first went to buy a hat, sunglasses and mask, and then checked in. About 11 hours later, the plane landed at Seoul Airport. Chen Luo got off the plane, so he let go of his mental power to search for Pei Ziyuyan's breath, and quickly locked her position. Chen Luo followed Pei Ziyuyan out of the airport, but found that a group of black suits were already waiting outside, and when they saw her come out, they quickly greeted her, and then she got into a black car and quickly left the airport. Chen Luo thought for a moment, immediately stopped a taxi on the side of the road, and went to a hotel near the MC Group to stay. Pei Ziyuyan just came back and should have gone to the funeral. Even if Li Wenqing and others really did something behind their backs, they would not be stupid enough to let Pei Ziyuyan die unexpectedly as soon as Pei Zuxi died. In that way, as long as you are not a fool, you know that there is a problem. At that time, even if Li Wenqing and others are chaebols and have great influence in South Korea, they will not be able to calm down this matter. They will definitely find a way to get the shares from Pei Ziyuyan first, and if it really doesn't work, they will do it to Pei Ziyuyan, which will be at least a year and a half later. Chen Luo's choice to live near the headquarters of MC Group is also very simple. No matter who becomes the new owner of MC Group, a shareholders meeting will need to be held, and Pei Ziyuyan will definitely appear here when the time comes, so that it is convenient to pass. Chen Luo arrived at the hotel and immediately began to search for relevant information about the two groups. He is not familiar with South Korea and the situation here, and the only thing he knows is Korean dramas, but he used to scoff at the routines of Korean dramas and didn't see much. The last time I came, I spent a lot of time drinking, or would I have the mind to understand the situation in South Korea? This time he was a little more serious, roughly searched for relevant information, combined with his experience in South Korea last time, but he had a rough idea of what the national conditions here were like. Chen Luo was a little surprised by this investigation. He did not expect the chaebol to have such terrifying influence in South Korea. In South Korea, the annual revenue of the four chaebols is almost $900 billion, accounting for nearly 60% of South Korea's annual GDP, which makes the four chaebols have the role of dominating the South Korean economy. Their business scope covers almost all important industrial sectors and fields in South Korea, and has a significant influence on South Korean government policy. Moreover, the influence of chaebols on society is all-round, which can be said to be pervasive. Not only does it have a high degree of control over the economy, but it even kidnaps politics, and almost every South Korean president is liquidated after leaving office, and most of the outgoing leaders are related to several South Korean chaebols. Ordinary people are inevitably kidnapped by chaebols, and in order to survive better, they can only serve the chaebols. Their best choice, in addition to taking the civil service exam, is to squeeze their heads and join the chaebol. However, what makes Chen Luo funny is that a large part of the shares of these 4 chaebols are in the hands of Wall Street. In the case of Samsung, the largest chaebol, the founder's family only owns 2% of the equity, and the remaining 56% is in the hands of Wall Street. The root cause of all this is the sharp depreciation of South Korean assets after the Asian financial crisis in '97, and Wall Street financial predators took advantage of the situation to buy South Korean assets. At present, South Korea's top 10 chaebols are heavily shared by Wall Street, and the real bosses behind these chaebols are actually American capitalists, or American capital and South Korean chaebol interests highly overlap. This means that the South Korean economy has actually been kidnapped by a group of Americans, who are working hard for Americans. This country is so funny. Chen Luo couldn't help but smile and shook his head, but soon he pondered, since these chaebols were so influenced by Wall Street, there were too many things he could do. The most concerned thing in the world now is none other than the game Second Life. As long as Chen Luo reveals something a little, he can affect the situation of the entire world. This is not Chen Luo's arrogance. If nothing else, take those black technologies in the Marvel world as an example. As long as he is willing to take them out, countless countries and large consortiums will be crazy about them. Chen Luo quickly thought about it in his mind, thinking about how to help Pei Zioyan, a heartless woman, gain control of the MC Group. Chapter 212 Longevity Serum. Chen Luo thought for a moment, and immediately used the Hunyuan pen to find out the information of those big chaebols and large companies in the Abyss world. The information he was looking for was that the Wall Street financial predators had established a guild in it, and ignored the others first finding out the 4 major Wall Street investment banks, Morgan, Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, and Mellon Consortium. The spokespersons of these guilds, Chen Luo found out their information separately. After Chen Luo found the information, he did not go to them immediately, but had to prepare his own chips first. Chen Luo thought about it, returned to the Marvel world, and directly extracted the Super Soldier Serum formula in Erskine's mind, that is, the low-end version of the Super Soldier Serum that Song Zhengxian and others got. Just as Chen Luo was about to go back, he suddenly let out a sigh of surprise, because he found another formula called Superhuman Serum in Erskine's mind. Chen Luo quickly looked back on Erskine's experience over the years, and he couldn't help but laugh dumbly. This Erskine is really a talent. After getting Shang Wengsuan's blood, he actually researched something. Shang Wengsuan was the power of the Holy Land at that time. Although he was still a human, he was essentially very different from humans. Even when Chen Luo was in the First Order, he had already surpassed everyone in the world, not to mention Shang Wengsuan of the Sixth Order. So after Shang Wengsuan left, Erskine found the US government and studied Shang Wengsuan's blood for nearly 10 years with their support. After spending billions of dollars in countless human and material support, Erskine and others did not develop a serum that allows ordinary people to gain superhuman power, but they created a byproduct, longevity serum. Ordinary blood can only be stored for a maximum of 1 year, even if it is refrigerated at low temperature. But Shang Wengsuan's blood is different. Even in the case of refrigeration, it is still as full of vitality as the one taken out on the first day in 10 years, containing incomparably huge life energy. After diluting the blood, analyzing and comparing, and determining that he could not obtain superhuman power, he had to adjust the direction of his research to this life energy. Finally, in the 10th year, this longevity serum was created. The primary version of the longevity serum can extend human life by 10 years, but it can only be taken twice, and the effect of the second dose is halved, only increasing life by 5 years. But being able to extend life by 15 years is enough to drive any human being crazy, especially those who are dying near. Chen Luo can even imagine that if this thing is taken out, I am afraid that it will shock the world like Second Life. Chen Luo immediately abandoned the Super Soldier Serum, extracted the formula of the Longevity Serum, and adjusted the time to the time before Shang Wengsuan entered the Marvel world, that is, a few days before the American teen was manufactured. Without the appearance of Shang Wengsuan, this Marvel world would return to its original track, and nothing would happen after that. Chen Luo copied all the formulas and manufacturing methods of the Longevity Serum in his mind, and immediately appeared in the real world. Chen Luo turned on the computer and immediately searched for all the recipes and experimental equipment. The materials and experimental equipment needed are available. Chen Luo laughed. Erskine's era was nearly 80 years ago. Even if the level of science and technology in the Marvel world was high, it was still impossible to surpass today's Earth. Therefore, their experimental equipment is actually not as good as modern ones, and the materials are much easier to find, but the price is more expensive. However, this also proves how powerful Erskine is, that he can actually make a longevity serum in that era. The reason why Chen Luo checked these was naturally to make them himself. Using formulas to exchange benefits is something even a fool would not do. As long as he took out the finished longevity serum, it was enough to control many people. Chen Luo quickly calculated the experimental equipment and the materials needed, which was about $200 million. But Chen Luo checked and left the balance on the account, and there was only less than $10,000 left, which was just enough for 2 days' room fee. Chen Luo smiled. Money is no different from paper to him. He has many options now, selling gold bricks all over the world, but the efficiency is too low, he doesn't have that time, and the goal is too big. The easiest way is to sell spirit coins or game equipment. Although the role of spirit coins is limited to Chen Luo, mosquito meat is also meat anyway, and it cannot be sold casually. But the equipment has no cost at all, even the artifact is a matter of Chen Luo's idea. Chen Luo suddenly smiled, and his figure quickly disappeared into reality, appearing at the temporary station of the Guild of the Morgan Consortium in the Abyss World. The Morgan Consortium did not hide its power in the Abyss World, and the name of the guild was directly called the Morgan Guild, which was also very good for them to recruit players. After all, the strength was there. Jonathan Jackson is working with the guild administrators on how to attack the demon lords, and only by killing them can you get a village building order, turn the spawn point into a garrison, recruit more people in, and the houses and other resources they build can be protected by the game. The warehouses, skill trainers and other functions provided by the station are all dreamed of by the major guilds, so both countries and major organizations are organizing manpower and material resources to attack the demon lords. Just when they were at a loss, a person appeared in their conference room out of thin air. Jackson and the others were stunned for a moment, but when they saw Chen Luo's appearance clearly and the name written on top of his head, they were all stunned. Wang Xiaoqi. That's right, I'm Wang Xiaoqi. Wang Xiaoqi is me. How is it? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm honored to see this customer service coming. Chen Luo smiled, with an invincible expression. In addition to the players in China, people from other countries have just entered the game. In fact, they have no special emotions about the official customer service Wang Xiaoqi, neither disgusted nor liked, more just remembering his cheap appearance. What do you want to do? Jackson thought of Wang Xiaoqi's behavior a few months ago, and he chuckled in his heart. This bastard wouldn't come to their guild to cause trouble, right? Haha, seeing your sincere and frightened looks, this customer service is deeply pleased, but unfortunately, I am not here to trouble you today, but to negotiate a deal with you. Chen Luo glanced at the expressions of Jackson and the others. He didn't know what these people were thinking. Jackson didn't understand the idiom anywhere, but Chen Luo said that he was not here to make trouble, and he still understood. There are too many people, you talk to this customer service alone. Chen Luo waved his hand, and except for Jackson, all the management of the Morgan Guild disappeared into the room. Chapter 213 Protection Fee for this customer service. Jackson looked stunned. He was a little bottomless in his heart. He didn't know what Chen Luo wanted to talk to him, and he actually expelled everyone. But soon he calmed down. Chen Luo held the GM number. Even if the entire Morgan Guild was here now, he was not his opponent. If Chen Luo really wanted to do something to him, there was no difference between a person and a group of people. What do you want to talk about? You want this, right? Chen Luo smiled, flipped through his hand, and there was a black token-like thing in his hand, which said Village Establishment Order written on it in the common language of the Western fantasy world. In this world, in order to facilitate the communication of players, Chen Luo uniformly set the language and words as the lingua franca of the Western fantasy world, so Jackson recognized what those 3 words were at a glance. Jackson's eyes lit up. He had already guessed Chen Luo's intentions at this moment. What do you want? Clever. Chen Luo laughed. This customer service likes smart people the most. $50 million. This village building order is yours. When Jackson heard Chen Luo's offer, he glanced at Chen Luo with a strange expression, and suddenly wanted to spray his saliva on his face, but he didn't dare. This Nima is purely a lion opening his mouth. A village building order of $50 million. What a joke. Although the Morgan Consortium is not short of money, no one's money is blown by the wind, and $50 million is a wealth that ordinary people dare not think of in their lives. Chen Luo opened his mouth with so much money, this is to slaughter them as wrongdoers. $5 million, I want it. Chen Luo snorted. 60 million, not even a cent less. If you don't want it, I will sell it to your competitor's city for 5 million, and when they build a station, their strength will soon surpass you, and then they will squeeze out your Morgan Guild. And do you think I'm here to discuss with you? This customer service is talking to you to look up to you, and you can't buy it. In Huiguo's words, this is forced buying and selling. If you don't buy it, this customer service will use this GM number to deal with your Morgan Guild people, and I will lower your equipment explosion rate, so that you will never be able to break the village building order. Well, let's just consider it the protection fee you give to this customer service. Jackson's expression changed slightly. The temporary station of the City Guild was at the spawn point next to them, and once they got the village building order first, the first to upgrade the spawn point to a station would quickly attract a large number of players to join, and the development momentum would quickly leave them behind. And Chen Luo also said that this is forced buying and selling, and it is collecting protection fees. If it is really aimed at them as he said, then the Morgan Guild really can't continue to play in the Abyss world. The purpose of the behind-the-scenes bosses of the Morgan Consortium is to build a new world here, so that they can extend their lives here while also enjoying the top service. If City takes the lead, where will the big guys put their face? What's even more terrifying now is that Chen Luo not only let their competitors get ahead, but also made them unable to play, and if the group of behind-the-scenes bosses knew, they would definitely replace him without hesitation and replace him with a new one. I just turned on the recording and broadcasting function. I recorded everything you just said. If you don't want me to pass it on to the forum, leave the village building order. Jackson suddenly sneered, and his expression had regained his composure. Chen Luo looked like an idiot. Are you pretending to be all grass in your head? This customer service is such a witty and brave genius. Do you think I can't think of this? Jackson's expression changed again. He hurriedly turned on the recording option, and sure enough, nothing was recorded, and it was disconnected from the beginning. Even if you don't record it, I can post your words and deeds on the forum, and you are not afraid that the game company will fire you? Chen Luo laughed. To tell you the truth, this customer service is a relative of our greatest boss. He is the son of my aunt's sister's eldest uncle's sister's brother's father's sister, so you understand. Chen Luo said a string of words like a tongue twister, looked at Jackson's confused look, and said with a smile, with your straw bag head, it's normal not to understand. You just need to know that the customer service background is very hard and it is impossible to be fired. Do you understand now? Jackson was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. He thought of what Chen Luo had done in the first Abyss 3 months ago. At that time, hundreds of millions of players saw it, and it was recorded, and so many people asked for Wang Xiaoqi to be expelled on the forum, but they did not get any official answer. Judging from this point, I don't know if Chen Luo has a relationship with the owner of the game company, but it is definitely true that the background is very hard. Now Jackson was a little frightened. He thought for a while, and immediately spoke. I need to ask the boss above to give you an answer. Go. By the way, in addition to the village building order, if I have equipment to sell in the future, I will give priority to you. Jackson's eyes suddenly moved. For example, equipment above the epic level. Chen Luo said with a smile. Jackson's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, then I'll go back and ask for instructions now. After Jackson finished speaking, he went offline in an instant and returned to reality. And this scene also happened in front of the heads of the 3 guilds, Citigroup, Melon Consortium, and Goldman Sachs. Chen Luo did not only find Jackson, but incarnated as the 4 Wang Xiaoqi, and appeared in front of the heads of the 4 major consortiums at the same time, and at the same time proposed a forced buying and selling deal. Like Jackson's reaction, they couldn't refuse Chen Luo's conditions at all, but they couldn't decide on such a large amount of transaction, so they had to go offline to ask the bigwigs behind the scenes for instructions. About half an hour later, the 4 guild leaders of Jackson went online one after another, and all agreed to Chen Luo's terms of the deal. Chen Luo immediately handed them the village establishment order, told them about his bearer account in a Swiss bank, and asked the people of these 4 major consortiums to transfer money. Chen Luo is not afraid that they will regret it. He is a god in the Abyss world. If he dares to play tricks, Chen Luo can take back everything they have built in the Abyss world in minutes. After receiving the account information, in less than 1 minute, Chen Luo's account in a Swiss bank received a transfer of $210 million. Chen Luo immediately went offline, turned on the computer, and circulated the money in hundreds of banking systems around the world, and after making sure that it could not be traced, it was remitted to the bank account of the same identity in the United States. Chapter 214 The Prototype of a City. Chen Luo got the money and did not buy experimental instruments and materials, but began to search for qualified laboratories in South Korea, and if there were experimental equipment in them, he could save him a lot of things. It took about a day for Chen Luo to quickly find a biological company that was on the verge of bankruptcy. In South Korea, it is very difficult for ordinary companies to survive because there are behemoths like chaebols on them. Their companies are all over the world, almost everything, even the simplest kimchi is done by chaebols. Once the chaebol comes in, it is easy to squeeze other competitors in this industry without room to survive, unless the other party is also the chaebol's industry. Therefore, there are almost no entrepreneurs in South Korea, and the lives of ordinary people are actually very depressing. This biochemical company called Daewoo was forced to go bankrupt by the chaebol. Their products do not have core competitiveness, coupled with the suppression of chaebols, although the boss Hananiah still wants to persevere, but most of the shareholders do not have the confidence to compete with the chaebols and have asked for stop losses. Hananiah only has 20% of the company's shares, and once other shareholders unite, he has no choice but to be forced to find a buyer. But everyone knows the problems of their company. Either they don't want to offend the chaebols, or the price is extremely low, and finally it has dragged on until now. When Chen Luo came to the door and said that he wanted to pay 10 million US dollars to buy it, Han and Io almost didn't cry, and all the shareholders of the company were relieved, and they signed the contract on the same day without even talking about the price. Chen Luo used that identity in South Korea to take over the company, and fired all Daewoo's employees on the grounds of readjusting the business and temporarily closing business to the public. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo began to use the name of Daewoo Company to purchase the missing equipment and materials for making longevity serum, and all of them paid up to double the price, with only one request: how fast to deliver it. Fortunately, these materials can be bought in the Korean market, but in 2 days, Chen Luo bought all the materials and began to make longevity serum in Daewoo's laboratory. Chen Luo had all of Erskine's knowledge about serum, and he also extracted all the knowledge about biopharmaceuticals in the Marvel world just in case. All you need to do now is follow Erskine's steps, draw a gourd and do it all over again. The only trouble is that the longevity serum requires a total of 20 materials, each of which must be refined and synthesized by at least 100 materials before it can finally become part of the longevity serum. In order to keep it confidential, Chen Luo couldn't do it to others, so he could only do it himself, which was a waste of time. It took 3 days of sleepless work in the laboratory to manufacture 10 finished products of longevity serum at the cost of 100 million US dollars in material costs. Chen Luo picked up a blue serum and stared at it for a moment, and then he immediately took out a syringe and entered a tube for himself. After a while, Chen Luo didn't feel any sense of prolonging his life, but felt a burst of nausea in his abdomen, and then opened his mouth and vomited out. Chen Luo took a long time to recover. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. In this short moment, he had already understood. It was not that there was something wrong with the longevity serum made, but that his body had a rejection reaction. Longevity serum is also a genetic drug in the final analysis, and now about 5% of Chen Luo's genes have become God-descendant genes, which are repulsive to longevity serum. In other words, this thing has no effect on him. Chen Luo sighed, and couldn't help but feel a little sorry. Chen Luo froze the 9 serums, drove back to the hotel, and fell asleep. He hadn't closed his eyes for 3 days, and even with his current physical strength, he couldn't support it. When Chen Luo woke up, it was already dawn the next day. Chen Luo took a shower, returned to the Abyss world refreshed, and found Jackson. When he was stationed at the Morgan Guild, he couldn't help but be slightly startled, because what he saw in front of him was completely different from the one he had come for the first time. When I first came, the Morgan Guild only had a few cabins, even if it was the guild's headquarters. Now there is a large area of Western-style 2-story small Western-style buildings. Chen Luo took a cursory look. At least hundreds of buildings, already has the scale of a small town. The town is full of players, some are eating in restaurants, some are shouting and buying and selling equipment, and some places are constantly knocking, raising, and strengthening the houses, and people come and go. Chen Luo couldn't help but be a little surprised. In 7 days, in the Abyss world, that is, 7 years, the Morgan Guild turned the empty garrison into a lively and prosperous town. This strength is really good. Chen Luo let go of his thoughts and instantly enveloped the entire Abyss world. At this look, he realized that more than 200 towns like this had appeared in the Abyss world, and in fact, this place named Morgantown could only be considered medium level. The largest are the cities built by the forces of the states, and many countries have the idea of colonizing another world, so they are almost responsive to the construction of territories here. With the backing of national power, it is equivalent to having endless resource support, and their territory is now large, such as the island country, which is already the size of 10 Morgan towns, which can accommodate nearly 200,000 people, and initially has the prototype of a city. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. The more resources these countries invested, the more reluctant they would be to give up everything here. This is equivalent to putting a bunch of hostages here with Chen Luo, giving him a lot of room to operate. In fact, those countries are not unaware of this. The leadership of each country has think tanks, and of course they can see that this is equivalent to contributing to game companies and putting themselves in extremely unfavorable conditions. Especially when you don't know who the game company is, this risk is magnified countless times. But other countries are following up, investing resources in it, and want to use the time difference between reality and the Abyss to do research. Can you not follow up? This is like an armament. If you don't follow up, sooner or later you will be thrown far away by the other party, and eventually you will be eliminated and enter the ranks of the last countries. Therefore, even if they know that there may be risks, they can only follow up. If it weren't for this, let alone the prototype of a city in 7 years, it is estimated that each country has 2 or 3 big cities. They still have reservations and dare not invest too many resources, as long as they can let their researchers come in and study here. Chen Luo figured out the situation inside, and immediately disappeared outside Morgantown and came to the mayor's mansion, which was Jackson's office. Chapter 215 Bandit Wang Zioki. Jackson was concentrating on studying and planning the future development of Morgantown at this time, but at this time he found that there was suddenly another person in front of him. When he saw clearly that it was the official customer service Wang Zioki, his expression changed, and he really wanted to squeeze out a smile, but he couldn't laugh. In Jackson's opinion, this bitch will never come to the door if he has nothing to do. Maybe he is here to collect protection fees again. Although the $60 million he extorted last time was not paid by himself, it affected his impression in the minds of the bosses behind the scenes, because those at City only spent $50 million. He was raised by $10 million just because of the counteroffer. Maybe at the end of the year, his salary will also be affected. Therefore, Jackson now saw that Chen Luo's mood was very complicated, and he couldn't afford to provoke or hide. Tisk, your expression of wanting to cry and laugh is really funny. Of course, Chen Luo could see what Jackson was thinking. He smiled, and immediately continued to speak. This customer service is here to talk to you again today. How is it, are you happy? Jackson really wanted to cry when he heard this. Nima, although 7 years have passed in the Abyss world, but only 7 days have passed in the real world, and this protection fee is too diligent. But in the face of this bandit Wang Zhaoqi, Jackson really has no way. He can't beat him, and there is no way to report him. What can you do with him? What do you want to sell this time? Jackson had a loveless expression, and he secretly made up his mind that if Wang Zhaoqi, a bitch, blackmailed him again, he would resign. Sell something that will prolong your stupid and boring life. Although Jackson had long experienced Wang Zhaoqi's poisonous tongue and was mentally prepared, he still felt a panic in his chest when he heard this sentence. His chest rose and fell a few times, and finally suppressed his anger, and said with a speechless face, "What do we want to do to extend our lives, and the game characters will not grow old?" Chen Luo glanced sideways at Jackson, his eyes full of contempt. "My vision is really right, your head is full of grass. No, it's all. Even a straw bag like you can think of, this customer service can't think of?" Jackson's anger that he had finally suppressed rose again, and he couldn't care about anything else now, and said angrily, "What are you making so many excuses for? Just say it. How much do you want this time?" "Bah, you're still not convinced to say you're a straw bale." Chen Luo snorted, and then said angrily, "Forget it, I should have thought that a pig brain like you can't understand the genius of this customer service. Let me tell you directly, what I want to sell you is a drug that can increase your lifespan in reality." Jackson was stunned for a moment, a little suspicious of his ears, and he said a little uncertainly, "What did you say?" Chen Luo rolled his eyes. "Your pig ears heard you right. What I want to sell is a drug that can prolong life, called longevity serum, a drug that can extend human life by 10 years. Jackson understood now, his face was full of shock. "What are you kidding? Where is this medicine in this world? There has never been a game like Second Life in this world before, right?" Jackson was stunned for a moment. Yes, there really hasn't been a game as terrible as Second Life before. Such a high degree of realism and crazy time flow ratio are not technology that can be achieved in today's real society. The longevity serum you mentioned was developed by your company? Your elm head is finally enlightened. When Jackson heard Chen Luo's affirmative answer, he suddenly became excited in his heart, and he couldn't care about the other party's ridicule. If it is really developed by the game company Second Life, then this longevity serum is 80% true. They have technology that can adjust the speed of time and reality in the game world at will, and having developers means endless hours to work on everything they are interested in. It may be difficult for others to develop a longevity serum, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem for them. Jackson was keenly aware that this was a great opportunity to make meritorious contributions, and if this longevity serum really existed, as long as it could be given to that group of behind-the-scenes bosses, his reward would definitely not be less. "How do I know what you're saying is true? I can send you a sample and ask your bosses to find a professional to study and analyze it, and make sure it's okay, and we'll talk about the rest of the deal." Jackson couldn't help but feel relieved when he heard this. He was afraid that Chen Luo would open his mouth again, ask for tens of millions of dollars, and then give him something useless, and then talk to someone to reason with. "Okay, say the address, I'll arrange for someone to send you a sample." Without thinking about it, Jackson immediately reported his New York address and mobile phone number. Chen Luo listened to it and wrote it down. He nodded carelessly, and then said, "Go report to your boss, let them find a good researcher first, and do research as soon as things arrive. This customer service has limited patience, and only gives you 3 days. After this time, I will find someone else to trade." Jackson nodded hurriedly and said, "I'll report now, and I will definitely not delay. It's best to do this, I'm not afraid that this thing won't sell." Chen Luo smiled and went offline after saying that. And of course, Chen Luo will not find only one Jackson. He is also the spokesperson of the 4 major consortiums in the Abyss world. After returning to reality, Chen Luo took the 4 serums that had been divided and flew to New York on the same day. According to the addresses left by these 4 people, Chen Luo found their homes one by one and put the serum samples in. In reality, these people are all Wall Street elites, high-end people, and they live in top-notch apartments, even villas, surveillance and access control everywhere, and a large number of security guards. But for Chen Luo now, it's just a piece of cake. He only needed a notebook to hack all the surveillance, and with his mental power, he could sense all the movements within a radius of 500 meters, plus the speed of a Superman, and easily broke into these people's homes, and then floated away. Chen Luo can't help it, the longevity serum is very important, he can't pretend to be on anyone, and he can't leave any traces, he can only run by himself. After Chen Luo put down the serum sample, he bought a plane ticket on the same day and returned to Seoul. At the same time as returning to the hotel, he returned to the Abyss World and informed the spokespersons of the 4 chaebols that the serum had been delivered. Jackson and the others were overjoyed one by one, and without thinking about it, they went straight offline and went home to get the serum. Chapter 216, 1001st. When Jackson and the others returned home, they immediately found the package that Chen Luo said, but when they asked who sent it, neither the family nor the bodyguards at home knew when the package appeared at home. They checked the package and confirmed that it was the serum that Chen Luo said, and immediately ordered people to send the package to their respective hometowns as soon as possible. But after that, Jackson and the others were shocked at the same time. The other party could sneak into their home with such a high level of security without knowing it. Wouldn't it be just as simple if they wanted to kill themselves? They quickly ordered someone to find the surveillance, only to find that the surveillance was missing at a certain time period. Now, they all understood that it was at this moment of absence that someone sent the package in. Being able to hack surveillance and avoid everyone's sight is really terrifying. At this time, Chen Luo was watching the recent news about MC Group in the hotel, as well as its shareholding structure. Korean funerals are generally very grand, even for ordinary people. It usually takes about 3 days, and the death of a chaebol president like Bae Ju-hee lasted a full week. The MC Group will also hold a board meeting, commonly known as the shareholders' meeting, in a week to elect a new chairman. Chen Luo roughly calculated the time. With the eagerness shown by Jackson and others, as well as the strength of Morgan's big consortium, it should not take 3 days, and they should be able to get the analysis results in 2 days at most. At that time, even if Chen Luo didn't contact them, they would probably be crazy and want to contact them. No matter how you calculate, it's still too late. Chen Luo took a look at the shareholding structure of MC Group, which is very similar to Samsung Group. That is, the founder family only holds a few shares in the group company, and then adopts a mutual cross-shareholding structure to maintain control through its subsidiaries. Take Samsung as an example. Their founder family only owns 2% of the entire group, but can have control of the group, which is the method used. Although the Pei family holds 25% of the shares of MC Group, they also use the same method to maintain control of the group. The 4 major investment banks on Wall Street together hold a total of 60% of MC Group's shares. The remaining about 10% are held by other chaebols, and the remaining 5% are held by institutional investors in South Korea. However, they only have the power to distribute profits, and have no room for interference in personnel, decision-making, and financial powers. The reason why Chen Luo also found the 4 major investment banks was to think of a way to completely help Pei Zioyan control the MC Group. These chaebols can maintain control with a small number of shares because no one has been able to control more than 51% of the group's shares, that is, have absolute control. If Chen Luo lets Pei Zioyan shares add up to more than 51%, she won't hold any board meeting at all, and she will directly become the owner of the MC Group. It's not that I haven't thought about this method before, but no one can do it. Taking Samsung as an example, even if its market value shrank in 2019, there were still nearly $260 billion, 50% of which was $130 billion, and few people could afford it. Even if someone can afford it, no one wants to sell it, because Samsung's net profit reached $34 billion in 2018 and has been growing. Such a profitable company will fools sell their shares. Although the profitability of the other 3 chaebols is not as exaggerated as Samsung's, the annual net profit is also at the level of $10 billion, and no one is willing to sell it. Chen Luo took out the longevity serum, which was to exchange for the shares of MC Group in the hands of the 4 major investment banks. 2 days later, Chen Luo returned to the Abyss World and found Jackson. This time Jackson's attitude came to a 180-degree turn. No matter how much Chen Luo mocked and despised, he did not show the slightest expression of anger or dissatisfaction, but his face was full of smiles. Chen Luo quickly felt bored and immediately started talking about business. How is the research? Today we have got the report of genetics experts, and the sample you provided does have the effect of prolonging life, but because the amount is too small, it does not have much effect. Chen Luo smiled. Don't worry, absolutely enough. This customer service cleans the bath with longevity blood every day. How much you want, it depends on whether you can afford it. The corners of Jackson's mouth twitched, and he immediately squeezed out a smile and said, before that, I have one more question I want to ask Mr. Wang. Tell me, how much does this serum need to get the effect of prolonging life, and how long can it extend life at a time? 100 ml can extend life for 10 years. Jackson's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately asked, can I use it all the time? Chen Luo snorted and said disdainfully, don't be too greedy, this serum will develop resistance after taking it once, the second effect will be halved, and the third time it will be directly ineffective. Jackson couldn't help but be a little disappointed when he heard this, which was consistent with the results of their analysis. If Chen Luo said that it could be used all the time, they would be suspicious. The four major consortiums are not ordinary people, they are all the top experts in the world, and if they say there is no problem, then it is impossible for others to find the problem. Then, please make a price. Chen Luo said with a smile, how much money is okay? Jackson didn't dare to agree. In case Chen Luo opened a $10 billion, he couldn't be the master even if he wanted to. I won't hide it from you, the boss gave me the reserve price, $100 million US. Chen Luo said lightly, $200 million US apiece. Jackson looked embarrassed and seemed very embarrassed by the number. Okay, don't pretend. Chen Luo snorted, Citi and Goldman Sachs have agreed, $200 million US each. Jackson's expression changed slightly. He thought that Chen Luo was only looking for the Morgan consortium, but he didn't expect the other party to find the rest at the same time. And the number Chen Luo said happened to be the highest upper limit given by the boss, so he had no reason to refuse at all. Jackson smiled bitterly, then according to the price you said. Oh, how much do you want? Without thinking, Jackson said, how much do you have, how much do we want? I'm afraid you can't afford it. Then buy 1,000 first. Chen Luo was quite surprised when he heard this. 1,000 is $200 billion US, which is an astronomical amount. Even those who are the richest people in the world on the surface now cannot take out so much money at once. And when Jackson said 1,000 sticks, his face didn't change, as if he was talking about 2 sticks. Chen Luo finally understood at this time that those Forbes rankings were simply nonsense, and it was okay to fool ordinary people. But for a large consortium like Morgan with hundreds of years of heritage, those on the rich list are estimated to be similar to beggars. Chapter 217 Only 7 seconds of memory. When Chen Luo was looking for Morgan in these big consortiums, he also searched for their information by the way. There are 10 top consortiums in the United States, which are monopoly groups formed by a combination of huge banks and huge corporations controlled by a very small number of financial oligarchs, usually formed by one or several families. Like South Korea's chaebols, they also highly influence the American economy and politics. It's just that the chaebol is controlled by one family, and the consortium is generally composed of multiple families. However, compared with American consortiums, South Korea's chaebols are not as powerful as those of the United States. Take the 4th-ranked DuPont consortium. Its core member, the DuPont family, is the oldest, richest, and most peculiar wealth family in the United States. The family has maintained its prosperity for 200 years, and in the 90s of the 20th century, the DuPont family controlled more than $150 billion in wealth, producing 250 billionaires and 50 super-rich. Today's wealth is only a lot more, but the members of these families are very low-key and hide their wealth under the iceberg. Now it is the information society, and the exposure of their wealth will cause many people's red eyes. And they are only in 4th place, along with Rockefeller, Morgan, and Citi. The world economy is greatly influenced by the United States, and the American economy looks at Wall Street. Wall Street is controlled by these large consortiums, including J.P. Morgan, Citigroup, and Mellon, and Goldman Sachs also has the shadow of other consortiums behind them, which can influence the world economy to some extent. So Chen Luo's choice to slaughter these consortiums is based on this, because they are not bad for money at all. But looking at Jackson's appearance, Chen Luo knew that he still underestimated the strength of the consortium, and it seemed that $200 billion was nothing to them. Hearing that they wanted 1,000 sticks, Chen Luo thought for a moment and knew what the Morgan consortium had paid attention to. These guys must be bought back for more in-depth research. As long as the component ratio is analyzed and made by themselves, they can easily obtain several times the profit of these 200 billion. Because they know very well that no one will sell a formula for a longevity serum unless that person is an idiot. And even if the experts of the consortium can't analyze it, they can trade these 1,000 longevity serums, such as with politicians in the US government, or those at the top of the pyramid around the world, and the exchange will definitely exceed what they pay now. Chen Luo sneered in his heart. He could guess because he planned to do it himself. It's just that Chen Luo can't contact those people at the top of the pyramid, and now with the game's second life, he only wants to find these people for a little time. Chen Luo said with a smile, 1,000 no, up to 40. This number was calculated by Chen Luo, and the 40 longevity serum could only be digested by the members of the consortium at most, and if they wanted to use it for research, they were afraid that many people would need to compromise and could not take it for the time being. Even if you use it all for research, it is difficult to analyze anything. Chen Luo was confident that even if they were given 100 years, they would not be able to analyze it. Longevity serum requires more than 2,000 kinds of materials alone, and it is impossible to analyze the formula with finished products, and the effect will be different. Even in the Marvel world, the level of technology is extremely high, but it took decades for the US government to get the super soldier serum. Although they didn't have Erskine at that time, the original research team was still there, and they had all assisted Erskine's research, and they couldn't even come up with a formula. Jackson was stunned for a moment, and quickly asked, "Didn't you just say how much you want?" "Oh, did I say that? I have forgotten," Chen Luo said casually. 10,000 grass and mud horses galloped past in Jackson's heart. Why did you just say it a minute ago, and now you forget it? Are you a fish? Only 7 seconds of memory? Do you really think the longevity serum is very easy to make? This thing needs more than 20,000 materials. The core materials need to be cultivated for a year to mature and use. The annual output is only 500. I can take out 40 to sell to you. You should thank God. Jackson couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect the production of longevity serum to be so low and the production process to be so complicated. However, he quickly wrote down what Chen Luo said, and before coming, he received an order to inquire about the information of the longevity serum, which might be helpful to the expert group's research. Then can you sell a little more? For example, get a little from other consortiums? Oh, it's not impossible. Jackson's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with an eager face, "How many can you move? I'll give you 10 more." Jackson looked overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you so much, Mr. Wang. Don't be happy so early, this customer service is conditional." The smile on Jackson's face suddenly froze. How could he forget this guy's urine nature? He was a bandit. You want to add money?" Jackson asked with a cautious face. Chen Luo smiled. No, I don't need money this time, I want all the shares of your Korean MC group." Jackson was dumbfounded all of a sudden. He knew that the MC group was one of the 4 major chaebols in South Korea, and the Morgan Consortium also owned 20% of its shares, which was one of their excellent assets. It's just that Jackson didn't expect that Chen Luo would ask for shares in MC Group. "Can I ask why?" Chen Luo looked at Jackson with a smile and said, "I can't." Jackson slandered in his heart, but did not dare to ask more, but hesitated for a moment and said, "I need to report on this matter." "Go now, when you go online, this customer service will be waiting for you here." "Then please wait a moment." After Jackson hurriedly went offline, it took less than 10 minutes to go online. The same is true for the other 3, the short one only took 5 minutes, and the long one was only 10 minutes. The results were very consistent, and they all agreed to Chen Luo's conditions. Although MC Group is an excellent asset, it is only an asset, and it is still an insignificant part of their huge industry. Compared with longevity serum, which can prolong life, there is no comparison at all. "Mr. Wang, the shares can be transferred to you, but we also have an additional condition. Because MC Group provides nearly $2 billion in profits each year, we expect you to sell at least 10 longevity serum to the Morgan Consortium each year." Chen Luo pretended to ponder for a moment, and quickly agreed, "Okay, then let's determine the way to trade now." Chapter 218 Rejuvenation. Chen Luo and Jackson quickly finalized the way the deal was made. Chen Loxian provided half of the longevity serum, that is, 25 bottles, and when they verified and used it without any problems, they would sell half of the shares of MC Group to pay Ziyuan for $1. Then Chen Luo provided the remaining 25 serums, and after confirming that it was correct, the 4 consortiums sold the remaining half of the shares to pay Ziyuan again for $1. Chen Luo is not afraid of what tricks the people of these 4 major consortiums will play. Their investment in every town in the Abyss world has long exceeded $5 billion. If they dare to play any conspiracy, Chen Luo will make them lose everything in minutes. Chen Luo immediately returned to reality and began to devote all his time to making longevity serum. One was wasted before, and the remaining one was divided into 4 parts and sent out as a sample, and there were still 162 left. With the first experience, when Chen Luo made it again, the speed increased several times. This time only half of it was provided, and it took Chen Luo 4 days to make it all. Instead of delivering the goods in person, he asked the people of the 4 major consortiums to come to South Korea in advance, and then agreed on a place to put the prepared longevity serum in and let them pick it up by themselves. The people of the 4 major consortiums attached great importance to the serum, and sent dozens of heavily armed bodyguards to pick it up that day, lest something go wrong. The Morgan Consortium was even more exaggerated, directly using the relationship to let the US military troops stationed in South Korea go to protect their serum collection personnel, which made the South Korean government nervous and thought that there was going to be some terrorist attack. On the day they got the serum, they flew back to the United States on a special plane for their respective expert teams to analyze. After confirming that the ingredients inside were okay, they immediately took out a few sticks and gave them to the elders in their respective families who were about to die of old age. Although each of them had expectations, everyone was shocked to see that the nearly 90 old men in the family quickly returned to their 70s after taking 2 longevity serums. Because the effect of this serum is not just to prolong life, but to restore youth, which is more terrifying than they think. Although they are both prolonging life, the meaning of the two is completely different. For example, 90-year-old people, even if they extend their life by 15 years, they can live to 105 years old, but their physical functions are completely deteriorating, and it is estimated that they cannot walk, so what is the point of living like this? But recovering to a 15-year lifespan and becoming a 75-year-old body means that this is self-evident. If you are a little younger, like 50 years old, you can become a 35-year-old body by taking 2 bottles. Just thinking about it is crazy, not to mention that this is happening in front of their eyes. All the people in the consortium were excited, raising the research on longevity serum to the highest priority. and the relevant people in the know must keep it strictly confidential and not allow to leak half a word to the outside world. So in just one day, well-known experts in biogenetics around the world have received invitations from the 4 major consortiums, and they have offered sky-high prices that are difficult for these experts to refuse. The 4 major consortiums almost rob people to recruit talents around the world. Let's not mention how much turmoil this move caused, but their attention to Chen Luo, that is, customer service Wang Zhaoqi, has also reached an unparalleled height. The spokespersons of the 4 guilds of the abyssal world, because of this great achievement, not only received a lot of bonuses, but also improved their status within the consortium. On the 5th day, the day of the MC Group's board meeting, the people of the 4 major consortiums paid extraordinary attention and directly sent the president of the investment bank over. After analysis, the people of the 4 major consortiums determined that this was most likely the official behavior of the Second Life game company, otherwise how could a customer service have such high authority? The annual output of 500 longevity serum was taken out by a Wang Zhaoqi and bought and sold privately. And the way they trade is also very strange. What they need is the shares of MC Group, and they give it to a 23-year-old Bei Soyan, which inevitably makes the consortium have a lot of associations. Now all countries and organizations want to know who the mysterious Second Life company is, but it has been nearly a year, and no one has been able to find the slightest clue. In addition to being able to be with Wang Zhaoqi in the Abyss world, the only connection in reality is Bei Zhaoyan. This is also the first time that the official personnel of Second Life have contacted the outside world. When they found out Bei Zhaoyan's information, they found that she had studied in the United States since she was a child and received a Western education. But judging from her experience, Bei Zhaoyan is not anything unusual, unlike a person who can have something to do with game companies. Perhaps the biggest highlight is, beautiful enough? Bei Zhaoyan looks like a standard Oriental beauty, although she can't say that she is alluring, but she is also a top beauty. Could it be that someone in the official game likes Bei Zhaoyan to help her like this? The consortium naturally found out what situation Bei Zhaoyan was facing now, and the game official did not want tens of billions of dollars, all of which were given to Bei Zhaoyan. And this request was made by Wang Zhaoqi. Wang Zhaoqi's image in the game is the image of the Oriental, and the consortium seemed to understand something, so they sent the top management over at the same time. At this time, in the large conference room on the top floor of MC Group, all shareholders were present. What surprised them was that the Wall Street Consortium, which had never attended the council meeting before, also sent senior executives of investment banks to attend, which made the people of the MC Group a little confused. But they are all major shareholders of MC Group, and although they do not have any voting rights, they also have the right to attend. The people of the MC Group had no reason to refuse, and they did not dare to refuse. They know what kind of existence the 4 major consortiums are, and a mere MC Group is probably not even a fart in their eyes. Now that the people of the 4 major investment banks have come over, they only feel sincere and fearful, and they have speculated about the reason. Or would they dare to refuse the people of the consortium to attend the council meeting? When Bei Zhaoyan and Li Wenqing and his son walked in and sat down together, the host officially announced the meeting of the council. The presidents of the 4 major investment banks usually don't look up and down on Wall Street, and they are old acquaintances, so they sit together and chat. When Bei Zhaoyan came in, their eyes were focused on Bei Zhaoyan. Bei Zhaoyan's complexion was not very good at this time, her face was pale, her spirit was decadent, and her eyes were a little empty. Obviously she had not yet recovered from the pain of her mother's death. These 4 people were originally the focus of the scene, and when they focused on Bei Zhaoyan, everyone in the MC Group found out. The air in the conference room suddenly became quiet and unconsciously focused on Bei Zhaoyan. Chapter 219 True and False Wills. Although Bei Zhaoyan was a little in a trance at this time, she also sensed that something was wrong, because all the eyes were on her, which made her notice it all at once, and she looked up at the people around her blankly. When she noticed that everyone was looking over, Bei Zhaoyan's first feeling was not to panic or retreat, but to frown, which made her very uncomfortable. Bei Zhaoyan glanced at everyone present indifferently, and then sat down in her seat under the guidance of the MC without any expression. The presidents of the 4 major investment banks looked at each other and each withdrew their gaze. They were a little surprised in their hearts, looking at Bei Zhaoyan's appearance. They didn't seem to know Chen Luo's arrangement, otherwise how could they see them without any expression at all? It was a real indifference, as if he didn't care about anything. Although they knew in advance that the presidents of the 4 major investment banks were going to participate in the board meeting, they did not know their purpose after many inquiries. Now seeing that these people's eyes are focused on Bei Zhaoyan, they have a faint feeling in their hearts. Because Li Wenqing and his son can be sure that the presidents of these 4 major investment banks are definitely not here for them. However, they soon calmed down, and even if the 4 major investment banks really came for Bei Zhaoyan, it had no effect. They do not have the right to vote and cannot influence the election of the president. The other shareholders of MC Group were also human, and their expressions were quite strange when they saw this scene, but they quickly returned to their usual expressions and walked to their seats. Dear directors, due to the tragic death of the former president, we will now hold an election for the next president. Before that, please stand up and observe a moment of silence for President Bae Joo-hee, a middle-aged male host said with a painful expression on the rostrum. Pae Zioyan and Lee Wenching, father and son sitting on the rostrum, took the lead in standing up, and everyone present also stood up, bowed their heads and began to mourn. Thank you, please take a seat. The moderator said and continued, before we begin, we would like to welcome the 4 presidents of Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Mellon and Citi to this board meeting. The host spoke in English, but a simultaneous interpreter was specially arranged for simultaneous translation. So as soon as he finished speaking, everyone present, except for Pae Zioyan, was expressionless, and the rest of the people began to applaud warmly with smiles. The 4 presidents looked reserved and nodded slightly to the people around them, which was considered a greeting. Then let's get to the point of today's topic and elect the next president. The male host glanced back at the 3 people behind him. The former president of Bae Joo-hee left a will during her lifetime, and if she unfortunately dies, then her shares will be inherited by her husband Vice President Lee Wen-sung, as well as her daughter Bae So-yeon and stepson Lee Sung-won. Since President Bae Joo-hee did not leave a clear allocation of Billy, it will be divided into 3 equal parts according to the law, and the 3 of them will account for 8.3% each. The president will also be elected among the 3 of them. Do the directors here have any opinions? The audience was silent for a moment, and soon someone said, a middle-aged man about 50 years old, I have no objection to the division of shares, but Miss Pae Zioyan has been studying abroad and has no practical business experience. I don't think she has the ability to serve as president. The shareholders present nodded one after another, and then someone spoke. Vice President Lee Wenching has been responsible for the management of the group before, and the achievements are obvious to all. Yes, Miss So-yeon and Minister Lee Sung-won are too young to lead the MC group. Announce the results directly, everyone is very busy. Seeing the voices in the conference room supporting Lee Wenching as president, Pae Zioyan was always expressionless and did not show any emotion, as if she was not surprised at all by this situation, or expected it. Please be quiet. The male host used the microphone to stop the noise in the venue loudly. Since everyone present is of the same opinion, then start voting directly. The directors present nodded in agreement, and then began to hold the voting machine in their hands, looking like they were in a hurry, as if they were in a hurry to go back home to collect their clothes. Please choose President Lee Wen-sung's. Wait. Just when the male host was about to let the council members vote, Pae Zioyan suddenly interrupted him. Everyone present was stunned, and Pae Zioyan, who was still out of mind, suddenly spoke, which surprised them a little. Pae Zioyan's expression at the beginning was obviously resigned to her fate. What does she want to do now? Miss Zioyan, what are you? Pae Zioyan stood up, took out a USB flash drive from her hand and walked to the presidium, and inserted it into the computer case. Then, regardless of the host's stunned expression, he turned on the huge electronic screen behind the rostrum. Pae Zioyan picked up the mouse and clicked a few times, and opened an electronic document on the electronic screen, which contained a scanned paper file. When everyone present saw the content displayed on the electronic screen, they were all dumbfounded. Because the document is written about Pae Zeuxi's will, but the content is completely different from what the host said. It shows that Bae Joo-hee transferred all the shares to his daughter Bae So-yeon, and did not mention Lee Wen-sung and Lee Sung-won father and son at all. The handwriting on the screen is very clear, not only with the signature of Bae Joo-hee, but even the signature of the previous president, Bae Gen-seong. The time of the will below was 5 years ago, when Pae Zioyan had just turned 18. Everyone recalled that time was when Bae Gen-seong was critically ill. That is to say, at that time, Bae Gen-seong had already asked Bae Zeuxi to make a will to prevent her from having an accident, and the MC group fell into the hands of outsiders. All the shareholders' faces became strange, and the 2 wills appeared at the same time. No matter how you look at it, Pae Zioyan's credibility is higher. After all, there is also Pae Jeng-seong's signature on it. Lee Wenching and his son's expressions changed slightly, but they quickly returned to normal, and they didn't seem to expect that Pae Zioyan, who had always shown that she didn't care about anything, would suddenly come to such a hand at the council meeting. But it didn't take long for the expressions of the 2 people to return to normal, but the gaze of Pae Zioyan was more solemn. Miss Zioyan, because there are 2 wills now, can you prove the authenticity of this will? Pae Zioyan said coldly, this will was drafted by my grandfather himself and signed by my mother, and the original is also in my hands, so I can find someone to appraise it. And at that time, there was also Lawyer Hong from the legal department of the group who was present to witness, and he could confirm the authenticity of this will. Chapter 220. Today is not April Fool's Day. As soon as Pae Zioyan finished speaking, she saw a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes standing up on the rostrum. This will was indeed drafted and signed by the 2 presidents, Bae Gen-seong and Bae Zeuxi, and was also witnessed by me, and has legal effect. As soon as Lawyer Hong's words were spoken, everyone present was in an uproar, which undoubtedly proved that the will that the host had said before was false. Everyone focused on Lee Wenching, because the will was provided by him. Although the forged will not be criminally liable, it will lose the right to inherit, and it is impossible to take over as the chairman of the MC group. And once exposed, the situation of Li Wenqing and his son will be very embarrassing. Li Wenqing stood up with an indifferent face. He looked at Pei Xiaoyan and smiled. Xiaoyan, of course I don't doubt the authenticity of this will, but you can't prove that the will I provided is fake, right? Pei Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly. She stared at Li Wenqing. Then please prove the authenticity of this will. Li Wenqing smiled, and he nodded slightly to a middle-aged woman behind the rostrum. The middle-aged woman immediately got up, walked directly to the computer, looked at Pei Xiaoyan with a smile and said, Miss Xiaoyan, can you let me use the computer? Everyone present knew that this woman was Moon Kyung-hyeon, the director of the legal department of MC Group, and also the immediate boss of Lawyer Hong. Pei Xiaoyan suddenly felt something was wrong in her heart, because the expressions of Li Wenqing and his son were too calm, and the smile on Moon Kyung-hyeon's face made her feel a little uneasy. Pei Xiaoyan stepped aside, wanting to see what trick she played. Moon Kyung-hyeon also opened a document in front of the computer, which also showed Bei Ju-hee's will. The content is the same as what the host said, but there is an additional judicial appraisal report. This handwriting appraisal issued by the Seoul Judicial Appraisal Office, the will provided by Vice President Lee Moon-sung, confirmed to be written by former President Bei Ju-hee. You can inquire at the Judicial Appraisal Office, and we also invited the staff of the Judicial Appraisal Office to explain it in person. After Moon Kyung-hyeon finished speaking, he nodded in the direction of the door. The two MCs standing at the door immediately opened the door of the conference room. When they saw the staff wearing the uniform of the Judicial Appraisal Service appear, proving what Moon Kyung-hyeon said, the audience fried again. With the appraisal of state institutions, there is no doubt about the authenticity of the will provided by Li Wenqing, but two wills appeared at once, and they were both signed by Pei Zuxi, so it is very important which one to execute. When Jingxian smiled and continued, according to our country's law, when two wills appear, they will be executed according to the last one. The will provided by President Li Wenqing was made by President Pei Zuxi 1 year ago, and everyone should know very well which one to execute. Impossible. Pei Xiaoyan's face was full of disbelief. She didn't expect Li Wenqing's will to be true at all. It must be a fake will forged by you. Pei Xiaoyan thought of all the suspicions of her mother's accidental death. She had long suspected that Li Wenqing and his son were behind the scenes, and during this time she had been secretly ordering people to investigate, but she could never find evidence. Moreover, Pei Ju-hee expressed his disgust for Lee Sung-won more than once during his lifetime, saying that this person's eyes were like a jackal, and his mind was not right. How could he add him to his will? Seeing Pei Xiaoyan screaming out of control, the shareholders present began to shake their heads. If nothing else, with such a personality, he can't lead the entire MC Group at all. Now that Minister Wen has proven the authenticity of the will provided by Vice President Li Wenqing, let's continue to follow the process and start electing the new president. No! The will they provided must be fake, and I ask for a re-identification. Pei Xiaoyan interrupted the host again with a sad and angry face. Of course, Miss Xiaoyan, the staff of the Judicial Appraisal Office is here. You can take the original and go to the Judicial Appraisal Office for appraisal. Moon Kyung-hyeon was smiling, his eyes full of pity, as if he were looking at a naughty child. Pei Xiaoyan of course also noticed this look, and then looked around at the people around her with the same expression, and her heart suddenly fell into despair. At this moment, she seemed to feel malice from all over the world, and an unprecedented sense of loneliness surged into her heart. Then now please revote the directors. Seeing Pei Xiaoyan's hesitant and helpless expression, the host stopped talking, and immediately picked up the microphone and began to let the directors vote. Li Wenqing and his son looked at each other, and the smile on their faces could no longer be restrained. And at this moment, the phone suddenly rang, and it was 3 or 4 ringtones, which was extremely harsh in the quiet conference room. The shareholders of MC Group looked extremely unhappy, and on such an important occasion, there were people with mobile phones on. Even if you turn on your phone, you don't know how to turn on silent mode, so you don't understand the rules. But when they saw that the phone rang in the direction of the presidents of the 4 major investment banks, they all suddenly became dumb, and none of them dared to squeak. These 4 presidents obviously didn't care what the Koreans thought, and glanced at the caller ID number. Their expression suddenly changed slightly, and they immediately connected the phone. Their tones were extremely respectful. When the host saw this scene, he didn't know whether to continue or wait for them to finish the call. Li Wenqing's eyes flashed, and he quickly made a color at the host. The other party immediately understood, picked up the microphone and said, "Please start voting." "Wait a minute." The host had a depressed expression. This was the 3rd time he had been interrupted, and every time he came to this time, someone asked him to wait, which was really hell. But when he saw the presidents of the 4 major investment banks standing up at the same time, he didn't dare to let one of them fart, so he had to ask in proficient English, "Do you have any problems, dear representatives?" The 4 people didn't even look at him, but got up and walked towards Pei Xiaoyan at the same time. Everyone present was stunned and didn't know what happened for a while. But the expressions of Li Wenqing and his son changed suddenly, and the bad feeling resurfaced in their hearts. "Miss Pei Xiaoyan, we have been entrusted to sell all the shares of the MC Group owned by the company to you. Are you convenient to sign the contract now?" Morgan's President Smith smiled and looked at the somewhat depressed Pei Ziyuyan and said a passage. When the people from the other three major investment banks said the same thing, everyone present was instantly petrified. Although most of the people present did not understand English, they still knew what these four people were talking about at the first time. Their brains are a little insufficient, and the people of the four major investment banks want to sell their shares to Pei Ziyuyan at the same time. What happened? Isn't it April Fool's Day today? Chapter 221. Is today really April Fool's Day? Chen Luo was in the hotel opposite the MC Group building at this time, holding a telescope and looking at the situation in the conference room opposite, and there was a mobile phone on the table behind him, which was playing the sound inside extremely clearly. He paid attention to the situation over there from the beginning. First hacked Li Wenqing with his mobile phone, let his mobile phone connect with the mobile phone behind him, and then transmitted the voice, so he knew the situation in the conference room well. From the time when Jingxian clicked on the will, Chen Luo knew that there was a 90% chance that the other party's situation was true. It is not difficult to do this. Chen Luo can think of several ways in an instant. For example, Bai Juhe, as the president, is estimated to sign a lot of documents every day. There were too many signs, and it is estimated that most of the documents were not read, and they only signed when they heard the secretary say it. Li Wenqing has mental calculations and unintentional, and mixes the will into it, which is naturally autographed. Li Wenqing is also very clever. He did not exclude Pei Ziyuyan from the heirs, but divided the shares equally among the three people who owned the heirs. Because normal people know that it is impossible for Bai Juhe to exclude Pei Ziyuyan from the heir. If they do, the authenticity of the will be greatly reduced. Moreover, the equal distribution has already given their father and son an absolute advantage, and giving Pei Ziyuyan 8% of the shares cannot affect the overall situation. After Chen Luo confirmed that the will was true, he immediately returned to the Abyss world and asked Jackson and other people from the four major consortiums to sell all the shares of the MC Group to Pei Ziyuyan, instead of half of the original provision. Jackson and the others did not question it, and immediately returned to the real world as he requested, contacting their respective bosses behind the scenes. The bosses behind the consortium saw the effect of the longevity serum at this time, and how could they dare to offend him, and immediately called the presidents of the four major investment banks in the conference room without saying a word. That's why the scene of the conference room appeared. Pei Ziyuyan had already fallen into deep despair, and she had given up struggling in frustration at this time and was ready to leave directly. When she saw the presidents of the four major investment banks appear at the same time and say those words, Pei Ziyuyan was slightly startled. Of course she knew the identities of these four people, and Lawyer Hong told her before coming. Pei Ziyuyan thought that these people were invited by Li Wenqing and his son, but she definitely didn't expect them to suddenly run to her and say that they wanted to sell shares. MC Group has repeatedly tried to buy back shares in the hands of financial giants such as Wall Street, but has been ruthlessly rejected. Not to mention them, even the largest chaebol Samsung asked for a repurchase to have the same experience, and they were ridiculed. In fact, chaebols can call for wind and rain in South Korea, and they are not enough in front of these big conglomerates. Pei Ziyuyan looked at the four white men with kind smiles in front of her. She shook her head and said, although I really want to buy it, I can't afford it. Although the current market value of MC Group is less than a quarter of Samsung's, it also has more than $60 billion, 60% of the shares, and also needs $36 billion. Even Samsung's founder family can't come up with so much money at one time. Morgan's President Smith said with a smile, it's very cheap, all our shares in Morgan will only sell you for 1,001. As soon as these words came out, it was like a muffled thunder exploding in the conference room, and everyone was stunned. The quiet needle drop in the conference room could be heard, and they all looked at Smith and the others in a daze, unable to say a word. Could it be that today is really April Fool's Day? The people present recalled the date and quickly confirmed that today is really not April Fool's Day. Before they could finish their shock, the presidents of the other three investment banks also spoke one after another, saying that they would sell all the shares to Bai Soyian for 1,001, that is, almost $1. The conference room was deadly quiet, no one spoke, and their brains were shocked by the successive news and could not react. It's okay if only one Smith says this, but it's obviously not a joke if three people say this at the same time. Li Wenqing's expression instantly became gloomy to the extreme. Even if he was slow to react, he knew that something was wrong. The presidents of these four major banks were obviously not joking anymore, and even if they were joking, they would not be on such occasions again. They are really here to make trouble. If they really sell all the shares to Pei Ziyuyan, then she owns more than 68% of the shares of MC Group and immediately gains absolute control of the group, and what board meeting has become a joke for her. But why? Not only Li Wenqing, but all the people in the MC Group present couldn't figure out why such a strange thing happened. It's okay if they take the initiative to sell the shares, but it's as low as $1, what the hell is this? Everyone in the MC Group couldn't figure it out, but soon, they thought that Pei Ziyuyan had been studying in the United States, and these people were also from the United States. Could it be that Pei Ziyuyan has found some big backer in the United States? But when they focused their eyes on Pei Ziyuyan, they found that she was also confused, and they didn't seem to expect such a scene. Pei Zioyan did look confused, and she could see that the expressions of these four people were very serious, and it was definitely not a joke. Are you serious? Smith smiled and nodded. Of course, we have already asked the lawyer to prepare the documents, as long as Miss Pei signs. Smith waved to one of his entourage, who immediately took out a contract from his package and walked up. This is a contract, you can take a look first. If there is no problem, after you sign, the equity transfer agreement will take effect immediately. Pei Zioyan took the contract and glanced quickly. The terms on it were very simple, without any additional conditions, but it was stated that all the shares of MC Group in the hands of the Morgan Consortium would be sold to her at a price of $1. The entire transfer agreement is a simple page, with only a few hundred English words, and there is no place where there is a word or trap. The other three consortiums also took the transfer agreement and sent it to Pei Zioyan. The content is all similar. All the equity was sold to Pei Zioyan at a price of $1, and they were all stamped with the legal person's seal in advance, only Pei Zioyan's signature. If Miss Pei has no other questions, can you sign? Smith saw that Pei Zioyan's expression kept changing, but she never expressed her position, so she couldn't help but remind her. Wait a minute. Pei Zioyan took the 4 equity transfer agreements, turned around and walked in front of Lawyer Hong. Lawyer Hong, please take a look at these 4 contracts. Lawyer Hong, who was still in shock, woke up like a dream, hurriedly bowed and took the 4 contracts, and read them carefully word by word. And all the eyes of the MC Group also converged on Lawyer Hong, waiting for his answer, and some people couldn't help but stretch their necks, as if they wanted to see the content of the contract. Miss, there is no problem with the contract. Chapter 222, Crazy Brain. As long as you sign it, this agreement will take effect immediately. When Lawyer Hong said the second sentence inexplicably with a surprised expression, the people present gasped. It turned out to be true. Smith smiled and said, "Can Miss Pei sign now?" The expression on Pei Zioyan's face was very strange at this time, and after a while, she suddenly laughed. "I'm sorry, I refuse." At this time, everyone really felt that their brains were a little insufficient, and even Smith and the others had confused expressions. The 4 major investment banks are willing to sell shares, or give them to you in the form of gifts, but you don't want to? Brain show funny? Or do we have auditory hallucinations? Sorry, Miss Pei, I didn't understand. Did you just say no? Pei Zioyan said indifferently, "You heard it right, I refuse." When Pei Zioyan confirmed again, even Chen Luo, who was in the hotel opposite, was a little stunned. He was a little confused. What did this chick want to do? Smith looked stunned. Why? I want to know who asked you to sell these shares, and I won't sign until then. Smith and the others looked strange, and now they finally confirmed that Pei Zioyan really didn't know Chen Luo's arrangement, otherwise she wouldn't be able to act such a real reaction. Miss Pei, we only received orders from the boss, and we don't know who it is. Pei Zioyan glanced at Smith, and then looked at the expressions of the other 3 people, and saw that their expressions did not seem to be fake. Then I still have the same answer. I don't know who it is, I won't sign. Everyone present was about to fall off, and Pei Zioyan, a woman, was afraid that there was really something wrong with her brain. $36 billion, as long as she signs, she can instantly become the richest woman in South Korea, and even among the top 3 richest women in the world. Chen Luo noticed the firm expression on Pei Zioyan's face, and he couldn't help but sigh. He had learned the perseverance and stubbornness of this stupid woman. If Smith and others didn't tell Pei Zioyan who did it, she really wouldn't want it. But they really didn't know who it was, and the contact with Chen Luo was absolutely confidential within the 4 major consortiums, and only the core members could know. Although Smith and the others are the presidents of investment banks, they are not qualified to know this secret. Chen Luo thought for a while, took out another anonymous mobile phone number purchased in the United States and dialed Pei Zioyan. At this time, the atmosphere in the conference room was very strange, because no one expected that Pei Zioyan would refuse to sign, and Smith and others could not force Pei Zioyan to sign, and fell into a stalemate for a while. At this moment, a mobile phone ringtone rang abruptly again. Everyone's eyes looked over again unconsciously, only to find that a mobile phone in Lawyer Hong's hand rang. Lawyer Hong's face was full of surprise, because this mobile phone was not his, but he kept it for Pei Zioyan when Pei Zioyan went up to the rostrum just now. When he saw that the caller number was the United States, Lawyer Hong didn't know what he was thinking, and immediately walked quickly to Pei Zioyan. "Miss, it's from the United States." The people in the conference room had different expressions, and at this time, the call from the United States came, most of which should be the person behind Pei Zioyan. Pei Zioyan looked stunned, snatched Lawyer Hong's mobile phone, and quickly connected the phone. "It's me." Pei Zioyan burst into tears the moment she heard Chen Luo's voice. "I knew it was you. No one in this world cares about me except you now." Pei Zioyan's excited whole body trembled slightly, and tears slid down uncontrollably. "Don't cry yet, sign those 4 documents, which I spent a lot of money for." Chen Luo's tone was very calm, and he couldn't hear any emotion. Pei Xiaoyan was stunned when she heard this. Although she cried, she didn't cry out loud. Chen Luo can know that she is crying, which means that he can see himself. Pei Xiaoyan looked up suddenly and searched in the spacious conference room, but her eyes searched quickly but did not find Chen Luo's figure. Pei Xiaoyan suddenly saw the window next to the conference room. She didn't care about the council meeting, walked to the window in a few steps, and looked towards the buildings outside. Where are you? The people in the conference room were dumbfounded, looking at Pei Xiaoyan suddenly excited like this. Their expressions were different, but they all vaguely guessed that if something strange happened in front of her, it would most likely have something to do with the mysterious person on the other end of her phone. Chen Luo was speechless in his heart. Why did this woman always can't grasp the point? Now, sign. Chen Luo deliberately made his tone a little more indifferent. If you don't tell me where you are, I won't sign. Chen Luo was angry. The woman really couldn't measure it with common sense. He said angrily, whatever you want. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he decisively hung up the phone, casually pinched the phone to smash, took out the phone card and flushed it into the toilet, and then quickly packed his luggage and went to Daewoo Biotech's laboratory. He was ready to make the remaining longevity serum and left South Korea. Pei Xiaoyan couldn't hear the sound after feeding several times in a row, and then picked up the phone and looked at it, and found that the call had been interrupted a long time ago. Pei Xiaoyan knew that Chen Luo was really angry, but a smile appeared on her face. Just like Chen Luo has never seen Pei Xiaoyan show any negative emotions in the past 3 months, Pei Xiaoyan has never seen Chen Luo angry. No matter how he treats anyone, he is cold, and he always rejects people thousands of miles away. Chen Luo is angry now, which means that he really cares about himself, otherwise it would be impossible to come to South Korea and help her get back what belongs to her. Pei Xiaoyan figured it out, turned around and walked up to Lawyer Hong, and immediately took out a brush and signed her name on the 4 documents. After Pei Xiaoyan signed, she walked to the rostrum and stretched out her hand to snatch the male host's microphone. She glanced coldly at Li Wenqing and his son, and then glanced around at the MC group present. I announced that starting today, the council meeting will be suspended indefinitely. The audience suddenly fried, and no one expected that Pei Xiaoyan's first order would be to close the shareholders' meeting indefinitely. This means that all the shareholders present cannot influence the decision-making of MC Group, and Pei Xiaoyan alone has the final say on everything. And even if they want to hold a shareholders meeting, they can't pass any resolution, because the decision on the company's major matters at the shareholders meeting requires the approval of more than 2/3 of all shareholders voting rights to pass. That is, the shares must be greater than 67%. Now Pei Xiaoyan owns more than 68% of the shares, which has reached absolute control. As long as she does not agree, they decide to do everything in vain. Chapter 223, Forgetting Love and Being Aloof from the World. After Pei Xiaoyan announced the news, she dropped the microphone and hurriedly walked outside. When passing in front of Li Wenqing and his son, she suddenly seemed to remember something, glanced at them, and said expressionlessly, by the way, you have also been fired, and now get out of the MC Group immediately. Also, I will pack up my things at home today. After Pei Xiaoyan finished speaking, she didn't care about the expression of Li Wenqing and his son turning into pig liver, and looked at Moon Kyung-hyeon again. I almost forgot you, you can get out with him. Lawyer Hong, take someone with me. Seeing Pei Xiaoyan leaving in a hurry with a group of people, everyone present was in danger. Because most of them are Li Wenqing's supporters, and they have received a lot of benefits from him, otherwise who would be so desperate to wave the flag for him. Now that Pei Xiaoyan and Li Wenqing and his son have been fired, the only thing they can do now is to pray that Pei Xiaoyan will not use a knife on them. And Moon Kyung-hyeon's face was even more pale. He thought he had climbed a high branch, but he didn't expect to fall in minutes, and now he even lost his job. Pei Xiaoyan took a large group of bodyguards out of the MC Group, distributed Chen Luo's photos to all the bodyguards, and asked them to look for them in several other buildings where they could see the conference room. And she went to the building directly opposite the MC building, trying to find Chen Luo's figure. Soon, Pei Xiaoyan found that she was not mistaken. Chen Luo really stayed in the hotel in the building opposite, and she came over from the day she returned to South Korea. It's just that Chen Luo had checked out and left more than 10 minutes ago, and now he doesn't know where he went. Pei Xiaoyan's heart became more and more excited, and she immediately ordered Lawyer Hong to find Chen Luo's location at all costs. At this time, Chen Luo had already driven to Daewoo Biotech's laboratory, but he did not make longevity serum for the first time, but began to analyze what he had done during this time. Could it be that he really likes Pei Xiaoyan to help her? No, it shouldn't be. Chen Luo quickly dismissed the idea. Since he didn't like it, why would he do such a boring thing? Chen Luo closed his eyes, his brain worked rapidly, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already found the reason. In addition to his pity for Pei Xiaoyan, the biggest reason is that he is used to the feeling of being omnipotent in the Western fantasy world, and even in the real world, he wants to regain this ability to regain control. After knowing the influence of chaebols in South Korea, Chen Luo's first reaction was not to find it scary, but to find it very interesting. Chen Luo wanted to try to combine all his abilities and see how far he could go in reality. Therefore, when Chen Luo got the longevity serum, his first reaction was not to use this to help Pei Ziyuan, but to use its effect of restoring life to control the people at the top of the world pyramid, so as to achieve the ability to do whatever he wanted in reality. In fact, Chen Luo found that he could really turn his hands into clouds and turn his hands into rain. In this half-month, Chen Luo actually only took a longevity serum, which could make the world's top 4 consortium serve him, which easily changed the fate of Pei Ziyuan and the future fate of the MC group. If the original trend continues to develop, MC and LK group merge into one, it will become the second largest chaebol after Samsung, and its influence will further expand, even affecting the originally stable situation of the entire South Korea. Chen Luo felt that if he wanted to, he could even reverse the whole result and let the MC annex the LK group. It is not difficult to do this. Chen Luo only needs to kill all the heirs of the LK group, leaving only Li Wenqing and his son. When they inherited LK, Chen Luo killed Li Wenqing and his son, and Pei Ziyuan, as a stepdaughter, could legally inherit the LK group. Chen Luo asked those consortia on Wall Street to hand over LK's equity, and at that time, Pei Soyeon would become the most powerful woman in South Korea, and there was no one. Furthermore, Chen Luo even had the ability to make Pei Ziyuan annex the remaining 2 chaebols. It depends on how much valuable he can come up with to drive those big consortiums to do this. It's just that at that time, it was not to help Pei Ziyuan, but to harm her. And Chen Luo already felt a little bored. It was enough to do this kind of thing once, and he was definitely not interested in doing it a second time. Chen Luo thought about it, and suddenly a question appeared in his mind. He seems to have lost the ability to like someone? Chen Luo laughed dumbly, as if it was really like this. But the strange thing is that normal physiological desires are not lost, as evidenced by the last week I came to Korea to wander. Chen Luo thought about it carefully. His current state is a bit like what the Taoists say, the supreme forgetfulness. Unmoved by emotions, he forgets his feelings and transcends the world. At this time, the shadow of Tang Qingyu inexplicably appeared in Chen Luo's mind. The next moment, Chen Luo frowned, and during this time he had gradually forgotten Tang Qingyu. But Chen Luo was relieved when he thought about it. Tang Qingyu, as the first woman he liked, was also his first love. Although it was just a secret love, it would inevitably leave some marks in his heart. Okay, then go see me again and see if I still have the ability to like someone. Chen Luo smiled, and immediately devoted his whole body and mind to making the remaining longevity serum. 3 days later, Chen Luo stored the longevity serum he had made, and when he was about to go out to deliver it, he found that the people in the laboratory had been pushed away. Pei Ziyuan walked in alone, still with a familiar smile. Chen Luo's expression was not surprising in the slightest. His appearance was too recognizable, and when he was flying all over the world before, Pei Ziyuan could find herself in a few days. Now in Seoul, the base camp of the MC group, it is not difficult to find him. It's just right to come here, find someone to help me clean up this place. Pei Ziyuan also nodded lightly as if it were a matter of course. Okay, I'll let someone deal with it later. When she saw Chen Luo walking out with a refrigerated box, Pei Ziyuan naturally went up and took his arm and said, "Where are you going now?" Chen Luo glanced at Pei Ziyuan's hand, and seeing her righteous look, he smiled and shook his head. "I'm not going anywhere, I want to sleep first." "Okay, go to my house." Chen Luo had a speechless expression. "Is there a woman like you? Invite a man to sleep in his own home directly? You are the first and last." Chen Luo suddenly shut up and walked directly outside. There was only a bright red supercar parked outside the laboratory, and there was no one else. It seemed that Pei Ziyuan came alone. Chen Luo didn't close his eyes for a few days, and he didn't waste time arguing with her, so he opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Pei Ziyuan sat in the driver's seat with a smile, glanced at Chen Luo who was pretending to be asleep beside her, and immediately started the supercar and left here. Chapter 224: A Murder. Pei Ziyuan's home is very large, consisting of more than 10 villas combined to form a villa group. When they returned to the villa, dozens of housekeepers and maids were already greeted outside. Chen Luo saw this scene. He only felt a little speechless. Now there is only Pei Ziyuan in the entire Pei family, such a big house and so many people, only serving her alone. It is simply a waste of resources. However, most of the chaebol styles are like this, otherwise they will not be able to show their status. You leave this box to Smith and the others. After Chen Luo entered the room, he pushed Pei Ziyuan out and handed her the box of longevity serum. "If there is anything, wait until I wake up." Although Pei Ziyuan looked reluctant, she still took the box as she said, "Then I'll wait for you outside. Remember to come out and find me when you wake up." Chen Luo didn't reply, but closed the door directly, and then fell asleep. I don't know how long it took, but when Chen Luo opened his eyes, the room was dark, and he found a person lying next to him. Chen Luo's eyes were already able to see in the dark night at this time. He looked at Pei Ziyuan, who was snuggled in his arms and fell asleep. He sighed, and immediately got up and left the room. It was brightly lit outside, and when a housekeeper saw Chen Luo coming out, she immediately greeted him respectfully and preached in English, "Mr. Lofus, do you need anything?" Chen Luo's name on all his identities is written as Lofi. Pei Ziyuan knows, and it is not surprising that the housekeeper at home knows. I need a computer and some food. The housekeeper was slightly stunned when she heard this, because Chen Luo spoke fluent Korean, which surprised her a little. But she quickly adjusted her expression and said with a smile, "Please come here." The housekeeper took Chen Luo to a study, and then continued, "Do you have any requirements for food?" "Whatever." "Okay, please wait a moment." After Chen Luo and the female housekeeper went out, they immediately sat in front of the computer, and their fingers operated on it like flying. Soon, he found out her location through the mobile phone number left by Tang Qingyu before, and through the mobile phone location. Tang Qingyu has been in Zhongcheng during this period of time and has not left, but in the past few months, he has stayed in one place, and the position has hardly moved. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, and this situation made him think of a possibility. Chen Luo's mind moved, and he quickly began to inquire about Tang Qingyu's information in the Abyss world and the Western Fantasy world. The next moment, he couldn't help but laugh. Tang Qingyu actually ran to the Western Fantasy world, and is now in the Balanya Elf Kingdom in the Alvan continent. Chen Luo smiled. Since he was in the Western Fantasy world, he was not in a hurry. Chen Luo immediately withdrew, hacked into Li Wenqing's father and son's mobile phone again, and began to lock their locations, only to find that both of them were in the same hotel room. Chen Luo immediately connected to Li Wenqing's mobile phone and released the voice in the room. "Dad, do it now. When that bitch Pei Ziyuyan completely masters the MC group, we won't have a chance. It's easy to notice now. Wait a minute. Dad, I really can't wait any longer, but I heard that Pei Ziyuyan is ready to publicly declare that she will sever all relations with you, even if she dies in the future. It will not be our turn to inherit her shares." "Who did you listen to?" "I put a listening device in the chairman's office and heard Pei Ziyuyan and lawyer Hong discussing the matter." Li Wenqing had a brief silence, and after a while, he said, "Let the people over there in the villa prepare, use that medicine, and make it look like a heart paralysis." "Okay, I'll do it now." Li Sungwan's voice was full of excitement and repeated murderous intent. When Chen Luo heard this, he sneered, and he didn't need to continue listening. Chen Luo had long guessed that Li Wenqing and his son would not be reconciled, and 68% of the shares of MC Group were an astronomical amount of wealth, and they could sit still before they could see hell. "Since you are so eager to die, then I have no choice but to satisfy you." After Chen Luo finished eating, he immediately asked the housekeeper for a car and left Pei Ziyuyan's house. Half an hour later, on the roof of a building opposite the hotel where Li Wenqing and his son were staying, Chen Luo stretched out his hand, and the Hunyuan pen appeared in his hand. Immediately afterwards, as soon as Chen Luo's mind moved, the Hunyuan pen began to deform strangely in his hand, and in an instant it turned into a longbow of about 1.5 meters. Although the Hunyuan pen is a pen, it can be transformed into any weapon, such as knives, guns, and clubs, which is also the second authority obtained by Chen Luo after unlocking the first order gene lock. Chen Luo held the longbow, and as soon as his mind moved, a cyan sword chi appeared on the bowstring, and the blue electric light then wrapped the cyan sword chi. Chen Luo slowly pulled the bowstring, and the cyan sword chi and blue electric light bloomed. When his bowstring was full, 2 lights, 1 green and 1 blue, had illuminated the entire roof. Shout! Chen Luo's spiritual power locked the positions of Li Wenqing and Li Chenghuan, and immediately released the bowstring, and the sword energy wrapped in the power of thunder cut through the night, instantly bursting out from a distance of nearly 500 meters, penetrating the wall of the opposite building. At this time, Li Wenqing was standing in front of the window looking at the night below, and had already begun to think about how to control the MC group after Pei Ziyuyan's death. When the roof of the opposite building lit up with a brilliant blue electric light, of course Li Wenqing also noticed, but he thought there was some leakage accident on the roof, but he took a look in surprise. But when he saw the blue lightning on the roof bursting towards his position with lightning speed, he was so frightened that he immediately turned around and wanted to run away. Although Li Wenqing didn't know what this blue and blue light was, the extremely terrifying aura of destruction on it made him instinctively know that if he was hit, he would surely die. But as soon as Li Wenqing turned around, the blue light pierced the wall and pierced his body accurately. In just an instant, Li Wenqing's terrifying sword energy and thunder power were torn to pieces, and the whole person disappeared without a trace. After the cyan sword light killed Li Wenqing, he suddenly changed direction and smashed the wall of the room again, like automatic navigation, and slashed on Li Chenghuan, who was stunned. Rumble! The entire sword light suddenly exploded, including Li Chenghuan. Everything in the room was stirred to pieces by the huge energy. Chen Luo didn't even look at it, took the Hunyuan pen back into his body, and instantly disappeared in place, returning to the Western fantasy world. As for the follow-up effects of this murder, it is not what Chen Luo is concerned about. He's been in reality long enough, it's time to get down to business. Chapter 225 Sylvia City. The Elven Kingdom of Balanya. Chen Luo incarnated into the appearance of an elf, carrying a heavy sword behind him, still dressed as a demon slayer in the Abyss world, but his appearance had changed to a new appearance. Elves are generally handsome and extraordinary regardless of gender, and there are few exceptions, but what Chen Luo created for himself was an elf person with a very ordinary appearance. In the eyes of the human race, it may be quite handsome, but in the eyes of the elves, who have a very high aesthetic level, it looks a little ordinary, and it can even be said to be a little ugly. Chen Luo didn't care. He walked slowly into a dense jungle. Elf treehouses can be seen in many places here. These houses are exquisitely styled, perfectly integrated with the big trees and the environment, and look like works of art from a distance. Chen Luo looked around like a hawk, admiring the works of the elves. The elves have the extraordinary artistic ability given by Chen Luo, resulting in many elves having extremely high artistic talents from birth, and their pursuit of beauty also makes them continue to forge ahead on this road of art. I have to say that after thousands of years of precipitation of the elves, their artistic attainments have reached the pinnacle, and they can be judged just by looking at the appearance of these treehouses. Chen Luo walked through a large wooden house, and in front of him were elven villages scattered all over the jungle. Most of the elves in the village looked at Chen Luo with strange eyes, one because of his appearance, and the other because of the huge and bulky heavy sword he was carrying behind him. Most of the elves are slender, flexible and agile, and most of the weapons they make are light and easy to carry, and they also add their demanding beauty to it, so the style of the weapons is also extremely exquisite, and each one is a work of art. A crude-looking and bulky heavy sword like Chen Luo's back could not appear in the elven weapons. Chen Luo didn't care about the strange eyes of the elves, but admired the handsome men and beautiful women with great interest. Chen Luo walked forward for a while, and a cliff hundreds of meters high appeared outside the sea of trees. Along the cliffs, a magnificent city built of stone appears. This city is the royal city of the Elven Kingdom of Balania, Sylvia City. It has no city walls, a large number of entrances are carved out of the cliffs, and a large number of buildings, trees, and plants rely on each other, with clear layers and beautiful wheels. At different heights, the smaller platforms are covered with arcade buildings, and various trees and flowers are planted on the platform, which looks like they are suspended in the air from a distance. Chen Luo looked at the huge city that seemed to be built in the air from a distance, and he couldn't help but exclaim, unlike the roughness and boldness of Kiluo City, the whole city was exquisite and delicate, full of a unique natural charm. Although it is a city, it is so harmonious in the natural environment, as if the city was also born with nature. This reminded Chen Luo of a legendary city in reality, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Chen Luo quickly denied that even if the Sky Garden really existed, it was not as good as the city of Sylvia in front of him. Chen Luo followed the mountain trail and climbed up slowly, and along the way you could see all kinds of bridges, fountains, spiral ladders, and the city had characteristic tall towers, exquisite buildings, and a large number of beautiful elves inhabited it. Sylvia City occupies a large area, and Chen Luo roughly estimated that it was about 50 square kilometers, equivalent to the area of a prefecture-level city, and nearly 3 million elves lived here. They play the harp, sing, do what they love, and live a relaxed and comfortable life here. A long life and a comfortable life without any threats give them enough time to complete various artistic creations, or focus on becoming more powerful transcendents. Chen Luo's appearance in the royal city naturally caused a burst of sideways glances, but most of the elves covered their mouths and laughed lightly, seemingly finding it funny, and did not show any contempt. Chen Luo noticed these eyes, and he also felt interesting in his heart. If it was in human society, in the same situation, I am afraid that many people would show disdain and say that he was sensational. Chen Luo walked around slowly and came to a tavern. This was the place where he walked around, and it was quite a lively place in Sylvia City, because there were bards performing. Like the orc shamans, the bard is also a racial mage profession developed by the elves. The elves' own artistic talent. When the mage was brought back to the Elven continent by Irelia, a fourth-order mage combined magic and art and turned into a special profession of bard. Bards are often symbols of harmony, traveling around the 4 elven kingdoms and covering the entire continent of Elven. The stories and scenery they heard and saw were described with beautiful music and gorgeous poetry, and they were also used to express their feelings. The harp in the bard's hand becomes a sharp weapon in battle, and each note it plays can greatly enhance the strength of itself and its teammates, and can also cause great damage to the enemy. At this time, on the stage in front of the tavern, there was a beautiful female elf, who was holding a harp and singing softly, and the beautiful tune floated inside and outside the tavern. Whether it was the guests in the tavern or the pedestrians outside, they were all attracted and stopped outside to admire it, their faces full of intoxication. Chen Luo sat in his seat for a long time, and he didn't see anyone in the store entertaining him, but he saw that the boss and the clerk were enjoying the bard's performance. Chen Luo didn't care, because he was also enjoying the bard's performance. This female elf seems to have integrated spiritual magic into her singing, which can easily resonate, and her melodious voice does have the ability to make people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. When the female elf's performance ended, everyone stood up and applauded warmly, and their eyes were enthusiastic. Just like in the real world, fanatical fans saw their favorite big stars. The bard smiled and bowed slightly to the audience, then walked off the stage, ready to find a place to sit down. At this time, countless elves got up to make room for her. The bard looked around, smiled politely and refused one by one, and looked at the far corner, where Chen Luo was. When she walked up to Chen Luo, she suddenly chuckled and said in fluent Chinese, Yang Guo Yang Daxia? Chen Luo was stunned when he heard this, but he didn't expect that this bard was actually a player. But soon he came back to his senses, laughed and said in Chinese, "Are you recognize this?" Sure enough, this hero shines wherever he goes. Chapter 226 Jin Xiaohuan. Jin Xiaohuan sneered, and was instantly amused by Chen Luo. She was not polite, and sat on the opposite seat generously. "I wasn't sure you were a player at first, so I asked tentatively, but I didn't expect it to be true." Chen Luo also smiled and asked again, "Why do you think I'm a player?" It's almost impossible for the elves to have such a big weapon, and even if they do, they won't be swaggering through the city with such an ugly weapon on their backs. Only players like us would do this kind of thing. You won't be on a live broadcast, right? Jin Xiao asked with a smile. Chen Luo laughed dumbly. Jin Xiaohuan obviously regarded him as the kind of player who sensationalized and attracted attention. "Can you do a live broadcast with a sword?" Chen Luo smiled and said, "Then I'll try it later." Jin Xiao laughed and looked Chen Luo up and down. "I think you are choked enough. Your reincarnation technique is not good. If you want to do a live stream, I think you can dye your hair and then get a big eagle." "Then do I have to cut off my arm?" Jin Xiaohuan smiled and said, "If you are ruthless, it's not impossible. You can turn off the pain system anyway. When the time comes, what if it becomes popular?" Chen Luo laughed. "Playing Yang Guo will definitely not be popular, because I am still short of a little dragon girl." "Little dragon girl, any girl of the elves can play outside, as long as you are romantic enough. It is not difficult to chase a girl of the elves." As soon as Jin Xiaohuan finished speaking, a male elf came over holding a large bouquet of fiery red flowers. His face was full of affection, and without waiting for Jin Xiaohuan to speak, he knelt down on one knee in front of her. "Dear Olivia, you are the one who is one of the few people left in this world, with a bumpy fate, wandering around, and the most difficult to find. You are as warm and bright as the sun, you are my sweetest dream. Maybe you were exiled from heaven, and your singing was like a blessing from the gods, which made me intoxicated without knowing it. I love you, Olivia. Just as dewdrops love flowers, birds love sunshine, microwaves love breeze, I love you, just like memory favors familiar faces in the past, and the tide of longing is fascinated by the moon." Jin Xiaohuan's expression was very calm, and the expressions of the guests in the tavern were also very calm, as if they had long been used to it. "I'm sorry, I already have a lover." "Oh." The male elf, who had confessed affectionately just now, suddenly seemed as if nothing had happened, then stood up and handed the flower to Jin Xiaohuan. "Then I send you my most heartfelt blessings." "Thank you." Jin Xiaohuan smiled and expressed his gratitude, and then took the flowers from his hand. The male elf bowed politely slightly, turned around and left, as if the person kneeling on the ground just now was not him. Jin Xiaohuan casually put the flowers on the table and smiled in the direction of the bar. "Boss, 2 glasses of chaya fruit wine." "Okay." Jin Xiaohuan looked back at Chen Luo with a surprised expression, and she couldn't help but laugh. "You just entered the game." Chen Luo nodded. "This kind of thing is very common." "Ha, if you stay here for 10 days and a half, no, in just 1 day, you can find this situation everywhere." Jin Xiaohuan chuckled. "Do you think, except for us players, the elves generally have a lifespan of more than 1,000 years? Can you imagine 2 people living together for 1,000 years? Chen Luo was stunned for a moment. He really hadn't thought about this question. "We ordinary humans are tired of living together for decades, and their 1,000-year lifespan, no matter how fierce their love begins, will slowly fade away. So most of the elves are like this. As long as they think each other is good, both parties also have a good impression of each other, and it is easy to agree to the other party's courtship. Anyway, if you live together for decades, you will know whether it is the other person's true love, which is equivalent to a trial and error. And they have a lot of opportunities for trial and error, so this is common. But they are usually very polite, just like just now. As long as you make it clear that you have a partner, they will not mess around, they will send blessings very gentlemanly, and then say goodbye politely. Of course, there are a few extreme examples, but they are relatively rare." Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. "It's funny." Jin Xiaohuan shook his head and smiled again. "Do you know what the funniest thing I've ever seen? I'm curious. Have you seen a Korean drama?" Chen Luo said suspiciously. "I rarely see it, but I know a little. Isn't there a classic joke in it? May lovers in the world be long-lost brothers and sisters." Chen Luo had a strange smile on his face, and then suddenly said, "I seem to understand." It is not surprising that the elves casually form partners, waiting for a period of time in life to feel inappropriate to separate, and then give birth to a child with a new partner, resulting in such a bloody thing as a brother and sister being together. "Come, try the signature chaya fruit wine here." Jin Xiaohuan picked up the 2 glasses of wine sent by the boss himself and put them in front of Chen Luo, and said with a chuckle, "The winemaking skills of the elves are absolutely unparalleled in the world, and no one can raise every skill in life to the level of art like them. Alas, what an envy." Chen Luo heard that although Jin Xiaohuan's tone was relaxed, it revealed a taste of regret, and he didn't know whether she was feeling it or simply sighing. However, Chen Luo did not ask, or even call out Jin Xiaohuan's information to check. After all, everyone is only meeting for the first time, and it is not polite to explore other people's affairs, and Chen Luo does not have the leisure to take care of other people's affairs again. Chen Luo picked up the cup of Chaya fruit wine. This wine is the same as the name, the crimson is like a glass of blood, the only difference is a white arc inside. It looks like a white crescent moon in it, it looks very magical. Chen Luo exclaimed, this wine glass and wine are like works of art, I can't bear to drink it. Wait a long time and you'll get used to it. Coming to Sylvia City, if you don't taste the red moon fruit wine, you will definitely regret it. Chen Luo nodded, and immediately picked up the wine glass, and the pungent aroma of wine floated over first, which lifted his spirits and made him feel refreshed. Chen Luo couldn't help but put it to his mouth and took a sip gently. The entrance was a fiery air. After passing through the throat and entering the belly, the fiery air was extremely violent and quickly exploded, spreading towards the whole body. At this moment, Chen Luo felt that every cell of his body was active, and his whole body was warm and comfortable. Good wine! Chen Luo couldn't help but exclaim, the entrance is lubricated and sweet, the taste is light but not rushing, and when you drink it in one sip, there is a warmth of warm water flowing through your body, which is really enjoyable. Chapter 227, This hero will never change his name or surname. I didn't lie to you, did I? Jin Xiao smiled and said, do you know how much I cost to perform? Chen Luo put down his wine glass in admiration and said with a smile, with your playing level, it shouldn't be so low, right? 20 elven gold coins. Your performance is really worth the price. Chen Luo had already known the value of elf gold coins after a day of shopping. 3 elf gold coins can make an elf live leisurely in the royal city of Sylvia for a month, and 20 gold coins can live here for more than half a year. Then do you know how much this glass of Chaya fruit wine costs? It won't exceed 20 gold coins, right? 50 gold coins a cup. Chen Luo looked at Jin Xiaohuan in surprise, and suddenly smiled and said, that's troublesome, I only have 1 gold coin all over my body. Don't worry, I invite you to this cup, and I won't let you pay. Jin Xiao said with a smile, but you only have 1 gold coin, it's not easy to live, go buy some from a certain treasure. Chen Luo was stunned, you mean you can use the money in reality to buy gold coins in the Western fantasy world? Of course, you are afraid that you are underestimating the merchants in this world. Jin Xiaohuan had a strange expression, someone uses his business talent to earn gold coins in the game, and he sells it for money, isn't it natural? How do you feel more novice than me? Although I play less games, I also know that the vast majority of games on the market have gold coin merchants. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, he retraced the transaction process from the beginning of a large number of players entering the Western fantasy world to the present. Soon, Chen Luo found out when the gold coin merchant appeared. It was after he opened the trading system of the Abyss world that players in the Western fantasy world seemed to be inspired, and some began to use their identities in the game to earn gold coins and sell the excess gold coins to other players in the Western fantasy world. Some people have good reincarnation skills, such as those who are lucky enough to become a certain prince or nobleman on the mainland, then they are really making a windfall. Because the value of gold coins in the Western fantasy world is extremely high, taking the Terran race as an example, a Terran gold coin can be exchanged for about 2,000 yuan. The dwarves and elves are very exquisitely minted because of their rich gold content, and their purchasing power is the strongest, and one can be exchanged for nearly 3,000 yuan. In other words, the cup of Chaya fruit wine that Chen Luo drank just now was worth 150,000 yuan. Chen Luo didn't expect Jin Xiaohuan to be so bold and so generous to the first stranger he had just met. I just didn't expect to be able to trade gold coins so soon. Chen Luo smiled and shook his head, and then his mind moved, and he issued a system announcement. Western Fantasy World has joined the trading system, which currently only supports trading gold coins, and a 1% service fee will be charged for each transaction. Players in Western Fantasy World were immediately excited when they saw this system prompt, especially those gold coin merchants. Although they do not have security problems through a certain treasure transaction, the most troublesome thing is delivery. This game has no email function, and it cannot be remitted, and after the player takes a picture, the seller can only personally send it to the buyer's place, which is time-consuming and laborious, which is very inconvenient. Now with the official trading system as a guarantee and support, the security of transactions is absolutely guaranteed, and there is no possibility of being deceived. Although there is a 1% service charge, it is definitely worth the money. Hey, I just opened the trading system, I'll buy some gold coins, and I'll treat you to a drink. I'm embarrassed to take advantage of girls. Jin Xiaohuan sneered, forget it, didn't I just say it, I will perform here for 20 gold coins. I agreed with the boss, I don't need gold coins, just provide Chaya fruit wine. The 2 glasses of wine just now were what I got from the performance. Chen Luo could see that Jin Xiaohuan didn't seem to be short of money, he smiled, and he didn't pretend anymore, then thank you. There is no need for polite words, mainly I think you are more pleasing to the eye. Jin Xiaohuan chuckled, and when she saw Chen Luo looking over in surprise, she hurriedly explained, don't get me wrong, I don't mean that, I just feel that you have an inexplicable temperament in you, which makes people can't help but be curious. Hey, so far, it seems that we haven't exchanged names yet, right? Under self-introduction, her formerly known as Olivia, she is a first-order bard, and her name in reality is Jin Xiaohuan. Chen Luo smiled and said, Yang Guo, a first-order demon slayer. Jin Xiaohuan smiled and glanced at Chen Luo, don't joke, be serious. Chen Luo said with an innocent face, no kidding, this hero will not change his name or surname, his real name is Yang Guo. Poof. Jin Xiaohuan was stunned, and the next moment he laughed wildly, I see, no wonder you got a heavy sword out, ha ha, no, my stomach hurts from laughing. Your parents won't be Condor fans, right? Chen Luo nodded and gave Jin Xiaohuan a thumbs up, you are too smart. Ha ha ha, so you came in to find the little dragon girl? Chen Luo said with a big smile, of course, didn't you just say that only the beauties of the elf tribe can be the little dragon girl? Tisk, I see that it is difficult to find the little dragon girl with your appearance, but there is still hope to find a divine eagle first. What do you say? Jin Xiaohuan finally calmed down, panting and smiling, there are many magical beasts near the royal city, and there are many eagles, such as lightning eagles, fierce wing eagles, etc. As long as you have enough strength, you can still capture domestication. By the way, what is the profession of a demon slayer? Why haven't you heard of it before? Chen Luo smiled, this is a long story, the predecessor of this body is called Okathi, and once he slipped and fell off a cliff. Wait, what you want to say next is that Ok survived the disaster, picked up the secret book under the cliff, and then learned the world's magic skills. As soon as Jin Xiaohuan heard the beginning, he couldn't help but interrupt Chen Luo with a smile. Hey, listen to me. Chen Luo hesitated and continued, Ok fell halfway, and then was rescued by a person who said he was talented. Bah, you can't tell the truth? Jin Xiaohuan couldn't help it and rolled his eyes. Chen Luo still had an innocent expression, his eyes were full of sincerity, what I said is really true. The man said his name was Lophius, said he had a set of demon slayer inheritances, and asked Casey if he would accept it, and he agreed. The weapon used by the demon slayer is a heavy sword, so I carried such a big sword, otherwise do you think I am really so low? Is it the demon slayer in the abyssal world? A crisp voice suddenly came from outside the tavern, and Chen Luo and Jin Xiaohuan looked over in surprise at the same time. Chapter 228 National Treasure. Whisper, are you back so soon? Jin Xiaohuan had a happy smile on his face, and immediately greeted the female elf who appeared with a smile. Chen Luo was slightly startled, the person in front of him was the purpose of his visit this time, Tang Qingyu. The female elf worn by Tang Qingyu's soul is also very beautiful, comparable to her own appearance in reality. She was only wearing a light leather armor at this time, with a longbow on her back, which had a heroic smell. To Chen Luo's surprise, she was followed by a tall white tiger, almost over 1.5 meters tall, which was taller than ordinary tigers. Seeing the tiger come in, the elves in the tavern were not too surprised, and seemed to be accustomed to this scene. Elves have the ability to be naturally friendly and are born to communicate with beasts to a certain extent, so many elves will domesticate some beasts as pets. Although tigers are fierce to humans, they are just one of the ordinary wild animals in the eyes of the elves. In Sylvia City, this large beast can be seen everywhere, but it can be brought in the peripheral urban area, but it cannot be brought into the core area of the royal city. Chen Luo originally came here to find Tang Qingyu, but he didn't expect Jin Xiaohuan and her to know each other, and they met by such a coincidence. Looking at Tang Qingyu's dress, you don't have to guess that he is an archer, and looking at the magic lines on the back of the bow, you know that he is still a special magic archer of the elf clan. Yes, come back and replenish the food, and prepare to go again. Jin Xiaohuan seemed very happy to see Tang Qingyu, and even ignored the question of the demon slayer just now, and asked with a smile, how is it that National Treasure still doesn't want to come back with you? Tang whispered with a smile, the National Treasure has the strength of a third-order demonic beast here, if I have the strength of a third-order demonic beast, maybe I can persuade it. Pfft, you've been with it for several months, haven't you given up? Tang Qingyu snorted softly, I don't believe in evil yet, I have to get it back. Jin Xiao smiled and shook his head and said, I'm fine anyway, I'll go take a look with you later. Okay, it's boring for me to spend time with it alone, it's just right for you to accompany me. Jin Xiaohuan glanced at Chen Luo and introduced to him, this Tang Qingyu, formerly known as the second-order demon archerifra. Oh, by the way, she is also a beautiful woman in reality. Tang Qingyu glanced at Jin Xiaohuan and winked at Chen Luo, I can't compare to Xiaohuan, she is more beautiful in reality than in the game, I have her mobile phone number in WeChat, I can give you just a glass of chaya fruit wine. Chen Luo laughed, okay, it just so happened that she invited me to a cup just now I invite you back, remember to talk and count, and give me your contact information. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he pointed at the boss in the direction of the bar and said in Elven language, Boss, 3 more glasses of chaya fruit wine. You're really interesting, can't you tell the joke? Tang whispered laughed, "Forget it, I'll come back to replenish the food, I'm going to leave soon, Xiaohuan will also go with me, so let's save it for next time." Jin Xiaohuan nodded when he heard this, and said in the direction of the bar, "Boss, I don't want the wine, we are leaving now." The boss didn't even ask Chen Luo what he meant, and he nodded directly in agreement. Chen Luo was dumbfounded, and then pretended to be curious and said, "Where are you going?" "In the Salimi Valley outside the city, Whisper found a panda there and has been trying to tame it, but it has the strength of a third-order magical beast and has not succeeded for several months." Chen Luo's expression was slightly stunned. "Panda? Yes, I don't know which player in the species pool made it, it's super cute, I must bring it back." When Tang Qingya said this, his eyes were shining. Chen Luo was also interested when he heard this. "Can I follow him to take a look?" Tang Qingya nodded indifferently and said, "Okay, there are quite a lot of magical beasts there, maybe you can even meet the divine eagle you want." Jin Xiaohuan couldn't help but laugh. "You heard what we said just now." Tang Qingya rolled his eyes at her. "You speak so loudly, and you use Chinese, can I not hear you? Let's go buy food first." The three of them bought supplies and walked towards the Salimi Valley. While chatting on the road, Chen Luo also learned how the two of them met. Tang Qingya was also attracted by Jin Xiaohuan's singing when he passed by a certain tavern, so he went up to get to know him, and after chatting, he found out that they were all players, and then they became familiar with each other. The two of them felt like they were old friends at first sight, and the more they chatted, the more speculative they became, and later exchanged contact information in reality, and even lived directly together in the Western fantasy world. The three of them walked for about an hour before they arrived at the Salimi Valley that Jin Xiaohuan said, and also saw the legendary national treasure panda. In a dense bamboo forest, a creature with black and white fur and a pair of large black circles under his eyes appeared in front of him. Chen Luo looked interesting. This thing in front of him was really a giant panda. His thoughts covered the entire Western fantasy world, and he found that the creatures that existed in reality, whether it was animals or plants, had already appeared in the Western fantasy world. These players are afraid that they will make a biological dictionary and create it according to the above one by one. The giant panda in front of him is different from reality. Its size is twice the size of an ordinary panda, and now it is sitting on the ground with a big belly, almost 2 meters high, and if it stands up, it is afraid of about 3 meters. It casually broke off a bamboo with the thickness of the mouth of a bull next to it, held it, and countless short twigs all fell to the ground, then grabbed the bamboo and fed it to its mouth, and in less than half a minute a bamboo was eaten clean. It has 2 black furry ears on top of its head, and it keeps shaking because it eats comfortably. After the round panda finished eating, he immediately stretched out his hand, broke a bamboo on the right, and then concocted it in the same way and ate a bamboo again. What surprised Chen Luo was that the bamboo that had been broken before grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it grew into a bamboo with the thickness of a bowl. Chen Luo immediately analyzed the genes of the giant panda and quickly found the reason. In addition to having the rough skin and thick flesh of a third-order magical beast, this giant panda does not have the ability to control elements, but it has a very interesting ability, flourishing grass and trees. This skill is a bit similar to the ability of the God of Life tree, but it is weaker. The God of Life tree can nourish all animals and plants within the shroud area with a huge breath of life, but this panda only has the ability to make plants grow rapidly, and it is limited to the range in front of it. Then Chen Luo and the others saw that this round creature had a big belly, broken bamboo one by one on the left and one on the right, and did not move its buttocks, repeating the cycle and eating non-stop. Chapter 229 Round. Wow, that's so cute. Jin Xiaohuan looked at the naive and concentrated on eating, and her eyes began to shine stars. Whisper, the last time I came to see it, it didn't seem to be that big, right? Tang Qingya pointed to the giant panda that couldn't stop eating at all, and couldn't help but laugh. If you keep eating like this every day, can your body not grow at all? No, it's been eating here for months. Yes, this round eats bamboo here every day, almost never stops, and it doesn't go anywhere, it's just like it grows there. The round giant panda ate very happily, and when it saw Chen Luo and his party, it showed a rather humane color in its eyeballs, and it rolled its eyes and its face was full of impatience. It's you annoying elf again. Poof, Whisper, is it rolling our eyes? Tang Qingya smiled and pointed to himself. To be precise, it is rolling my eyes. What the hell did you do to make it show this expression? Cough, I didn't do anything, just talk to it about Xiong Sheng's ideals and give it a look forward to a better life with me. Now even Chen Luo couldn't help laughing. It seems that you are not very good at talking, it is very satisfied with the current life. Chen Luo actually saw that the giant panda was advancing by eating bamboo, and it seemed to be very urgent. Round's eyes swept over Tang Qingyu and Jin Xiaohuan, and were about to continue to gnaw on bamboo, but at this moment, it seemed to have suddenly discovered something and stopped its gaze on Chen Luo. Its eyes widened, and it didn't even eat its favorite bamboo. It made a chirping sound, suddenly sat up from the ground, and then ran in their direction on all fours. Jin Xiaohuan's expression was slightly shocked. This giant panda seemed to be very bulky, but the running speed was not slow at all, and it had rushed out dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Jin Xiaohuan looked at the menacing, charge-like giant panda, and she instinctively held the harp in her hand. Tang Qingyu had a happy face. She glanced at the nervous Jin Xiaohuan. It's okay, I've seen it prey on other magical beasts, it's not like this. Looking at its eagerness, it should have finally been moved by my sincerity and decided to follow me. Before Tang Qingyu finished speaking, he saw Yuan rushing in front of Chen Luo, hugging his thigh, and then raising his head with a cute expression, full of flattering expressions. The picture suddenly became extremely funny, because the round body was 3 meters tall, and Chen Luo was now only 1.8 meters tall, and the whole person was less than 1/3 of it. Even if Round Roll was lying on the ground at this time, his back was almost up to Chen Luo's chest. But it stretched out its 2 thick front legs, hugged Chen Luo's thighs, and had a cute expression, and anyone who saw it knew that it was asking for support. Chen Luo was surprised. This round is a bit interesting. It was obviously impossible to know his identity, but it had a beast instinct, and it knew very well who had the thickest thighs, even if it had suppressed its strength to only one order. Jin Xiaohuan? Tang whispered. The two women's faces were full of question marks, especially Tang Qingyu was going crazy. She had been chatting with this Xiong Sheng ideal for several months, and it ignored it. As soon as Chen Luo appeared, he ran to the front of him to sell cuteness and beg for support. Chen Luo saw Tang Qingyu's jaw-dropping appearance. He was amused, and he didn't stimulate her anymore, but pulled back his legs that were hugged by Round, showing a look of disgust. Chick! Round rolled out a strange cry, then stood up and took 2 steps back. Immediately afterwards, in the stunned eyes of Chen Luo and the others, Round grabbed the ground with his head and actually flipped a somersault. Then one by one, they rolled around Chen Luo and the 3 of them. Tang Qingyu and Jin Xiaohuan's eyes widened, not knowing what Round Roll was doing. When it turned several times in a row, it stopped in front of Chen Luo, and looked at Chen Luo with a cute expression on his face, looking at Chen Luo with great expectation. Now the 2 women understood, because the round face was full of expressions of "I'm so cute, you take me quickly." Chen Luo looked at Tang Qingyu with murderous eyes, and he showed a crying or laughing expression. "Don't look at me like this, it's scary, and I don't know why it's like this." Yuan Guan lay on the ground, staring at Chen Luo with expectant eyes for a long time, but found that he was still unmoved. It stood up again and began to roll and sell cuteness. But this time it didn't grasp the direction well, and suddenly rolled in the wrong place, rolling down from the hillside where Chen Luo and the others were standing. "Yah!" Tang Qingyu and Jin Xiaohuan exclaimed, their faces showing worry. Below the hillside was a small ravine, which rolled all the way down the slope, and then fell into the ditch on all sides. The small ravine was 7 or 8 meters deep, but only 2 or 3 meters wide, and the fat Round Roll was just stuck in the middle of the ravine. Its thick limbs struggled desperately, struggling to get up from the ravine. But it was already big, and the harder it was stuck inside, the more its body sank into it, and its dancing appearance looked extremely joyful. Poof! Jin Xiaohuan and Tang Qingyu were originally a little worried, but looking at this extremely funny picture, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. When he heard a whining sound like a cry for help coming from his mouth, Tang Qingyu finally stopped smiling, glanced at Chen Luo and said, "Hurry up and save it." Chen Luo touched his nose, smiled helplessly, and immediately walked down the hillside, reaching out and grabbing the round bare paw. He made a very difficult look, and with a sudden pull, he rescued the stupid Round Roll from the ditch. After being saved, he immediately lay at Chen Luo's feet, and then hugged his thighs with a cute expression. Chen Luo suddenly felt that something was wrong. This round dog was so insistent on hugging his thighs, it shouldn't be as simple as asking for support. Its instinctive reaction is so strong, it must have sensed some kind of crisis that threatened it, or has it already encountered it? That's why it desperately eats bamboo and wants to improve its strength. Are you aware of the danger to your life? Chen Luo directly conveyed his thoughts to Yuan's mind. Yuan was obviously stunned for a moment. It raised its head, stared at Chen Luo with big eyes, as if to determine whether the voice in his mind was Chen Luo. "Answer me." When Round Roll heard Chen Luo's voice again, it immediately understood that it was the thigh in front of it talking to itself again. The round and excited person stood up, stretched out his fat bear's paw, pointed to a mountain in the distance and gestured. Chapter 230 Panda Night. Chen Luo's thoughts instantly shrouded the mountain dozens of kilometers away, and he quickly gained insight into the situation there. The next moment, Chen Luo's eyes narrowed. This is the breath of the abyss. This mountain called Kayada Mountain is more than 3,000 meters high, and from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, it is densely packed with trolls and goblins, which are difficult to count at a glance, but they can be judged with the naked eye alone that there are no less than 1,000,000. But unlike the previous trolls and goblins, each of them has skyrocketed. The average height of the troll was originally about 2 meters, and now even the shortest is about 2.5 meters, and the tallest is even 3 meters. Goblins were originally about the same height as dwarves, and the tallest was only 1.5 meters, but now they are generally the same height as elves. Their skin has turned into a terrifying tin sheet, and their eyes have become pupilless and full of strange patterns. And whether it was a troll or a goblin, their emotions were extremely unstable, a very manic, fanatical, chaotic, and faint murderous intent filled the air. Millions of trolls and goblins mixed with various chaotic emotions, filling the world with a distorted smell, and ordinary people were afraid that they would go crazy at a glance. On the top of the mountain, a 4-meter-tall oversized troll was chanting a spell in his mouth, and unlike ordinary trolls, he was surrounded by a thick black gas that seemed to be a substance, wrapping his body like armor. The top of the mountain had been flattened at this time and arranged into a huge altar. With the command of the oversized troll, a normal troll and goblin were pushed to the middle of the altar with a face full of horror. The great abyssal Lord Angrast, we call on your name and pray for your coming. We will be your humblest and most devout servants, and may you come to rule this world. Angrast Corellin Laris. Anglast. The oversized troll led all the trolls and goblins on the top of the mountain to kneel to the sky, shouting the full real name of Angrast, the demon lord of the abyss. At this time, a long and narrow space crack suddenly appeared in the air, followed by a huge eye that looked like an eye. Although only one eye can be seen, it is 5 or 6 meters in size, which is enough to see how huge its body is. Black light burst out of the huge eyeballs, hitting the tens of thousands of trolls and goblins on the altar. They immediately screamed and turned into wisps of blood and energy into the giant's eyes, and then a thought was transmitted out of the crack. There are too few sacrifices to let my body come. Trump's eyes were full of joy. I will provide you with more sacrifices, please be patient for a while. Angrast did not reply, but quickly disappeared into the air. Troon turned to look at all the trolls and goblins and commanded in a loud voice, go and plunder more sacrifices for our masters. All the trolls and goblins roared frantically, like a black tide, rushing towards the city of Sylvia. Chen Luo saw this, he frowned slightly, and then his mind instantly locked on Tlend. While looking back on the life course of this troll, he waved at Yuan, let's go. Yuan Guan was so excited that he almost didn't roll over on the ground again, and it hurriedly followed Chen Luo and walked towards the top of the hillside. We're going to get out of here as soon as possible, Chen Luo said with a rather heavy expression. Tang Qingyu and Jin Xiaohuan were stunned for a moment, a little unclear how to go down to save the round rolling expression. Tang Qingyu saw Chen Luo's solemn expression, and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? I feel that a very large abyss demonic energy is approaching, there should be a large number of abyssal monsters coming, we must go back to Sylvia City as soon as possible to inform the elves. Tang Qingyu and Jin Xiaohuan looked at each other with an incredible expression. Abyssal monsters are not only found in the abyssal world, how could they come to the Western fantasy world? Chen Luo already knew how it came about after tracing Tranda's life course at this time, but he couldn't say that. He shook his head, I don't know. But the Demon Slayer is a profession specially developed for abyssal monsters, and the passive talent is to sense demonic energy. My feeling is absolutely not wrong, this abyss demonic energy is very strong, according to my estimate, at least more than 1 million, otherwise I would not be able to sense it from such a distance. Tang Qingyu and Jin Xiaohuan's expressions changed slightly. As long as they had watched the video of the Abyss World, they knew the horror of the monsters in the Abyss World. There, even if all the players are transcendental, they can only maintain an undefeated situation with the demons on the first level of the Abyss. If a 1,000,000-level monster comes, I am afraid that the power of the entire Balanya Elf Kingdom will be able to resist. Tang Qingyu and Jin Xiaohuan didn't ask any more questions, and when they saw Chen Luo's expression, they knew that he wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. Then let's go back and inform the Balanya Elf royal family. After Tang Qingyu finished speaking, he summoned the white tiger, then turned over and rode up, pulling Jin Xiaohuan up with a hand. The speed of a panda is no slower than that of a big cat, try it to see if it is willing to let you ride. Chen Luo's head is full of black lines, forget about this tiger's big cat, am I going to become a panda knight? Or panda hero? However, in order to show the strength that matched his own at this time, he had to beckon to the round. When he saw Chen Luo turn over to ride on his back, he behaved quite obediently, without a trace of dissatisfaction, but full of honor. Tang Qingyu looked at it for a while, she snorted coldly, touched the white tiger's head, big cat, go back. The white tiger let out a soft howl, kicked the ground with all 4 feet, and jumped extremely lightly, and quickly rushed towards Sylvia City. Keep up. When Round Roll heard this, he immediately opened his thick thighs and ran quickly, chasing in the direction of Tang Qingyu and Jin Xiaohuan. Although the white tiger was carrying 2 elves, they were both female and weighed very lightly, so their running speed was not affected much. The Round Roll seems to be bulky, but the speed is not slow at all, running with all its might, and the speed is not inferior to the white tiger at all. The Condor hero was not regarded as a hero, but he became a panda knight. Chen Luo smiled self-deprecatingly in his heart. Although he was very flustered, he was actually very calm in his heart. When Chen Luo tore open the space crack in Angrast, he could directly open the space crack completely and pull it to the Western fantasy world to slaughter, and even one thought could wipe out all these abyssal monsters. But he didn't do that, because the elves were too comfortable and they needed a crisis. Chapter 231 The Catastrophe is Coming. Chen Luo wanted to create a crisis for the elves a long time ago, but he hadn't thought of a good way, and now that Trump had saved himself the trouble. Chen Luo already knew at this time that Trump was a clone of the Abyssal Will, and he was secretly attached to him when the Abyssal world fought against him. Then when he returned to the Kingdom of God, he entered the Western fantasy world through the reincarnation pool. It's just that after the transformation of the law of reincarnation, Trump has actually been synchronized by the rules of the Western fantasy world. It is not considered a clone of the Abyss Will, nor does it have the ability to master the laws of the Abyss Will. At most it can only be regarded as the coordinates of the Abyss linking the Western fantasy world. So after he became a troll, he immediately began the first step, ruling the Gura clan of trolls. The troll clan has not shown extraordinary power over the years. If you have to say a stronger power, it is barely a voodoo priest. But at most, they use poison, some strange curse abilities. Compared to mages, the weak ones are negligible. The only thing that trolls and goblins are stronger than elves is their strong reproductive ability, and when the number of elves in the Alban continent exceeded 50 million, the number of trolls alone had exceeded 200 million. If it weren't for the Moon Elf Kingdom constantly encircling and suppressing trolls and goblins, I am afraid that this number would have doubled. The appearance of Tron quickly changed the situation. He was born with the ability to communicate with the Abyss, bringing the Abyss power in, using the Abyss breath, that is, the abyssal demonic energy, to transform the bodies of the trolls and distort their minds. If a guy with an extremely negative mentality meets a demon full of evil and devouring desires, of course he will hit it off. For the abyssal demon, it was like being hungry and having food delivered to the door, and someone handed over a pillow just when they were about to sleep. In particular, Plin communicates with the passage of the first layer of the Abyss, although only 3 months have passed in the Western fantasy world, but 100 years have passed in the Abyss world. At this time, Angrast had already devoured the vast majority of demon lords of the same rank and became the Abyssal Lord who commanded the first layer of the Abyss. Angrast has the ability to influence and devour negative emotions, and when he finds such delicious food, he immediately grabs these guys and drags their will towards himself little by little. Many trolls were directly devoured by demons, their consciousness was demonized, and they became unconscious monsters, and the millions of trolls and goblins were the result of being transformed by the power of Anglast. The most intuitive effect of demonization is that the body becomes stronger, the skin is as hard as iron, and it is difficult for ordinary weapons to cut through their skin, and they have no fear, only a frenzied desire to kill and devour. With this demonizing power, Trump soon unified the Gura clan. Those who resisted or were not affected by the will of the Anglasts were either sacrificed or fled. Immediately afterwards, Tran took the second step, establishing a demonic belief in the worship of Anglast in the Gura clan, and some of the trolls with outstanding spiritual power were chosen as demon warlocks. They can use the power of demon lords to curse enemies, such as decay, aging, poisoning, demonization and other negative effects. Immediately afterwards, Plin began to spread demonic beliefs among trolls and goblins, and their powerful power quickly attracted a large number of believers to join, and gradually began to annex other troll clans. When Chen Luo looked back here, he was actually a little surprised. Trump didn't know where he learned it, but he actually learned to bewitch people through faith. Among all the conquered and influenced clans, he established the totem pole of Anglast for daily worship by believers. Trunda sent a large number of demonists like the Church of Light to preach among all the troll clans. The content of faith is also very simple. It is nothing more than that those who believe in me will have eternal life, and those who believe in me will gain great power. It's simple, but it's also effective. After all, the strength of the demonized troll has risen sharply, which is the best evidence. The influence of demonic beliefs expanded rapidly, and more trolls were bewitched to join Tranda's Gura clan. But there are still some trolls who are determined, or bright-hearted, optimistic, and cheerful. Although trolls are ugly and have demons in their names, they are not inherently evil species, and they are actually no less intelligent than elves. Seeing Trunda's growing influence, the far-sighted troll chief immediately began to distance himself from Trunda, refusing the demon sorcerer to go to the tribe to preach. The consequence of this was naturally ruthlessly destroyed by Trump. Under the attack of powerful demonized trolls, the troll clans that dared to resist were destroyed one by one, and their people were sacrificed to Anglas to transform more demonized trolls. In just 3 months, half of the troll clans were destroyed by Tlin's attack. The millions of demonized troops seen at Mount Kayata were less than 1/10 of the Trump's army. At this time, Trun began to take the third step, opening the space passage with the Abyss in the Western fantasy world, putting all the Anglast and Abyssal species into and destroying the entire Western fantasy world. That's why there was a scene that Chen Luo just saw. It's just that there are too few sacrifices to make Anglast come. At the same time as Trunda's order, the remaining tens of millions of demonized trolls and goblins also launched an all-out attack on the other 3 elven kingdoms and the remaining half of the troll clans. This will be a catastrophe for the entire continent of Alvin, and if the elves, trolls and goblins cannot cope, genocide is possible. Of course, Chen Luo will not sit idly by. What he needs is Trump to sharpen the races on the continent and stimulate their evolution, not let Trump play his own world. When the time really came when these 3 races could not be dealt with, Chen Luo could take action to clean up Trump at any time. However, trolls and goblins are indeed too weak at present, and they must be properly strengthened, otherwise they will definitely be exterminated before the elves. Chen Luo began to think about how to increase the power of trolls and goblins on his round back. They started too late now to become powerful in a short time. Chen Luo pondered for a while, perhaps only a little magnified in their existing strength. After a while, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of an interesting idea. Since Tlen got the demon sorcerer, then Chen Luo could also turn the troll voodoo priest into a warlock. Moreover, Tranda communicated with the Abyss Plane, and Chen Luo could ask the troll magician to use the summoning technique to summon the Abyss demon to fight poison with poison. Chapter 232 Domineering CEO Style. Chen Luo felt that this idea was feasible, so he added dark elements to the elements of the Western fantasy world. There must be light, there must be darkness, but Chen Luo didn't think about which profession to use the dark element before, and now the warlock can drive the dark element to cast spells. Chen Luo made a decision and began to consider the ability of the goblins. The goblins have been in a state of enslavement all these years, and the only thing they are commendable about is perhaps their cunning and intelligence, coupled with their huge numbers. Over the years, trolls have been driving them to mine in the pits, but they have developed a lot of mining techniques, such as learning to use gunpowder and acid to corrode minerals that could not be mined by manpower. Chen Luo thought of this, and a clear idea already appeared in his heart. At this time, they had already arrived at the city of Sylvia. Whisper, I'm going offline. At this time, Jin Xiaohuan suddenly spoke. Tang Qingyu was slightly stunned, and soon asked with a concerned face, it's time for treatment? Jin Xiaohuan nodded and said apologetically, I'm sorry, although I want to fight side by side with you, but my body doesn't allow it. Go ahead, it's just a game, where is your own life important? Tang Qingyu hurriedly comforted Jin Xiaohuan. Chen Luo's heart moved slightly, and before he could speak in a hurry, Jin Xiaohuan went offline and disappeared. She's sick? Tang Qingyu's expression was a little gloomy, cancer. She originally wanted to extend her life by surviving in the game, but the game company suddenly changed the time-flow ratio, and in the end it was a waste of so much time. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment. There are many types of cancer, and some can be cured. Although Tang Qingyu didn't say what kind of cancer it was, judging from her expression, it should be among the terminal diseases. No wonder Jin Xiaohuan behaved so boldly when she was in the tavern before, and no wonder she sighed so when she mentioned the long life of the elf. It turned out that she really felt it. Chen Luo hadn't thought about this before. It turned out that cancer patients could also extend their remaining lives in this way. Chen Luo didn't ask Jin Xiaohuan why he didn't go to the Abyss world, because he himself said that players in the Western fantasy world could not log into the Abyss world, and even if they committed suicide, they still couldn't log in, but players in the Abyss world could log into the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo didn't expect that his unintentional move would prevent Jin Xiaohuan from prolonging his life. He immediately adjusted the flow rate ratio between reality and the Western fantasy world to 1 day and 1 year, and he didn't know if he could still help Jin Xiaohuan. You go with me to remind the royal family. Tang Qingyu obviously didn't want to continue talking about this, so he stretched out his hand and patted the big cat, and let it rush towards the palace. Chen Luo directly gave Yuan rolling an order in his mind, allowing it to keep up with Tang Qingyu. Tang Qingyu was just an ordinary elf. If she didn't keep up, she was afraid that she would have all the difficulties to see the royal family. If the news had not been notified in time, by the time the royal family reacted, Tranda's demonic army would have already arrived at the city. Sure enough, when Tang Qingyu rushed to the gate of the palace, he was stopped by a group of heavily armed elves. Bold! Don't know the ban. Take it for me. The commander of the palace gate guard shouted loudly and immediately ordered the guards to go and arrest the two of them. Tang Whisper said urgently, I am the Second Order Ranger Avra. I have to report my information about the life and death of the elves to your majesty in person. The elf commander was stunned for a moment, and when he saw the identity card that Tang Qingyu took out, he immediately waved his hand and stopped the palace gate guards who stepped forward. Chen Luo was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Tang Qingyu to have such an identity among the elves. Rangers are spies of the elves, specializing in intelligence. But now the elves have no enemies, so most of the rangers are listening to the movements of the surrounding monsters. The elf commander casually injected a magical energy into the wooden identity card, and when he saw the magical image of Tang Qingyu appearing on it, he compared it with the real person in front of him, and after making sure that the two were the same, he waved back the guard who stepped forward. But the elf leader's expression was still very cold, and he said coldly, if your news is not as you said, it will be a punishment for both crimes, do you know? Tang Qingyu jumped off the big cat, also looking cold. If you say one more nonsense here, it will only make us a little more dangerous. Please take us to see your majesty quickly. The elf leader couldn't help but be furious when he heard this, but when he saw Tang Qingyu looking straight into his eyes without giving in, his anger suddenly disappeared. Follow me. The elf leader looked away, but soon felt that he seemed to be acting a little cowardly, so he had to use a louder voice to cover up this embarrassment. Chen Luo was amused to see that this elf commander was also a third-order warrior anyway, and he would actually be coaxed in seconds under Tang Qingyu's momentum. This chick is really full of domineering president fan, although she is a female president. After letting the two pets wait outside the palace, they led the way unimpeded all the way to the outside of the palace under the leadership of the elves. The elven leader asked the two to wait outside the palace and go in alone to report to Gresham Balanya, the current king of the kingdom of Balanya. While waiting outside, Chen Luo did not panic at all, and he still had the leisure to admire this beautiful palace. Sylvia City was originally built full of artistic atmosphere, and this palace has reached its peak, which can be said to be the culmination of the entire elven architectural art. Chen Luo admired it with interest for a moment, but found Tang Qingyu staring at him. "What's wrong?" Chen Luo said with an inexplicable face. "How do I feel like you're here to visit?" Tang Qingyu glared at Chen Luo and gritted his teeth. "If you fool me into breaking into the palace just to come in and visit, I will chop you up." Chen Luo laughed dumbly, knowing that Tang Qingyu was afraid that he was still a little resentful because of the round thing. He shook his head and said, "Don't worry, my feeling will never be wrong. If it's fake, you can chop me into meat paste. Since it's true, why are you so calm? It's just a game. The big deal is that it will go offline at that time, and if it doesn't work, it will die once. What is there to be afraid of?" Tang Whisper snorted coldly, "Cowardly." Chen Luo was speechless. This chick was really very resentful of himself. He just said what he said from a player's point of view, and Tang Qingyu was definitely not this evaluation. "Then are you ready to live and die with the Balanya Elf Kingdom? Can't you?" Tang Qingyu asked without answering. "I have lived in the Western fantasy world for almost 7 years, and I have met many elf friends here. Most of them are innocent and kind, and they have no scheming, which is completely different from those outside who are worried about me. They like me, and I like them. Sometimes, I even feel that they are not game programs at all, but real life, and this is also a real world. If they all die, the game is not interesting to me, so it is better to just quit the game." Chapter 233 The Undrawn Heavy Sword. Chen Luo couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Tang Qingyu had a deep true affection for the characters in the game, and treated them as true friends. Although they are indeed real life, in fact, most players actually regard the people in it as game programs. No matter how high the AI is, no matter how rich the feelings are, they only think that the game company's technology is awesome. So they don't care about the life and death of the natives in the Western fantasy world, and even directly ignore them. Just like Shang Wengsuan and Lei Changyang, launching a battlefield casually is the death of hundreds of thousands of lives. If they really regard the natives here as life, they will definitely not start a war so easily. There is also Zhang Junhao. He is constantly attacking this place as a game. The goal is to destroy the world, and he will not care about the life and death of the natives. The last time the Roman continent was destroyed, it was the most direct example, and he probably wouldn't care if it were a person. Tang Qingyu is the first player Chen Luo has come into contact with, who regards the natives of the Western fantasy world as real life and friends, and wants to protect them. Chen Luo's heart was slightly touched. In the Western fantasy world, there were very few things that could cause him to have emotional fluctuations. Everything is under control, and a movement of his mind can change any result, so that he no longer needs to have unnecessary emotions, so he will always be leisurely and careless. Chen Luo laughed. "I understand, I will help you." Tang Qingyu didn't know why, since Chen Luo snatched the round roll, seeing the smile on his face where everything was in control and the old god was present, she couldn't contain an urge to whip him. "Forget it, you should run or run, we are still strangers, you have no obligation to help me. Once we are born, we have been together for a day, how can we be considered friends?" "Humph, I don't want to be friends with you." Chen Luo smiled. "Then be a good friend." Tang Qingyu glanced at him. Men want to be good friends with women, and they usually don't have any good intentions." Chen Luo was dumbfounded, and soon laughed again. "Then you just think I'm not at ease." Tang Qingyu was about to say a few sarcastic words to Chen Luo, but he saw the elf commander walking out of the palace and said with an indifferent face, "Your Majesty is very busy now. No matter what the emergency, let you follow the normal procedures. First report to the cavalry general, and then he will report to your Majesty." Tang Qingyu's expression suddenly changed. "Didn't you say that it was a matter of life and death?" The elf leader's expression cooled. "Bold. Your Majesty is already very merciful not to pursue the charge of riding wildly outside the palace city. According to the normal process, go to your ranger general, otherwise you will be punished. It's too late to follow the normal process. What is your Majesty doing?" Chen Luo knew what Gresham would do again. His ideas could envelop the entire Western fantasy world, and an elven palace was naturally not a problem. When the elf leader went in to report, Gresham was playing chess leisurely with Queen Hilary Riley. When he heard the elf commander say that there was an urgent report from the rangers, Gresham was concentrating on what to do next, and he didn't even look back. He just said, "What can be a matter of life and death? Don't understand the rules? Follow the normal process." The elf leader did not dare to question and immediately bowed and retreated. Chen Luo's reaction to Gresham was not surprising at all, because the elves were like this. In their opinion, there was nothing that could threaten their existence in this elven continent at all. Coupled with the long life expectancy that leads to their chronic children, everything is not in a hurry, everything is still in a hurry. "What does your majesty do? How can you know?" "I want to see your majesty." Tang Qingyu was about to break into the palace directly. The elf commander was furious. He had long been worried about what happened at the palace gate just now, but the other party said that it was a matter of life and death, and he kept holding back. Now that Gresham has given clear instructions, he naturally has no more scruples. "How dare you break into the palace? Come on, take it for me." Hearing the order, dozens of palace guards immediately surrounded them, surrounding Tang Qingyu and Chen Luochuan in the middle. There were dozens of court mages on the periphery, holding staffs, chanting spells. If they dared to act, they were afraid that spells would come immediately. The weakest of these guards and mages also had a first-order stronghold, most of them were second-order, and a few were third-order like the elf leaders. Tang Qingyu was really angry and anxious. If she dared to continue to break inside, these guards would not have any scruples, and they would directly kill them on the spot. "Send them to the dungeon and wait for your majesty to send them down." The elf commander sneered, and immediately asked the guards to take down Tang Qingyu's bow and arrow, but when they wanted to take Chen Luo's heavy sword, something went wrong. Chen Luo did not resist from beginning to end, and let the two court guards untie the heavy sword behind him. As soon as they untied it, they found that the heavy sword seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and with the strength of the two of them second-order warriors, they couldn't catch it, and they fell directly to the ground. Rumble! The heavy sword seemed to have fallen into a pile of tofu, bombarding the ground straight, smashing the thick granite on the ground. At this time, everyone was stunned, looking at the black épée inserted into the granite. Their faces became strange. They knew the hardness of the granite on the ground, and even if ordinary iron tools were cut on it, they could only leave a shallow mark at most. But this black heavy sword actually broke the granite and was inserted into the ground for more than 10 centimeters. What's even weirder is that this heavy sword is still edgeless. So how heavy does this sword have? The two guards did not believe in evil, and one of them stretched out his hands to pull out the heavy sword, but no matter how hard he exerted himself, even if he used the strength to breastfeed, it was difficult to shake it at all. Another guard immediately went over to help, but the result was the same. The black épée was still motionless, and there was no difference between two people and one person. Then the third, the fourth, and the fifth, they couldn't squeeze in anymore before they stopped. The 5 second-order warriors, coupled with the bard's power blessing, exerted all their strength. However, the black épée was as steady as Mount Tai, and there was not even a hint of movement. "A bunch of waste, go away." The elf commander drank back the 5 red-faced second-order warriors, and walked over in person, wanting to pull out the heavy sword. He first stretched out his right hand to hold the hilt of the sword, pulled it out hard, and did not move. The elf leader's face changed slightly. He stretched out his hands to hold the hilt of the sword, and began to use force. Still not moving. The elf leader suddenly appeared with a Saiyan fighting spirit, and used all his strength. The black épée seemed to grow on the ground, still standing still. This time, except for Chen Luo's careless expression, everyone's faces changed. Chapter 234 What do you want? The third-order warrior uses fighting chi, and his strength has at least 5 tons of strength, that is, the power of 10,000 pounds. The elf commander couldn't move the heavy sword even a bit with all his might, which means that the weight of this sword exceeded 10,000 pounds. But how is this possible? No matter how Chen Luo looked at it, he only had the strength of the first order. How could he carry such a heavy sword? They looked at Chen Luo, an elf with an ugly face, with an incredible expression on his face. At this time, the elf leader still did not believe in evil and desperately exerted his strength again. But the heavy sword was not pulled, but the granite under his feet could not withstand such a large force and was crushed all of a sudden. Tang Qingyu's face was originally full of indignation, wanting to break free from the shackles of the palace guards, but when she saw the scene, she looked at Chen Luo with a stunned face. Seeing that the other party still looked like an old god, and it was not strange, Tang Qingyu's expression became very strange, staring at Chen Luo with his eyes, revealing an inquiring color. Chen Luo saw Tang Qingyu's strange expression, and he couldn't guess what she was thinking. He immediately smiled and said in Chinese, "Thor's hammer." Chen Luo only said 4 words, but Tang Qingyu understood it in an instant. He meant that the épée recognized people like Thor's hammer, and no one could hold it except for those it recognized. Tang Qingyu suddenly felt in his heart, but he didn't expect that this heavy sword seemed ordinary, but it was actually such a powerful weapon. Tang Qingyu's eyes suddenly lit up. This was an opportunity. As long as they can't pull it out, the heavy sword will always be stuck at the main entrance of the palace. As long as Gresham comes out to see it, he can't even ask why. The elf leader crushed the ground, but the heavy sword remained motionless. His face was full of embarrassment. Just now he scolded his subordinates as waste, and now he can't pick it up. It's really embarrassing. The elf commander coughed lightly. He withdrew his fighting spirit and shouted at a court guard, "Go and call Fred and Tours over." The guard was still stunned at this time, and when he heard the order of the elf commander, he hurriedly responded and went to call the other 2 commanders in the court. Not long after, 2 elves in armor came over with a few guards. When they saw the situation in front of the palace, they all looked surprised. "Harrison, something happened. Let you call us all over." Fred was a little confused by the situation in front of him, and couldn't help but ask first. The elf leader Harrison looked embarrassed and had to tell what had just happened. Haha, Harrison, you didn't eat, did you? Another elf leader, Turs, laughed, and immediately walked over, stretched out his hand and grabbed the hilt of the sword, pulling it hard. I don't think this sword is heavy. As soon as he finished speaking, he found that the sword did not react. Ha! Turs changed to hold the hilt of the sword with both hands and began to increase his strength little by little. Soon, the veins on Turs' forehead burst out, and his face turned red, and the heavy sword remained motionless, as if silently mocking his incompetence. Turs's expression changed slightly, and the relaxed smile on his face had disappeared, and he used all his strength even if he was angry. The result was no different from Harrison's situation just now. Harrison's face instantly looked much better, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy can't pull it up, otherwise I won't be able to hang out here in the future. Fred's face was surprised, and Tull's expression was obviously not pretending. Let me try. Although Turs was very unwilling, he couldn't get it after a long time, so he had to give up his position to Fred. Next, all the palace guards present saw an extremely strange situation. The 3 guards of the palace took turns to pull out this heavy sword, but they couldn't pull it out. In the end, the 3 of them teamed up to draw their swords at the same time, and the result did not change. At this time, everyone sensed that something was wrong. The strength of the 3 third-order warriors is at least 30,000 caddies. How can a normal person carry such a heavy sword, or a person of first-order strength? The atmosphere became very quiet and depressing. The faces of the 3 commanders all turned pig liver color, and in front of dozens of subordinates, the 3 of them couldn't pull out an ordinary-looking heavy sword, and they were ashamed to throw it at their grandmother's house. Especially Tulis and Fred, who originally had nothing to do with them, were called over by Harrison, a pitgoods, and even took them to sit on the wax. The heavy sword was pestled in front of the gate of Gresham's palace, and he could see it as long as he went out, and when the time came, he would ask what was going on. How do they answer? Because of our incompetence, we can't pull out this heavy sword, so that's it. You, go pick up your weapon. Harrison's expression changed several times, and he had to look at Chen Luo, looking menacing, and shouted at him. Harrison can't help it, although it's embarrassing, but if Gresham sees it, he will be even more embarrassed. Don't! When Tang Qingyu heard this, he immediately shouted at Chen Luo in Chinese. Although Harrison didn't understand Chinese, he also knew that Tang Qingyu would not say anything good. Sure enough, Chen Luo laughed and said, "Oh, how is this good? This sword fell from my body, and I couldn't pull it out." Harrison and the others knew that Chen Luo's expression was talking nonsense, but what could they do? Could it be that he held the knife on Chen Luo's neck and forced him to take the heavy sword away? It's a shame now, if it really does, once it gets out, Harrison and the others don't have to go out to meet people. What do you want? Harrison gritted his teeth and stared at Chen Luo and asked. I don't want to do anything, as long as you fulfill her wishes. Chen Luo smiled, pointed at Tang Qingyu and said with a smile. In fact, if Chen Luo wanted to, he could let Tang Qingyu see Gresham, and even directly let him order the army to be gathered to prepare to deal with the upcoming monsters. But even the elves were not in a hurry, and Chen Luo was even more unhurried. If they don't pay a price, they will never know the pain and will never be able to change this loose personality. Moreover, Chen Luo only played the identity of a first-order demon slayer in front of Tang Qingyu, so he had to show the strength that matched his identity, and if there were too many unreasonable places, it would be difficult to get along with him in the future. Harrison's expression became very ugly in an instant. Of course he knew what Tang Qingyu's wish was. But Gresham had made it clear that he wanted Tang Qingyu to follow the process, and even if he went in again, the answer he got would not be any different. Chapter 235 Definitely not a good person. Harrison was in a dilemma. He thought for a moment, and had to bite the bullet and said, You pick up the sword first, and I'll go in and report to you again. As for whether your majesty will see you or not, I can't guarantee it. It doesn't matter, if you can't see His Majesty the King today, this sword won't move. Harrison's face instantly turned blue. The strongest person in the Balanya kingdom was the Fourth Order, and because of his racial talent, they were all mages, not a single warrior. The physical strength of the Fourth Order mage was not even comparable to that of the First Order warriors, so Harrison and the others present actually represented the strongest physical strength in the Balanya kingdom. Even they can't pull out this heavy sword, and the others are even more impossible. If this heavy sword has been stuck here and can't be moved, it is undoubtedly slapping the entire kingdom of Balanya in the face, or the kind of slapping. Harrison stared at Chen Luo for a moment, but found that no matter what, he couldn't see through the elf in front of him. There is only a first-order strength, and any strength here is stronger than Chen Luo. But he didn't seem to worry about his safety at all, and he looked leisurely from beginning to end, as if he had come in to visit. Tell me what you said is related to the life and death of the elves, and the 3 of us will judge together. If it is true, the 3 of us will go in together to report to His Majesty. Seeing that the atmosphere had become stiff, Tuli suddenly spoke. Fred also nodded and rounded it off. In the final analysis, you are not here to make trouble. If what you say is the truth, not only is it not guilty, but also great merit. Chen Luo smiled. These three elves were a bit interesting. However, only he could explain this matter clearly, and Tang Qingyu only hurriedly broke in because he believed his words, and in fact he didn't know what the abyssal monster looked like. It's very troublesome to explain. You should have an air reconnaissance force, send someone to fly all the way to the north, and you should be able to find the enemy in less than 100 miles. No matter how Chen Luo explains, the elves will be suspicious, so it is better to let them see it with their own eyes. Harrison and the others looked at each other, exchanged glances with each other, and then nodded imperceptibly at the same time. We believe what you say for the time being. We will send rangers to investigate immediately, but you have to pick up that sword first and go to the side hall to wait for news. Chen Luo nodded, raised his foot and walked over, stretched out his right hand and held the hilt of the sword, then pulled out the heavy sword and put it back behind him. Harrison and the others looked surprised. They really couldn't figure out why the heavy sword that the three third-order warriors couldn't pull out was so light in Chen Luo's hand as if it had no weight. Follow me. Harrison waved his hand to let the guards retreat, and took Chen Luo, Tang Qingyu and others to a side hall. Are you a warrior? Harrison finally couldn't help but ask the curiosity in his heart. Yes, and no. At this time, Fred had already ordered the Griffin Knight to scout according to the direction Chen Luo said, and only Harrison and Turs were left in the side hall. The two of them were stunned at the same time when they heard this, and Tulis immediately asked, "What do you mean?" "I got an ancient inheritance called the Demon Slayer. They are transcendent people who specialized in dealing with abyssal demons in ancient times, and in the battle with countless demons, they have honed a set of skills specifically for demons." Harrison and Turs were stunned by being fooled, and they didn't expect such an answer at all. Abyssal demon? Why have you never heard of it? In the recorded history of the elves, they only know that they were born from the divine tree of life, but they had never heard of anything more ancient before that. Demons or anything are not in their concept at all. Chen Luo casually began to make up nonsense. At the beginning of the birth of the world, two original forces, light and night, were born. Light represents kindness and order, and night represents evil and disorder. Representing the origin of light is the creator god, who created all things in the Western fantasy world, and representing darkness is the evil abyss lord, and the creatures he created are the abyss demons. When Tang Qingyu heard the beginning, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. This bastard actually used the opening CG content of the abyss world to fool Harrison and Turs. But looking at these two people who were dubious, they looked unclear, and they seemed to really listen. After listening to Chen Luo's magnificent nonsense, Harrison was stunned for a long time before asking, "This heavy sword is the weapon of the Demon Slayer?" "Exactly. But your strength is obviously only one order. Why can you carry such a heavy sword?" Chen Luo smiled and said, "This sword is called Daiju. Daiju means the earth in ancient languages, so it represents the power of the earth, and no one can lift it unless it is recognized. For you, it weighs tens of thousands of pounds, but in my hands it is only a few dozen pounds." Tang Qingyu almost didn't laugh out loud. "The big sword is here, why don't you simply call it the Suantai heavy sword?" This bastard doesn't even write a draft when he lies, he comes when he opens his mouth, and even his expression and tone are very in place. If Tang Qingyu hadn't known the details of Chen Luo, she would have almost believed it. If you are so good at lying, you are definitely not a good person. Tang Qingyu glanced at Chen Luo, and had already made a judgment about what kind of person he was. If Chen Luo knew what Tang Qingyu was thinking at this time, he would be afraid that he would cry and laugh. Harrison and Turs, on the other hand, looked like they had suddenly realized, followed by relieved expressions. Fortunately, everyone can't lift it, not just us." They stayed in the side hall for about half an hour, and Fred rushed in and said eagerly, "Quick, you go with me to see your majesty." Harrison and Turs' expressions changed, and Fred's expression undoubtedly proved that what Chen Luo said was true, and this was the last thing they wanted to happen. "Fred, what did the Griffin Knight see?" "See your majesty and say it together." Chen Luo and Tang Qingyu followed the three of them and returned to the front of the palace. This time, the journey was unimpeded, and he entered the palace directly and met the king and queen. While Harrison and the others saluted one after another, Chen Luo would be enthusiastically observing the architecture and decoration in the palace, as well as the beautiful elven beauties inside. Although everyone is beautiful, there are also high and low beauty and ugliness. The maids in this palace are obviously carefully selected, and they are all beauties among beauties, and it is not an exaggeration to describe them as stunning in the world. And their temperament is indifferent, with a wisp of fairy energy, which is even more rare. Whatever is put into the outside world, I am afraid that it will be offered as a fairy. Chapter 236, Reward for Merit. When Chen Luo was looking at the beauties of the elves, they couldn't help but look over. Because Chen Luo was carrying the heavy sword that had just been named Daiju, coupled with his appearance, he couldn't help but attract attention. The elves are not unusual, but what is rare is that they are ugly. When they saw Chen Luo looking at them, someone couldn't help but cover their mouths to hide their smiles. But none of them have any contempt or irony, they just find it very interesting. They didn't resist Chen Luo's gaze much, because they could all see that it was a pure appreciation, an appreciation for beautiful things, without any other taste. For them, this is a better compliment than words. Tang Qingyu stood next to Chen Luo, and naturally noticed this bastard's actions all at once. In Tang Qingyu's view, Chen Luo's eyes were interpreted as lustful, and even the major events in front of him were ignored. Chen Luo quickly noticed Tang Qingyu's contemptuous eyes, he winked at the other party, and then continued to admire it as if nothing had happened. Dawn Whisper was suddenly angry, and simply went out of sight, listening to Fred report the information sent back by the Griffin Knight to Gresham. Your Majesty, more than 100 kilometers away from the royal city, millions of trolls and goblins are killing in the direction of Sylvia City. They killed all the living creatures on their way, whether it was elves, monsters, or those animals, they all died tragically at their hands. King Gresham looked very young, looking like a human in his 20s, but in fact he was more than 700 years old and was also a fourth-order mage. When he heard Fred's words, he still had an indifferent expression on his face. Those dirty and ugly trolls and goblins are not the first time they have invaded, why are you so panicked? Fred smiled bitterly, Your Majesty, these trolls and goblins are by no means the same as before. Their size has almost doubled, and each one is infinitely strong, and their skin has become as hard as iron, and magic below the first order has almost no effect, making it very difficult to deal with. What's even more terrifying is that there are millions of them, and if we don't mobilize all the extraordinary power back as soon as possible, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist their demon army. Gresham frowned and said with a suspicious expression, Impossible, how can such filthy beings as trolls and goblins resist our powerful magic? Fred looked solemn and said again, I didn't believe the news from the Griffin Knight at first, so I personally rode the Griffin to check. I saw with my own eyes a third-order shadow wolf using fire magic, not only failed to hurt them, but was torn apart by the troll's powerful physical power in an instant. Your Majesty, please quickly order all the extraordinary forces to be mobilized for defense, and the scattered forces are definitely not their opponents. Fred's words made the hall silent, because most of them began to react the same as Gresham, that is, they did not believe it. Since the emergence of extraordinary power among the elves, trolls and goblins have completely become the lowest race on the continent, because no matter how many people they dispatch, they are not enough for a group of mages to bombard them. Although trolls and goblins have continued to invade the 4 elven kingdoms over the past few hundred years, it turned out that they were all old, weak, sick, and disabled among trolls and goblins, and were sent to die in order to save food in the tribe. But Fred said that he had seen it with his own eyes, and he would not lie about this kind of thing, and there was no reason to say such a lie that could be easily exposed. Seeing that Gresham still didn't speak, Fred knelt down on one knee and said urgently, Your Majesty, you really can't delay, please give the order quickly. Fred, what you said is really true. Fred said categorically, I am willing to risk my life, and every word I say is a fact. Now, no one doubts it. Fred's tone and demeanor seemed to be about to go crazy, and he couldn't pretend to be so eager that he couldn't pretend to be like that at all. Gresham was convinced this time, and immediately stood up from his throne, and immediately ordered, Fred, immediately order the Griffin Knight to order all the extraordinary forces in the kingdom to come to Sylvia City. Yes, Your Majesty. Turs, order all the people outside the royal city to take refuge in Sylvia City. Yes, Your Majesty. Anderson, go and summon the elders and the deans of the Magic Academy to discuss matters. As Gresham's orders went down one after another, someone in the hall immediately took the order and hurried away. Soon, only Harrison, Tang Qingyu and Chen Luo were left in the hall. Harrison, who are the two of them? Back to Your Majesty, it was the two of them who discovered the mutation of the troll and came to the palace to deliver a message. She is the second-order Rangerifra, and the other is the first-order Demon Slayer Okasi. Gresham saw that Tang Qingyu was okay, he only felt that this female elf had a heroic spirit and an extremely outstanding temperament, he couldn't help but take another look and nodded secretly. But when he saw Chen Luo's appearance, Gresham couldn't help but frown, and when he heard Harrison's introduction, he couldn't help but ask strangely, what is the Demon Slayer? Harrison didn't dare to be as long as Chen Luo, and introduced the profession of the Demon Slayer in the simplest language. It's just that the three of them naturally ignored the fact that they couldn't afford to do it, and pretended that nothing had happened. Gresham's face was strange when he heard this, because even if he had lived so long, he had never heard of any demons, but he hadn't delved into it. No one knows how long the Western fantasy world has existed, and there are some ancient inheritances, which is not difficult to understand. So, the Okasi warriors are here to deal with these demonized trolls? Chen Luo smiled and shook his head, that's not the case, it's just that I happened to pass by Sylvia City and sensed the demonic energy, so I came to report to His Majesty. Gresham narrowed his eyes, he stared at Chen Luo, for some reason, he always felt that the person in front of him had an indescribable temperament. What exactly it was, Gresham couldn't say for a while. Could it be the unique temperament of the profession of Demon Slayer? Gresham wondered in his heart, but did not show it. So, are the Okasi warriors willing to stay and help us resist the evil abyssal demon together? The duty of the Demon Slayer is to destroy all the demons in the world, and he is naturally willing. That's great. Gresham laughed, and immediately smiled. The two of you have made great contributions to report the news, and our Balanya Palace has always been rewarded for its merits. Gresham glanced at Tang Qingyu's dress, and immediately ordered the palace guards, go get that thunderbolt bow. Chapter 237, The Ant King Returns. When Shen Luo and Tang Qingyu accepted Gresham's reward in the palace, in the city of Maria, more than 100 kilometers away, it was originally a beautiful elf city surrounded by green mountains and green waters. At this moment, the entire city has turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Countless demonized trolls and goblins are killing wildly in the city, and a large number of elven corpses float on a large river that runs through the city. The corpses blocked the entire river, and the blood stained the river red. In just half a day, hundreds of thousands of elves in the city, except for a very few transcendent ones who escaped, almost none survived. The sacrifices that Anglas needed were not the flesh and blood of living beings, but the various negative emotions they generated, and the negative emotions produced by people when they died in pain were undoubtedly the strongest. Therefore, Plan's order to all demonic armies is to kill all living things in the most cruel way. When the demonic army destroyed the entire city of Maria, under the control of the demon sorcerers, they continued to advance in the direction of Sylvia City. Looking down from the sky, the mighty trolls and goblins covered the entire land, densely packed with chills that made people feel creepy in this summer. Wherever they passed, it could be said that there was no grass at all, and even the powerful magical beasts in the area they passed through were not spared. After these trolls and goblins were demonized, it was difficult for ordinary magic to hurt them, and their skin was as hard as iron, and each of them was at least the strength of a first-order warrior. Even if it is a fourth-order or even a fifth-order demonic beast, when they see the densely packed demonic army that is not afraid of death, they can only run away first. Once there is no time to escape, they will be besieged to death. And this scene is not only happening in the elf kingdom of Balanya, but also in the territory of the other three elf kingdoms, as well as in the territory of trolls. The major elven kingdoms have issued orders to the cities where these demonic armies passed, asking them to urgently take refuge in the royal city. At this time, the players of the elf tribe also turned on the live broadcast, so that the players outside knew about the catastrophe in the elven continent. On the road to their respective royal cities, a large number of strong beasts pulled trailers, either the old, weak, women, and children of the elves, or the belongings that they were reluctant to abandon. Countless elves joined in, stretching a long migration brigade on the road. With no end in sight, they took their children and daughters, gave up their warm and comfortable homes, and headed towards the royal city. A large number of elves cried bitterly when they left their homes, and many elderly elves were even more reluctant to leave, and were finally forcibly taken away by the elven guards. The audience in the live broadcast room, no matter which elf player's live broadcast room enters, all they see is the scene of the apocalypse. Damn, who is this? Who is the bad luck? Woe to my lovely elf ladies. I still want to pamper them. Unlike the players, I see how these trolls and goblins feel very similar to the abyssal species. Damn, don't say it, it's really similar. Seeing that the patterns in their eyes seemed exactly the same as those in the eyes of the abyssal Lord Ongrest on the first floor? It's not like this is just one. If you don't believe me, take a screenshot to compare. I rub? The dog official Zhen Nima can play. Is this to open up the abyss world and the western fantasy world? Tisk tisk, it turns out that people have already buried a pit here, and they have made an abyss world, just to pit the poor people in the western fantasy world. However, how did I smell the strong breath of the Ant Emperor? Hey, it's really a bit like his style. Speaking of which, Ant Emperor hasn't heard from him for several months. Did he secretly handle this big thing? I'm sure it wasn't the Ant Emperor. As for why, because Ant Emperor started a live broadcast. I'll slip away first. After someone announced the news of Zhang Junhao's live broadcast, more than 10 million people poured into his live broadcast room in less than 10 minutes. If it weren't for the fact that many people can play in the world of the abyss now, it is estimated that this number will double several times. At this time, Zhang Junhao was wearing a black robe and walked into the hellish city of Maria. Ha ha ha, so many souls, so many good materials, all cheaper than me. The players in the live broadcast room saw Zhang Junhao standing in the mountain of corpses and laughing wildly, and they were dumbfounded one by one, thinking that this guy was crazy. But then they saw Zhang Junhao triumphantly saying, "Dear audience, this is the moment when you will prove a miracle." As soon as Zhang Junhao finished speaking, he saw him wave his hand suddenly, and countless green spots of light floated out of his cuffs. These points of light started with only a little bit and soon expanded and spread rapidly, turning into fist-sized green flames, and then burrowed into the dead elves on the ground. Soon, all the players in the live broadcast room were surprised to find that the corpses of the elves who had been drilled into the green flames had regained their feet little by little. The flesh on their bodies kept falling off into skeletons, or turning into zombies like leather armor. The skeletons and zombie eyes had turned into turquoise flames, and then they moved on to the next corpse, placing their hands on them. The turquoise flames quickly spread past, turning the corpse into a new skeleton or zombie. In this way, the turquoise flame spread virally, quickly transforming the corpses of the entire city, without missing a single one. In the blink of an eye, the streets and alleys of Maria City were all filled with skeletons and zombies, and they all let out a mournful roar at the sky. Among these corpses are the original transcendent people, such as mages, warriors, and archers, and after the transformation is completed, they actually retain some of their original power. Some mages have become skeleton mages, archers have become skeleton archers, and warriors have far stronger bones than ordinary people because they have exercised their bones and bodies. Under the transformation of the turquoise flame, the corpse with the strength of a warrior turned into a huge skeleton nearly 3 meters high, and the bones on the body converged into black bone armor and bone spurs, looking extremely hideous. Damn! Ant Emperor has become a necromancer. Amazing, my Ant Emperor. Every time it doesn't sound, it's a blockbuster, ha ha ha. 666. After holding back for so many years, I finally came up with another big move. Ha ha ha. The Ant Emperor is back in the world, congratulations. We wish the Ant Emperor eternal blessings, a long life and equal to the sky, thousands of generations, and the unification of the Western fantasy world. Poof, is the Ant Emperor going to change his name to the Undead Emperor now? Poor elf ladies, not to mention the poisonous hands of the Abyss Demon, you will be poisoned by the Ant Emperor again. The audience in the live broadcast room quickly boiled and cheered in the live broadcast room one by one, as if they were afraid that it would not be a big deal to watch the excitement. The news of Ant Emperor's reappearance also spread rapidly, and countless players poured into his live broadcast room. So much so that many players in the Abyss world stopped spawning monsters and quit the game and came to the live broadcast room to watch the Ant Emperor cause trouble. What's even more exaggerated is that in just a few hours, Ant Emperor re-emerges has directly become the first hot search in China. Chapter 238, The Soul with Nowhere to Go. Zhang Junhao looked at the army of hundreds of thousands of undead in front of him, his face was ecstatic, he actually succeeded. The first step in the plan to destroy the world given to him by Zhang Shengan was to learn spiritual magic first, and then master undead magic from there. If you want to destroy the world, of course, one person's strength is not good, and undead magic has become the best choice. Undead magic can create countless people who are not afraid of life and death, tireless, and can constantly produce new members through the dead, which can become stronger and stronger than the ant army. And the elves are the magical paradise of the Western fantasy world, and there is no better place to learn and study the magic of the dead. For this reason, after Zhang Junhao entered the Elf Magic Academy, he spent several years learning nothing else, only spiritual magic. Because spiritual magic is difficult to cultivate, and the power is too low compared to traditional magic, few people practice it. Even in the Elf Magic Academy, there are not many magic instructors, and most of the academies only keep a small number of related books. So, Zhang Junhao began to search for all the books on spiritual magic in the 4 Elven Kingdoms. In some colleges, he entered by signing up, went directly in and copied the content of the book and dropped out. Some colleges did not recruit Zhang Junhao, so he sacrificed his biggest weapon, smashing with money. Either bribe the librarian of the Magic Academy, or buy the players in the academy, or buy the tutor in the Magic Academy to help him copy books related to spiritual magic from it. These books were originally shelved and no one studied them. Even if you take a pen and copy a copy, no one will care at all. Under the temptation of a large amount of gold coins, these people copied out the spiritual magic books of their respective academies and handed them to Zhang Junhao. In just 3 years, Zhang Junhao traveled all over the 4 Elven Kingdoms and collected all the books on spiritual magic. Except for many duplicates, there are still more than 30 copies left. This is because the magic academies of the 4 Elven Kingdoms actually all originated from the Extraordinary Academy. The relevant magic books they copied back were also from the Magic Tower of the Transcendental Academy, so there was a lot of repetition of the spiritual magic copied by the 4 Elven Kingdoms. But more than 30 books of spiritual magic made Zhang Junhao's research head explode. Because spiritual magic, in addition to mind control, some illusions, and spiritual power control, actually does not have much power, and he also knows why no one studies spiritual magic. Mind control requires mental power to be countless times stronger than others, which requires specializing in spiritual magic and dragging down your cultivation progress. As for the spiritual power of the object, most of the third-order mages can do this, so there is no need to study it at all. Creating illusions may be effective for ordinary humans, but almost ineffective against mages with strong mental power, unless the level is too high, such as the 4th order versus the 1st order. Zhang Junhao studied all the books for several more years. Although he only had the strength of a 1st order mage, his spiritual power reached the level of a 2nd order mage, but he still didn't know how to turn spiritual magic into undead magic. Zhang Junhao thought hard for a long time, and then returned to reality to collect all the information about undead magic and necromancers. Whether it's TV, movies, novels, or legends in reality, I watched them all over again. At that time, it happened to be the time when Shen Luo changed the time between reality and the Western fantasy world to 1:1, which was just convenient for Zhang Junhao to study reality, and then returned to the Western fantasy world to do experiments, without delay at all. For 3 months, Jang Junhao ran to the cemetery every night, trying to control the souls of the recently dead. The soul of the dead was not controlled, but Jang Junhao learned to communicate with the newly deceased soul through spiritual magic. After the death of those dead, many of them have unfulfilled wishes, and their souls become pure spiritual energy. They wanted to convey these wishes to their family and friends through Jang Junhao, and then he inexplicably became a messenger of last wishes. Many family members of the deceased who did not have time to say their last words, or those who still wanted to hear the thoughts of the deceased again, came to ask Jang Junhao for help. Jang Junhao saw that the souls of the deceased were comforted because they conveyed their wishes, and the expressions of the family members crying with joy, and suddenly felt that the work of the spiritual mage was also good. As a result, I worked for 3 months, and I almost forgot what I was here for. During this time, Jang Junhao did not gain nothing, and in the process of communicating with the dead, his grasp of spiritual power became deeper and deeper, and he also gained another greater benefit. After the death of ordinary life, the soul will dissipate according to the most basic natural rules of the Western fantasy world. But transcendent life is different, such as mages, their spiritual strength is strong and stubborn. The soul of an ordinary person will dissipate in about 3 or 4 days, but these extraordinary beings, even if they lose their physical bodies and have no memories, will still stubbornly stay in the world, like a first-order mage who can stay for a month. Jang Junhao had seen the one who stayed the longest was a third-order mage, who stayed in the world for half a year before dissipating. According to Jang Junhao's estimation, once they reached the realm of a fourth-order mage, even if they died, their souls were far more stable than ordinary transcendent people, and they would not dissipate easily. They can combine memory and consciousness and spirit, and death is not their end at all, and they can still stay stubbornly in the world. Jang Junhao also knew why this was the case, because the Western fantasy world had a kingdom of living beings, a kingdom of gods, but there was no place for the dead, which made these dead souls have nowhere to go and become lonely souls and wild ghosts wandering in the world. But this time it was cheaper for Jang Junhao, because after the wishes of these dead people were satisfied, they turned into pure spiritual energy. Jang Junhao used his spiritual power to integrate these spiritual energies into his spirit. The spiritual energy of ordinary people has only increased slightly, but the power of the dead transcendentals has an incomparably huge gain on Jang Junhao. In these 3 months, Jang Junhao opened a plug-in, and his mental strength improved by leaps and bounds. In just 3 months, he changed from a first-order spiritual mage to a third-order spiritual mage, and his spiritual power reached the strength of a fourth-order mage. And Jang Junhao finally learned the core of undead magic, soul fire, in the process of continuous learning theory and practice. But every time Jang Junhao tried to create soul fire, he always failed at a critical time. No matter how many times he tried, it was the same. Jang Junhao didn't know what's going on. It seemed that something was missing, but he couldn't say what was wrong. Jang Junhao was at a loss, and when he was about to go crazy in distress, he had an extra sense in his mind, which seemed to be able to create soul fire. That was when Chen Luo added dark elements in the Western fantasy world a few days ago to make arrangements for subsequent warlocks. When Jang Junhao excitedly tested the souls of the dead again, he succeeded in transforming them into turquoise flames. Chapter 239, Where to Get a Death God. Jang Junhao looked at his army of undead and couldn't help but laugh proudly. Tisk, these monsters make corpses, but they save me a lot of things. Jang Junhao immediately waved his hand and summoned an undead warhorse, and rode on it with hundreds of thousands of undead troops to follow Trump's demonic army. He only did one thing, and that was to pick up heads, or bodies to be precise. Ha ha ha, third-order demonic beast. Come on, join my army of the undead. Hey, well done, there are even fourth-order magical beasts. Monsters, you have to work hard and make more soldiers for me. Along the way, players saw Jang Junhao excitedly turning one elven corpse after another into undead, and those high-level magical beasts turned into the most powerful existence among the undead. In just one day, Jang Junhao's army of hundreds of thousands of undead has expanded tenfold, becoming millions, almost comparable to Trump's demonized army. Tranda's demonic army was not unaware of Jang Junhao behind them, and when they saw these undead, they were also quite surprised. So when the demon sorcerers tried to attack, after destroying some of the skeletons and zombies, they found that they could not be used as sacrifices at all, because the undead were no longer living beings. And where did the negative emotions come from? When Jang Junhao saw the demonic army attacking, he ordered the army of the undead to retreat and not fight them at all. In his opinion, the demonic army is helping him destroy the world, and the enemy of the enemy is naturally a friend. The demon sorcerers saw that the army of the undead was just constantly transforming corpses behind him, and it did not hinder them, and there was no benefit in killing them, so he gradually became too lazy to pay attention. The two sides seem to have reached a tacit understanding: one kills people, the other picks up corpses, and the cooperation is quite pleasant. When the demonic army destroyed millions of elves, it was found that all the towns and villages on the road were empty, and even the magical beasts on the road had disappeared. The creatures along the road apparently knew about their arrival and evacuated early. Seeing that he couldn't pick up the body, Zhang Junhao immediately ordered the army of the dead to start turning around and advancing in the direction of another kingdom. He could see that this demonic army was heading towards the city of Sylvia, but it must have gathered all the extraordinary power of the entire kingdom of Balania. Zhang Junhao has been in the four elf kingdoms for 7 or 8 years, and he knows very well about the strength of the elves' mages. Over the past few hundred years, the elves have long studied magic very thoroughly, they have racial talents, and they have a lot of time to devote themselves to research and constantly improve magic. Now, the magical strength of the elves is no longer the same as when Ilia first brought back her extraordinary power. In addition to the strong strength of single magic, they even came up with combination magic, such as the super powerful fire meteor used by Chris, although a low-level elf mage could not cast it. But a group of mages composed of low-level mages can, and low-level mages can use the same spiritual frequency and the same fireball technique, and when they come together, they can be combined into a super large fire meteor, which is even more powerful than the original fire meteor. And this is just a fire-type combination magic. There are at least 7 or 8 fire-type combination magic, and each of them has developed this kind of super powerful combination magic. Although Zhang Junhao now has an army of millions of undead, under this combination of magic, he will definitely lose heavily. He needs more soldiers. Zhang Junhao didn't even need to ask, and a large number of players in the live broadcast room began to tell him which direction had the most corpses. When Zhang Junhao started the great business of picking up corpses again, Chen Luo also noticed the movement here. Chen Luo had just obtained a set of elven armor forged by elves from Gresham at this time, which was of course dispensable to him. But this set of armor is from the hands of elves, and the design is quite beautiful. Chen Luo looked at this gorgeous appearance, and once felt that he wanted to upgrade his beauty. When Chen Luo was about to put on the armor and try it, he found an abnormal change in popularity in the live broadcast room. Chen Luo didn't have the energy or was too lazy to monitor everything in the Western fantasy world in real time, but he asked the Hunyuan pen to detect the players' live broadcast rooms in real time, and once he encountered abnormal fluctuations in popularity, he would feed back to him. Chen Luo is very aware of the urine nature of these players, especially people like Zhang Junhao. As long as there is a surge in popularity, someone must be causing trouble, otherwise it is impossible to have particularly big UPS and downs. Zhang Junhao exceeded 10 million people in the moment he started the live broadcast, and when he completed the transformation of the corpse in Maria City, the number of people in the live broadcast room had skyrocketed to 50 million, and it was still increasing exponentially. According to this trend, the number of viewers will soon exceed 100 million, and it was at this time that Chen Luo shifted his gaze to Maria City. When he saw Zhang Junhao out of the army of the dead, Chen Luo was really speechless. This skin monster. Chen Luo could no longer describe his mood at this time, and he suddenly had the urge to block Zhang Junhao's account. Of course, Zhang Junhao couldn't do good deeds out of the army of the undead, and Chen Luo knew what kind of calculation he was making when he cooperated with the demonic army from behind. This skin monster is really alive and dies. This is Wang Ba eating scales, and he is determined to follow himself to the end. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, and immediately retraced the process of Zhang Junhao's undead magic. After figuring it out, Chen Luo laughed dumbly, and after a long time, he still gave him a chance. I didn't expect to make such a big oversight. Chen Luo naturally refers to the place where the dead are laid. Chen Luo pondered for a moment. In fact, he had thought of this since he got out of the kingdom of God, but at that time, because of the opening of the Marvel world, he temporarily ignored it. It's time to arrange a place for the dead. Arranging the dead is also simple. Just open up a secondary plane like the kingdom of God as the underworld and become the place of reincarnation of the dead. In a way, the reincarnation pool that players enter is actually similar to a smaller version of the underworld, but only reincarnated players, not the natives of the Western fantasy world. But the opening of the underworld is simple, and Chen Luo now has to consider another problem: he lacks a manager. After the opening of the underworld, it will have one of the 3 core laws, the law of reincarnation, and the god of death, as the lord of the underworld, will master this important law. Chen Luo smiled bitterly. Now the goddess of light he chose has not grown up. Where can he get a god of death? It is certainly possible to create a god directly, but firstly, it needs to consume its own lifespan, and secondly, it needs to be slowly adjusted by Chen Luo himself. It's too troublesome. Elizabeth spent 7 years slowly cultivating Chen Luo, and if he did it again, he really had no patience. So, where to get a Grim Reaper? Chapter 240. The underworld is established. Chen Luo thought about it, but still gave up the idea of directly creating a god, but the underworld was a top priority. With the frantic attack of the demonic army, there were more and more dead, and these souls either dissipated or were turned into soul fire by Zhang Junhao, and they had to be given a place as soon as possible. At this time, Chen Luo had already lived in a mansion outside the palace under Gresham's arrangement, while Tang Qingya returned to his residence. Chen Luo stretched out his hand, and the Hunyuan pen appeared in his hand, then took out Genesis, found the location of the Kingdom of God on the crease, and wrote Underworld below. At the same time, on the plain wall of the Western fantasy world, a black nebula gradually bloomed. This black nebula is a bright black that can be distinguished at a glance even in the dark universe. The black nebula was attached to the plane wall of the Western fantasy world, and began to expand in shape rapidly, deeply embedded into the Western fantasy world, forming an independent secondary plane. And the black underworld just blocks the light projected by the sun into the Western fantasy world and the universe. At this time, the Western fantasy world was in broad daylight. At the moment when the underworld appeared, the sky suddenly darkened, and it became a situation where the five fingers could not be seen. All the creatures on the Western fantasy world continent fell into inexplicable panic, because there was no sign of the change in this celestial phenomenon, and the sky suddenly darkened. Even in the Western hemisphere, which was originally night, the moon and stars in the sky lost their light. At this moment, the entire Western fantasy world fell into complete darkness, and all living beings felt a tremor in their hearts. Is this a solar eclipse? It's dark. This is a sign of an impending natural disaster. God, is this your divine punishment? Compared with the panic of the natives in the Western fantasy world, the players of the Western fantasy world have scolded their mothers. Dog official, another bug? Won't it be secretly updated like the abyssal world again, right? This dog's official program ape graduated from elementary school. Why did there be a problem at both ends in 3 days? No, I don't think the programmer ape can get along with the sun. Don't you remember the 3 sons of the Abyss world? This time I directly played with the son of the Western fantasy world, and maybe 3 sons will appear later. Oh, I'm going. You don't say. I really forgot. This is called Bug Starts from the Day. Just as everyone was guessing what was going on, a new memory flooded their minds at the same time. The underworld is established. This world is the land of the dead. All the dead will enter the underworld to be judged, and those who have committed serious sins will fall into hell forever and will not be allowed to enter reincarnation. This idea was the same as when the hierarchical system was established, and it was directly integrated into the minds of all living beings. At the same time, the sky also regained its light. All the creatures in the Western fantasy world understood that the underworld was born just now, which led to the vision of heaven and earth. Entering reincarnation? Does this mean that you can be reincarnated after death? The underworld, the place of judgment of sin. So after I die, am I eligible to enter reincarnation? The gods have been watching us, and in the future, the sinful will not be judged while they are alive, and they will be punished after they die. Some of the creatures in the Western fantasy world are cheering. Most of these people usually behave uprightly and have not harmed anyone. For example, many believers in the Church of Light, most of them believe in the light and have not done any evil deeds. Some people are afraid, such as those who do evil in many ways. And players started spraying on the forums again, and they already took it as a system update announcement. What, isn't it just a hell added, to have such a big battle? There is only one update announcement of the content of the update. Do you want to open a copy of the underworld in the future? Let's brush up on the monsters of the underworld. Is the boss of the underworld Hades? Bah, hi your sister, the boss of the underworld, of course it. This king. Waiting for this king to conquer the underworld and make you the crown prince. With the formation of the underworld, the world also stabilized. Chen Luo added the rules of reincarnation to it, and people also entered the underworld. There was no light source in the underworld at this time, and it was impossible to see anything clearly like in the universe. Chen Luo waved his hand, and a round of sun emitting a faint light appeared in the sky. Its light is not strong, but it is about the same as when the full moon is in the Western fantasy world. And the light it emits makes people not feel any warmth, but has a cold and piercing feeling. Under the light of the dark sun, I looked far away and saw a dark and barren land in the distance, where there were thousands of mountains and plains. In front of him was a raging black river, which blocked the way forward. Then follow the setting of the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo turned to look behind him, and then his mind moved, and a huge gate of the underworld rose from the ground, crossing the only way for all living beings to enter the underworld. Inside the door, 3 hellhounds 10 meters tall appeared, ensuring that anyone could never return to the human world once they entered the gate of hell. When the 3 hellhounds saw Chen Luo coming, they immediately prostrate themselves respectfully on the ground, and the 3 heads were buried deep in the ground at the same time, obviously knowing Chen Luo's identity from the beginning. Your name is still Cerberus, and you are responsible for guarding the gates of the underworld. Follow your oracle. The 3 huge heads of Cerberus opened their mouths in unison and responded respectfully. Chen Luo waved his hand and let the Cerberus leave, then turned around and came to the Styx River. This river is called the River of Pain. After Chen Luo finished naming it, he waved his hand again, and a fairy appeared on the bank of the River of Pain, along with a bearded boatman in his boat. Your name is Karen, and you are responsible for ferrying the dead to the other side. The boatman Karen immediately fell to his knees. Thank you to the creator for the name. Chen Luo's figure instantly disappeared in place and appeared on the other side of the Styx, which was a vast gray plain connected by 2 roads. The left leads to reincarnation, and the right leads to the infernal hell. As Chen Luo's words ended, a gate made of white halos appeared on the road on the left, and on the right was a gate as black as ink, with countless evil spirits roaring inside. as well as a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. The dead are judged before the judgment seat, the guilty receive varying punishments according to their crimes, and the innocent are reincarnated directly through the gate of reincarnation. Those who commit the most heinous crimes will be banished to the endless hell and will endure endless pain and torture forever. After Chen Luo finished setting up, he glanced at the back of the judgment seat. There is still a temple of death left. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, a majestic and huge palace group appeared 1,000 meters away. The gate of the underworld is the first screening. Styx is the second baptism. The trial table is the end. After Chen Luo was sure that there was no problem, he moved his mind and began to let the rules of reincarnation in the underworld work, absorbing the undead into the underworld. Chapter 241 Six-Winged Dark Angel. In the Western fantasy world, all the dead felt a terrifying attraction at this moment. These revenants wandering the world were finally summoned by the underworld. The weak soul did not have any ability to resist, and directly broke away from the Western fantasy world, entered the underworld, and reached the entrance of the underworld. And the souls of those powerful transcendentals can also resist this terrifying attraction with their powerful souls. But soon they discovered that the more they resisted this attraction, the stronger it became. In just a moment, most of the revenants in the Western fantasy world were involved in the underworld, but there were still some revenants who forcibly stayed in reality. It's a bit interesting. Chen Luo laughed. He was above the underworld at this time, watching the revenants line up to enter the gate of the underworld, and also noticed that there were several beings outside who were desperately resisting the call of the underworld. Some of these revenants were imprisoned by Zhang Junhao using undead magic and turned into soul fire. If the most unhappy person established in the underworld is naturally Zhang Junhao, and it is natural that the dog official has begun to target him again, the revenant soul entered the underworld, which not only made Zhang Junhao unable to create more soul fire, but also made him unable to purify his spiritual energy and enhance his spiritual power. Therefore, Zhang Junhao could only snatch those souls at the moment when the dead had just died. But the scope of his influence alone was the place covered by the army of the undead, and the number of undead souls he could leave behind was extremely limited. The strength of these imprisoned souls was average, and they were quickly transformed into soul fire by Zhang Junhao, so naturally they would not attract Chen Luo's attention. Chen Luo found it interesting that there were three transcendents in the Western fantasy world, who were using their powerful souls to fight against the summoning power of the underworld. As soon as Chen Luo's mind moved, he figured out the identities of these three people. Consistent with Chen Luo's guess, these three were all mages before their deaths, and they were fourth-order mages. The strength of their souls exceeded that of ordinary people countless times, and they were so stable that they could affect reality. For example, through soul energy, they have been able to move lighter substances in reality, such as water glasses, tables and chairs, etc. The trio, one human, one elf, and one orc, came from three different races. Chen Luo pondered for a moment. There are just 3 angels of judgment missing, just you. At the same time as Chen Luo finished saying this, the 3 revenants lost all their strength to resist, were forcibly involved in the underworld, and appeared in front of him. The moment they entered the underworld, they were erased by Chen Luo from all their memories, leaving only part of their instincts. But these 3 people originally had stronger souls than ordinary people, and although they erased their memories, they could still feel the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Luo in front of them. It was an aura that made their souls tremble, irresistible, unable to look directly at it, just want to worship. Chen Luo glanced at them, pointed with his hand, and said, "From today onwards, the 3 of you are the judgment angels of the underworld, Agos, Minos, and Rhodomantis." With Chen Luo's naming, all 3 of them turned into human images, and at the same time grew 3 pairs of wings, becoming 6-winged dark angels. Unlike the glorious and holy angelic images of the Church of Light, they were all dressed in black gorgeous armor, and black clouds of the underworld lingered around them. "I give you the power of the underworld, you can appoint the underworld officials, you can judge the souls of sin, and you will be responsible for the operation of the underworld before the god of death ascends to the throne." When Aegis and the others were possessed by the power of the underworld, they already understood Chen Luo's identity, and they knelt down respectfully follow the oracle under the crown. Each person has their own responsibility. Yes. The wings behind the 3 of them burst out at the same time, already cutting through the night sky, and flew to the judgment platform on the other side of the Styx River and sat down respectively. At this time, a large number of ordinary revenants entered the underworld, and they became confused, not knowing where they were or what to do. One by one, the revenants stood here and looked around, looking up at the sky. There was only a dim dark sun. The sky was gray, and they couldn't see through the layers of fog, giving them a feeling of extreme insignificance. And when they looked forward, they saw the towering gate of the underworld, and the huge 3-headed hellhound standing on the black steps, which made them instinctively feel a very dangerous aura. At this time, a ghost had just passed through the gate of the underworld, seemingly frightened by the 3 hellhounds, let out a scream and turned around and ran out in horror. The 6 giant eyes of the 3-headed dog of hell showed a fierce light at the same time, and the head in the middle suddenly spat out a long tongue, shot out like lightning, swallowed the fleeing ghost, and then quickly rolled back, swallowing the ghost into its belly. Those who retreat will die. The revenants who saw this scene trembled with fright, and they completely understood at this moment that after entering the gate of the underworld to be judged, they still had the opportunity to enter reincarnation. But if you are swallowed by 3 hellhounds, you will really be scattered, and you can't die anymore. But many people were still frightened by this scene and began to strangle. The ghosts below were originally extremely large, and these frightened revenants immediately caused a large-scale riot. The 3 giant mouths of the 3 hell dogs roared angrily at the same time, and crimson flames spewed out at the chaotic place. All the revenants touched by the flames let out a mournful wail, and were quickly burned to the point where there was not a single left. Line up, the chaos will die. The roar of the 3-headed dog of hell is at the entrance to the underworld. After all the revenants saw its horror, they were silent one by one, and they quickly lined up in a neat line and began to enter the gate of the underworld in an orderly manner. Even the voice of the speaker was gone, lest the 3-headed dog of hell come again, the speaker dies. Millions of revenants neatly did not make the slightest sound, and the situation looked very strange. When a soul passed through the gates of the underworld and reached the Styx, when they wanted to cross the Styx on the boat of the ferryman Karen, most of them were refused and asked to swim over by themselves. Only special revenants are eligible to take the ferryman's underworld boat when they enter the underworld. Otherwise, these millions of people do not know when they will be transported by just one ferryman. The revenants had no choice at all. If they did not cross the Styx, they would not be able to accept judgment, and they would not be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation, and they could only stay in the underworld forever, and finally dissipate little by little and become part of the underworld. As a result, countless souls jumped into the Styx River and began to swim hard towards the judgment platform on the other side of the river. But the Styx River seemed to be calm, but in fact the waves below were turbulent, and the soul that jumped into it could not swim far, and was swept away by the stormy waves in it. But the revenants had no choice but to jump into the Styx River one after another, struggling in it in order to get a chance to go ashore. Chapter 242 Goblin History Handbook. It's time to arrange for trolls and goblins. Chen Luo saw that the underworld began to operate normally in the air, and nothing else happened, so he returned to the Western fantasy world and appeared on a slightly barren plain. In front of us, there are more than 10 barren mountains that stretch endlessly. The reason why it is said to be barren is because there is almost no green vegetation here, and even if there is, it is sparse and looks very desolate. The sound of tinkling iron tools and ore was heard from more than 10 mountains, and these sounds gathered together and echoed in the silent valley to look extremely harsh. Entering from the passage at the bottom of the mountain, you will find that the mine is dotted with dizzying tunnels, caves, and lava pipes, and the terrain inside is extremely complex, and ordinary people can get dizzy and can't get out of it when they go in. Chen Luo turned into a human figure at this time, and was slowly walking into the mine, without being affected by the complex terrain inside, and walked directly towards his destination. At this time, he came to find the ancestor of the goblin, Wang Zhan, that is, the player who chose to become the Hulk in the Marvel world, and then ran to the Hulk on the streets of New York. After re-entering the Western fantasy world, Wang Zhan still chose the goblins, but after coming in, he found that all the goblins had become slaves of the trolls, and it had been hundreds of years. Wang Zhan almost vomited blood out of breath, seeing that the race he created had become slaves, and he was in a good mood before he saw hell. But he didn't have any good way, except for the number and clever mind. The goblin was completely crushed by the troll in terms of physical fitness, and he did not have any extraordinary power. Although the goblins were numerous, they had long been redivided by the major clans of the trolls, scattered in different places, mining, building houses and territories for them day and night. This also led to the fact that it was impossible to gather all the goblins to resist the trolls. To make matters worse, the average life expectancy of goblins is only about 70 years old, and after hundreds of years, the goblins of previous generations have died, so that all goblins have been slaves since birth. This makes them even think that they are born slaves and should work hard for trolls. Mental slavery is far more terrifying than physical slavery. Wang Zhan's first step in coming in was not to think about how to resist, but to change the thinking of the goblins first. If ordinary people may not have much effect, Wang Zhan has the title of ancestor and has an aura of charm, and it took a few years to become the leader of hundreds of thousands of goblins in this mine. At first, Wang Zhan made a lot of simple manuals on the history of goblins, bypassing the surveillance of the troll overseers, and secretly circulating them in this place called the Baya mine like an underground worker. Of course, this goblin history manual has been beautified and distorted to a considerable extent, and the general idea is that goblins, trolls and elves are all creatures created by the gods, and the goblins are loved by the gods and given wisdom higher than the other two races. Just when their civilization was highly developed, they established the first goblin kingdom, beat trolls and elves, and became the hegemon of the elven continent, but they were attacked by evil trolls and cunning elves, and eventually became slaves. I have to say that the educational effect of this brochure is very good. In just a few years, Wang Zhan unified the thoughts of the goblins. Then, he started the second step. In addition to being smart and clever, goblins are also clever and dexterous, and have talents that are unattainable to other races in terms of crafting tools. Wang Zhan got the design drawings of some mining tools in reality, and the goblins didn't even need to explain it. Just by virtue of the rather scribbled design drawings he drew, they could understand the things on it and imitate it. Not only do they have a talent for mechanics, but they also seem to have a natural interest in these delicate things. Wang Zhan was overjoyed, and immediately got the gunpowder formula in reality and some chemical agents with greater lethality. As expected, the goblins quickly learned and made them. At this time, all the goblins in the Baya mine had already worshipped Wang Zhan as a god, because every time he took out something, he could make the goblins breathless. They couldn't believe that there were such sophisticated tools in the world, as well as weapons that could match the power of the transcendental. Gunpowder appeared, and the next step was of course hot weapons, and Wang Zhan began to bring in the design drawings of the firearms. This kind of thing is naturally impossible to get in China, and he even spent a lot of money to buy the design drawings of muskets and ancient artillery in the legendary dark web. When the goblins saw such a magical machine, they were excited as if they had seen a holy relic, and immediately began to study it. It took less than a month for the goblins to make their first muskets. Although it is just a crude musket, the power is almost the same as that of ordinary guns, and as long as it is improved for a period of time, the power can be further improved. Wang Zhan was overjoyed and began to order the goblins to forge more muskets secretly. The Baya mine was originally full of ores used to forge various weapons for the trolls, so there was no problem in making muskets. The only difficulty is to build a musket under the troll's nose, and how to get more gunpowder. Wang Zhan had to let the goblins take turns secretly building muskets after the trolls rested. In order to prevent the sound of forging too loud to attract the attention of the trolls, they did not dare to forge too many muskets at one time, and the efficiency was very slow, but the number was gradually increasing. Wang Zhan is not in a hurry, he has been in for 10 years, step by step to the present. It is not so much time, it just so happens that he also needs to slowly collect gunpowder. When Wang Zhan finally prepared the muskets needed by hundreds of thousands of goblins and was about to destroy the troll clan that enslaved them in one fell swoop, a bad news came: Tranda's demonic army attacked. Wang Zhan worked as a slave in the Baya mine, so it was naturally impossible to know the news from the outside world. He saw it from a post on the game forum. When Wang Zhan entered the live broadcast room of other players and saw the horror of the demonic army, his heart suddenly cooled. Because Wang Zhan knew very well that muskets could not deal with these demonic armies. More than 10 years of planning turned into scrap overnight, which made him suddenly hit hard. But things are like this, Wang Zhan has no other way, he can only take one step at a time, and find a way to preserve the strength of this goblin first, so that they can survive this catastrophe. Only then can they become the seeds that will change the fate of the entire goblin race. When Wang Zhan entered the game and wanted to attack immediately, he received news from his goblins that the troll clan had fled first. Wang Zhan's heart was filled with countless grass and mud horses, and he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Chapter 243 Most Popular NPC Ranking. Wang Zhan knew that this troll clan was not afraid of goblins, and they had never taken the dirty and timid goblins seriously, let alone that they had created powerful firearms under their noses. Wang Zhan already knew from other players' live broadcast rooms that Trun's demonic army was not far from the Baya mine, and it was only 3 days away at most. Otherwise, this troll clan would not have fled in such a hurry, not even the slave goblins they regarded as property. What else can Wang Zhan do now? He can only find a way to run away with the goblins first. Just as Wang Zhan summoned the little leaders of the goblins to discuss the escape route, a human slowly paced in. Wang Zhan and the goblin leaders were all stunned, because the goblins guarding the passage were all unresponsive, as if they had not seen anything, and allowed this human to walk in. And the person in front of him looked a little similar to an elf, but he didn't have the pointed ears of an elf, and he was obviously not an elf, so they didn't know what kind of species it was for a while. The continent of Alvin has not yet set foot in humans, and the only people who have seen humans are the students of the Transcendental Academy in Ilia, and the goblins have been enslaved all year round, so naturally they have no chance to meet humans. Wang Zhan naturally wouldn't be surprised. He was surprised by the ability of this human to come into the pit silently, as well as the other party's appearance. He seemed to have seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. At this time, the goblin leaders had already taken out their muskets and aimed them at Chen Luo. "Who are you?" a goblin leader asked urgently. Chen Luo looked at the musket in his hand with interest, and made a light move. The musket in the goblin's hand flew to Chen Luo's hand, and then he took it in his hand and looked at it. Seeing this, several other goblins shot at Chen Luo without even thinking about it. Bang! 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 Several gunshots came, but the result surprised the goblins. The bullets scattered out all stood still in front of Chen Luo. Then they saw Chen Luo casually reaching out to grab an iron bullet and continuing to hold it in his hand to observe. "It's kind of interesting, you guys can come up with such an interesting weapon." Of course Chen Luo knew what this was, but he was now playing a character in the Western fantasy world, and of course he couldn't directly say that it was a powder gun. The goblins looked at this eerie scene, and they were speechless in shock. Wang Zhan was also full of surprise, but he vaguely remembered where he had seen this person, but but he was a little uncertain. Wang Zhan immediately opened the live broadcast and posted a post on the forum, "Did I meet Lophius Lively?" As soon as the title Wang Zhan came out, it instantly attracted countless people to click in. Today's Lophius Lively is not less well known among players than Shang Wengsuan and Zhang Junhao. Someone on the forum made a ranking of the most popular NPCs in the Western fantasy world, and also voted on the forum. The rankings are as follows. 1. Elizabeth. 2. Osiris, the Dog Master. 3. Big Dog. 4. Lophius Lively. 5. Elf Queen Irelia. 6. Magic Emperor Chris. This ranking is not only voted by dozens or hundreds of people, but by a survey conducted by a special statistical website, which posts links on the forum and allows hundreds of millions of players to go to their websites to vote, and each person has only one vote. Elizabeth's votes were as high as 200 million, followed by Osiris with 150 million, Big Dog with 100 million, and Lophius with only 80 million. Chen Luo didn't know that his popularity ranking was not even as good as that of a dog, but even if he did, he would probably just laugh it off. But this also shows the popularity of Lophi as an identity, mainly because the top 3 in popularity are related to him. Elizabeth's journey in the Terran race in recent years is clear to the players, because Fang Xingchen has been on the live broadcast most of the time, so that the players can clearly know their adventure journey over the years. When Elizabeth was famous on the continent, her popularity also reached its peak in the real world. Because everyone can see that Elizabeth doesn't look like an NPC at all, she has a kind personality and is ruthless to her enemies. Sometimes sophisticated, sometimes confused. The two diametrically opposite personalities are perfectly combined in the same person, giving her an irresistible charm. Although Elizabeth looks very ordinary, the bright and pure temperament on her body can be felt even by the audience across the screen, but it makes many people feel that she exudes feminine brilliance. When they went to the Orc Kingdom, Elizabeth was not only the most popular NPC in the Western fantasy world, but also the most popular virtual character in the real world. Especially in the Western world, it is even more exaggerated, because Elizabeth's appearance and name are all in the Western world, which makes them have a strong sense of substitution, and even set up a special fan club. Now many people in the real world regard Elizabeth as a goddess and want to go in and pursue her. Even after the players of the human race and the orc race knew Fang Xingchen's location, they made a special trip to Elizabeth to ask for. Screenshot group photo. If it weren't for Fang Xingchen's stop, these people would have been slaughtered by Elizabeth as a killer. As for the dog master Osiris, it goes without saying, arrogant, stupid, and does things that make people laugh crazy from time to time, but he has the expression of Lao Tzu's #1 in the world, full of magical charm. Big dogs can be described in 2 words, that is, dogs look down on people and dogs fight people. The big dog not only learned the pace of arrogance with the dog master, but also began to change his personality, and once he got into trouble, he quickly shrank behind Elizabeth and Osiris. It was able to miraculously survive so many chases because of this cleverness and cunning. And Chen Luo's incarnation of Lophius is because of its mystery and power, an existence that can release epic missions. You can imagine how terrifying his strength is. According to players' guesses, Lophi estimates that he has at least the strength of a 7th order epic. But except for the 7 years when Lophius traveled around the world with Elizabeth and others, he never appeared again, and he was extremely mysterious. The more mysterious it is, the easier it is to cause all kinds of speculation. Players even set up a dedicated post on the forum to speculate about what Lophi identity really is. So when Wang Zhan sent this post, curious players immediately flocked in, so that the number of people in his live broadcast room exceeded 5 million in a short time, and it was still growing. Chapter 244 Alchemy. Damn, it's really Lophius Lively. Hey, these green skins are goblins. This is in the pit? Wow, the anchor actually has the title of ancestor, the ancestor of the goblins. Anchor, you are developed, hurry up and hug your thighs. Yes, Fang Xingchen licked out a king of thieves, you go up and lick it, at least the king of goblins. After a brief pause, the goblin leaders immediately loaded their muskets and prepared to continue shooting. Wang Zhan had already determined Chen Luo's identity at this time. How could he dare to let these goblin leaders continue to do it, and even if he did, he would not be Chen Luo's opponent, he would only offend him. Wang Zhan immediately shouted urgently, retreat all. The goblin leaders glanced at Wang Zhan in astonishment, but they still obediently accepted the order to put away their muskets and stepped aside. Are you Mr. Lophius Lively? Chen Luo pretended to be surprised and glanced at Wang Zhan. Do you know me? This is my first time in Alvan continent. Hearing Chen Luo personally admit his identity, Wang Zhan couldn't help but be overjoyed. This is the real boss of the Western fantasy world. If he hugged his thigh, maybe he could solve the goblins' current crisis. Of course, your reputation is well known even in the Alvan continent. Wang Zhan opened his mouth without thinking about it, and began to flatter him, without even considering rationality. Chen Luo was amused in his heart, but he didn't care. He said with a surprised face, really? Of course. Wang Zhan said categorically, as if to prove the authenticity of what he said, if you can teach the youngest 4th order powerhouse, your name has long been spread throughout the world. And the audience in the live broadcast room laughed crazy one by one. Anchor, you are licking hard, this flattery is too insincere. Anchor, promise me, don't be a licking dog, okay? Licking the dog until the end is nothing. No, if you lick the dog to the end, you will return with a full load. Lofus, MMP, why don't I know I'm so famous? Are you famous for me? Chen Luo naturally directly ignored Wang Zhan's flattery. He picked up the musket seriously and looked at it, and asked slowly, this is what you built yourself? Wang Zhan replied with a diligent face, yes, can you still see it? Chen Luo said casually, it's a bit interesting, but the power is a little worse. If you modify it a little, it should be not inferior to the power of magic. Wang Zhan's face was ecstatic. Since Chen Luo said so, there must be a way to transform. He hurriedly asked, can you teach us the method of transformation? Chen Luo glanced at Wang Zhan and said with a smile, why should I teach you the method? Wang Zhan was stunned. Yes, Chen Luo didn't have any reason to teach them how to transform muskets. Mr. Lophius, we goblins have been enslaved for hundreds of years, and we have finally made muskets and have the ability to change our fate. But there are abyss demons outside, and if we don't have strong power to protect ourselves, we may be directly exterminated. On behalf of all the goblins, I ask you to help us. After Wang Zhan said this, he immediately knelt on the ground, his eyes full of prayer. When the other goblin leaders saw this scene, although they didn't know what was happening, the king who saw them knelt down, and immediately knelt down with him, shouting in goblin language together, pray that you will help us. Even the players in the live broadcast room were stunned, and they didn't expect Wang Zhan to kneel directly. Players have modern memories, and kneeling is not as easy to accept as the natives of the Western fantasy world. And when Wang Zhan said this, the emotions he showed were quite sincere, and it didn't look like acting at all. This is enough to show that Wang Zhan really regards the fate of the goblin clan as something more important than his own dignity. For a while, the live broadcast room was quiet, no one spoke, and no one mocked Wang Zhan for licking the dog. Chen Luo was also a little surprised, although the painting style changed very abruptly, but he could see that Wang Zhan was sincere. Like Tang Qingyu, although Wang Zhan thought that this was a game world, he still regarded the goblins here as real life and took their fate on their shoulders. Chen Luo was originally here to change the fate of the goblins, and he originally just wanted to pretend. Seeing Wang Zhan like this, there was no need to continue acting. I feel a strong desire in your heart that you will be a qualified king. Chen Luo waved his hand, and all the goblins stood up, and he said with a smile, it just so happens that I have an inheritance that is very suitable for you, it's called alchemy. When Wang Zhan heard Chen Luo agree, he was ecstatic in his heart, and he was so excited that he almost burst into tears. When he heard Chen Luo's inheritance, Wang Zhan was stunned at first. He had indeed heard of this word in movies and novels about the Western fantasy world, but he had never heard that its power was comparable to magic. Wang Zhan came back to his senses and hurriedly asked, Mr. Lofus, what is the alchemy you are talking about? It's too complicated to explain. Let me give you a simple example. You all know magic, right? A group of green-skinned goblins nodded repeatedly. Goblins and trolls all had memories of being abused by elven magic. How could they not know the terrifying power of magic? Magic comes from various elements in the world, and if you want to use fire magic, you must use spiritual power to sense the fire elements, and then drive them in a special arrangement, and magic is formed. But the world is not only made up of magical elements, the origin of the world is full of various elements, and even I don't know how many elements there are at present. And alchemy is to understand these elements, use their properties, use them to create matter, and then create the alchemy artifacts you want. For example, as Chen Luo's last words were spoken, the iron musket in his hand suddenly disintegrated, turning into a pile of iron pieces, then from iron sheets to iron ore, and finally into a pile of fine iron particles. The goblins suddenly widened their eyes and looked at Chen Luo dumbfounded, speechless for a while. It is made of iron elements, and as long as you master them, you can combine them into the shape you want through alchemy. As Chen Luo's words came out, the iron elements quickly combined together and turned into a long sword, and then disintegrated into a long knife again. In a short period of time, this pile of black iron elements was repeatedly deformed more than 10 times. As for how many elements can be mastered, it needs to be studied and explored by alchemists from generation to generation. Chen Luo smiled faintly, and finally added, understanding the composition of the world is equivalent to understanding the ultimate mystery of this world. And the alchemist discovers and uses it. This is alchemy. Chapter 245 Alchemical Canon. A group of goblins were fascinated when they heard this, and they found that they could understand what Chen Luo was talking about in an instant, as if this alchemy was tailor-made for them. The essence of alchemy is decomposition and integration. The elements are the same. How to decompose and integrate must test the alchemist's skills. But there is a prerequisite for all this. The alchemist must awaken his mental power, and only through mental power can he analyze the matter and then reforge it. Chen Luo glanced at the 13 goblin leaders present and said with a smile, you are lucky that you have awakened your spiritual power. Now I have imprinted all the alchemist's meditation methods, learning and making of spell casting materials into your minds, and you can understand for yourself. How much you can learn depends on how hard you try. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he just took it easy. All the goblins felt a roar in their minds, and countless knowledge about alchemy poured into their minds, causing them all to freeze on the spot, motionless, as if they had lost their souls. It took a long time for them to come back to their senses, and they were stunned by the huge and magical alchemy in their minds. It was a shock brought about by great joy and happiness, and they didn't know how to describe their mood in words. But one thing they can be sure of is that Chen Luo in front of them is definitely an unimaginable existence. Led by Wang Zhan, the goblin leaders knelt down again and expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Chen Luo. Chen Luo waved his hand to lift them up. He pondered for a moment, and then said, "Now that you have just come into contact with alchemy, you have not yet been able to refine tools that can resist the demons of the abyss outside. I will personally refine the alchemy canon for you, and you will learn based on this." The goblins looked overjoyed one by one. Although they now had knowledge, they did not apply it in practice. Now Chen Luo will personally demonstrate to them, and the effect will be completely different from learning by himself. On behalf of the goblins, thank you again, Mr. Lophius. Wang Zhan's whole body was trembling with excitement. What he was most worried about was actually the demonic army outside, and now Chen Luo personally refined the alchemy canon, which was naturally the best. Although he didn't know what an alchemy canon was, it was obvious that a person of Chen Luo's level would not be bad. "Follow me." Chen Luo turned around and walked out, without the goblins leading the way, turning and shuttling through the complex cave terrain. The leaders of the goblins hurriedly followed respectfully, lest they miss something. When the other goblins in the cave saw this scene, they were all astonished and inexplicable, thinking that their king and leader had been possessed by evil. When I saw their excited expressions, it didn't look like anything. They didn't dare to ask questions, but they were curious, and then they followed one by one. As a result, there was a very strange scene in the cave. Chen Luo walked alone in front, followed by a large area of goblins. But strangely, no one spoke, and the silence was scary. Puffed. What a familiar pace. No, every time I see him walking, I inexplicably think of the dog. Ha ha ha. The dog master goes on a tour.jpg. The dog master goes on a tour.jpg. Haha, how can I have a sense of deja vu when a kindergarten teacher takes the children out on an outing? By the way, has anyone informed me of Goddess Elizabeth? Isn't she looking for the strange shum? Maybe you can take a photo with my goddess in the ventilation report. Fang Xingchen has turned off the live broadcast. Where do you go to notify me? Alas, why did Fang Xingchen turn off the live broadcast? I still want to see the stealing ruling. Hey, aren't we here to see the goblins? Why did we go astray? Yes, let's see how strange Shushu makes cannons in the world. Chen Luo led a huge team of goblins and quickly found the 3 guns they were hiding halfway up the mountain. As I just mentioned, the first step in alchemy is to understand the structure of matter. The basic structure of these 3 cannons is the iron element, and after understanding this, it can be decomposed through mental power. Chen Luo said this, put his hand on a cannon, and then saw that the cannon instantly decomposed into fine black particles, just like the process of disassembling the musket just now. Although Wang Zhan and the others had seen each other once just now, they still felt incredible when they saw it again, and their eyes stared at Chen Luo's hands for a moment. The ordinary goblins all widened their eyes and their jaws were about to fall. They had never seen such a magical scene, which simply subverted their worldview. The third step is to compose again. During the reconstruction, other elements, such as lightning, can be mixed in, thus changing the properties of alchemical artifacts. As soon as Chen Luo's words fell, some blue light spots suddenly appeared in the air, blending into the black iron element. Immediately afterwards, the goblins saw the iron elements quickly combine to form a new cannon. This cannon was completely different from the rough one they forged just now. It was dark in color, and the black was almost reflective. The goblins forge iron tools all year round, and they know iron or an iron tools incomparably well, and they can see at a glance that this is iron that can only reach its peak quality after repeated tempering. While the goblins were amazed, Chen Luo stretched out his hand and adjusted the direction of the newly refined alchemy cannon, aiming it at a small hillside in front of him. Put in the shells and test the power. Wang Zhan and the other goblins woke up like a dream when they heard Chen Luo's voice, hurriedly found the hidden shells and put them into the barrel, and then lit the lead with an expectant and nervous face. Boom! A huge cannon burst out of the chamber roared, and all the goblins in Zhen couldn't help but cover their ears. But then, they saw an extremely terrifying situation. The moment the shell was discharged, it was wrapped in a layer of blue electric light, and countless fine electric lights crackled around the shell, which was extremely dazzling even in broad daylight. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, the shells bombarded the hillside. Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion sounded, and countless dense electric lights bloomed, rushing straight into the sky, and the power was extremely frightening. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if an earthquake had occurred. The goblins were almost 10 kilometers away from the location of the explosion, and they were still on the mountain, so they could clearly sense this tremor. When the explosion and the smoke and dust in the sky dissipated, the hillside disappeared directly, as if it had never existed. The audience was extremely quiet, and even the players in the live broadcast room were frightened by this power, and no one spoke. Chapter 246 Warlock Heritage. Is alchemy so terrifying? This Nema is more powerful than the Fourth Order magic. Where is this a shell? It is clearly a missile. The goblins seem to be about to rise. Who can withstand this alchemy cannon? With the rise of the hammer, even if the goblin has an alchemy cannon, the strength of the single body is not strong, and it is still a question of whether it can keep this thing. After the shock, the players had a heated discussion in the live broadcast room. Chen Luo ignored this, but continued, "Your current strength is not yet able to decompose matter with only spiritual power, so you need to use the alchemy array." As Chen Luo spoke, he squatted down and stretched out his hand to press it on the ground. A blue hexagram emerged from the center of his palm, quickly forming a circular formation about 5 meters in diameter, extending under the remaining 2 cannons. The exact same thing happened again. The artillery was disassembled and reorganized, incorporating the thunder element, and finally forming a new alchemy cannon. The alchemy array is also in your brain, learning by itself. After Chen Luo finished saying this, he suddenly glanced at Wang Zhan and said, "Alchemy can not only be used on weapons, it can create all kinds of alchemy items that bring convenience to people, and when used properly, it can change the world and change everyone. I hope you don't abuse it." Chen Luo's eyes were full of warning, which made Wang Zhan's heart tremble, and he hurriedly replied respectfully, "Please rest assured, we will definitely not use it to do evil. It's best to do so. Since I have the ability to give you alchemy, I also have a way to take it back." After Chen Luo said this, the man had already flown into the sky and quickly disappeared from the sight of all the goblins. The history of the Book of the Sages records, in the first year of the continental calendar, abyssal monsters ravaged the Alvan continent, and the 3 major races of goblins, elves, and trolls were almost exterminated. The great sage Lofis traveled to the kingdom of Bua, bestowed alchemy on the 13 sages, and saved the goblins from danger, thus opening the way for the rise of goblins and alchemists. Chen Luo left in a hurry, not even going to the troll's territory, because he sensed that Tang Qingyu went to find him. And the reason is not that he misses him, but that Tlen's demonic army has arrived at the city of Sylvia. Chen Luo returned to his residence, transformed into an elf, and began to think about how to add the power of warlocks to the trolls. Chen Luo would personally give the alchemy of the earth essence because he believed that alchemy could have an impact on the pattern of the entire Western fantasy world in the future. Alchemy is, to some extent, the black technology of the Western fantasy world. The goblins' exceptional talent in crafting tools not only allows them to make alchemical weapons that are not inferior to the power of magic through alchemy, but also allows them to make more alchemy machinery. For example, like the Industrial Revolution, steam engines were made or alchemical potions that could cure diseases and save people. There are players in the Western fantasy world, and it is not difficult for them to bring in things from reality and combine them with alchemy to make more magical machines. Although the effect may not be as good as in reality, it can be combined with alchemy to become a powerful alchemy item like an alchemy cannon. According to Chen Luo's expectation, the highest level of alchemy is to create an alchemical life with an independent personality. Creating life is already God's domain. Chen Luo had even considered adding a god of alchemy to the kingdom of God. This is far more profound than making weapons that can have a more profound impact on the Western fantasy world and promote the overall development of the world. But the troll warlock, Chen Luo didn't plan to go there in person anymore, because he was lazy. Chen Luo's mind moved, and he directly imprinted the complete warlock system into the minds of the voodoo priests of all the troll clans. Trolls now have a total of 6 clans, and each clan has more than 10 tribes under it, forming an alliance similar to that of orcs. But they are of the same race, and the alliance is far closer than that of the orcs. Nor did they elect a supreme king, but instead a council of chiefs of the 6 clans jointly led the trolls. Now the Gula clan, one of the 6 major clans, has been completely demonized, and the clan members have been sacrificed, leaving only 5. Now the chiefs of the 5 clans gather at Chief's Rock, the birthplace of trolls, in a magnificent and tall stone house to discuss how to deal with Tlen's demonic army. In addition to the 5 chiefs, there were also priests and elders from their respective tribes. Just as they were discussing fiercely, all the priests and elders trembled and knelt on the ground, accepting the huge warlock inheritance that came to their minds. The chiefs' faces changed drastically, and the priests and elders were the spiritual leaders of the troll clan, each of whom was held by the highly respected voodoo priests of the clan, and their authority was even above the chieftain. Seeing the 5 priests and elders fall to the ground at the same time, they immediately realized that something was wrong. But before they could react, many voodoo priests standing behind them also knelt on the ground one by one, and their whole bodies began to tremble. The 5 chiefs were all stunned by this change. If it was just the voodoo priests in the house reacting like this, even the voodoo priests outside all reacted the same. In fact, both in Chieftain's Rock and in their respective territories, the voodoo priests have received this inheritance at the same time. When they finally accepted the inheritance in their minds, all the voodoo priests were ecstatic, devout, fearful, and panicked. Is this the magic given to us by the gods? God, don't forget us. Did the ancestors hear our call? We are finally saved. Praise the Creator, praise the ancestors. Boom! With a buzz, it was as if a bell from heaven rang in the minds of every voodoo priest at the same time, and there were clearly several more rows of spell lists in their minds, as well as how to use them. Corrosion, terror, death armor, burst flame, rage, slow, strong acid orb, flame funeral, dead cloud technique, mind fog, confusion of will, fatigue impact. The first and second rows are beginner and intermediate spells, but the third row becomes advanced spells. Hell comes, summons succubus, incarnates as a demon. These spells only looked at the names, and the voodoo priests knew what they meant, especially the names of the high-level spells in the third row, as well as the detailed descriptions inside, which stunned them. Hell comes, open the gates of hell and summon the demons of the abyss to descend and destroy the caster's enemies. This technique requires strong spiritual power to ward off the abyssal demons, and if you can't control them, it will cause backlash, so use it with caution. Incarnate as a demon, you can transform into an abyss demon and adjust the demon's strength according to the caster's strength. Chapter 247 Story Mode, unable to exit the game. On top of advanced spells, there are forbidden spells, such as the Death Curse, which is an extremely terrifying suicidal spell that curses the enemy by sacrificing one's own life, but how much effect it has depends on the strength of the caster and the cursed. However, the forbidden spell column is all gray and cannot be learned and used. Because with the current strength of the voodoo priests, they could not use it at all, so there was only a name and a simple description, and there was no way to learn it. When all the voodoo priests have received the inheritance, everyone sees the spells they can learn corresponding to and the spells that can be learned at the next level of the realm, such as first-order warlocks can only see the list of spells of the first and second orders. All the voodoo priests fell to their knees and began to thank the gods for their gifts with tears in their eyes. For hundreds of years, they can say that they lived daily in fear of the powerful magic of the elves. The trolls also thought about getting magic books to learn to use this power, but the elves' magic was recorded in the elven script they used, and the trolls and elves were sworn enemies of each other, and it was impossible to learn each other's language. Even if there is communication, the mainland lingua franca is used. So the trolls could only survive with the hard work of the numbers, but the house leak was rained overnight, and at this time they encountered the catastrophe star of Flint. In just a few days, nearly 10 million trolls and goblins were sacrificed to demons, and if they hadn't seen the opportunity early and evacuated all the tribes along their way in advance, I am afraid that this number would have doubled several times. At this time, the inheritance of warlocks appeared. How could it not make the trolls ecstatic? This is a real extraordinary power. Even if only a small part is learned, it can increase the strength of the voodoo priest several times. Seeing this powerful and devastating warlock inheritance, the troll priests all felt a surge of excitement and deep awe. At this moment, something happened that shocked them even more. All voodoo priests began to advance at the same time. As long as their spiritual power reached the standard of a first-order warlock, they would directly generate a first-order corresponding mana in their bodies and become a first-order warlock. By analogy, second-order warlocks and third-order warlocks continued to appear, until Bilbam, the priest-elder of the Angry Axe clan, became a fourth-order warlock. And with the increase in power, all the voodoo priests began to regain their youth. The younger priests hadn't changed much, they just felt that their bodies had become more energetic, and the elder priests like Bilbam were already over 100 years old and had reached the end of their lives. But at this moment, he quickly became younger, and in an instant he returned to his middle-aged appearance, which stunned all the chiefs present. Oh gods! Thank you for your gift. Our troll finally has its own extraordinary power. This is a miracle. The voodoo priests had already stood up after accepting the sorcerer's inheritance, but at this time they knelt on the ground excitedly one by one, bowing to the unknown god to calm the ecstasy in their hearts. Elder, what happened? The chiefs saw the changes in their priests and elders, as well as the expressions on their faces, although they didn't know what was going on, but they also judged that it must be a good thing. Bild Bagbo and others cried with joy and began to tell the chiefs about the miracle just now. When they listened, they all looked ecstatic. The 5 major clans discussed for a long time just now, but they didn't come up with a satisfactory solution. The demonic army could not resist at all. They were strong, their skin was as hard as iron, and they were tireless, not afraid of death, and took pleasure in killing. Such an enemy was something that trolls had never encountered, and their numbers had no effect in front of them. Although there are many trolls who are not afraid of death for the sake of the clan, when they encounter such an enemy, they do not have extraordinary power. Even if they are not afraid of death, rushing forward is equivalent to sending them to death. Now that a miracle has appeared, the troll clan finally has a chance to turn over. Immediately afterwards, under the auspices of Bild Bagbo, the trolls quickly made a decision. Concentrate all your strength and bring together the voodoo priests, now the troll magicians, so that there is a glimmer of hope for survival. When Chen Luo sensed the decision of the chieftains meeting, he couldn't help but frown slightly. The elves had hundreds of years of magical heritage, and they could indeed play the greatest role by bringing all the transcendentals together. But the trolls had just received the inheritance and had not even used their spells, and their combined effect was far less powerful than that of the elves. Forget it, the power is left to you, how to use it is your own business. Chen Luo didn't bother to care, he immediately put on the big sword on his back, slowly walked to the door and opened the door. Tang Qingyu had a stunned expression, she was about to reach out and push the door just now, but she didn't expect Chen Luo to come out. Quick, follow me to defend the city. Tang Qingyu quickly came back to his senses, grabbed Chen Luo's arm with an eager expression and dragged him out. Chen Luo said helplessly, hey, don't pull me, I can go. Tang Qingyu didn't listen at all, just ran forward. Chen Luo shook his head and smiled, so he had to let her go. Chen Luo ran, and a playful smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you want to go offline, is there such a cheap thing? The elf players in Sylvia City did not leave, not that they loved the city as much as Tang Qingyu and liked the indigenous friends here, but they had the same idea as Chen Luo, and the big deal was to go offline when the demonic army came. Pay attention to the situation in the Western fantasy world outside, and wait for this catastrophe to pass before going online. Even if the Alvin continent is destroyed by then, they can find a way to go to other continents, such as griffins, ships, etc. But when they saw the densely packed and terrifying demonic army under Sylvia City, these players were all blinded. Especially when they saw those elves wailing and being killed, most of them were timid. After all, it's one thing to watch the epic battle outside, but it feels completely different to become a soldier inside. Just as they were about to go offline, a line of prompts suddenly popped up on the interface. At present, it has entered the story mode and cannot exit the game. Please help your country and compatriots resist the enemy together. If forced offline, it will be considered a fugitive and will be permanently disqualified. At this moment, all the players were dumbfounded. They are all devastated in their hearts. And why is there such a game that forces players to die? But what can they do? Go to the forum to post complaints and scold the game company? It's not that no one has done this, but as a result, the dog official is as disdainful as ever, and it is always an arrogant attitude of not playing and not playing. Chapter 248 All living things are ants. The same thing happened to all players in the Alvin continent, whether they chose elves, trolls or goblins, they were prompted by the system to prohibit them from going offline. At this time, it caused an uproar in the forum. The dog official is becoming less and less arrogant, you can do whatever you want, and there are no human rights. Let you play games worth tens of billions of top servers for free, what other human rights do you want? I think players in Alvin continent can't quit the game in the first place, they took away other people's houses, if they can't even defend their predecessors, they are really not qualified to continue playing this game. Although I don't like the dog officials, I also feel that they did nothing wrong this time. Dying in the game, without pain, only a 7-day cooldown, is not a punishment at all. If those players are afraid of this, why should they let you play this game without asking you for a penny? That's right, you players still guard the Alvin continent for me, and wait for this king to enter the continent and incorporate the Elven Lady into the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Unlike the previous consistent dog spray officials, most of the players support this system announcement this time. And at this time, as Zhang Junhao opened the live broadcast, the players' eyes were already focused on the Alvin continent, paying attention to the fate of this continent. Chen Luo and Tang Qingyu left the mansion, and Round Roll immediately came up, with an expression of wherever my thighs went, I would go. Tang Qingyu looked at it for a while, she glared at Chen Luo, jumped on the back of the big cat, and galloped towards the city gate first. Chen Luo glanced at the Round Roll, he immediately turned over and jumped on its back, and then patted its bare head with a smile, for the sake of your eyesight, give you some benefits. Yuan Guanyuan seemed to understand Chen Luo's words, and turned his head to show a simple and slightly flattering smile at him. Chen Luo laughed dumbly, this round seems to be honest, but in fact it is too smart. Have you already reached the peak of the 3rd order? Then I'll help you. While Chen Luo was speaking, Round Roll quickly broke through the 3rd order and became a 4th order demonic beast. With its breakthrough, its body shape grew out of thin air, and even when it ran on all fours, it was nearly 2 meters tall. Yuan Rolling was stunned for a moment, because it not only found that it had advanced to the ranks, but also awakened its earth-based abilities and could use some earth-based magic. The Round Roll suddenly stopped moving forward, it looked up at Chen Luo again with great joy, and the naive bare face showed gratitude and deep desire. Chen Luo looked interesting, this guy was not satisfied and wanted more power. Chase it. Of course, Chen Luo would not get used to this round one, so he didn't pay attention to it anymore, but directly ordered. Yuan Guan didn't dare to look at Chen Luo anymore, but spread his legs and immediately chased in the direction of Tang Qingyu. It's just that at this time, Sylvia City is no longer the situation it was a few days ago. A large number of refuge elves entered the city of Sylvia, which could only accommodate 3 or 4 million people, but at this time nearly 10 million people poured in, filling the royal city. Chen Luo and Tang Qingyu ran less than a few hundred meters in the city, and they had to slow down and move forward at walking speed. Because the city was full of elves, there was no room for 2 large animals to run. Even the roads are lined with large and small tents, and countless refugees are crowded in them. Fear and unease spread among the refugees, who had seen the horrors of the demonic army, fled and migrated all the way from the south, bringing fear and darkness here. They are all man-eating monsters, and trolls and goblins are indeed the embodiment of demons. No sunshine, no warmth, only death. God, save us. When Chen Luo saw this scene, there were not many waves in his heart. This is the calamity of the elves, and it is also an opportunity for them to become more powerful. If he couldn't even bear this little ordeal, then Chen Luo would have to reassess the potential of the elves. For him, all living beings are ants. What Chen Luo cares about is whether the entire race can continue to evolve and become stronger, providing him with more god-descendant genes. Compared with Chen Luo's indifference, Tang Qingyu's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. Seeing that the streets and alleys of Sylvia City were full of refugees, and in some dark corners, there were elven children curled up in a ball, it made her feel that her heart was pumped into a ball, and she felt like she couldn't breathe, which was particularly uncomfortable. Tang Qingyu felt for the first time that the power of the individual was so small. Although she really wanted to do something for these elves, she found that she couldn't actually do anything. The biggest help she can do is to go to the front line to eliminate the demonic army as much as possible, so that these refugees can return to their homes. At this time, there were elven guards in many places in the city distributing food so that the refugees would not go hungry. But they received the only relief food a day, which is a day's ration, and at most they can only maintain their lives to ensure that they do not starve to death, and they don't have to think about filling their stomachs. This is also something that cannot be helped. The city of Sylvia can only accommodate more than 3 million people, and the daily food consumption of these people is a very large amount. In addition, the elves have been peaceful for too long and have no habit of storing food and materials, so if the food in the city is not used sparingly, there will be a large number of starving people without waiting for the demonic army to attack. However, with so many elves crowded in the royal city, there hasn't been much chaos yet. The main reason is that all the elves still have hope in their hearts. His Majesty Gresham will keep those damn demons at bay. We must pull ourselves together. I'm going to learn magic and use magic to protect my family. We will definitely get the final victory. We still have a strong mage group, and now they are all in the city. We still have a chance. As long as we destroy those demons, we will be able to take back our homeland. At this time, all the armies and extraordinary forces of the Kingdom of Balania were gathered in the city, and everyone knew that the elves had reached a critical juncture of life and death. In such a critical situation, the elves no longer had the leisurely appearance of the past. Civilians are going to join the army to resist the demonic army, and the Transcendentals are angry at the evil of the demonic army, and one by one they are gearing up to avenge the dead elven people. All the elves of the Kingdom of Balania were condensed into one, and their blood was also stimulated at this time, and they were united in their preparation to fight the demonic creatures to the death. Chapter 249 The Breath of War. Chen Luo and Tang Qingyu slowly approached the direction of the city wall, and all they saw were elven soldiers. Civilians have been isolated from the fighting zone, even if many of them are unwilling to come and help. The elven soldiers carried shields and bows and arrows to the top of the city. On the most central city wall, Gresham stood there with a group of high-ranking officials from the Balania Elf Kingdom, staring at the demonic army of black oppression in the distance. Behind them to their left was a group of elven mages holding staffs, and along the city wall more than 10 miles long, there were tens of thousands of archers, including a large number of magic archers. The bards are next to the mage, holding their own harps or other magical weapons, ready to stand by. There are not many elven warriors, and many of them have chosen to become archers, and the rest have either become grassroots officers in the army or become personal guards of high-level mages. At this time, all the strength of the Kingdom of Balania was gathered here, and the strength of the whole country was to fight against the demonic army. Even from afar, Chen Luo and Tang Qingyu could feel a terrible aura of war approaching them. The elves also seemed to be affected by this aura, and their expressions were grim, with a sense of oppression that was about to come to them. If this battle is lost, the Kingdom of Balania will perish, and their situation will not be much better if they win, so the expressions of Gresham and other high-ranking officials are not very good-looking. Tang Qingyu originally had the identity of a ranger of the elven army, and it was easy to enter the front line with his identity card, and as soon as the two of them arrived, they were taken to the vicinity of Gresham. Obviously he had ordered it in advance. It's just that Gresham was discussing with the elders of the elf tribe and others at this time, and when he saw them coming, he just nodded slightly, so he continued to discuss with the others with a stern expression. Tang Qingyu looked under the city wall at this time. She had only heard of the horror of demonic creatures, but had not seen it with her own eyes. A few kilometers away from Sylvia City, countless demonic creatures spread from the sky, surging from all directions. Sylvia City was built on a cliff, with a distance of more than 1,000 meters from the ground, and the original city wall was also more than 100 meters high, forming a natural barrier that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. In other words, humans will definitely not be able to adapt, let alone regard this kind of place as the royal capital. But the elves are different. They are light, and they originally lived in the mountains and forests, so they were extremely adapted to such an environment. Tang Qingyu had the eagle-eye talent of the elf clan, and even if he was more than 1,000 meters away from the ground, he could still vaguely see the appearance of the demonic creatures below. The body of the demonized troll was almost twice that of an ordinary troll, the whole body was as black as ink, the blood-red eyes, and a tyrannical and crazy aura lingered around every demonic creature. Just looking at a rough idea, Tang Qingyu knew why this creature was called a demon. At this time, the demonic army suddenly stopped after some distance from the cliff, and did not launch an attack immediately. Gresham and the others were stunned. According to the information they received, the demonic army was all bloodthirsty creatures, and when they saw a living creature, they would rush up like crazy. But now, there are nearly 10 million living beings in front of them, but one by one they are not moving? Chen Luo had been paying attention to the reactions of Gresham and the others, and seeing their confused looks, he couldn't help but shake his head secretly. The Elven Kingdom of Balania has never experienced such a large-scale national war since its birth, and perhaps the largest war they used was to let the mage group bombard the old, weak, sick, and disabled trolls who came to die. Chen Luo could see at a glance that these demonic armies were waiting for dark, and more precisely, the demon sorcerers who controlled the demonic army waited. They are the only ones in the demonic army who have wisdom, and the others are puppets who only know how to kill and do not have any wisdom. Chen Luo didn't use any ability to sense the thoughts of these sorcerers, and made a judgment just at first glance. Although on the one hand, it is the result of the great development of the brain domain and the improvement of thinking ability, this situation can be inferred with a little brain use. But Gresham and the others had no strength, but they didn't even have the most basic battlefield common sense. Your Majesty, they are waiting for dark, we must take the initiative to attack. At this moment, a crisp female voice sounded urgently. Gresham and the others turned around in astonishment and looked in the direction of Tang Qingyu, and the eyes of all the elves on the city wall couldn't help but focus on Tang Qingyu. Avra, why did you make such a judgment? Facing everyone's gaze, Tang Qingyu's expression did not show the slightest panic. She quickly walked up to Gresham and said quickly, I heard from the other rangers that these demons seem to be able to march in the dark night because of their eyes, unaffected by light. The night is a great advantage for them, but it is very deadly to us elves. At that time, the night will negate the advantages of our terrain. Gresham and other elf executives looked at each other one by one, and soon showed a stunned expression. Although they have no experience in leading wars, they have lived for hundreds of years and still have life experience. Awakened by Tang Qingyu at this point, they all reacted quickly. Gresham looked at Tang Qingyu with an admiring expression, and immediately smiled, Afra, come and discuss with us. As soon as Gresham's words came out, all the elves present were stunned. They all knew that Tang Qingyu was only a second-order ranger, not to mention the identity of Gresham, and was 108,000 miles away from the elven elders. But Gresham actually directly asked Tang Qingyu to join the decision-making group to discuss together, which was definitely the first time since the founding of the Kingdom of Balania. Not only the elves were shocked, but even the players were surprised and couldn't close their mouths. Several of the guards and archers on the city wall were players, and one of the players named Lu Hoki turned on the live broadcast from the time he was stationed on the city wall. At this time, almost all of the players' eyes were on the Alvan continent, a considerable part of them were in Zhang Junhao's live broadcast room, and the vast majority of the rest were paying attention to Sylvia City, a battle that would determine the fate of the elves of the Kingdom of Balania. Now all players in the Alvan continent cannot go offline, which provides many perspectives for the players outside, and there are more than 1,000 players in Sylvia at this time alone. And Lu Hoki's position was just in front of Gresham and others, and he could hear the discussions of the high-level officials, so he had the largest number of people in the live broadcast room, and at this time there were more than 20 million. Although it is not as many as the number of people in Zhang Junhao's live broadcast room of more than 100 million, it can also be regarded as a very popular live broadcast room. When he saw Tang Qingyu's calm face and unhurried towards the decision-making group, Lu Hoki's live broadcast room exploded instantly, and countless players began to swipe the screen. Chapter 250 It wants to ride me to the battlefield. Who is this elf lady? She has a strong aura and a queen style. This temperament, rarely seen in elves, should be a player. I also feel like a player. Tisk, so what if it's a player? Can you guys still soak up people? She's a player, and she's been famous in Sylvia City lately. Although it was inconvenient for him to open his mouth to speak, he could directly present what he wanted to say on the public screen of the live broadcast room through his thoughts. This is actually the same as the audience, although the audience thinks that they typed and appeared on the public screen. In fact, their souls were pulled into the Western fantasy world and generated in the live broadcast room with their minds. The audience in the live broadcast room boiled over one by one, and they asked Tang Qingyu for information. Her predecessor in the game is called Avra, and she is a second-order demon archer of the Rangers, and I don't know the real name. A few days ago, she and a demon slayer sent the news of the appearance of the demonic army to the king, and she was rewarded by Gresham, and now she is the captain of the Ranger. The players in the live broadcast room became interested one by one, and began to ask questions in the live broadcast room. This young lady is very beautiful, listening to what the anchor said, and her current performance, she should be the kind of brave and resourceful. But what the hell is the demon slayer? Isn't this a profession in the Abyss world? The demons of the Abyss have appeared, and the dog official got a demon slayer who specializes in slaying demons. Isn't it a normal operation? I seem to see the demon slayer isn't the one who stood with the young lady just now carrying a heavy sword? At this time, players noticed Chen Luo, who was not very conspicuous in the elf team, and compared to his appearance, everyone would first notice the huge heavy sword behind him. Lu Hoki did not pay attention to Chen Luo, but continued to introduce Tang Qingyu. This young lady is not only famous among the elves, but even the players in the elf kingdom of Balanya know her name. She wasn't in Otherworld when she first came in, but it only took her 3 years to become a magic archer. But later, she suddenly lost interest in cultivation and became friends with the elves in the royal city, and she had a very good relationship with them. He is very cold to the players and has always ignored them. Well, I mean those who take the initiative to strike up a conversation and want this young lady's contact information. After making a lot of friends, this young lady began to tame magical beasts everywhere, and she was happy to play for several years. If I remember correctly, she seems to have only one player friend in the game, and she is also a beautiful young lady. When Lu Hoki was busy introducing Tang Qingyu's identity to the audience in the live broadcast room, Chen Luo also looked at Tang Qingyu in the crowd with some surprise. This chick also seems to be the kind with her own aura, which can be the focus no matter where she is. Watching Tang Qingyu talk eloquently in front of Gresham and the others, analyzing the situation in front of him while pointing out how to attack, Chen Luo couldn't help but smile. His eyes suddenly wandered. In the past few days, after coming into contact with Tang Qingyu, Chen Luo found that he neither had the same throbbing feeling as he did back then, nor was he as indifferent as he did to other women. Chen Luo couldn't figure out what it felt like for a while. He just felt that it was easy to be with her, even if she had a deep resentment towards herself because of Round, and her attitude was not very good. Chen Luo found it interesting, at least much more interesting than most things in the Western fantasy world. Since staying in the Western fantasy world for a long time, Chen Luo found that invincibility is really a very lonely thing. He began to feel that many things were boring, because he could satisfy all his desires with one idea, and he could eat, drink, and have fun. This is also one of the reasons why Chen Luo is becoming more and more indifferent and lazy, and now only new species with evolutionary potential can arouse his strong interest. Then take a look. While Chen Luo was making a judgment in his heart, Gresham and others also discussed the results and decided to take the initiative to attack according to Tang Qingyu. It's just that instead of attacking out of the city, it uses the long-range attack capabilities of the mage group and archers to carry out a wave of long-range strikes first. Let's see how the demonic army responds, and then they make follow-up arrangements. The mage group forward. With Gresham's order, the mage corps in the rear began to walk to the city wall in an orderly manner. When all the mages were in formation, Gresham turned his gaze to the bard team in the rear and quickly gave a second order. The bard uses magic blessing. Immediately, a variety of moving music came from the bard's ranks, which converged into a magnificent symphony that resounded throughout the city walls. The elves seemed to have seen nothing strange for a long time, and there was no surprised expression, but the players stared at this side one by one. Anyone can see that the elves are undoubtedly going to use large combination magic. Most players have only heard of the power of combination magic, but have not seen it. After all, the elves do not have many opportunities to use it. The team of these bards is obviously also a combination of magic, and what is even more amazing is that this magic is actually performed in the form of music, and the combination is extremely beautiful. The bards were originally proficient in music theory, and it can be said that they can all become great musicians outside, but now hundreds of people play the same piece together, and the effect is extremely shocking. Although the players outside didn't feel any magical blessings, they were also made their blood boil by this impassioned tune, and they were so excited that they couldn't wait to go to the battlefield with their kitchen knives at home. I'm on the bus right now, and when I hear this performance, I feel like I'm sitting on a space battleship. Looking at the dog next to me, I want to ride it to the battlefield. Don't say it. Looking at the roommate next to me, I also want to ride him to the battlefield. But my dog also listened, and I could see from his eyes that he wanted to ride me to the battlefield. Again. Come. 20. Cover. Volume. Child. Right. 20. Cover. Listening to this magnificent music, I am sitting on the toilet at this moment, imagining that this is a frozen throne, and tens of thousands of people below bow their heads. Could it be? Am I a child called by God? At this moment, the players were conquered by the music played by the bard's troupe, and hurriedly turned on the recording one by one and recorded this blessing song, lest they miss a note. When they were excited and wanted to go to the battlefield as well, all the elf mages of the mage group lit up blue light at the same time. Then it flashed and disappeared. But the eyes of all the elven mages lit up at the same time, and the magical aura emanating from their bodies skyrocketed. The magic blessing is already in effect. Chapter 251 The Power of Combined Magic. Ice mages use icefall techniques. Earth mage, quagmire technique. Fire mage, flame hand. There were more than 500,000 mages in the entire kingdom of Balania, and at this time, different mage groups were divided into different groups according to different systems and stood on the city wall, and due to insufficient positions, archers and other arms had to retreat from the city wall. As Gresham's orders were issued one after another, from the walls to the bottom of the walls, hundreds of thousands of mages began to chant spells at the same time. The air seemed to boil at this moment, emitting a piercing roar, and all the magic elements were controlled by hundreds of thousands of mages into various spells. The raging magical energy converges and combines again into a larger spell. After tens of thousands of ice waterfall techniques appeared in the air, they quickly gathered together to form a huge ice bird hundreds of meters long. It made a loud clear sound, and its voice screamed sharply, with suffocating coercion. The huge ice bird suddenly opened its mouth and spat out, and a huge ice mist struck. The bone-chilling chill made people feel as if they had reached the 9 netherworlds hell, and the cold wind could simply freeze everything. Immediately afterwards, the ice bird chirped again, and its huge body hundreds of meters long swooped straight towards the demonic army on the ground. The wind and snow spread, and the ice fell. Before the ice bird landed, white frost had already begun to appear on the ground below, and as it flew lower and lower, the ground had begun to freeze. The demon sorcerers naturally noticed this scene, and their faces changed when they saw the terrifying power of the elves' combined magic. The power of this magic is completely different from the magic displayed by a single mage, and it can be said that there is a difference between heaven and earth. But it was too late for them to control the demonic army to dodge at this time. Firstly, it was impossible to run past this ice bird, and secondly, the number of demonic troops was too large, and the ice birds didn't need to aim at all, just smash it directly at the place with the most people. The demon sorcerer quickly made a judgment and immediately ordered the demonic army on the periphery to retreat, leaving nothing for the front, just to test the power of elf magic. Rumble! When the ice bird fell into the midst of countless demonic armies, an ice storm exploded. The thousands of demonic creatures that bore the brunt of the disaster were directly frozen into ice, and then the wind and snow spread all over the sky, and one after another the demonic creatures were frozen in it, and then there was no movement. At the same time, the ground began to turn into a quagmire, and the pieces were linked together one after another, forming a large quagmire. The frozen demonic creatures fell into it, and the ground immediately solidified again, returning to its original state. For a while, the power of the combination magic of each system all exploded. The light and shadow of the extraordinary power in the sky kept flickering, and the rumbling explosion continued to spread along the city wall, and the body of the demonic army was as hard as iron as paper paste, and the extraordinary power of tens or hundreds of meters was torn apart. The elves knew the power of combination magic, so they weren't so surprised, and the players in the live broadcast room were all shocked and speechless. They all knew that the Western fantasy world had stronger extraordinary power, and it was no longer Shang Wengsuan's time. The whole continent only had 1 or 2 first and second orders. Although there are also magicians on the Yani continent, their power is far from such an exaggerated level of elf magic. The terrifying power in front of him was like the end of the world. I'm going, this power is too scary. Scary people. Elven mages feel much stronger than human mages. Racial talent can't be helped. However, the Elven continent only has a 5th order continent, but the Yani continent has 3. No matter how you look at it, the Yani continent is stronger. I've decided, I must join the elves in the future game. Under the bombardment of this set of combined magic, the demonic army lost at least 1/10 in an instant. But at this time, they were also under the control of the demon sorcerer and retreated to a place beyond the magic attack range. Seeing the demonic army being repulsed, the elves on the city wall erupted in cheers, as if they saw the hope of victory. Chen Luo shook his head secretly. The elves were happy too early. Although combination magic is powerful, it actually has many drawbacks. First of all, the casting time is too long, and it takes a long time to prepare for it to be released. Because combining magic is not that you release a spell, I release an identical spell and you can combine it. Psychic power needs to be synchronized, adjusted to the same frequency, before magic can be combined together. This requires precise cooperation, and the spiritual power it consumes is actually more powerful than a single magic. Secondly, each combination magic needs to have a core mage to combine, and ultimately he will control the attack of the combination magic. Such a huge amount of magical energy could not be withered by mages below the 3rd order, and only 3rd or even 4th order mages could do it. But even 4th order mages, after using several combination spells in a row, must stop and rest for a period of time, not to mention 3rd order mages. At most 2 or 3 combination magic must be cultivated for at least a week to recover. The elves have now only temporarily repelled the demonic army, but have not dealt them a fatal blow. Once it gets dark, these demonic armies will make a comeback, and the result is still unknown. Tang Qingyu actually understood this and explained it to Gresham and others, but there was no good way. It is impossible for elves to take the initiative to attack, and their physical fitness is too different from that of demonic creatures. Even the 4th order and 5th order demonic beasts were surrounded, and they were all besieged to death, and once they were close, they could only be killed. And the probability of this happening is extremely high, because demonic creatures are not afraid of death at all. Therefore, the elves can only defend passively, allowing the control cores of the mage group to take turns to rest to ensure the combat effectiveness of the mages. As Chen Luo expected, when night fell, the demonic creatures began to attack. The dark clouds in the sky gathered, obscuring all the moon and stars, and throughout the night, the darkness did not see the slightest light, and flames burned on the city head and the lighthouse inside the city, illuminating the walls and the inside and outside of the city. Roar! A sound like the roar of a beast came, and in the distance where the fire of Sylvia's city could not be illuminated, a commotion was suddenly felt, and neat footsteps and strange roars came. The approach of the demonic army allowed those who had never seen the demonic army before to finally see their true faces clearly. Only countless black-skinned goblins were seen running at the front at great speed, wearing the weapons and armor of a large number of elves that had been fought and plundered along the way. They were extremely fast, and seemed to be more agile than the body of an elf, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed to the bottom of the cliff from 1,000 meters away, and began to carve out on the mountain wall with their weapons. Chapter 252 Win or Die. Immediately behind the goblins were endless demonized trolls, although their running speed was not as fast as that of the goblins, but they were huge, like little giants, running together at a speed that made the ground rumble. In particular, the eyes of these trolls have no pupils, they all have the same strange patterns, and their blood-red eyes are like beasts, exuding an aura of tyranny and madness. Its terrifying form and thunderous running speed created pressure that sent shivers down the spines of all the elves who saw it. What shocked the elves even more was that these trolls were carrying a large number of excavation tools such as mountain axes and shovels, and the target was the mountain below Sylvia City. Gresham and the other high-ranking officials' expressions changed sharply one by one, and they were already aware of what the demonic creatures wanted to do. The mountain road leading to Sylvia City has been completely blocked by the elves, and if you want to go up the mountain, you can only reopen the mountain road. But with the condescending blows of elven mages and archers, it is very difficult for the demonic army to kill them. This group of demonic creatures held these tools, obviously used to carve roads and climb mountains. The goblins have been very proficient in digging technology for hundreds of years, and it is not difficult to reopen a mountain. Especially in this kind of dark night, the elves' vision is affected, and the attack effect will be greatly reduced. Attack! Gresham made a quick decision and immediately began to order, use the quagmire technique first to turn all the land in front of the mountain into a quagmire, and don't let them get close to the mountain. The members of the mage group received the order and immediately began to take turns attacking with combined magic. There were dense demonic armies everywhere below, and the elven mages didn't need to look at them at all, just blindly smash magic below. Soon, countless powerful combination magic fell into the demonic army. Under the terrifying power of magic, hundreds of thousands of demonic creatures were destroyed in an instant. But none of them stopped, and rushed forward like crazy. When the first round of magic bombardment was over, hundreds of thousands of people still rushed down the mountain. It doesn't matter if the ground turns into a quagmire at this time, they throw the dead demonic creatures on the quagmire as a stepping stone, or simply let the huge trolls fill the pit. Let the relatively lighter demonic goblins rush over the corpses of their companions first, and then the trolls behind them continue to move the corpses and continue to fill the mud. At this time, the second round of combination magic fell again, leaving the demonic army with hundreds of thousands of corpses. But these bodies were quickly used and turned into stepping stones to fill the quagmire. No matter how powerful the elves' combined magic was, the quagmire did not go deep into the center of the earth, and it was only a few hundred meters deep at most. Filled with nearly 1,000,000 corpses, the quagmire was soon filled. Seeing that the quagmire became stronger, the demonic army accelerated its speed frantically and rushed towards the mountain. And at this time, the huge magical heritage of the elves was completely revealed. The third and fourth rounds of combined magic fell again, and in less than an hour, millions of demonic armies disappeared. When Gresham and other elf executives saw this scene, their expressions couldn't help but relax slightly, because at this time, the demonic army survived less than 1,000,000 people. Even if they all came up, the current army of the elves could deal with it. But soon, Gresham and the others realized something was wrong, because the demonic army did not continue to climb the mountain. Tang Qingyu also noticed something strange. Her expression changed slightly, and she immediately walked to the edge of the city wall, and looked at the bottom of the mountain through the fire magic that lit up in the sky. The only 1,000,000 remaining demonic army drilled into a cave opened by the goblins at the foot of the mountain, and then there was a tinting chisel sound. Immediately afterwards, the trolls were seen carrying rocks and throwing them out of the cave. Tang Qingyu was slightly startled, and a chill suddenly appeared in her heart, because she had already guessed what the demonic army was doing. There are goblins who are good at digging, coupled with the strength to demonize trolls, and they don't know how tired they are, and they can easily chisel through mountain peaks. The demonic army didn't need to attack Sylvia City at all. As long as the ridge was cut off, the entire mountain was hollowed out, and the entire mountain collapsed, and the elves would collapse without attacking, and there was no need to attack the city at all. All they need to do is survive the first wave of elven magic. And now the demon sorcerer has successfully sent more than 1,000,000 demonic armies to the mountain at the cost of millions of corpses. With their number and strength, it only takes one night at most to dig up the ridge. At that time, whether the elves wanted to or not, they could only be forced to go out of the city to fight. When Chen Luo saw this, he couldn't help but feel a little interesting. There are actually talents among the demon warlocks, and they are obviously not brainless people who can think of this trick. Your Majesty, they want to cut off this mountain. We must take the initiative to attack. Tang Qingyu realized that something was wrong, and rushed in front of Gresham in a few steps, saying with an eager face. Gresham and the others were stunned for a moment. They were not stupid, and when they heard what Tang Qingyu said, they immediately reacted. They all walked to the city wall and looked down. At this look, Gresham's face instantly turned blue, because he knew that Tang Qingyu's judgment was right. Gresham's expression changed, knowing that there was not much time left for the elves. He did not hesitate much and quickly made a decision. Gresham's figure slowly floated into the sky, allowing all the elven soldiers and extraordinary powers to see him. Warriors of the Kingdom of Balania, today we have reached the critical point of our survival, and you have the hope of millions of people in the kingdom. If we are defeated, not only will our homeland cease to exist, but even the elves will become extinct. So in this battle, we can only win, not lose. Gresham drew the long sword from his waist, and countless elven soldiers below followed suit, and on the walls of the entire city of Sylvia, the swordlight and shield were raised. Gresham pointed his sword at the bottom of the cliff. Gresham Balania, I will never give up on any of my people, nor will I leave the city of Sylvia. Then he roared angrily, warriors, kill the enemy with me. Win or die. All the elves on the city wall seemed to feel their chests ignited by a flame, their hearts seemed to be on fire, and everyone roared hoarsely in desperation. Win or die. Win or die. After Gresham said this, his figure flew up, leading all the elven soldiers and extraordinary power to rush down the mountain. Chapter 253. Why didn't you say it earlier? I'll go. This king of Balania is too good at beating chicken blood. I'm excited again, and I want to ride my dog again. Dog, let's go. JPG. I thought he was a soy sauce maker, but it seems that people can be kings, not relying on ancestral inheritance. Chen Luo glanced at Gresham with some surprise, but he didn't expect this elf king to have such courage. Seeing that Tang Qingyu also followed the elven army and rushed down the mountain together, Chen Luo's figure moved, and he immediately followed. The mountain roads that were originally destroyed by the elves have now been rebuilt by the earth mages with magic, and at the same time, more mountain roads have been opened for a large number of elven soldiers to pass through. After all, the elves also had nearly 1 million soldiers, and a mountain road could not accommodate so many people passing through. When Chen Luo appeared next to Tang Qingyu, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned, as if she was a little surprised that he would take the initiative to follow. It's just that Tang Qingyu just glanced at Chen Luo, didn't say much, just quickened his pace and rushed forward at a faster speed. But Tang Qingyu soon discovered that no matter how fast she was, Chen Luo could always appear behind her unhurriedly. Tang Qingyu didn't have time to be surprised at this time, because the vanguard of the elven army, that is, Gresham and the others, had already arrived at the foot of the mountain and started fighting with the demonic army. Looking at the fight below, Tang Qingyu and these archers immediately found a position and began to aim at the demonic army below and began to bend their bows and shoot arrows. The mages also fell to the ground at this time and began to cast spells from a distance, attacking the demonized trolls and goblins that rushed out of the cave. The purpose of the demon sorcerer was originally to force the elves out of Sylvia City, and at this time the goal was achieved. Of course, he would not waste any more effort digging the mountain, and immediately ordered all the demonic army to start attacking the elves head-on. War is on the verge of breaking out. The demonic army did not know fear, and none of the elves were afraid to protect their homeland, so the war was extremely fierce from the beginning. There were very few elven warriors and mainly relied on the power of mages, so the demon sorcerers directly controlled the demonic army and rushed in the direction of the mage group to kill them. The elven warriors and ordinary soldiers became the shields of the mages, and they used their bodies and lives to resist at the forefront. As soon as someone falls, new elven soldiers will immediately step forward and block the gap with their bodies, preventing the demonic army from having a chance to break through the defenses. But after all, they were only flesh and blood, and even the flesh of a second-order warrior was only on par with the demonic creature. Almost no ordinary elf soldiers are their enemies, and they can easily be caught by the other party, and they can be torn alive with their bare hands without even using any weapons. If it weren't for the continuous fire support of the mages in the rear, they would have been slaughtered long ago. The location where the mage group was located had become a meat grinder, and around them, corpses continued to fall. There are elves and demonic creatures, but most of them are ordinary soldiers of the elves. At this time, there were also a large number of demonic creatures rushing towards the mountain road, and the purpose was obviously these archers who also had long-range lethality. Chen Luo took out the Deju sword unhurriedly and stood in front of Tang Qingyu. I have something very important to tell you. Tang Qingyu was highly nervous, and was pulling the bowstring with his bowstring, and released an arrow towards the demonic creature in the direction of the entrance of the mountain pass. Hearing Chen Luo speak suddenly, her expression was cold. What do you have to say when this war is over? Ah, that's right, but I guess I can't wait for that time. You see, so many demonic creatures, if I am killed by them, I will never have a chance to say it again. Tang Qingyu couldn't help but glance at Chen Luo when he heard this, and saw his hesitant look. Let go of the fart. This is the battlefield. Chen Luo glanced at Tang Qingyu. Actually, wait. If you want to say you like me, then shut up. Chen Luo was stunned, and suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Hey, how narcissistic are you to think that I will confess to you on the battlefield? Tang Qingyu snorted coldly. I've seen too many people like you, even chasing them to the women's bathroom to confess. What's strange about the battlefield? Chen Luo was speechless for a moment. What he just said would indeed give people some illusions. He smiled and continued, actually, I sensed just now that these demonic creatures are controlled by someone. They themselves do not have spiritual intelligence. As long as they kill those who manipulate behind the scenes, they are not much of a threat. Tang Qingyu was stunned when she heard this. Her face was full of anger, and she exclaimed, why didn't you say it earlier? Chen Luo said with a surprised face, Miss Tang, have you listened to me carefully? The word I said was just now. Don't you understand this word? Tang Qingyu's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but he quickly returned to normal, and asked urgently, where is the person who controls them? Can you sense it? Chen Luo nodded, pointed to a dense forest in the distance and said, the abyss there has the strongest aura, it should be there. Follow me. Tang Qingyu's figure moved, and he quickly rushed in the direction of Gresham. Of course Chen Luo knew what Tang Qingyu wanted to do. He smiled, and immediately followed her. Tang Qingyu and Chen Luo bypassed the encirclement of the demonic creatures, found Gresham, and reported the information they had just obtained to him. Gresham was grieving and indignant at the great sacrifice of the elves at this time, and when he heard the news, he immediately said excitedly, Afra, O Casey, thank you for such valuable news, and I thank you again on behalf of the kingdom of the elves of Balania. After Gresham finished speaking, he immediately turned around and said to the two elves behind him, Dean Byron, Elder Marcus, you lead a team of mages to deal with the people behind you. Harrison, Fred, you go and protect them both. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing Gresham's order, everyone quickly took the order and prepared to set off. Tang Qingyu also begged for orders on the side. Your Majesty, I'll go too. Gresham hesitated for a moment, but did not agree immediately, although he didn't know what kind of strength was controlled behind the scenes. But it would never be worse than these demonic creatures in front of him. With the strength of Tang Qingyu's second-order strength, I am afraid that there will be great danger in the past. Tang Qingyu is very talented, whether it is in cultivation or strategic ability. Gresham has regarded her as the future pillar of the kingdom of Balania, so he does not want her to take risks. Your Majesty, I also have the strength of a second-order warrior and can protect the Dean and the others. Gresham saw that Tang Qingyu's eyes were very firm. He thought for a while, but still sighed, okay, you have to be more careful. When everyone set off, they found that Chen Luo was following behind unhurriedly, and his expression was indifferent, not panicking at all. Chapter 254 Everyone likes dragon slayers so much. You only have the strength of the first order, do you want to die? Tang Qingyu frowned and asked. Who said that? I just broke through, and it's already the second order. Chen Luo had a confident expression. Gresham and the others looked over in astonishment, and sure enough, they found that the aura on Chen Luo's body had become second order. Your Majesty, OK is a demon slayer, and he has a restraint effect on the Abyss demon, and he can sense the aura of the Abyss and know the position of the person who controls the people behind the scenes, which will be of great help to us. Harrison suddenly spoke. In this way, then I have to ask the Okasi warriors again. When Gresham saw Harrison say this, he did not dissuade him again. Next, under the leadership of Chen Luo, Byron and the others rushed quickly towards the depths of the dense forest in the distance. When he was on the road, Chen Luo deliberately sensed Trump's position. The next moment, he suddenly frowned. At this time, Trander led a large group of demonic sorcerers and nearly 10 million demonic troops towards the Eternal Night Forest. There were no elves in the Eternal Night Forest, there were only a large number of high-level magical beasts in it, as well as the two dragons that Chen Luo had thrown in before. Now, almost 1,000 years later, the three descendants of the two green dragons have also become adult dragons and become the masters of the Eternal Night Forest. And this place has also become a forbidden place in the Alvan continent, whether it is elves, trolls or goblins. After knowing that there is a terrifying and powerful dragon inside, no one dares to step into it. The green dragon also adhered to the 1,000-year deadline set by Chen Luo, and did not take a step out of the Eternal Night Forest, but it did not have any impact on the situation in the Alvan continent. But at this time, Tranda personally brought the demon sorcerer and tens of millions of demonized creatures over, obviously not for the magical beasts inside, but for the dragons. Do they all like dragon slaying so much? Chen Luo suddenly smiled, but didn't take it seriously. Tlun was afraid of dying this time. Adult dragons had the strength of a 7th-order epic, and the hard skin of the demonic army was actually no different from paper in front of them. The dragon breath spat out by the green dragon is a highly corrosive venom, which can corrode the earth within a radius of several miles in one mouthful, and the least afraid is that there are many people, and there are 5 adult green dragons. The smile on Chen Luo's mouth suddenly froze, because he had just discovered that Zhang Junhao had also led the army of the undead towards the direction of the Eternal Night Forest. You guys are really unclean. The corner of Chen Luo's mouth suddenly showed an arc, and finally felt less boring. Maybe it will become very interesting. Zhang Junhao, a skin monster, really has never forgotten dragon slaying, and it is estimated that it has become his obsession. Chen Luo didn't have to think about it. Someone must have told Zhang Junhao that there were also dragons in the Alvan continent, and Trun's demonic army had been killed. Zhang Junhao was afraid that as soon as he heard the news, he would immediately lose his mind about picking up the body. No matter how many corpses you pick up, is it powerful to pick up the corpse of a dragon? Zhang Junhao was indeed excited at this time. The number of his current army of undead had exceeded 10 million levels, most of which were bones left by trolls and goblins after being sacrificed, and there were a large number of magical beasts, and the number of elves was not too large. But with the sharp increase in the number, Zhang Junhao is becoming more and more difficult to master. Because the undead need his mental power to control, although he doesn't need much, but at the level of tens of millions, he feels more and more powerless. When it came to the back, Zhang Junhao had to divide part of the control and let the skeleton mage with spiritual power control part of it. And Zhang Junhao also found a very serious problem: he lacked high-end combat power. The strongest in the team were only 5th-order demonic beasts, but after they transformed into undead, they only had a body of steel and iron bones, but they lost their original ability to use elemental magic, which was less than 1/10 of their original strength. Zhang Junhao himself is only a 3rd-order mage, although his spiritual power has the strength of the 4th order, but there is still a gap compared with the real 4th order. If the enemy fought against this point and directly sent a transcendent person of the 4th or 5th order to kill him, then the army of the dead would immediately disappear. Zhang Junhao has realized that soldiers are not much more expensive, and now he needs high-end combat power to protect him. So when Zhang Junhao knew that there were dragons in the Alvan continent, and the demonic army was still going towards the dragon, he didn't even think about it, and immediately adjusted the direction of the army of the undead and went towards the Eternal Night Forest. If the demonic army kills the dragon, Zhang Junhao can transform the dragon into a bone dragon, and at that time he will be truly invincible in the Western fantasy world. Zhang Junhao has even begun to imagine that he is leading a large group of bone dragons, transforming all the dragons in the Western fantasy world, and then destroying all the maps, so that the dog official will lose all his money. Of course, the premise of all this is that the demonic army can kill the green dragon. It doesn't matter if you can't kill it, Zhang Junhao can use the army of the undead to help. Anyway, there are too many of them now, and he can't control them himself, so he just uses them as cannon fodder. Of course, it is good to be able to cause damage to the dragon, but it doesn't matter if it can't cause damage. The players in the live broadcast room also knew Zhang Junhao's purpose, and they were more excited than him, and it was not a big deal to watch the excitement, and they spread the word for him outside, attracting more players to run in. Tisk tisk, the Ant Emperor is awesome. Broken sound. Haha, the dog official doesn't give the Ant Emperor's name yet? I don't accept this game, I won't accept anyone, so I'll take the Ant Emperor. Life is endless, death is endless. I, the Ant Emperor, have come to cause trouble again. I think the Ant Emperor is going to be targeted by the dog official again. Wow, haha. Dog official, dog day, can you stop for a few days? The advertising effect of the players is amazing. They just artificially pinned the forum, the Ant Emperor is going to slay the dragon again. Then countless players clicked into Zhang Junhao's live broadcast room. The 4 words Ant Emperor belong to the words with their own traffic in the forum, and as long as these words appear, they can attract the attention of many people. In addition, Zhang Junhao slayed dragons again and again, but failed again and again, and every ending was very joyful, so that all players remembered it. When these 2 keywords are combined, the effect is explosive. In less than an hour, the number of people in Zhang Junhao's live broadcast room reached an exaggerated 200 million. This has broken the record for the highest number of people in a single-player live broadcast room to date, and it is also a world record. When Zhang Junhao saw the number of people displayed in the live broadcast room, he was even more excited than chicken blood. Everyone knows that the number of people in the live broadcast room of Second Life is real, and they don't need to fake. At this moment, Zhang Junhao felt like he had the whole world, and couldn't wait to order the army of the dead to speed up. Chapter 255. I seem to be promoted again. After Chen Luo sensed the movement of Tran in Zhang Junhao, he decided to quickly end the affairs on the side of the kingdom of Balanya. In one night, the elves' army and extraordinary power were nearly half lost, which can be described as a great loss of vitality. An elf of the elves grew too slowly, and if they continued to fight, it would take for the kingdom of Balanya to regain its national strength. In case of any future crisis, it will be difficult to cope with it. Hey, it seems like I'm going to be promoted. Chen Luo put the great moment sword on the shoulder of a demon sorcerer, and then let go. Rumble. The power of the great square sword weighed 10,000 pounds, and instantly smashed this 3rd-order demon sorcerer into meat paste like Mount Tai. A touch of black aura rose from the demon sorcerer's corpse, which quickly melted into Chen Luo's body. Ha! I really made it. Chen Luo's surprised voice made Byron and the others who were in a bitter battle look sideways. A quarter of an hour ago, when Chen Luo rushed to the dense forest with Byron and others, he encountered a bitter battle. Because the demon sorcerer not only sensed their arrival in advance, but also was extraordinarily strong. Although there were only about 50 demon sorcerers here, half of them were 4th order ones, and the rest were the worst of the 3rd order peaks. You must know that there are only so many 4th order people in the entire Balanya kingdom, and there are only 10 people who came to the scene, and the difference in numbers is half. The various strange spells used by the demon sorcerer were also things they had never seen, and his various negative states and curses made them unable to guard against them. If you accidentally fall into their curse and dark spell, you can instantly turn into sewage, which makes people have to fight with 100,000 points. And the most troublesome thing for Byron and the others is that these demon sorcerers have also been transformed by the aura of the abyss, and their physical strength and body hardness are stronger than those brainless demonic creatures outside. Demon sorcerers are actually equivalent to battle mages, not only with powerful hand-to-hand combat abilities, but also with the ability to use dark magic. So they can easily fight 1 against 2, and once the mage on the elf side is close, there is only one way out. And at this time, Chen Luo, the demon slayer, suddenly came into play. No matter what curse the demon sorcerer uses, Chen Luo can remove it, and when the demon sorcerer's curse and dark power attack him, the effect will be greatly reduced, or even have no effect at all. Chen Luo became the shield of the team, always able to block bullets at critical times. What made Byron and the others even more shocked was that Chen Luo resisted so many attacks from dark forces. Not only was he injured, but his strength was still improving. After killing the demon sorcerers, Chen Luo seemed to be able to absorb the abyss power from them and improve his strength little by little. That is, just now, after Chen Luo killed 5 3rd-order demon sorcerers with the Great Matrix Sword, he was automatically promoted to the 3rd order. Hey, I can use new skills. Chen Luo showed a surprised expression, and then stretched out his hand and raised the large Juju sword that fell to the ground. Crossing the demon. A black flame appeared on the Deju sword. Attack the shadow. The next moment, Chen Luo's figure had disappeared in place, and a trace of afterimage was drawn in the air in front of a 4th-order demon sorcerer. The demon sorcerer's expression changed drastically, and when he wanted to dodge, he found that his body couldn't react at all. As soon as his thoughts moved, the Deju sword had already slapped towards his head. The demon sorcerer knew that it was too late, so he used his giant strength on himself first, and smashed out at the Deju sword with a violent fist, wanting to have a hard fight. Bang! A crisp sound came, and Byron and the others looked over together, and saw that the demon sorcerer was slapped into meat puree by the Great Matrix Sword. It felt like Chen Luo was holding a fly and slapping a fly to death. Tang Qingyu also had a stunned expression at this time. She never expected the demon slayer to be so strong. Even if they can get stronger and stronger in battle, they can kill the 4th-order demon sorcerers who can't help them in seconds at the 3rd level. This guy won't get the plug-in somewhere, right? Tang Qingyu was stunned for a moment, and a thought involuntarily arose in his mind. Dark Moon. After Chen Luo slapped the 4th-order demon sorcerer to death, his figure disappeared again, and among the more than 10 demon warlocks, a round of black bright moon suddenly rose, and then suddenly exploded. Those demon sorcerers were blown away by the terrifying energy of the black moon before they could do it. Immediately afterwards, Byron and the others were stunned to see that Chen Luo turned into a black shadow and appeared in front of the nearest troll. The Great Matrix Sword swung upward sharply, and with a huge sound of breaking the air, it slapped the huge head of the demon sorcerer with a swift and unmatched slap. With a snap, it was like a kitchen knife slapping garlic cloves, and the demon sorcerer's head was instantly shattered. Chen Luo's figure disappeared again, and the person had already appeared at the landing point of the second demon sorcerer like a phantom, smashing the head of the second demon sorcerer in the same way. In just a short moment, Chen Luo flew into the air with a sword, and slapped all the more than a dozen giant magicians who had not had time to land on the spot. Byron and the others were stunned, almost wondering if they were hallucinating. A few of their 4th-order mages couldn't even beat a demon sorcerer, and Chen Luo easily killed a dozen in seconds, making it difficult for them to accept such a gap for a while. What made Byron and the others even more speechless was that Chen Luo jumped out again at this time. Hey, it seems like I'm going to advance again. If Tang Qingyu only suspected where Chen Luo got the plug-in before, now he has basically determined that Chen Luo is a plug-in. Is this really a monster spawning upgrade? It took Tang Qingyu 3 full years from cultivation to the 2nd order, and this was still when she was exceptionally talented. The reason why she didn't practice was because Tang Qingyu knew that it would take at least twice as long to go from the 2nd order to the 3rd order, and she didn't have much interest in cultivation, and the lifespan of the 2nd order was enough, so she was too lazy to practice and do what she liked. Tang Qingyu doesn't like cultivation. It doesn't mean he doesn't know the difficulty of cultivation. Just now, Chen Luo casually broke through to the 3rd order, but the 3rd order to the 4th order was a big threshold. The average elf is considered talented for 40 or 50 years, and it almost takes 1 or 200 years, and some even have no hope of advancing for life. Otherwise, how can the population of tens of millions in the Balanya Elf Kingdom only be more than 24th orders? Chen Luo had just broken through the 3rd order 10 minutes ago, and now he has killed more than a dozen 4th order demon sorcerers, and he is about to advance again. What are you kidding? Just when Tang Qingyu was sure that Chen Luo had opened the plug-in, he found that he looked surprised and said, "Huh? I really made it." Byron and the others were so shocked that they couldn't even take care of the opponent in front of them, and Chi stared at Chen Luo and looked over, and then found Chen Luo is indeed already in the 4th order. Chapter 256 Green Dragon Clan. At this time, all the demon sorcerers who were still alive were frightened and dumbfounded, and Chen Luo, who was of the 3rd order, was already able to kill more than 10 4th order demon sorcerers in seconds. Now that it has risen to the 4th order, they almost didn't even think about it, turned around and began to flee in different directions. Chen Luo took a look, and with a swing of the Deju sword, it was a move of Starfall that smashed over. As soon as the fleeing demon sorcerers were halfway through, black blades appeared above each person's head, crossing their heads and slashing down. When all the demon sorcerers were cut into countless pieces and fell to the ground, Chen Luo's figure shook, looking exhausted, and then he also fell to the ground. When Byron and the others saw that all the demon sorcerers had been killed, they were still a little confused for a while. When they saw Chen Luo fall to the ground, they reacted and hurriedly ran to check on his situation. After Chen Luo made this clone into a state of weakness and coma, the person had already reached the sky above the Eternal Night Forest. The reason why the Eternal Night Forest has this name is because of this place. The night time is twice as long as the day, and the trees are tall and dense, resulting in little light in the forest, and most of the time is in the dark, so it has this name. Tlen's demonic army had reached the outside of the Eternal Night Forest and was pushing inside. At this time, the army of tens of millions of demons destroyed all the creatures on the road, cutting down trees and slaughtering monsters when they encountered magical beasts, and advanced directly towards Sato Swamp, the core hinterland of the Eternal Night Forest, which was the habitat of the 5 green dragons. And Zhang Junhao's army of the undead was not far away, the two were only a few dozen miles apart. Tlen's army opened the way for Zhang Junhao first. He didn't have to do almost anything, just walk along the path walked by the demonic army, and by the way, he could also pick up the corpses of demonic beasts, happy and not wanted. Chen Luo saw the smug expression on Zhang Junhao's face, and he couldn't help but laugh. Trander came over with the main force of the demonic army, not even to make sacrifices, of course not to simply slay dragons. Trump's brain is not sick. How could he do something like slaying a dragon with a very high risk and no obvious benefit in sight? Chen Luo guessed what Trander wanted to do with just a little thought. He wanted to transform the green dragon into an abyssal creature and turn it into an abyss demon dragon. The green dragon was already a 7th order strength, and if it was transformed by the abyss demonic energy, although it would not be able to break through to the 8th order, it would be much stronger than before, at least reaching the peak of the 7th order. In today's Western fantasy world, the 7th order is almost invincible. Once Trander transforms all 5 green dragons into abyssal demon dragons, no one will be his opponent except for the dragons of several other continents. So Zhang Junhao's desire to pick up the body behind Trump is simply wishful thinking. Chen Luo found it interesting here. When Zhang Junhao found that he couldn't pick up the dragon's body, he would definitely find a way to snatch it from Trump's hands. It is impossible for them not to fight. What makes Chen Luo curious is why Trump thinks he has the ability to slay dragons. Tlen's strength has been transformed by abyss demonic energy, and he is only a 5th order demon sorcerer. Even if he counts the hundreds of 4th order demon sorcerers under his command, as well as nearly 10 million demonic troops, it is still not enough for the 5-headed dragon to fight. In fact, it didn't take long for Chen Luo to know the answer. Tlen's demonic army was extremely powerful, making the Eternal Night Forest full of wolves rushing and rushing, although the magical beasts inside were very powerful, but when they saw this dense demonic creature, they could only run for their lives first. Such a big movement made them noticed by the green dragons before they even reached Sato Swamp. The body of the green dragon Gaskell slowly emerged from the swamp. It was the male dragon created by Chen Luo at the beginning, and it could be regarded as the patriarch of the green dragon. Although there are only 5 green dragons at the moment, there are still 5 green dragon eggs in the depths of the swamp at this time, and the female dragon Geraldine is hatching them. The fertility of dragons is lower than that of elves and dwarves, and in the past 1,000 years, only 3 descendants have appeared. What made Gaskell even more troublesome was that all 3 of his descendants were male, and even if he wanted to reproduce more offspring, he couldn't do it. Gaskell had no choice but to continue working hard with the mother dragon to complete the task given by the creator's crown. As the saying goes, as long as the kung fu is deep and the iron pestle is ground into a needle, Gaskell worked hard for almost 1,000 years, and when his 3 sons were all adults, the second batch of descendants was finally born. But even if these dragon eggs hatch with a female dragon, the 3 adult sons can't wait for 1,000 years. So when many dragon-born bloody monsters appeared near Sato Swamp, Gaskell turned a blind eye. These descendants born from hybrid races with other magical beasts will naturally not be recognized by the arrogant dragons. Just as Gaskell was worried about the Green Dragon clan's reproduction mission, the huge movement in the Eternal Night Forest had already attracted its attention. This stench, and this power, not of this world. Gaskell's huge nose moved, and when he smelled the smell clearly, his huge lizard pupils shrank slightly, and then waved his huge wings and flew high into the air, looking towards the source of the stench. Less than 5,000 meters away from Sato Swamp, countless demonic armies rushed towards its territory like a tide. Gaskell's huge eyes revealed deep anger, and it was naturally clear at a glance that these demons from the other world were coming for the great Green Dragon clan. Instead of fear, Gaskell felt boundless anger. I want you damn ants to know the consequences of angering the Green Dragon. Gaskell's slender neck twisted, and after being raised, he quickly opened his mouth and let out a high-pitched and angry dragon roar. The other 3 adult dragons who were playing and frolicking in the Eternal Night Forest were stunned for a moment, and at the same time heard that it was their fathers calling them back, and then they flew back in the direction of Sato Swamp in unison. Roar! With a huge roar, Gaskell flapped his wings and took the initiative to fly in the direction of the demonic army. Its huge body was like a small mountain, covering the sky and the sun, making the originally dark Eternal Night Forest darker and darker. Many demonic beasts in the forest heard Gaskell's angry roar, and one by one they trembled with fright, and fled in a panic away from the swamp. When Gaskell flew to the front of the demonic army, he saw a green dragon's breath spit out from its mouth. The green dragon's breath, which reached 5 meters in diameter, directly bombarded the demonic army. The skin of the demonic army was as hard as iron as tofu in front of the highly poisonous dragon's breath, and without any ability to resist, it began to rot directly, turning into a puddle of green venom. And these green venoms continue to spread, and when stepped on by other demonic creatures, they will quickly corrode their legs and then merge into the green venom. Chapter 257 The Power of Curse. As Gaskell's huge body continued to fly forward, the poisonous dragon's breath continued to corrode the demonic army, and in just a moment, a clear trace of death appeared in the middle of the demonic army. The green poisonous water on the ground began to spread rapidly. Not only the demonic creatures were corroded, but everything on the ground began to be corroded, quickly forming a vacuum zone with a radius of 5 miles. At this time, dense bows and arrows and black magic flew up from the ground and hit Gaskell's huge body directly. But whether it was a physical attack or a spell attack, hitting this dragon had no effect at all. The dragon's indestructible scales and ultra-high resistance easily resisted all the attacks below, and these attacks not only did not hurt Gaskell, but angered him even more. Gaskell let out an angry roar, flew back again, and spewed green dragon breath into the demonic army. After it spat back and forth several times in the demonic army, nearly 10 million demonic armies had disappeared by 1/10. And at this moment, Gaskell's figure suddenly shook slightly, and his huge eyes turned to look at his back, where a small wound appeared, and black gas like flames was repeatedly drilling into the wound. Gaskell's eyes were filled with anger. He didn't expect that there was magic that could hurt him. This black chi is very strange, like magical energy, but it is not the same as magic. And this evil force also wants to penetrate into its body through the wound. Just a little bit of drilling, Gaskell felt a piercing feeling swept over his body, causing its body to freeze slightly in the air, and it almost fell down without losing its balance. Tisk, as expected of a dragon, the curse of sacrificing with one life can only cause such a little damage. Troon laughed strangely, his blood-red eyes shining even brighter. He turned around and immediately ordered another demon warlock. You, continue. The demon sorcerer had no hesitation and immediately began to chant spells. As his spell was completed, the black flame outside Gaskell's body was released again, and it seemed to be even more powerful. And the demon sorcerer who had just completed the spell directly turned into a black mist and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Chen Luo saw this and finally knew why Trump had the confidence to slay the dragon. The dragon's scales have enough magic resistance to resist almost all magic. Low-level magic is almost useless, not even the newly born dark magic, but the resistance to spells such as cursed magic is extremely low. Because cursed magic is between magic and spiritual power, and is not entirely magical, Gaskell can resist all magic, but there is no way to curse it. In particular, the other party still sacrificed the life of the fourth-order demon sorcerer and used the cursed technique. No wonder Trander brought so many demon warlocks. He planned to use the demon warlock's life to pile Gaskell to death. Immediately afterwards, the demon sorcerers sacrificed one after another, using their lives to curse the green dragon. The wound on Gaskell's back became bigger and bigger, and the black gas became denser and denser, and began to burrow into its body to carry out crazy destruction. Roar! Gaskell let out an angry roar in pain, and it waved its wings violently and rushed higher into the sky, trying to temporarily avoid these cursed powers. Hey, I want to run, it's too late. Trander smiled fiercely, and immediately turned around and shouted at the 5 demon warlocks behind him, you guys, sacrifice together. When the 5 demon sorcerers sacrificed according to Tranda's orders, Gaskell's painful roar resounded through the clouds high above. There was a sense of fear in the voice, and there was a smell of dying struggle. The power of the curse will not disappear because the target cannot be seen. As long as it is hit by this cursed technique, even if Gaskell escapes to the ends of the earth, he will not be able to hide. Hearing the dragon's painful roar, Trump's face was overjoyed, and this trip was not in vain. Although he thought that only about 50 life sacrifices were needed to solve a dragon. But the strength of the green dragon was a bit unexpected, and he sacrificed nearly 100 fourth-order demon sorcerers to make the green dragon enter a dying state. When Chen Luo saw this, he smiled slightly. It's over so early, how fun. He was in the clouds at this time, less than 1,000 meters away from Gaskell. Chen Luo glanced at the green dragon twisting his body frantically in the clouds in pain, and with a move of his mind, he directly added resistance to the cursed power to all the dragons. Gaskell, who was still roaring in pain just now, suddenly stopped struggling, as he felt the power that was wreaking havoc on his body suddenly disappeared. Gaskell casts a dragon spell on himself and begins to heal his physical injuries. Although it didn't understand what was going on at this time, it knew very well that the reason for its pain must be these otherworldly bugs below, because it can sense through the power of the curse in its body that the caster is in the demonic army below. Gaskell let out an extremely angry roar, and when he saw the wound on his back slowly healing, it swooped down from the clouds, like an arrow off the string, cutting through the clouds and plummeting. When Troon saw the green dragon fall from the clouds, he looked ecstatic and thought that Gaskell was finished, and was about to order the demonic army to control the green dragon. But the next moment, the smile on Trump's face froze. Because at the same time as he fell, Gaskell opened his huge dragon's mouth, and the dragon's breath, which was thicker than just now, roared down, heading straight for the direction where the demon sorcerer was. Get out of the way! Troon roared in great anger, stretched out his hand to grab the two demon sorcerers and threw them out hard, and then concocted them in the same way. After throwing them out 6 in a row, he kicked the ground suddenly, and his 4-meter-tall figure rushed out like a cannonball. In just a second, Trump crossed a distance of nearly 100 meters, and the turquoise dragon's breath also fell down at this time, directly landing on the position where the demon sorcerers were just now. Rumble! The thick dragon breath bombarded the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble slightly. The demon sorcerer who didn't have time to escape, or who escaped slowly, turned directly into green venom, and didn't even have time to scream. When the terrifying dragon breath dissipated, the ground corroded a circular pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a depth of tens of meters. The nearby demonic creatures and demon sorcerers disappeared cleanly, and all turned into green venom and poured into the huge pit. Tlen's face instantly became extremely ugly, and Gaskell's blow made more than half of the demon warlocks disappear. Except for the 8 demon sorcerers he rescued just now, only more than 100 demon sorcerers escaped. Chapter 258 Gate of the Abyss. At this time, on several big trees not far away, there were several bone birds with green soul fire in their eyes, observing the battlefield situation from different directions. Everything these bone birds saw was conveyed to Zhang Junhao's eyes a kilometer away, and also appeared in the eyes of the players in the live broadcast room. When they saw such terrifying power of Gaskell, the players in the live broadcast room were all surprised. This green dragon looks green, no worse than that red dragon. The abyss monster is being beaten. The Ant Emperor, these undead armies have passed, and it is estimated that they will end up in the same way. Green Dragon, my name is Wings of Death, the destroyer of destiny, and the terminator of all things. Unstoppable, irresistible, I am a cataclysm. Let these abyssal monsters consume a wave, and the dragon's breath can't keep spitting out. Oh, naive. Even if the green dragon has no dragon breath, it can slap you into mud with its claws. Damn it. Here are 3 more green dragons. What the hell? I'll go there, really. Now it's fun. Ha 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 ha. The Ant Emperor is out of play again. This is entering the dragon's den, right? The Ant Emperor looked confused. The Ant Emperor is confused. Ant Emperor, cover your face and run away. Zhang Junhao was indeed stunned at this time. He only heard that there was a dragon in the Eternal Night Forest, but he never expected that there would be 4 heads. Just now, 3 other green dragons flew in the direction of the swamp, and they were only 1 head smaller than Gaskell, and they looked like adult dragons. He also saw with his own eyes the terrifying strength of Gaskell. If he talked about 1, or even 2, he still felt a little hopeful, because with his own army of the dead, there was a total of more than 20 million troops. With such a large number, even a pile can kill a dragon. But now 3 dragons suddenly ran out, making Zhang Junhao full of excitement, as if someone had suddenly poured a basin of cold water, and he suddenly became cold. And he couldn't judge if there were more dragons. At this moment, Zhang Junhao suddenly noticed a strange change in the situation in the demon army below. When Tlen saw 3 more dragons flying over at the same time, the originally very ugly expression on his face suddenly showed a strange smile. Let's start. With Tlen's order, the more than 100 demon warlocks who were still alive looked stunned, but quickly rushed in the direction of Tlen. At this time, after Gaskell destroyed a large number of demon sorcerers, he was leading his 3 sons to sweep away a large number of demonic creatures on the ground. And those demon sorcerers took advantage of this opportunity to quickly gather together, and under the leadership of Trund, chanted spells in unison. Not long after, a demon sorcerer suddenly exploded, like a firecracker. But the strange thing is that the demon sorcerer did not turn into something else, but into a black flame. Immediately afterwards, demon sorcerers continued to turn into black flames, condensing with the black flames at the beginning. As all the more than 100 warlocks exploded, the black flames continued to condense, and the surrounding air turned black, and strange sounds continued to permeate from the black flames, as if they were whispers from the abyss. A tiny crack was born in the demonic fire, constantly twisting, expanding, and rapidly expanding into a door that could accommodate a person to pass through floating in the air. Trump was so excited that he reached out and grabbed it, and at some point he had a blood-red heart the size of a human head in his hand. He suddenly exerted force with one hand, and after pinching the heart, he immediately saw a red light shooting into the crack of the door. The entire door crack quickly rose into the sky, expanding and making a sharp whistling sound, as if some wonderful change had occurred, and it had contacted the evil forces outside the world. The power of the abyss continued to invade the Western fantasy world, affecting everything around it, and the power of the plane constantly rejected the erosion of this force, as if it wanted to squeeze this crack out of this world. The door of the abyss, open. Demons, come to this world, there is the blood, food and creatures you crave, please come. Trump spread his arms, roared wildly, and laughed wildly. This is the most important skill of demon warlocks, and like the hell descends left by Chen Luo to the troll magicians, this is the abyss gate created by Tranda. Its function is to build an abyss gate, allowing demons who could not descend to this world to open a passage and stronghold, borrowing powerful power from the abyss. To use the power of the abyssal gate, in addition to a large number of demon sorcerer sacrifices, you also need to have a demon lord's heart. The demon lord's heart contains all the power of the abyssal demon, and if used correctly, it takes a certain amount of time to make a demon warlock grow into a demon lord. This heart was originally used by Trun to turn himself into a demon lord in the future, but now he saw a better opportunity. The 4 dragons, if they all turn into abyssal demon dragons, will be much more powerful than a demon lord. And as the abyss gate opened, countless hideous-looking abyss demons appeared in the cracks of the door. They seemed to smell the flesh and soul of another world, which stimulated them to roar wildly, and they kept crowding outside. One by one, the demons fell to the ground, each with a hideous and ugly appearance. At the same time, nearly 1 billion players who spawn monsters on the first floor of the abyss suddenly felt something was wrong. Because the abyssal species that were originally besieging them seemed to be crazy, they suddenly left them alone and rushed frantically towards the same place. The players in the abyss world were also dumbfounded, not knowing what happened, and thought that the dog official had another bug. The players curiously followed the direction of the demon's departure, and soon saw a huge light gate emitting light in the center of the first world of the abyss. Players can vaguely see the world outside the light gate. There are countless towering giant trees, and from time to time they can see green dragons flying by, and then there is the roar of the dragon with extreme anger. Watching the demons drill into another world through the light gate one after another, the players were stunned, not knowing whether this was a bug or something secretly updated by the dog official. But soon, they received the news one after another on their respective guild channels, and it quickly spread throughout the abyss world. Someone opened a space crack in the Western fantasy world, and the light door was a portal. As long as you passed through it, you could reach the Western fantasy world. Chapter 259, Persecution Delusion. The players of the Abyss world were excited all of a sudden, although the Abyss world was not bad, but it was all players and abyssal monsters. A perfect social system has gradually been established here, but in fact, it is almost the same as the real world. It is still those people who stand at the top of the pyramid, because it is the big forces in the real society who build the town. Although ordinary players have established guilds, there is still a big gap with those big forces. After all, the strength gap is there. Players want to use better services, such as trading, buying repair equipment, etc. Most of them can only go to the territory of those big forces. This is also something that cannot be helped, although it is a second world, but people have energy in reality that ordinary people cannot reach, and they can copy the forces in reality to the Abyss world. Over time, ordinary players began to yearn for the gameplay of reincarnation technology in the Western fantasy world. If the reincarnation is good, the royal family and the transcendent are not a problem. It depends entirely on luck, which is very fair. Moreover, most of the Western fantasy world is now indigenous, and there are also various novel species. Both the social system and the ecological system are basically perfect, which is much more fun than interacting with players all the time. So except for the military and those big consortiums and organizations, most players actually want to play in the Western fantasy world. When they learned that the portal could lead to the Western fantasy world, the players' eyes suddenly lit up. With their current equipment and level in the abyssal world, they have passed the Western fantasy world. Go to Western fantasy world. I don't know who shouted first. The players boiled and killed towards the portal like the abyssal species. Ha ha ha, there is finally a way to go to the Western fantasy world. Brushing these ugly monsters every day, I want to vomit. It is said that over there is the elf continent. Wow, elf lady, we're here. handsome brother of the elves, wait for me. The players went crazy one by one, following the abyssal species towards the portal, and even those people from large organizations and forces were pushed over. No way, there are too many players. Among more than 1 billion players, even if they don't want to, they can only be pushed towards the portal by the players. But it didn't take long for all the players of these big forces to receive the order, go offline. When all those who stood in their way disappeared, players swarmed towards the abyssal species and killed them. They are now working harder than usual to spawn monsters, and the huge light door in front of them is like a guiding light, making the blood of all the players in the abyss world boil. Chen Luo was certainly aware of this scene behind the clouds at this time. He was stunned for a moment, although at the beginning, he knew that Trander had the ability to open the door to the abyss, but he didn't expect him to use it at this time. However, he thought about it, and this was indeed the best time. The 4 abyssal demon dragons are enough to sweep the entire Western fantasy world. But what made Chen Luo laugh and cry was that this group of players in the abyss world also killed them like crazy. How much do you want to come to the Western fantasy world? At this time, Zhang Junhao's army of the dead had already arrived near the battlefield, and he happened to see the abyss demons continuously pouring out of the abyss gate like mountains and seas, like locusts overwhelming, instantly enveloping the earth and sky. The demons' excited and permeating roar surged in the sky. They felt the fresh flesh and blood of this world, longing for this flesh and blood. Tlund opened his hands and laughed loudly, his high-pitched voice seemingly overpowering all demonic voices. In the name of my lord Angrast, obey my call. The demons that poured out of the eyes of Angrast's iconic lines appeared at the same time, and then, following Tranda's orders, rushed towards the dragons in the sky and the other creatures in the eternal night forest. I'm Nima. This is too disgusting. Zhang Junhao had seen the video of the abyss world before, and he knew what the abyss demon looked like, but seeing so many abyssal species with his own eyes, he still felt a tingling scalp, and a feeling of nausea surged up. In addition to their disgusting appearance, the demons were too numerous to be counted. They were densely piled together, everywhere in the sky and on the ground, completely blocking the sun like dark clouds, and darkness instantly enveloped the entire forest of eternal night. Grass! I'm here to help. Zhang Junhao's eyes suddenly widened and he cursed. In addition to pounced on the 4 dragons, the endless abyss demon also attacked his army of the dead. When the players in the live broadcast room saw the abyss gate, they all looked stunned, and when they saw the abyss demon pounce on the army of the undead, the live broadcast room suddenly fried. Ha ha ha, the Ant Emperor is stupid, the abyss demon won't reason with you. The Ant Emperor is really hard, he has made tens of millions of undead troops, and he has to help the dog officials work. Ha ha ha, laugh to death, the Ant Emperor's heart is bleeding. However, this dog official really knows how to play, and he really connects the abyss world and the Western fantasy world. Hey, my friend just sent me a message saying that players can also go to Western fantasy world through portals. Really? Aha. I'm going, it seems to be true, our guild is now calling on everyone to go online and attack the portal. Go, go. In just a few moments, the number of people in Zhang Junhao's live broadcast room plummeted by nearly 2/3 from more than 200 million to less than 60 million. Players who cannot enter the Western fantasy world have a number in the abyss world. If you can enter the Western fantasy world through the abyss world, of course you must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What if the dog official pulls back on the grounds of a bug? Most of the remaining people are in the death cooldown. If it weren't for this cooldown, I'm afraid that Zhang Junhao's live broadcast room would run clean again. Zhang Junhao looked confused, not knowing why the number of people in the live broadcast room was so much that only so many people were left. But soon, he learned the reason from the message sent by the person in the live broadcast room. Zhang Junhao suddenly felt a nameless fire in his heart. Dog day, it must be the dog official targeting himself. It's no wonder Zhang Junhao has such an idea. Every time he wants to do something big, there will always be some unexpected situations, and he has now been persecuted by the dog official with paranoia. But at this time, Zhang Junhao didn't have time to think about it, because the abyss demon had already pounced on his army of undead, and he had to save his life. Chapter 260 The Terrifying Power of the Abyss Lord. Endless abyssal demons rushed towards the army of the undead. They also did not know fear, their thoughts were pure and direct. The army of the undead in front of them blocked their path to devour blood food, and then they were about to be destroyed. Zhang Junhao was helpless, his heart was really bleeding. If these abyssal demons rush out, they will definitely deal a devastating blow to the Western fantasy world. Zhang Junhao was very willing to help them destroy the world, but these abyssal monsters came at him. What could he do? He didn't want to hang up now, wait until 7 years later, and then the ghost would know what would happen. So Zhang Junhao is now very helpless and depressed, knowing that this is helping the dog official. He can only command the army of the undead to protect himself and destroy these abyssal demons. The number of both sides is in the tens of millions, and they are not afraid of death, and the scene of rushing together is extremely shocking. The remaining players in the live broadcast room, watching the white army of undead and the black army of demons entangled, all widened their eyes and were speechless. I, Nima, have hot eyes, ugly monsters fight ugly monsters. I'm going to vomit. The dog official is burning funds again. Damn, tens of millions of monsters, how much does it cost to make? This is even more spectacular than the previous epic battles. By the way, does this abyss demon count as points if you kill it? Damn it, it really counts as points. The abyss world standings have been updated, and the Ant Emperor is on the list. Zhang Junhao also discovered this at this time, and there was a red scorer next to him. As the abyss demon continues to be killed, the red scorer number keeps rising, and it continues to rise at an astonishing rate. Players in the abyssal world also found abnormal fluctuations in the standings, and a person named Ogro began to increase his points wildly, and this person's name was the name of the elf of the Ant Emperor in the Western fantasy world. I'll go, that's fine. Ant Emperor vomited blood.jpg. Killing the abyss demon in the Western fantasy world is also counted. Dog official Zhen Nima can play. The Ant Emperor has made a lot of money, he has so many undead troops, won't he soon become the first by then? The first one is a legendary weapon reward. Ant Emperor is in the Western fantasy world, isn't that possible to get legendary weapons in the Western fantasy world? Damn, Ant Emperor, you are developed. Zhang Junhao was stunned for a moment, he himself was also an extremely smart person, and he also thought of this in a short moment. However, Zhang Junhao is not as excited as the players, maybe this is another hole dug by the dog official. But now even if it is a pit, Zhang Junhao can only be forced to jump inside. In fact, Zhang Junhao did think too much, because Chen Luo didn't expect Zhang Junhao's army of undead to calculate points for him after killing the abyss demon. After Chen Luo was surprised, he did not withdraw the points. The current point system is managed by the Hunyuan Pen, and Zhang Junhao did kill the abyssal monster. Even if the Hunyuan Pen judged that there were points, Chen Luo had no reason to take it back. It's just that there are enough abyss demons put in now, and the players of the abyssal world are about to kill near the portal, and if they are left alone, something will happen. No matter how many abyssal species are put in, under the rules of the Western fantasy world, Chen Luo can be destroyed with a snap of his fingers. But Chen Luo didn't dare to let more than 1 billion abyss players into the Western fantasy world. If they did, they could destroy the newly established system of the entire Western fantasy world in minutes. Chen Luo frowned and was about to close the portal, but at this time he found that the portal suddenly expanded continuously, and in an instant it became more than 100 meters in size. A huge arm like a pillar of Optimus stretched out from the end of the abyss and went straight to Gaskell in the sky and grabbed it. This arm was extremely huge, and a palm alone was almost the size of the green dragon's body. It also had a strange black flame on it, as if it had set the world on fire, making a scorching sound, and even all the surrounding abyssal demons were burned to ashes. The surrounding abyss demons immediately fled in horror, and none of the demons dared to stand in the way of this arm. Such a terrifying scene made the players in the live broadcast room tremble. They are actually divine souls in the Western fantasy world, so they can truly feel the impact of this terrifying force. All players have the feeling that the world is collapsing, especially Zhang Junhao below, who feels this terrifying power most strongly under that huge palm. It was a feeling that made his soul tremble, far stronger than the oppression brought to him by the adult dragons. The speed of the huge palm was extremely fast, and the moment he poked out of the portal, he grabbed Gaskell, who was spitting dragon breath. Got you! Evil thoughts came out from the other end of the abyss gate, and no sound could be heard, but the sharp cry caused by the fluctuation of consciousness resounded in the minds of all the players in the live broadcast room. At this time, the players in the abyssal world were terrified and moved away from the portal. Because a behemoth with a size of nearly a kilometer appeared there, it was impossible to see its complete body shape at a glance. It was really like a mountain. The terrifying coercion emanated from the crowd, making the players who were close tremble. Not to mention continuing to kill the abyssal monsters. I can't even move. Abyssal Lord Ongrast. Damn it, hasn't it been sleeping? Why is it here? It's going to the Western fantasy world? Oh my god. This is too scary. This game is scary, uncle, it made me almost pee. At this time, Gaskell became extremely panicked. He could feel that the owner of this palm was a powerful demon from another world, and the power shown by the other party was at least an 8th order myth. The gap between the first order may not seem large, but as the level continues to increase, the actual gap will expand geometrically with each level. Starting from the 5th order to the 6th order, it was actually like a different species, and the strength was very different. This is also the reason why the 5th order has appeared in the Western fantasy continent for so long, and no one has been able to break through to the holy level. The main thing is that there is an essential difference between this step and ordinary life, which can be called a real transcendent life. And when it comes to the 7th and 8th orders, this gap has reached a very disparity. And Gaskell knew that he was not Ongrast's opponent, which is why he was so frightened, because he sensed the breath of death. Gaskell struggled violently, desperately spitting dragon breath into Ongrast's black palm. However, the poisonous dragon's breath is effective against ordinary abyssal demons, but it has no effect on Ongrast. Before the dragon's breath could spit out on the black palm, it was incinerated by the black flames. Chapter 261 Abyss Dragon. Gaskell struggled, roaring in horror, only to find that he could not get rid of the huge palm no matter what. All players could feel Gaskell's predicament and crisis, and listening to its voice full of fear, the players fell silent. At this time, no one could save Gaskell except the gods. Wisps of black flames burrowed into Gaskell's body from Angrast's hand, and everyone saw that Gaskell's skin began to change from green to black as ink. Its struggle also became weaker and weaker, and finally stopped. Run! Get out of here! This was the last sound from Gaskell, where the swamp was located, where the mother dragon Geraldine and her 3 sons resided. Geraldine and the other 3 dragons also felt the horror of Angrast, and they looked at Gaskell, who was being transformed into an abyssal dragon, with anger and grief in their eyes. At this time, under the transformation of the abyss demonic energy, not only did Gaskell's skin transform into black, but every scale was like metal, and the light shining on it began to be absorbed, as if it had completely turned into night. Its size also expanded by half in an instant, and the original size of more than 400 meters became 600 or 700 meters. The dragon's eyes turned blood red with the iconic pattern of Anglast. Roar! Gaskell, who had completely transformed into an abyssal demon dragon, raised his head to the sky and let out a loud roar, causing all nearby creatures to begin to shake. Even the soul fire in the eyes of the undead creatures below was extinguished by this huge roar. Gaskell's blood-red eyes suddenly stared at Geraldine and his 3 sons, which were murderous intent and the desire to devour, and all kinds of emotions were intertwined, making it exude a tyrannical and ferocious atmosphere all over its body. Geraldine looked at the abyssal demon dragon in front of her and realized that the creature in front of her was by no means her husband. Let's go! Geraldine made a quick decision, and rushed into the swamp with a dive, ready to flee here with the 5 descendants. You can't escape. At the other end of the abyssal gate, Angrast's greedy gaze and consciousness had completely locked on the remaining 4 green dragons. These 4 dragons were all born under the rules of the Western fantasy world. Even if they were transformed into abyssal demon dragons, they would not be rejected by the rules of the world. They were the most important weapons for it to conquer this world. How could they escape? Quack! Angrast's wild laughter resounded throughout the world, and its palm had already let go of Gaskell and placed it on the door of the abyss, and then with a sudden force, it pulled the space crack to hundreds of meters in size. The other arm reached out from the gate of the abyss, grabbing Geraldine with great speed, and the other hand grabbed the other dragon. When the 2 dragons saw this scene, they waved their wings in horror and wanted to escape. But these 2 huge palms seemed to be very slow, but they were actually amazingly fast. But they were behind them in an instant, and they grabbed them in the palm of their hands. The demon's arrogant laughter echoed in everyone's hearts, and the sky was dark, and although all the players in the live broadcast room were watching the live broadcast, they felt an inexplicable depression in their hearts. The remaining 2 green dragons saw that their mother and brother had been captured, and they were terrified that they didn't know whether to escape or save them. Take the dragon egg and run away. Geraldine kept struggling, but like Gaskell's result, the 7th Order could not fight against the 8th Order mythical creature at all, and it struggled for a long time without the slightest effect. Seeing the dragon as if it had turned into a chick in the hands of the Abyss Lord, this terrifying strength and powerful evil made all the players in the live broadcast room feel a tremor from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, 2 golden lights suddenly burst out from the dark sky. At first, it was only a little bit, but soon these 2 points of light began to expand rapidly, and then they tore through the dark clouds in the sky, illuminating the entire eternal night forest. Zhang Junhao and the players in the live broadcast room were stunned at the same time, and looked at the sky together. I saw 2 huge and unmatched golden sword lights roaring down like a giant peak in the sky. Not only was the dark clouds dispersed, but wherever the golden sword light passed, all the abyssal species wailed and turned into black smoke, and finally were destroyed by the divine light on the golden light. The golden sword light quickly slashed on Angrast's 2 arms with lightning speed. AHH. A shrill scream came, and the huge arm that even the dragon's breath could not hurt was as fragile as paper paste under the golden sword light, and it was cut off in this instant. 2 huge black palms fell straight down from the sky. At the same time, a large amount of black blood spilled down from the broken arm like a waterfall. Black blood spilled on the ground, burning holes on the ground. Whether it was an abyss demon, a demonic creature, or an undead creature, they all disappeared cleanly under the corrosion of black blood, so that they seemed to be stripped of a layer on the ground, sinking nearly tens of meters deep. Zhang Junhao and the audience in the live broadcast room looked at these 2 sword lights in shock, which was like a miracle, making their jaws drop in shock. This is the official shot of the dog. Definitely yes, the great Lord of the Abyss has all played. Isn't it proper for the gods of the Western fantasy world to expel the demons from the other world? But why is it sword chi? This is a Western fantasy world. Damn, I finally took a breather. Especially, this sense of realism is too strong, and you can feel such a strong impact even if you are not in the game. I have to be careful when I see such a picture in the future. My little heart can't stand it. Your uncle, Scream, I can't stand a demon being so arrogant. Just when the players applauded, Zhang Junhao suddenly cursed. Dog official, I drafted the 18th generation of my ancestors. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned, and some didn't understand what Zhang Junhao suddenly went berserk. When looking at Zhang Junhao's location, everyone went crazy in an instant. Zhang Junhao was just below Angrast's palm, and when the golden sword light cut off his arm, the position of the black blood pouring was unbiased, and it was pouring down on his head. Zhang Junhao couldn't run away even if he wanted to run at this time. He was already blocked by the army of the undead and the monsters of the abyss behind him, and it was difficult to take a step, let alone run. And the black blood is not much compared to Angrast's size, but for the creatures below, it is really like an ant under a waterfall. At the same time as Zhang Junhao finished scolding this, he was poured with black blood on his head, and he simply disappeared without even snorting. Chapter 262 The Ant King Becomes a Ghost. Ha ha ha, laughed to death, the Ant Emperor suffered a tragic disaster. Behind all this is the decline of morality, or the distortion of human nature, or the target of the dog's official Chiguakuo. Puffed, this is too coincidental, the Ant Emperor is just standing under the palm of the Abyss Lord. I don't think it's deliberately targeted, the dog official really wants to destroy him, and he can let the sword light destroy him directly, why bother with such trouble? Isn't that too obvious, and it's too untechnical, so you can't be sprayed to death? When is the dog official afraid of being sprayed? Even such a shameless excuse for emergency maintenance was made at the beginning, and would you still care about this? Hey, no, isn't the Ant Emperor dead? Why can we still see the live stream? I'm Grass. The Ant Emperor is not dead yet. It's a short life. The Ant Emperor has become a ghost. When Zhang Junhao was wiped out by the black blood, the resentment in his heart reached its peak. You dog day, it must be intentional. It must be intentional. Zhang Junhao suffered an unwarranted disaster inexplicably, and it was determined that the dog official targeted him again. But at this moment, Zhang Junhao was suddenly stunned for a moment, because he found that he had not quit the game, but was still in place. Zhang Junhao looked at his current body in astonishment and found that he had become a translucent soul state, and there was a terrifying attraction pulling him, wanting to pull him into another world. Zhang Junhao was stunned for a moment, and then reacted suddenly. This should be the power of the underworld attracting him and wanting to pull him into the underworld. Zhang Junhao felt something was wrong, because the player automatically quits the game when he died, and he had never encountered this situation with him, and he could also become a soul state. He couldn't figure it out for a while, but he knew that now was not the time to think about it. The attraction from the underworld was getting stronger and stronger, and if he hadn't been strong enough in spirit, he would have been pulled in at this time. The underworld is the official territory of dogs, they have been targeting themselves, and the ghosts know that they can't get out even if they go in. I'm not going in. Zhang Junhao roared unwillingly, desperately resisting the attraction of the underworld, while quickly thinking of a solution in his mind. His eyes swept around, and suddenly stopped at a skeleton mage in the distance. Zhang Junhao's heart moved, thinking of the situation where he had turned his soul into soul fire before, since he could turn other souls into soul fire and leave them in the world. So can you turn yourself into a soul fire state? Zhang Junhao couldn't think of any other way at this time, so he immediately chanted a spell. The next moment, Zhang Junhao saw that his original body had turned into a turquoise flame. At the same time, the attraction from the underworld suddenly became much smaller, but it did not disappear. Zhang Junhao was overjoyed, and immediately controlled his turquoise soul fire and flew towards the nearest skeleton mage. Zhang Junhao instantly drilled into the body of the skeleton mage, merged with the original soul fire, and took control of the skeleton mage's body. And the attraction of the underworld also disappeared at this moment. It turns out it's really possible. Zhang Junhao was ecstatic in his heart. Although he became a skeleton, he survived, and as long as his soul fire was not extinguished, he was almost immortal. Even if this body is destroyed, he can transfer the soul fire to the next undead creature and continue to live. Dog official, you definitely can't think of it. Let me have an endless lifespan. Zhang Junhao's skull opened his mouth, as if he wanted to laugh, but after laughing a few times, he found that he could only use the meaningless upper jawbone to collide with the lower jawbone, which looked very funny. The players in the live broadcast room were stunned and did not expect such a change at all. This is not dead, the Ant Emperor is really awesome, don't want it. Damn, this is a lich. The Ant Emperor is going to become the Lich King again. Just ask who else can do it, I really knelt down, the Emperor please bow to me. Puffed, Ant Emperor just wanted to laugh. Zhang Junhao was reborn but didn't dare to stay here, and now the two immortals in the sky were fighting, and he was inexplicably killed just now. If he continues to stay, maybe the dog official will give him another one, then it will be really happy and sad. Zhang Junhao made a quick decision, controlled the skeleton mage's body, and ran towards the outside of the Eternal Night Forest. Not long after he left, a golden sword light that cut off Angrast's arm bombarded the ground. Rumble! The golden sword light exploded, and the violent energy swept out, and it was a shock that shook the mountains. Zhang Junhao had already run nearly a kilometer away at this time, and when he noticed the movement behind him, he couldn't help but look back, and then he was horrified to find a shock wave visible to the naked eye sweeping in. Zhang Junhao was so frightened that he didn't think about it, and threw himself down on the ground. The crazy energy overflowed, blowing so that the robe on the skeleton mage disappeared, and then the bones rattled, as if they were about to fall apart at any time. After finally surviving this storm, when Zhang Junhao stood up again, he was shocked to find that all the abyssal species, including demonic creatures and undead creatures, had disappeared in the golden light. There is no living creature left besides him. Zhang Junhao was stunned. This situation was too terrible, as if tens of millions of demons and undead had never existed at all, and they were directly erased cleanly. What's even more bizarre is that except for these inhuman creatures, everything on the ground is intact, not even a single tree has fallen, as if this sword is specifically aimed at the abyssal demons to strike precisely. Just when he was stunned, a second golden sword light passed through the gate of the abyss and went straight to Angrast in the first layer of the abyss. No! Angrast saw the golden sword light, and his huge eyes revealed a terrifying color. Rumble! It wanted to dodge, but the sword was as fast as lightning, and before it could act, it had already pierced its huge body and disappeared. Ah! A clear crack appeared in the middle of Angrast's body, and then this crack grew bigger and bigger, and finally broke in two pieces from the middle, falling to the ground like two mountains. The players of the abyssal world watched this scene in amazement, and Angrast, who was still arrogant just now, had already let out a terrible scream and turned into a corpse. At this moment, the unrivaled players who were still lamenting the abyssal demon looked at each other one by one. Chapter 263, 8th Level Mythical Dragon. Countless abyssal species on the ground were corroded by Angrast's black blood, but the nearby abyssal species were crazy one by one, and they didn't even want any fresh flesh and blood from the other world. The flying abyss demons frantically pounced on a soul fire in the sky, which was the soul fire of Angrast. The remaining flightless abyss demons rushed to Angrast's body like a tide and began to eat its body. For a while, the abyssal species fought frantically for Angrast's body and soul. A large number of abyssal species died tragically under the fierce fighting, and the fire of the soul was floating everywhere. The players went crazy when they saw this scene. The abyssal species started killing each other. They didn't have to do anything, just rush up and pick up the money. This is more convenient than the dog official at that time when the dog official made the bug of 3 sons, because almost all the demons on the first floor of the entire abyss gathered here. Even if you stand still here, there are spirit coins floating on your head. Players didn't go to the Western fantasy world anymore, and began to flock to grab spirit coins. Although most of the players went to pick up the bargains, there were still many players who secretly rushed in the direction of the Abyss Gate, still wanting to run to the Western fantasy world. Just as they were about to rush, a black shadow that covered the sky and sun flew in from the other side of the Western fantasy world. It directly blocked the entire Abyss Gate, so that these players could not see the Western fantasy world outside clearly. Before they could react, the black shadow hit them directly, and then they didn't have time to see clearly what was flying over, so they hung up. A group of players who followed were startled. Those players who were killed in seconds couldn't see clearly. They saw it from a distance. It was a black dragon with a body size of 600 or 700 meters. Roar! The abyssal demon dragon Gaskell let out a roar all day long, and was about to fly out of the Abyss Gate again. And at this time, a huge white palm suddenly stretched out from the side of the Western fantasy world. Even the Abyss Gate, which was 700 or 800 meters wide, could only barely accommodate this palm glowing with divine light. This huge palm backhanded the door of the abyss, squeezed hard, and directly pinched the door of the abyss, and then blurred and disappeared into the air. And everyone present opened their eyes wide, as if they had not yet recovered from this sudden change. After a while, the players who just rushed over sighed regretfully one by one. Even fools knew that the dog official manually sealed the portal, and there was no chance to pass again. Chen Luo's figure appeared in the abyss world. He reached out to grab it in the void, and took the furious abyss demon dragon Gaskell over, and flew it to a place out of the player's sight. Wake up! Chen Luo looked at Gaskell, who was constantly roaring angrily and struggling violently, and gently spat out 2 words from his mouth. As soon as Chen Luo's words fell, the red strange patterns in Gaskell's eyes disappeared in an instant, regaining their original clear color, and their bodies stopped struggling. Gaskell looked at the surrounding environment. His eyes first showed confusion, and when he saw Chen Luo in front of him, he immediately sensed the aura that belonged to the creator. In just a moment, Gaskell reacted quickly and knew what was happening. Great creator, thank you for your kindness. Gaskell lowered his huge head and said respectfully in dragon language. Chen Luo said lightly, this is also your chance, no need to thank me. You have now transformed into an abyssal species, although you can also live in the original world, but I need you to help me do something in this world. If you do, you can continue to choose here or return to the original world. Although Gaskell really wanted to live with his clan, he also knew that Chen Luo's tone was not a discussion, but an order, not something he could refuse. Great creator, I am willing to obey your will. Very good. You now have the strength of the 7th order peak. I want you to do it very simply, become an 8th order mythical dragon here. A confused color appeared in Gaskell's dragon eyes, and he didn't understand Chen Luo's meaning. Of course, Gaskell wanted to become an 8th order mythical creature, but this was not something it could achieve if it wanted to. Although dragons are naturally powerful, they also have an obvious drawback, that is, most dragons often determine the height of future growth from birth. For example, Osiris was born with the power of rules. As long as he could resist the invasion of the power of rules, he could naturally become a dragon god. After Chen Luo's body was transformed, Osiris could automatically become a dragon god even if he slept every day, except for the long growth time, without any shortcomings. But the green dragon is not strong among the dragon race, nor is it the most potential race, unless there is some special opportunity. At most it will become a 7th order dragon like it before, and it may be at the peak of the 7th order for the rest of its life. Chen Luo seemed to see Gaskell's doubts, and said directly, "You were born in the Western fantasy world, but now you have been transformed by the Abyss demonic energy, so you can be accommodated by the rules of the two worlds at the same time. The rules of the Abyss are very simple. Devouring the most powerful people can become the Abyss lords of this layer, and naturally they can master the rules of this layer. So, the way you become an 8th order mythical dragon is simple, just devour the Onglast that transforms you into an abyssal demon dragon." There was a touch of excitement in Gaskell's dragon eyes. Chen Luo had already pointed out the way for it, as long as he followed this direction. However, soon Gaskell hesitated. Under the great creator crown, the demon has the strength of an 8th order myth. "I'm afraid I'm not his opponent." "No, it's the same as you now, it's only the strength of the 7th order." Chen Luo's sword actually only cut through Ongrast's body. It has the ability of immortal evil. As long as the fire of the soul is not extinguished, it can continue to be reborn. Before, Chen Luo did not synchronize the rules of the first layer of the Abyss. Even if he killed it 10,000 times, the result would be the same, so he needed to use the rules of the Abyss to completely destroy Ongrast. This is also the reason why, when he saw Ongrast transform Gaskell, Chen Luo stood by and watched. Ongrast wanted to use the Abyss Demon Dragon to collect more sacrifices in the Western fantasy world, so Chen Luo turned around and asked Gaskell to go to the Abyss world to destroy Onglast. Chen Luo's sword had already destroyed its physical body, causing its strength to be greatly damaged, and even if it was reborn, it could only have the strength of the 7th order at most. It is also the 7th order, and there are endless players as helpers, and it is only a matter of time before the first layer of the Abyss is cleared. Chapter 264, A Household Hero. When Gaskell heard Chen Luo's words, his eyes suddenly showed joy. If it was also the 7th order, it would be much less difficult. The group of humans below will help you destroy Ongrast. Follow the oracle. Gaskell also noticed the strange emotions below at this time. A group of abyssal species were desperately snatching Ongrast's flesh, a group of humans were desperately slashing them from behind, and then they were screaming excitedly, grabbing the fire of the soul. Although this group of humans was very strange, they all seemed to be fierce and fearless, and there was no problem in using them to deal with those huge numbers of low-level abyss demons. Chen Luo pondered for a moment. "I will give you 3 more abilities." Chen Luo casually pointed at Gaskell. The first ability, the indestructible dragon soul. The second ability, the endless black hole. The third ability, the seal of the demon dragon. Gaskell's figure suddenly froze, and he began to adapt to the ability that Chen Luo had just given him. When Gaskell understood what these 3 abilities were, there was a deep excitement in its eyes, and its huge body fell down again. "Thank you for the great creator's gift." These 3 abilities can be understood literally. The immortal dragon soul is the same as Ongrast's immortal evil. As long as the dragon soul does not disappear, Gaskell can be reborn infinitely. The endless black hole can create a small black hole to destroy enemies, and the dragon seal can leave a mark on the soul fire of the abyssal species, thereby enslaving each other. These 3 abilities are extremely powerful, and any one of them is beyond the hope of other dragon clans, and now Chen Luo has given it to it casually, which shows how much attention he attaches to this place. "Go, Onglast has been reborn, you can start, I'll let those humans help you." "Yes." Chen Luo's figure disappeared, returned to the Western fantasy world, and issued an announcement in the Abyss world. World of the Abyss version 0.5 update announcement. 1. Add a new NPC Abyssal Demon Dragon Gaskell. The Lord of the Abyss, Ongrast, opened the portal through the demon believers of the Western fantasy world, in a vain attempt to obtain sacrifices for the dragon and destroy the Western fantasy world by transforming it. The creator god sensed Ongrast's conspiracy, cut off Onglast's body, and saved the demonized Gaskell. It will join the faction of players and help you destroy Onglast. 2. The dispute between the king. Ongrast has the ability to immortal evil, and the fire of the soul can be continuously reborn if it is not extinguished. But his body was destroyed, and after Onglast was reborn, he only had the strength of the 7th order and lost his qualifications to become the great king of the Abyss. There will be countless contenders for the first level of the Abyss Lord position, and there will be countless contenders. Please help Gaskell become the new Abyss Lord. 3. Adjustment of points settlement method. After Gaskell becomes the new Lord of the Abyss, he will begin the first stage of point settlement. This update announcement didn't have much impact, because players were still busy grabbing spirit coins at this time, and they didn't have the time to read any system announcements at all. But when Angrast's soul fire escaped and was resurrected, and its body was also eaten clean, there was no more spirit coins to pick up. The players finally calmed down, and only then did they remember that there was a system announcement. Hey, damn it, this announcement is interesting. It seems that it is to balance the high-end combat power of our players and monsters. Abyssal Demon Dragon. Is this a powerful NPC forced over, ready to end the first layer of the abyss early? Our strongest now can only kill a demon lord, and if we don't get an NPC that can be on par with Angrast, when will we be able to clear the first layer of the abyss? Ouch, I finally see the hope of settling points, although I rank 165465541. Chen Luo had already arrived in the kingdom of Balanya at this time and returned to the body of the demon slayer Okasi. At this time, a beautiful elven beauty was holding a bowl of water, as if she was about to feed it into his mouth, but she happened to see Chen Luo open her eyes. Ah, you're awake. The elven beauty had a look of surprise on her face. Chen Luo sat up from the bed as if nothing had happened, glanced at the surrounding environment, and then stared at the elf beauty up and down with a smile. I remember you. Of course Chen Luo knew where this was, but it couldn't be too obvious. After he pretended to be weak and unconscious, Byron and others anxiously sent him to the palace. After losing the command of all the demon warlocks, the demonic army turned into headless flies, and their threat was greatly reduced, and they were solved by the elves of the Balanya Palace in one night, but their losses were also quite heavy. After this battle, the elf Okathi incarnated by Chen Luo became a well-known hero of the Balanya Elf Kingdom. He not only single-handedly solved more than 24th Order demon warlocks, which played a decisive role in solving the crisis of the Elf Kingdom, but also created the myth of breaking the Third Order in one night. Now not only did the Elf Kingdom of Balanya hear of his name, but people from the other two elf kingdoms also sent messengers to ask him to go to the other two kingdoms to solve the threat of the demonic army. It's just that Chen Luo has been in a coma, and they have to guard in the kingdom of Balanya. As for the beauty in front of her, it was Princess Letitia, the daughter of Gresham, who sat next to the queen when she saw the king and his wife in the main hall. Facing Chen Luo's burning gaze, Letitia was not shy at all, but covered her mouth and chuckled. I also remember you, your eyes were very dishonest in the hall at that time. Chen Luo laughed, stared at her for a moment. My eyes are never honest. Letitia had a smile on her face, and Chen Luo's gaze did not have any lustful element, but seemed to be admiring some kind of artwork, which was not offensive. How are you doing? The doctors in the palace said that you are fine, but you have been unconscious, and they can't figure out what's going on. Chen Luo stood up from the bed. It's okay, the demon slayer's skills are a bit special, and after using them, they will fall into a state of weakness for a period of time, and now they have recovered. Letitia couldn't help but show a relieved expression on her face when she heard this. That's good, you don't know, many people are worried about you, a big hero. By the way, where is my sword? Letitia was stunned for a moment, and suddenly burst into laughter. Your sword is still being watched in that forest, and I don't know what's going on, no matter how many people can't pull it out. Chen Luo laughed dumbly, but forgot this. He smiled and immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed it at the void. Chen Luo was already very close to Letitia, and his outstretched hand almost touched her face, giving people the illusion of wanting to touch her face. Chapter 265 Fresh and Delicious. Letitia's eyes widened, her eyes flickered, but she didn't avoid it, but looked at Chen Luo with a smile. Chen Luo also looked at her with a smile, and the two of them looked at each other for a long time. Chen Luo's hand had been in the air for half a day, less than a few centimeters away from Letitia's face. Puffed, it's boring. Letitia scolded, stretched out her hand and slapped Chen Luo's hand away. What the hell are you doing? Chen Luo smiled and said, you'll know right away. Here it is. In the jungle where Chen Luo killed the demon magician, more than a dozen soldiers from the Balanya kingdom were guarding the Great Rule Sword, and there were a large group of elves nearby watching the people drawing their swords. These guards looked at the group of elven warriors and rangers drawing their swords there. For 3 days, people with a little strength in the entire Balanya kingdom came to try, and no one could pull out this sword at all. In the end, Gresham also gave up the idea of moving the sword back, so he had to send guards to guard here, not for fear that someone would take away the Deju sword, but to prevent any accidents. And just now, the accident happened, and the great matrix sword automatically flew up from the ground and went straight for Sylvia City. The surrounding elves were stunned, their minds didn't react for a while, and they never thought that they had weapons that could fly. The guarding elf soldiers were stunned and hurriedly ran to report to the above. At this time, the great matrix sword roared through Sylvia City and the palace, and came to the palace where Chen Luo was. When Letitia saw the great matrix sword flying into Chen Luo's hands, she was stunned for a moment, and finally realized what Chen Luo was doing just now. She couldn't help but have a blush on her pretty face, and glanced at Chen Luo and said, "Can your sword still fly by itself?" Chen Luo didn't answer, but suddenly hugged Letitia's waist and kissed her on the lips. Letitia's eyes suddenly widened, she was stunned for a moment at this moment, and was kissed by Chen Luo before she could react. Just as her little heart was beating wildly and she was about to close her eyes in response, Chen Luo suddenly let go of her and laughed. "It's really tender and delicious, this kiss will be regarded as a reward for me. When Letitia was about to speak in embarrassment, she was shocked to find that Chen Luo had disappeared out of thin air. Soon, a bunch of people ran in from outside the palace, including Gresham and Tang Qingyu. Where's the OKC warrior? The scene of the big sword flying over just now was so amazing that it had already been reported to Gresham by the palace guards. When they knew that the great matrix sword was flying towards this position, they guessed that Chen Luo might have woken up. But when they came in, Gresham and the others found that only Letitia was frozen in place with a flushed face, but Chen Luo's figure was missing. No, I don't know, he was still there just now, and suddenly disappeared when you came in. Tang Qingyu was stunned. Why did that bastard go offline as soon as he woke up? Chen Luo had already appeared in the kingdom of God, and before leaving, he gave a command to Yuan Roll to follow Tang Qingyu in the future. After dealing with these, Chen Luo's thoughts were shrouded in the other 3 elf kingdoms of Alvan continent. In the Moon Elf Kingdom, Ilia has a deep blue aria in her hand, and the range of protection is extremely large, and she is not afraid of the attacks of demonic creatures at all. And at this time, they had already learned from the kingdom of Balanya that the demon sorcerers were the core of the demonic army, and as long as they were destroyed, they could solve the demonic creatures. Ilia had the strength of the 5th order peak at this time, and it was completely out of the question to deal with a group of 4th order demon sorcerers. Although the remaining 2 elf kingdoms also have a large number of demonic creatures, they want much less pressure than the previous 2. After the main force of Tranda's demonic army was destroyed by Chen Luo's sword, in fact, the Moon Elves and the Kingdom of Balanya Elves became the main force of the demonic army, and their position was behind the 2 elven kingdoms in front, and the 2 kingdoms shared a lot of pressure for them, and in the end, only less than 1,000,000 demonic armies entered their territory. Their strength is almost the same as that of the Kingdom of Balanya, and they can be solved by paying some price. After most of the troops were taken on by the elves, the pressure on the trolls and goblins was even less. After Chen Luo left, Wang Zhan immediately led the goblins to start sleepless research, wanting to imitate the 3 alchemy cannons. After spending a week, although he did not make an alchemy cannon as powerful as Chen Luo's cannon, he made a less powerful alchemy cannon. Wang Zhan named the 3 alchemy cannons Thunder Roar, and then used them as the core to dig forts around the Baya mine, set up alchemy cannons, and turned the Baya mine into a cannon array. When the demonic army rushed over, hundreds of alchemy cannons fired a volley, which was no worse than the combined magic of the elves, and destroyed hundreds of thousands of demonic armies in minutes. The goblins, who were greatly encouraged, immediately pursued the victory and fired the 2nd and 3rd rounds again, directly bombarded this demonic army to the death, and finally marched in a different direction in embarrassment under the leadership of a demon sorcerer who survived by chance. When the last bit of demonized army arrived at the trolls' territory, there were only a few 100,000 left, and it was not a problem at all in front of the trolls with new powers. Chen Luo sensed it roughly, and knew that the threat of the demonic army would slowly disappear, but the 3 intelligent races had suffered heavy losses, and there should be no major changes in the Alvan continent for a long time to come. After Chen Luo was sure that there was no problem, when he was about to go to the species pool, he suddenly exclaimed, "You are not dead yet." In the northernmost part of the Sildi Elf Kingdom, there is a small elven village with just over 200 people. The village is located in a very remote location, only half a day's journey from the Eternal Night Forest, and a day's journey from the nearest elven town. So the news here is very closed, and I haven't even received the news of the demon's appearance. At this time, this originally peaceful and beautiful elven village became very eerie. In the empty square in the center of the village, a strange statue was erected, a dark and beautiful image of an elf, placed on a simple wooden altar, accepting the worship of the elves below. And a young elf wrapped in black cloth and imitating the appearance of a priest was standing on the altar preaching to more than 100 elves in the audience. The elves in the audience knelt on the ground and shouted, "Praise the great goddess of darkness, she will be the redeemer of the world, and her glory will shine on the world." Chapter 266 Dark Goddess. It's a bit interesting, I actually learned to get up and preach. Chen Luo glanced at it in the kingdom of God and couldn't help but laugh. This dark goddess was of course made by Trund, and the sword cut down, although it killed all the inhuman creatures, but Trump escaped. When this guy saw those 2 sword lights, he knew that the gods of the Western fantasy world had made a move, and when he saw that Angrast had his arms cut off without even having the strength to fight back, he knew that his master was not an opponent, so he immediately slipped away. But not far away, he was seriously injured by the sword light that bombarded the ground. Trump didn't dare to stay long, dragged his dying body, and fled all the way to this elven village. I happened to meet the elf Leopold who heard the earth-shattering movement on this side of the Eternal Night Forest and was about to go check it out. Although Trump only had 1 breath left, it was still easy to deal with an ordinary elf who was not even an extraordinary person. He immediately took control of Leopold, transferred his soul fire to the other person, and took his physical body. This time, Trump knew that there were gods watching the world in the Western fantasy world, and he didn't dare to preach as arrogantly as before, creating demonic creatures. Using Leopold's identity, Trun claimed to have been inspired by the goddess of darkness and began to preach in a small village. He changed his original faith, first replacing the ugly statue of Onglast with a beautiful female elf. This trick undoubtedly still has a certain effect, although the elves have never had any faith, but they have a very high sense of aesthetics. If a god grows into Onglast, it is obviously not convincing. Immediately afterwards, he used his dark spells to continuously influence others in the village, gradually corrupting the minds of some elves and joining his dark church. For the elves in the village who were unwilling to obey their faith, Tran secretly attacked, killed them all, and then publicized that this was the result of not believing in the belief of the goddess of darkness. In this way, in just 1 month, Trump turned everyone in the village into a loyal follower of the goddess of darkness. Goddess of darkness. Interesting, I want to get a god who masters the rules of darkness, then use the goddess of darkness. Chen Luo smiled, but he didn't care. He only needed one thought to pinch Trump to death. Let him work hard for a while to establish the dark church. When the belief of the dark goddess is getting bigger and bigger, just choose someone to receive the faith. And once the dark church grows up, it will definitely cause exciting conflicts with the elven kingdom, which is a good whetstone, so that the elves are always in crisis. However, you can't let your development be so comfortable. Chen Luo's figure disappeared into the kingdom of God and appeared on a small hillside outside the village. At this time, a 16-year-old female elf was lying on the hillside, staring at Trump, who was preaching in the village, with deep hatred in her eyes. This elven girl is called Shangyu, and her parents and brother were killed by Trund using dark spells, naturally because they did not believe in the dark goddess. A family of 4, she was the only one who escaped. Do you want revenge? Just as Shangyu was staring at Trander intently, a voice suddenly came from behind her. Shangyu was shocked when she heard this. She immediately jumped up from the ground, grabbed the bow and arrow behind her backhand, and shot an arrow in the direction of preparing Chen Luo without thinking about it. Now Chen Luo was a little surprised. Shangyu's reaction speed was extremely fast. The whole action was done in one go, without a trace of hindrance, obviously after countless trainings. Shout! Of course, this arrow could not cause any damage to Chen Luo, and when it flew in front of Chen Luo, he unhurriedly stretched out his hand and grabbed the arrow in the palm of his hand. Do you want revenge? Chen Luo threw the arrow away and asked again unhurriedly. Shangyu had a vigilant expression on his face, and stepped back step by step, without relaxing at all because of his words. When he saw Chen Luo approaching again, Shangyu stretched out his hand and quickly pulled out 2 arrows from behind, and placed them on the archers and fired them out. 2 arrows in a row, good talent. Chen Luo smiled, and without waiting for the 2 arrows to be fired, he waved his hand carelessly. Shangyu's eyes suddenly widened, because the 2 half-flying arrows suddenly stopped in the air, and then fell to the ground in unison. You, who are you? Shangyu retreated again and again. She felt an extremely strong sense of oppression from Chen Luo, which made her have to keep a distance for a while to feel better. I only ask one last time, and if you don't answer, I'll treat you as if you refuse. Do you want revenge? Shangyu's eyes instantly turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, I want revenge. Of course I want to. I want revenge in my dreams. But that demon, I can't beat him. Very good, since you want revenge, then I will give you the power to take revenge. Who are you? Shangyu stared at Chen Luo. After losing all her family, she was no longer an innocent child. She knew very well that no one in this world would be good to a person for no reason. Forget it, I don't have time to waste on you. Chen Luo casually pointed at Shangyu, imprinting all the inheritance of the demon slayer into her mind, then reached out and grabbed the large sword behind her and threw it over. Cultivate according to the method in your mind, and one day you will gain the power of revenge. Chen Luo left this sentence, and his figure disappeared silently in place. The great matrix sword drew a long parabola and inserted it into Shangyu's feet with a bang. Shangyu stared wide-eyed and looked around, only to find that Chen Luo seemed to have never appeared, and his figure could not be found anywhere. At this time, Shangyu felt a huge amount of information pouring into her mind, which made her feel as if her head was about to burst, and she covered her head and knelt on the ground in pain. I don't know how long it took for Shangyu to finally absorb the information in his mind. Demon Slayer. Shangyu stood up sweating. She glanced at Chen Luo's disappearance suspiciously, and muttered to herself, who the hell are you? Shangyu quickly calmed down. Although she couldn't guess Chen Luo's identity, she also knew that the other party had no intention of harming her. Otherwise, with the strength shown by Chen Luo, there is no need to be so troublesome. And the inheritance of this set of demon slayers in my mind is also very real. According to the above description, cultivating to the extreme can indeed have great power. Chapter 267, Waiting for their king to return. Shangyu walked to the big sword and stretched out his hand to pull out the big sword, but found that no matter how hard he exerted, the sword did not move. Sure enough, do you have to go to the 4th level to pull out this sword? Shangyu learned from the information in his mind that the weapon of the demon slayer was a heavy sword. This sword is called Daiju, and it is a weapon that can recognize the Lord. Unless it recognizes the Lord, no one can pull it up, and the first condition for recognizing the Lord is that he must first reach the 4th order demon slayer. But now she doesn't even have the strength of the 1st order, and she can't take away this big sword at all. It seems that I can only put it here, and I will pick it up when I am in the fourth order. Since he said that no one could pull it out, no one should be able to pick it up. Shang Yu glanced at the Daeju sword for the last time, without any nostalgia, turned around and ran quickly towards the forest. Chen Luo had already returned to the kingdom of God at this time, and it was enough to cause a little trouble to the Dark Knight Church, and it didn't matter how much trouble he could cause. Chen Luo finally sensed Zhang Junhao's direction, and found that he had secretly found a place to hide and practice, so he didn't continue to pay attention. Zhang Junhao was able to survive, of course. Chen Luo deliberately let him go. Chen Luo's original intention was to pull this skin monster to the underworld to suffer a little, so that he could taste the beatings of society, but he didn't expect that he would turn himself into an undead creature and avoid the power of the underworld. Chen Luo also found it interesting to see him working so hard, and did not continue to kill him, so when the sword light exploded, he was the only one who survived. Then let me see, what step can you go with so persistence? Chen Luo smiled, and his figure disappeared into the kingdom of God again, appearing in the kingdom of Encino at the southernmost point of the Ani continent. The kingdom of Encino is located in the southernmost mountains and swamps, which is very large and backed by the southern coastline of the continent, but the population is small, and most of the places are in a state of lord autonomy. The kingdom of Encino was formerly a great Shang dynasty founded by the Knights of Glory who supported him, but it was difficult to develop due to poor resources and a sparse population. And in the third generation, the power of the country fell into the hands of the prime minister Encino family, and in the fourth generation, it was ousted from the throne by the Encino family at that time. The Knights of Glory were out fighting against the rebellious province of Antu, and when they learned the news, the leader of that generation immediately led 30,000 knights back to the royal capital of Karo City to help. But by the time they arrived, all the clansmen of the merchants had already been killed. The lineage of merchants has completely disappeared in the Western fantasy world. The Knights of Glory have been loyal to the merchant royal family for hundreds of years, and the Knights of Glory do not believe in gods, they believe in the knightly beliefs formulated by Shang Wengsuan, who founded the Knights of Glory. The strong enemy is fearless, loyal, and upright, worthy of shame, protecting the weak, and glorifying our clan. The Knights of Glory have never violated this belief, and they are loyal to the merchants. Even if they are sent to death, they will never say a word. Any country on the continent wanted to have such a knightly order, but no matter what method they used, they could not build such a loyal but powerful knightly order. The merchant's bloodline was cut off, and the Knights of Glory immediately lost their goal of allegiance. The Encino family and other lords in the country wanted to recruit the Knights of Glory. Whether it was coercion or temptation, none of the 30,000 members of the Knights of Glory accepted it. The Encino family was forced to order the major lords to jointly encircle and suppress the Knights of Glory. After a fierce fight, nearly half of the Knights of Glory died in battle, while the Encino family and the major lords paid a total of 200,000 casualties, but they were still killed and wounded by the Knights of Glory. The vitality of the Encino family and the major lords in the kingdom was greatly damaged, which also led to the subsequent establishment of the Encino dynasty, which plummeted in strength and became the weakest of many southern kingdoms. And afterwards, the major lords no longer obeyed King Encino's orders because of this matter. Today's kings are only equivalent to the status of the greatest lord, except for the territory near the royal capital of Karo, and the rest of the places are only nominally sworn allegiance to the king. After the Knights of Glory broke out of the siege, they established the dominion of the knights in a place called Lances in the northern part of the kingdom of Encino. They had no kings, no lords, and no titles, and they were still the original knightly organization. Although the Knights of Glory were openly autonomous in the territory of the kingdom of Encino, no lord or other kingdom forces dared to provoke them. Under the deterrence of strong force, several neighboring lords even had to send a sum of money every year in exchange for peace. After the major lords in the kingdom of Encino found that they were only training every day and did not take the initiative to attack any country, they slowly felt relieved. But from the news that they had inquired from spies in the Dominion, the knights were waiting for their king's return. The lords of the major territories of Encino were even more relieved. At this time the blood of the merchants had been completely cut off, and even the merchants in the original Church of Light had already died under the arrangement of the Pope. The Knights of Glory, a group of unenlightened elm pimples, are afraid that they will have to go to the underworld to find their king. Time flies, and more than 100 years have passed. With the rise of maritime trade, the royal city of Encino has also achieved great development because it is located on the southern coastline. The royal capital of Karo City became the largest city in the southern part of the continent, as well as a trading capital and commercial port, and a large amount of wealth and money continued to flow into Karo City. The Encino family became not only the richest family in the kingdom of Encino, but also the richest royal family among the 27 large and small kingdoms in the south. Get out of the way, don't get in the way. Get out of the way. Chen Luo appeared on the streets of Karo City at this time, watching a group of knights guarding a large amount of goods, passing through the main road of the royal city and heading towards the outside of the city. This group of knights was dressed in full armor and silver helmets, all of them had sharp eyes, and their bodies were full of momentum, and they looked like the elite of the army. As soon as they passed, everyone on the street immediately gave way to a road. Who is it? don't you see the sign? It is the royal guard. Tisk, our king sent money to the Knights of Glory again? Sach, although this is a well-known thing, if you hear it, you will still be punished for disrespecting the royal family. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Luo watched the cavalry leave with interest. Of course he knew what the people on the street were discussing. The Encino royal family earned a lot of wealth through maritime trade, and through these uncountable wealths, they supported and maintained their rule over the country. But they also have great trouble, and their huge wealth has aroused the covetousness of countless surrounding countries, and even those great lords in the kingdom have begun to be jealous. Although they also have an army, they are very dangerous in the face of countless hungry wolves with red eyes, even if all the people are soldiers. Therefore, the Encino royal family thought of a way to spend money on peace. The focus of their bribery is the Knights of Glory. Chapter 268 Faith in Death. It is also unavoidable for the Knights of Glory to accept the protection fee from the surrounding lords and the enemy Encino royal family. The kingdom of Encino was originally poor in resources, and if it were not for the rise of maritime trade, it would have been almost impossible to develop, and the province of Lances was the most resource-poor region in the entire kingdom. Not only is the land not suitable for the growth of crops, but the population is sparse, and the geographical location is also very awkward and special. The embarrassing thing is that the province of Lances is located on the border of several countries in the north, which also leads to the fact that the Knights of Glory have become a barrier to the north of the kingdom of Encino. The special feature is that to the southwest of Lances is the terrifying poisonous mist swamp, and to the southeast is the endless Shakwi Mountains. This means that if the northern countries want to invade the kingdom of Encino, they must pass through the province of Lances, or they can only take a detour of thousands of miles and enter the kingdom of Encino from the west or east. In this way, it seems that the gains outweigh the losses. The northern countries discussed with the Knights of Glory more than once, and they only borrowed a route to conquer the royal family of Encino, not only did not commit any offenses, but also gave a large amount of travel expenses, and a large part of the property plundered on the return trip would also be distributed to the Knights of Glory. But the Knights of Glory don't buy it at all, because their knightly beliefs have the clause of protecting the weak. The Encino royal family is certainly an enemy of them, but most of the people in the Encino kingdom are the children of the great Shang dynasty, and they do not protect the Encino royal family, but the people in the kingdom. The northern countries also had a headache, and they hated these brainless Knights of Glory, but no one dared to provoke them. Since hundreds of years ago, the Knights of Glory have maintained a number of 30,000 people since escorting Agreedwood to the south, no more or less. The Knights of Glory have their own unique training methods, and they have persisted for decades, never slackening, and have always maintained strong combat effectiveness. Although they only have 30,000 people, if they do not come up with more than 10 times the number, no country dares to say that they can win the Knights of Glory, and the Encino royal family is a lesson from the past. Even if they destroy the Knights of Glory at any cost, what will they use to deal with the Encino royal family at that time? And there are other countries watching from behind. Since the emergence of the Transcendental, the strength of the Knights of Glory has improved by leaps and bounds. Each generation of leaders is at least the strength of the Third Order, and after the appearance of the Fifth Order Transcendent, the current leader Owen Harris has the strength of a Fourth Order warrior. From then on, no one dared to provoke the Knights of Glory easily. And the Encino royal family is also extremely good, sending a large amount of money and military supplies every year to ensure the strength of the Knights of Glory. Because they know that the Knights of Glory are there for a day, they don't have to worry about the defense of the north, even though the Knights of Glory have always hated the royal family. Chen Luo glanced at the team of the Enosi Praetorian guards going away. He shook his head secretly. The peace he bought with money was equivalent to pinning his own safety on the powerful force of others. After all, he was just sacrificing his roots for the end. At present, this situation can only be maintained for a while, and it is simply wishful thinking to rely on this model for a long time. Now that 100 years have passed, as the wealth of the Encino royal family is getting bigger and bigger, I am afraid that there will be a big mess soon. However, Chen Luo put it behind in an instant, because he didn't care about it at all. He came here not for the royal family of Encino or the Knights of Glory, but for the Grim Reaper. The southern countries are located in the southernmost remote area of the continent, far away from the Church of Light in the north, and separated by the huge Chris Empire in between. And even if they came here, all the rulers of the southern countries adopted the same method for the Church of Light, mercilessly expelling them, and if they didn't leave, then they would kill them directly. Without the existence of the Church of Light, there would naturally be other faiths invading, and there would be a lot of them. Most of the southern countries are now in a mixed state of beliefs in gods, but no matter what kind of belief, they all have a very interesting commonality: their belief and piety about death. Perhaps because of the barrenness of the southern countries in the early years, countries fought extremely fiercely for resources. They have seen too much death and believe in the afterlife and the world after death, so no matter what faith they believe, their gods will control the kingdom of death, allowing their followers to ascend to bliss, or to be reincarnated. After the establishment of the underworld, it undoubtedly endorsed these beliefs, and even ordinary people and rules who originally had no faith began to join these religions, so that many religions containing death beliefs in the southern countries were greatly developed. Today, there are more than 10 religious temples in the city of Cairo alone, and the sacrifices of these temples have many believers in the city and have great power. And not only Cairo City, but also the power structure of the southern countries is basically the ruling institution formed by the three classes of the royal family, the nobility, and the temple sacrifice. Chen Luo was ready to choose one of these religions as the ultimate belief as the god of death. As for who could ascend to the throne, it was up to him. Chen Luo was not in a hurry. He walked slowly inside Cairo City, admiring the style of the southern port city. Unlike the diverse architectural styles of Biba City, most of the buildings here are brilliant and spectacular, exuding an upstart temperament. Here, houses and buildings are generally 7 or 8 meters high, almost 3 stories high. And the tallest building in the city is of course the kingdom of the Encino royal family, where the main hall is almost 100 meters high, and even Chen Luo can see the magnificent palace complex at the city gate at this time. In terms of today's construction technology in the Western fantasy world, it has reached the extreme that can be achieved by manpower at present. The style of the palace is roughly close to the Gothic palaces of the European Middle Ages, as well as the Florentine style of construction, which makes Chen Luo feel a bit like he has traveled to the European Middle Ages. But the prosperity of the city of Cairo is not known to be many times more prosperous than those cities in the European Middle Ages. Merchant ships from the west coast of the mainland to the east coast, or from the east coast to the west coast, will stop at the city of Cairo after a long voyage. This also made Cairo City a meeting point for trade between the east and west of the mainland, where a large number of chambers of commerce were gathered, making the city rich not long after the maritime trade flourished. Now the city of Cairo has to handle a large amount of goods every day, and there are more than 100,000 workers and slaves busy in the port alone, and countless people serving the port. Chen Luo spent half a day roughly browsing around Cairo City, and also saw the dozen or so temples. After appreciating the style of the city, he already had a general plan in mind. Chapter 269 I Want to Survive. After dark, Chen Luo found a random hotel in Cairo City and stayed in, choosing the luxury room on the top floor. The city was not only rich for the royal family, nobles, and priests of Encino, but also most of the merchants. Because they are running for money, in order to take out the money in the pockets of the ruling class, businessmen have used their endless imagination to provide many services that are difficult for ordinary people to enjoy. For example, the luxury suites in this hotel now provide bathrooms, living rooms, bedrooms, and even beautiful maids to provide services at any time. These maids provide guests with things such as changing clothes, bathing, feet and shoes, and of course other requests, as long as you can afford to pay for them. And the room where Chen Luo lives now is 50 gold coins a night, which is almost equivalent to 100,000 yuan outside in terms of currency exchange. After Chen Luo waved his hand to let the maid in the room exit, he walked to the balcony and looked at the night view of Cairo City. The hotel is more than 30 meters high, and from this angle, the buildings in the city are undulating and brightly lit, and it looks more lively than during the day. Chen Luo looked at it for a moment, and when he was about to turn around and return to the house, he suddenly heard a strange movement from downstairs. Chen Luo stopped and looked towards the alley on the left. The night and sight were naturally not a problem for Chen Luo, and he could see the situation below at a glance. A thin teenager of 15 or 16 years old was trying to rummage through the garbage heap in the alley. His face was so dark that he couldn't see his true face at all, and the clothes on his body were supposed to be adult, wrapped around him like a robe. At this time, the clothes were torn, almost a few large rags wrapped around the body with strips of cloth. The skin exposed by the young man was also pitch black, and many places were still wounds, and some were festering. He picked up the cold garbage with both hands, carefully sorted out the garbage one by one, and then threw it aside, looking for food that was almost non-existent. Chen Luo didn't have a trace of waves in his heart, so he just watched quietly. Like Biba City, Cairo City also has a huge gap between the rich and the poor. The rich can enjoy a luxurious life, and the poor can only struggle at the bottom of society, and there are not a few who end up becoming beggars. This will exist in any era and society. Everyone has their own destiny, and although Chen Luo is a god here, he does not have enough love to be saved when he sees someone suffering. No matter how hard the boy tried in the garbage heap, he never found anything, but the expression on his face was very calm, as if he had expected it. He hadn't eaten for 3 days, and if he couldn't find something to eat today, he might starve to death before dawn. This hotel is one of the upscale hotels in Cairo City, and there are often endless food items left out by the people in the hotel. But even if they are looking for food in the garbage, there will be a gang of beggars stronger than him who will come to search first, and when they can't find food, it will be the turn of a lonely person like the boy. I want to live. I want to live. The extreme desire to survive made the boy refuse to give up. He kept rummaging through the garbage, and many wounds on his body cracked again because he was too hard, oozing blood, but he didn't realize it. Soon, the boy rummaged through the entire garbage heap, but still found nothing. Just when the young man finally showed a hint of despair on his face, a piece suddenly flew out of the window of a room on one floor of the hotel and fell to the ground. "Dad, I want to eat chicken legs, I don't eat bread." A childish voice came from the room. Okay, I'll have someone bring chicken legs to the baby right away. Be good, don't be angry. The young man stared at the piece of bread on the ground, his eyes widened, and his whole body suddenly rushed towards the piece of bread on the ground with extreme sensitivity. At this time, Chen Luo was a little surprised. After the boy got the fist-sized piece of bread, he did not eat it immediately, but carefully hid it in his clothes. Then he looked up at the window where the bread had flown out just now, as if waiting for the possibility of another piece of bread falling. After waiting for a while, the boy was sure that it was impossible to pick up anything else, and he dragged his weak body and ran out of the alley, but still didn't eat the piece of bread. Chen Luo's thoughts instantly locked on this teenager, wanting to see where this teenager who had been hungry for 3 days wanted to go with this hard-won piece of food. The boy didn't run far, and because of his physical exhaustion, he had to slow down. 20 minutes later, the boy came to an abandoned house outside the city. At this time, he suddenly ran wildly, and when he rushed into the house that was about to collapse at any time, he shouted while running, "Oliver! Oliver! I found something to eat!" When the boy entered, he was stunned all of a sudden, because a group of teenagers who were also in ragged clothes were staring at him with bright eyes. Behind this group of young beggars, there was another teenager covered in blood and lying on the ground wailing in pain. "Hey, boss, I just said that Amish can always find something to eat. He would never go wrong squatting here." The strongest boy patted the man on the shoulder, then lazily stepped on Oliver's chest and said, "Take out the food." Amish froze in place. He looked at Oliver struggling in pain as he fell to the ground, and slowly took out the piece of bread hidden in his arms. He knew very well that if he didn't take out the bread, that man would kill Oliver without hesitation. Even among beggars, there is competition and robbery, and even killing is not a new thing. And when a beggar dies, no one cares at all. The cruelty is no less than that of the adult world. "You let Oliver go first." The young leader snorted angrily, and stepped on Oliver's chest even harder, causing the other party to spurt out a mouthful of blood with a wow. "Dare to tell me the conditions?" Amish's expression changed miserably. He watched Oliver cry in pain while coughing up blood, and his heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Oliver hadn't eaten for several days, and if he was beaten by this gang of scum, he might not be able to hold on. And Mixio gritted his teeth and suddenly put the bread in his hand on his mouth and took a bite. The young leader and the others' expressions changed wildly, and he shouted angrily, "You are looking for death." After Mixio swallowed the piece of bread, he stared coldly at the young leader and said word by word, "Let him go." Chapter 270 The Power of God. Threatening people with bread, although ridiculous, is very normal in the world of beggars. The young leader's eyes showed a fierce look, and Mixio had already bitten off a third of the bread in one bite just now. Even if they did it now, when they rushed over, he could finish a loaf of bread in these seconds. "Even if you eat it, we can cut open your belly. In such a short time, you can't digest it." Another thin, dark boy screamed fiercely. The others heard the words with fierce light in their eyes, as if they thought it was normal to do so. The young leader's face was full of murderous intent, and he waved his hand and said, "Come on, kill him." And Mixio's expression changed suddenly. He knew very well that if he ate it himself, this group of people could really cut open his stomach and take out the bread and eat it. In Carlo City, the dark world is so cruel. When I was extremely hungry, even cannibalism happened. And Mixio hardly thought about it, picked up the bread in his hand and threw it outside. The group of young beggars stunned at the same time, and then rushed out in the direction of the bread flying out like crazy, and they didn't care about Amish and Oliver on the ground. Seeing this, Amish quickly rushed to Oliver on the ground, helped him up, and ran in the other direction. And Mixio, you are alone, run. Wait, when they come back, none of us can leave." Young Oliver coughed up blood and struggled to push Amish away. And Amish didn't say a word, just used the little strength he had just recovered, and ran outside with Oliver tightly. "Unmiss you," Oliver shouted in a hurry with blood on his face. Amish still ignored Oliver, but used almost all the strength of his body to pull him to bury his head and run forward. At this moment, Mixio suddenly felt a huge force surging from behind him. Then his body fell to the ground uncontrollably, and Oliver next to him also rolled to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the group of young beggars surrounded them with punches and kicks, using all their strength with each blow, and Amish and Oliver were beaten around like ragbags. Amish suddenly pounced on Oliver at this time, protected him with his body, and withstood all the attacks of the young beggars. "Yo, he's quite loyal, so just hit him." The young leader walked in with bread at this time. He took a deep breath of the aroma of bread, with a pilgrimage-like look, and then quickly grabbed a large piece and stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp, watching the young beggars next to him swallow wildly. Seeing that his body was about to be unable to support himself, Mixio suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I still have something to eat." The young beggars were stunned at the same time, stopped beating, and quickly searched for Mixio's body, only to find that there was nothing at all. "Say, where did you hide the food?" The young leader stepped on Mixio's head, stepped his face into a pile of rubble on the ground, and asked viciously, In. And Mixio opened his mouth and said several times, and every time he wanted to say the position, his voice became very soft, making it impossible to distinguish. The young leader squatted down, stretched out his hand to grab Mixia's hair, and said hatefully, "Speak louder." And Mixia's right fist suddenly flew up and smashed a hard punch into the throat of the young leader. The young leader reacted extremely quickly, and he immediately turned his head to dodge in a hurry. But because the distance was too close, he still couldn't avoid it completely and was punched in the face by Mixiu. The young leader screamed, covered his face suddenly, and staggered back. His face was covered in blood, and Amish quietly grabbed a sharp piece of rubble on the ground as he was beaten and rolled, and at this time the sharp edge protruded from his fingers, cutting the young leader's face fiercely. If he had reacted a little slower just now, the sharp rubble would have cut his throat. "Give it all to me. Kill this bastard." The injured teenager leader covered his face and screamed like he was crazy. And Mixia's move just now had already exhausted all his strength, and he no longer had any ability to resist at this time. Seeing the young beggars rushing up and punching and kicking him again, and Mixia bit his teeth and protected the vital points, neither begging for mercy nor making the slightest sound. However, this beating did not last long, because the young beggars were already hungry, and there was no way to make them strong. Now the bread was held by the young leader again, and although they were beating Amigio, their eyes were fixed on the remaining half of the bread. Slowly, they became more and more tired, and they couldn't use much strength later. "Get out of here." The young leader covered his wound, picked up a stone from the ground, and walked up to Mixiu, with a hideous face. "Dog bastard, you dare to plot against me." The young leader roared, grabbed Mixia's hair with one hand, and raised the stone in his hand to smash it on his head. Unexpectedly, at this time, Mixia didn't know where the strength came from, and suddenly looked up and hit the place where the young leader had just been injured. "Ah!" He covered his face and screamed, and the rest of the young beggars looked at Mixiu, one by one feeling a chill in their hearts, and a wave of fear was born for no reason. "I killed you. I'll kill you." The young leader's face was bleeding, but his expression was firm and crazy. He raised the stone high above his head, and then smashed at Yeshu's head. At this moment, a breeze suddenly swept through the abandoned house, and in the already cold night, it seemed to have entered the cold winter moon, becoming extremely cold, and everyone suddenly shivered. The stone in the young leader's hand was about to touch Mixia's head, but at this time, it seemed as if he had been immobilized, and he could no longer go down. A figure slowly paced in from outside the abandoned house. His pace was slow, but with each step, the slight footsteps sounded like thunder to all the young beggars, and their faces turned white. Chen Luo walked slowly to Mixiu, and with a slight wave of his right hand, the young leader exploded into a blood mist without warning, which floated in the air. The faces of the young beggars who saw this scene were all shocked, and such a strange and terrifying situation made them all tremble, and they instinctively wanted to turn around and run away. But what frightened them even more was that they were obviously so scared that they wanted to escape, but they couldn't move their feet for half a step, as if they were nailed to the ground. Chen Luo waved his hand again, and saw that the injuries on Mixia's body had recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in an instant, it became intact. Everyone present, including Amish and Oliver, who were still lying on the ground, were stunned. They didn't have to think about it to know that it was caused by the mysterious man in front of them, but with such a terrifying ability, could it be that he was not a god? Chapter 271 Give you a choice. Your name. Chen Luo glanced at Mixiu and asked lightly. And Mixiu was still in shock, and when he heard Chen Luo's question, he looked at Chen Luo with a face full of awe, a little cringe, and finally mustered up the courage to say, "An Amish Ofer. You're very interesting." A smile appeared on the corner of Chen Luo's mouth. "I still lack a servant, are you willing to follow me?" And Mixiu was stunned for a moment, but the next moment, a wave of disbelief, joy and shock emerged in his heart, and he seemed to be unable to believe Chen Luo's words at all. When Mixiu came back to his senses, he didn't even think about it, his whole body trembled with excitement. I do. Very good, let's go." Chen Luo turned around and walked towards the outside of the abandoned house. And Mixiu was stunned in place. He glanced at Chen Luo's back, but did not follow up immediately, because his eyes stayed on Oliver. "It's just you who are interesting, I won't bring any extra burdens." Chen Luo didn't even look back. He knew what Mixiu was thinking, but after leaving this sentence, he went straight out of the abandoned house. And Mixiu, hurry up, follow me. Oliver's eyes showed anxiety. The man in front of him was as powerful as a god. He was willing to accept Amish as a servant. That was definitely an opportunity for Amish to change his life. At least not hungry anymore. And Mixiu was obviously also caught in a fierce ideological struggle. His face changed several times, and there was a look of pain in his eyes. Soon, he gritted his teeth and immediately leaned over to help Oliver up. "Amishu, what are you doing?" Oliver was so shocked that he wanted to push Amish away. The mysterious man's meaning was obvious. As long as Amish was alone, if he followed him, the other party might not even bring Amish with him. But he was seriously injured at this time, and he didn't have half a strength. Oliver couldn't push Amish Shiu. He couldn't help but be angry and anxious, and said angrily, "I don't want you to worry about it, you get out of here." Amixia still didn't speak, silently put Oliver's arm around his neck, and walked out step by step. The group of young beggars looked at this situation and even forgot the horror in their hearts. After being in the market for a long time, they know very well the temper of those big people, and the end of disobedience is usually death. The mysterious man was so powerful that he wiped out their boss in an instant, which undoubtedly showed that for him, killing someone was as simple as trampling an ant to death. Such a character spoke, and Amish dared to follow Oliver with him. They didn't know whether to lament Amishio's affection for Oliver or his stupidity. Outside the abandoned house, Chen Luo stood with his hands on his back and said indifferently, "I just said that you are the only one who is interesting. If you want to take him with you, then continue to live with him in this garbage heap." Amish Shiu let go of Oliver, plopped down on his knees, and said with tears in his eyes, "Sir, I don't know your identity, but it must be an existence I can't imagine. Please have mercy, take Oliver with you. We don't need any remuneration, as long as we have food, we are willing to do anything for you. Are you brothers?" Chen Luo turned around and glanced at the Enmixiu and asked. Enmixia shook his head. "We are all orphans, we have depended on each other since we were children, although we are not brothers, but we are each other's only family. Since you are so affectionate, then I will give you a choice. I can only take one of the two of you, it's up to you to decide who to bring. If you bring him, you can't follow me." Chen Luo suddenly looked directly into Enmixia's eyes and asked. Enmixia's expression changed tragically again. Obviously he didn't expect Chen Luo to give such a difficult choice. Amish froze on the spot, and after a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, please take Oliver." "No!" Oliver screamed, "Even if you choose me, I won't follow him. Listen to me, Oliver, you're almost out of shape. If it weren't for this gentleman, you would have died." Tears fell instantly in Oliver's eyes, and the tears were mixed with blood and sludge on his face, looking extremely embarrassed. But the brighter the light in his eyes, the more determined he became, and he suddenly grinned. "As you said, I'm dying anyway, I can't be a drag on you. And Mixiu, goodbye." After Oliver finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth and bit his tongue. But at this time, he found that no matter how hard he exerted, his jaw seemed to be fixed to death, and he couldn't bite it anyway. Chen Luo suddenly laughed. "You are also a little interesting." When Oliver said the word goodbye, Amish realized something was wrong. Amish immediately looked up at Oliver, just in time to see him with his mouth wide open and a determined expression, not knowing what he was going to do. He was shocked and immediately stood up, reaching out to stop Oliver. But soon Amizius discovered that Oliver's mouth had been growing and he couldn't bite it for a long time. And Mixia's eyes widened, and he looked in the direction of Chen Luo. At this time, he saw Chen Luo wave his hand, and Oliver's body, which was still dying just now, instantly recovered. "Come here." Chen Luo turned around and walked in the direction of the city. Oliver touched his body up and down in astonishment, and found that all the pain had disappeared, and even the scars left on his body before had disappeared. Amish also looked at Oliver in surprise and joy. "Oliver, how are you?" "Well, it's amazing, more than a little bit of nothing, and I'm not hungry anymore." And Mixiu and Oliver looked at each other, and the next moment, the two of them desperately chased after Chen Luo's back. The two of them chased for a long time and found something extremely strange. Chen Luo was obviously walking, but no matter how fast they ran, they were always a few meters away from him, and they couldn't catch up. But when the two thought of what had just happened, they felt that it was nothing. Of course, they didn't dare to let Chen Luo stop and wait, but they ran even harder, hoping that they would never lose Chen Luo's shadow. Neither Enmixia nor Oliver were stupid. Chen Luo in front of them was the only chance for them to change their fate, and if they missed it, they would never have such an opportunity again in this life. After running to the city of Carlo with all their might, the two of them began to feel difficulty breathing, their hands and arms became weaker and weaker, and their throats were about to smoke, and Chen Luo still had no intention of stopping. But even though they knew that their bodies had reached their limits, they still didn't dare to slow down. They just stared at Chen Luo's back, gritted their teeth and began to hold on. When Enmixia felt that he was about to die of exhaustion, Chen Luo finally stopped, and the location was the high-end hotel where he had just found the bread. Enmixia suddenly understood at this moment why Chen Luo found him, and thought he was interesting. It turned out that this mysterious man had been paying attention to him. Chapter 272 Ocean Temple. Take them to take a shower, buy them a set of clothes, pack them up and bring them to my room. Chen Luo arrived at the door of the hotel and casually threw 2 gold coins to the waiter at the door. The 2 waiters were originally trying to drive away Amish and Oliver, who were obviously beggars, but after hearing Chen Luo's words, they hurriedly caught the gold coins. They looked at each other and responded respectfully, "Okay, Mr. Lofus. Here, as long as gold coins are provided, then the guest is a god. No matter how unreasonable the guest's request is, as long as it can be met, it must find a way to meet it. Taking in 2 beggars is nothing to fuss about, and the rich have seen more eccentric hobbies than this." And Mixiu and Oliver also heard Chen Luo's words, and their eyes showed surprise, knowing that they no longer had to worry about Chen Luo getting rid of them. Not long after Chen Luo returned to the room, the freshened Mixiu and Oliver walked back in under the leadership of the waiter. Both of them looked good, and at this time they changed into neat and clean clothes, but they looked a bit heroic. After they saw Chen Luo, they immediately knelt on the ground. "I have seen the master. Get up, you don't need to call me master in the future, call me Mr. Lopez like them." "Yes, Mr. Lopez." Amish and Oliver responded respectfully, and then stood up at the same time. Chen Loxian glanced at Enmixiu. "Do you have faith?" Enmixia didn't know what Chen Luo meant, but he said very honestly, "I followed my parents to believe in the god of the sea since I was a child, but then I..." When Enmixia said this, although his face was very calm, there was a hint of pain in his eyes, obviously evoking some bad memories, and some couldn't continue. But when he saw Chen Luo looking over with indifferent eyes, Enmixia quickly returned to normal and said quickly, "Later, when I was 7 years old, I had a strange illness, and my parents searched all the doctors in the city but couldn't cure it. In despair, they pinned their hopes on the gods and prayed before the kneeling sea god every day, hoping that the priests of the sea temple would cure my illness. And under their persuasion, all his property was dedicated to the temple of the sea. The end result is, not only was my illness not cured, but our family was reduced to beggars. At that time, my illness was not cured, and my father went to the medical center to steal medicine in order to treat me, and after being discovered, he was beaten badly, and died of his injuries when he came back. My mother couldn't bear this blow and was going to strangle me to death, and then the family went to the underworld to reunite. But in the end, she couldn't do it and committed suicide in front of me. But the funny thing is that after they died in front of me, the strange disease was suddenly cured. And Mixia finally couldn't control his emotions, he clenched his fists and his body trembled slightly. Although Oliver had heard Amish talk about this matter before, he also felt extremely uncomfortable when he saw his painful expression. Chen Luo's expression never changed. What happened to Enmixio abounded in Karo City, and it was not a cowardly thing. On this day in Karo City, Chen Luo specially went to see the 12 temples in the city. Each temple represents a different faith. In addition to the temple that believes in the god of the sea, there are also temples of the god of the sky, the god of the earth, the god of the swamp, etc. But regardless of temple beliefs, their temples all have one thing in common, that is, they are all built magnificently and luxuriously. The priests of these temples did not produce and lived a life of poverty and luxury every day, but they received a lot of donations from the royal family and nobles every year. But they were not dissatisfied with this, but tried every means to create a name to extract a lot of wealth and taxes from ordinary people. And those who were poor and did not have enough to eat were still willing to give everything they had to send to the temple, and were squandered by those sacrifices. This is one of the reasons why the gap between the rich and the poor in Karo City is getting wider. Chen Luo didn't speak, but turned to Oliver and asked, "What about you?" Oliver heard Chen Luo's question and hurriedly replied, "Mr. Lophius, I don't have any faith, and I vaguely remember that before I got lost, my parents seem to have taken me to worship the god of the sky. But since I got lost with my parents, I have been looking for food every day, and I have long had no time to believe in the gods. If those gods could really protect the believers, we would not be reduced to the point where we couldn't even eat. Sky, sea, earth, underworld. It is a complete system." After hearing this, Chen Luo didn't say anything, but after saying something that neither of them understood, he waved his hand and said, "Go to bed, I have something to do tomorrow." At dawn the next day, Chen Luo took 2 newly recruited servants and walked in the direction of the Ocean Temple. The location of the Ocean Temple is right next to Karo Port, because they believe in the god of the sea, so they specially built the temple close to the ocean. After walking for less than 20 minutes, a magnificent temple appeared in front of them. There is not just one, but more than a dozen temples connected together to form a temple complex that occupies a wide area. Each of these temples is almost the size of 5 standard football fields, and when they are linked together, the total area is nearly 100 football fields. To enter the Ocean Temple, you must first climb more than 300 steps to reach the first temple at the entrance. In order to show the greatness of the god of the sea, the temple at the entrance was built the most spectacular, and the 8 stone pillars supporting the temple at the door alone were nearly 100 meters high, and people standing below were as small as ants. Chen Luo sometimes couldn't figure out how these humans could build the temple so tall, although there were transcendent people now, but it would take a lot of manpower and material resources to get so many tall stone pillars. On the tall temple and stone pillars, a large number of ocean monsters are carved, and there are huge statues 10 meters high in the aisles that enter the temple through the gate. These statues have gods, magical beasts, and humans, but without exception, they kneel towards the huge statue of the god of the sea in the middle. At this time, a large number of priests and believers knelt all over the hall, praying devoutly to the gods. Chen Luo had just arrived at Karo Harbor with Amish and Oliver, and was walking towards the Ocean Temple. The port of Karo was busy as usual, and many overseers scolded the porters and slaves with leather whips, telling them to hurry up and transport the goods. Merchants began to bargain at the port and deliver the goods. Countless gold coins flowed into here, quickly turning into goods and other resources flowing elsewhere. At this moment, there was a sudden change on the sea in the distance. Chapter 273 Miracle. What is that? After someone shouted, the people in the port looked up in the direction of the sea, and saw a wall made of white waves suddenly appear on the originally calm sea in the distance. This stormy wave rushed from far to near, like thousands of horses, moving forward in unison, making a rumbling sound. As the distance got closer and closer, it soared to hundreds of meters high, covering the distant skyline and surging towards Karo Harbor with thunderous momentum. On the sea, both merchant ships and fishing boats were swallowed up by this terrifying and monstrous wave. It's a tsunami. When everyone in the port saw this scene, their faces turned pale one by one, and they all realized what had happened. The next moment, everyone in the port fled around like a friar. The city of Karo has not had a tsunami for decades, and at most occasional typhoons have not caused much damage. Even if there is a tsunami, it is recorded that it is a wave of 20 or 30 meters, and now this tsunami is hundreds of meters high, even covering the sky. If this goes ashore, I am afraid that the entire Karo city will be finished. Some smart people did not flee into the city, but rushed towards the ships and the port as soon as possible. With the scale of this tsunami, even if you enter the city, you will not escape death, and staying on the ship will be safer. Aren't you running? Chen Luo glanced back at Mixiu and Oliver behind him, and asked with a smile. The two of them also turned pale, obviously frightened, but when they saw that Chen Luo didn't move, they didn't run away first. Mr. Lofus, we will clear the way for you in front, let's go. Oliver saw that the stormy waves were about to rush to the port, and he immediately said anxiously to Chen Luo. At this time, the port had become a pot of porridge. People, you pushed me, I pushed you, and some people accidentally fell, and they were trampled to death by countless people in an instant. Chen Luo and the others were standing near the seaside, and the panicked crowd was running in the opposite direction, but they were not affected in any way. And Mixia didn't speak, and when he saw the smile on Chen Luo's face, his originally somewhat flustered mood quickly calmed down. And Mixia didn't know what was going on, and he had an inexplicable confidence in Chen Luo, feeling that this godlike Mr. Lophius seemed to be able to solve anything. Chen Luo smiled and turned to look at the roaring waves. At this time, there were only 3 Chen Luo left in the port, facing the huge waves like mountains, and their figures looked extremely small and thin below. At this time, and Mixiu and Oliver saw Chen Luo stretch out a left hand, aimed at the direction of the waves, and raised it slightly. The next moment, the roar of the waves suddenly disappeared, and the wave wall of hundreds of meters was eerily frozen, and it could no longer move forward. At first, it felt like a landslide, but now it suddenly became quiet, and the contrast was too great, and it was immediately noticed by the people fleeing in the port. One by one, they stopped and turned to look towards the beach. At this time, as long as the eyes were not blind, they all noticed Chen Luo and the 3 of them standing under the huge waves. Hundreds of thousands of people in the port all looked at Chen Luo holding up one hand and stunning, as if he had supported the whole world with one hand, resisting this huge wave. Many people exclaimed, and more people cheered for them to escape. It's incredible. This is simply a miracle. Was that person who withstood the tsunami? Oh my God, is he a messenger of the gods? The crowd erupted in heated discussions, but they still couldn't believe their eyes. But at this moment, no one dared to approach the past, because although the huge waves stood still, they did not disappear. Who knows if this terrifying tsunami will break out again later? Soon, everyone saw Chen Luo's raised left hand and slowly pressed down. And the huge wave of hundreds of meters also seemed to have a sense, and as Chen Luo's palm went down little by little, it began to shrink sharply. The hearts and breaths of hundreds of thousands of people in the port also seemed to be affected by this palm, and everyone felt a slow sigh of relief watching this miraculous scene. When Chen Luo's palm was finally lowered, the waves and tsunami disappeared instantly. When they saw this picture, people who didn't believe that Chen Luo resisted the tsunami had to believe it. The waves disappeared with the man's movements. There could be no such coincidence in the world, except for Chen Luo. They really couldn't think of anything else. It must be the messenger of the god of the sea. Who can have the power to change the ocean except the messenger of the sea god? It was the sea god who heard our prayers and sent a divine messenger to save us. The power shown by Chen Luo has exceeded everyone's imagination, and it is the power of gods and demons. Many believers present who believed in the god of the sea had regarded Chen Luo as the messenger of the god of the sea and began to kneel on the ground to pray. They kept muttering something silently, crawling on the ground, shivering. However, more people looked at Chen Luo and the 3 with curious and shocked eyes, with awe, curiosity, admiration, and yearning in their eyes. And Mixiu and Oliver had long been stunned by the miracle in front of them, although they had seen Chen Luo's strength last night, but compared to the spectacular scene in front of them, it seemed to be nothing. One person has this world-changing power, and the 2 of them believe that even Chris, who is known as the strongest magic emperor on the continent, does not have such an ability. Chen Luo's expression was very indifferent, as if he had done something trivial. He suddenly looked into the distance of the sea, and then laughed silently. In the depths of the endless sea thousands of meters away, a black dragon 200 or 300 meters long slowly surfaced on the surface of the sea, and it stared in the direction of Karo Harbor with wide eyes. A surprised color appeared in Augusta's dragon's eyes. The tsunami it had just created by using its water control ability to disappear like this? What happened? Augusta didn't feel any fluctuations in extraordinary power, but the tsunami disappeared so magically. Augusta couldn't figure it out, but he didn't rashly launch another tsunami. As a cunning, no, the wisest and most shrewd dragon in the world, Augusta felt compelled to figure out what forces were sabotaging his plans. Could it be the helper found by the damn Encino royal family? This damn group of ants. How dare they refuse the demands of the great lord of the endless sea, the king of the black dragon, the guardian of the world, the glacier breaker, and the roar of hell Augusta, and try to resist? Chapter 274 The Great Black Dragon Augusta. Of course, Chen Luo knew that this tsunami was caused by Augusta, but he didn't bother to take care of it. Now that the 1,000-year period set by Chen Luo for the Dragon Clan is approaching, the dragons on various continents are no longer limited to their own territory and have begun to explore this vast world. Their appearance has made people in the Western fantasy world feel threatened. For dragons, whether they are elves, dwarves, humans or orcs, they are no different from ants. But these ants actually have a large number of glittering treasures that the dragons like very much, and the taste of these races is not bad, especially the elves and humans with fine skin and tender flesh, which is very much in line with the taste of the dragons. As a result, the intelligent races on several continents began to suffer one after another, and were sacked by dragons at every turn, causing a large number of casualties. It's just that those who do these things are the descendants of the first generation of dragons created by Chen Luo, and the first generation of dragons are actually very honest and know the horror of the creator. Since it is said to be 1,000 years, it is 1,000 years, and if time is not enough, they will never take a step out of their territory. But the control of descendants is not so strict, especially since there are less than 10 years left in the millennium. Although they have repeatedly warned their descendants not to mess around, those young or adult dragons have long been tired of staying in their nests, and they will always sneak out to cause trouble while the first generation of dragons are not paying attention. For example, the current Black Dragon Clan, they live in the endless sea, and the young dragons don't care when they are young, but when they reach their youth, they can still sit still in the face of such a vast world outside. Augusta is like this, it likes treasures, it likes delicious food, especially humans. Compared to the unpalatable magical beasts and fish in the ocean, the taste of humans is more in line with its taste. After accidentally knocking over a human merchant ship, Augusta saw the shiny gold coins inside the wreck and immediately regarded these glittering things as his favorites. When Augusta returned to the lair with a large amount of gold coins and explained the source, he was beaten violently by his father, Croft, the patriarch of the Black Dragon Clan, and ordered it not to attack any human merchant ships again. Although Augusta was very aggrieved, he did not dare to disobey his father's orders. After a few years of silence, it really couldn't restrain its love for gold coins, and accidentally knocked over a merchant ship, and accidentally swallowed a few humans, and then accidentally chewed a few bites, and it immediately liked the taste. So, Augusta secretly built her own secret lair outside and used it to collect gold coins. Augusta considers himself the greatest and most powerful being in the world, and no one can be stronger than it. Of course, except for Croft, who hangs himself. However, it is normal that he is the father of the great Augusta, so it is normal that he can't beat it. When it becomes an adult, it will definitely become the king of the Black Dragon, no, the king of the world. So, Augusta, who had the dream of becoming the king of the world, began. Road to robbery. At the beginning, for fear of being discovered by Croft and beaten up again, Augusta didn't dare to mess around, just accidentally once a month. But later, it became more and more unable to control the greed in its heart, and it became twice a month, 3 times a month. The maritime merchants on that route knew that there was a black dragon haunting there, so they chose to take a detour. After all, the loss is bearable, and when it happens 3 or 4 times a month, they would rather choose to go a little farther than take the original route. When Augusta couldn't wait for the merchant ship, it suddenly became angry. This group of humble ants didn't even give itself gold coins. You are asking for your own death. Augusta began to take the initiative to find merchant ships, and with his strong body and powerful magical abilities, he wantonly plundered the endless seas and devoured living people. From being cautious at the beginning, to later discovering that his father was unaware, it began to be unscrupulous, flying directly into the city, plundering the cities on the southern coast, and everyone was trembling under the power of Augusta. This made Augusta's greed swell to the extreme, and he slept on top of a mountain of gold and silver coins every day, and with a small movement at will, he could hear a large number of gold coins flowing down like water, making a clattering sound. This voice made Augusta so fascinated, it needed more treasures, more gold coins to satisfy itself. Finally one day, Augusta learned that the richest country in the south was the kingdom of Encino, and the richest person was the Encino royal family. However, there were mages in the city of Carlo who could use magic like it, as well as powerful warriors, and sharp siege crossbows, which posed a great threat to Augusta. Although the great Augusta is the strongest and most invincible being, it is not yet an adult, and its scales cannot withstand the damage of the siege crossbow. So the wise and intelligent Augusta chose not to confront the extraordinary power hired by the Encino royal family, but made a fuss in Caro City from time to time, threatening the Encino royal family to send him enough gold coins, otherwise he would often visit Caro City. Of course, this is definitely not the mighty Augusta afraid of the power of those numerous human transcendents, nor is it afraid of the threat of siege crossbows. It's just because the extremely intelligent Augusta took pity on the humble humans and chose not to use force, using his extraordinary wisdom to force the Encino royal family to submit. Augusta had been waiting for a week and had not seen the gold coin sent by the Encino royal family, which made him a little impatient. It decided to use its natural abilities to launch its tsunami and flood the city of Karo, and the treasury of the Encino royal family will be its own. It can also be used to make your own new nest. Augusta had never done this before, definitely not because he was afraid that his father would find out and be beaten again, but because the great black dragon had a heart of pity. Well, that's right, it's mercy. That's what Augusta thought in his heart. But now it seems that the old thing of the Encino royal family is not very obedient. Not only did he obediently send shiny jewels and gold coins, but he also found someone to deal with the invincible Augusta. The great Augusta will make your Encino royal family pay the most painful price. Augusta sank into the sea and rushed towards the harbor, deciding to first find out what force had calmed the tsunami it had created. Before that, the great Augusta needed to keep a low profile and not be discovered by the enemy. Chapter 275 In the name of God, I grant you the death penalty. Chen Luo casually interrupted the tsunami, and regardless of the people who gradually surrounded him, he walked straight in the direction of the ocean temple. And Mixiu and Oliver now regarded Chen Luo as a real divine messenger, otherwise it would be impossible for manpower to complete such a miracle, and as soon as they saw Chen Luo, they hurriedly followed. This time they kept a distance, which was only 1 meter away before, but now they didn't seem to dare to approach Chen Luo's side, maintaining a distance of 3 meters from him. The two quietly looked at Chen Luo's back with awe from time to time, and then immediately withdrew their gaze, as if they were afraid of being noticed. And the people of Karo City nearby, who had just seen the miracle, saw Chen Luo walking towards the direction of the ocean temple, and they became excited one by one. Is this a divine messenger trying to convey an oracle? The believers who originally believed in the sea god immediately followed, lest they miss this sacred moment. Chen Luo's team of the three grew rapidly, and soon changed to hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of people, until nearly 1/3 of the people in the port followed. When Chen Luo walked to the ocean temple, the team had quickly turned into more than 100,000 people. Chen Luo walked slowly and alone in front. 3 meters behind him were Amizius and Oliver, and 4 or 5 meters behind these two people were the mighty people of Karo City, forming 3 strange teams. The news of the appearance of the messenger of the sea god quickly spread throughout the city of Karo through the people who witnessed it in the port, and not only the common people knew, but also the royal family, nobles, and other temple priests learned this amazing news. In addition to knowing that the messenger of the sea god had appeared, King Jerome and Sino also knew about the monstrous tsunami that had just occurred. Although Jerome did not see that tsunami with his own eyes, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he received the news from the spies that it was enough to destroy the entire city of Karo. Jerome couldn't believe it. Hundreds of thousands of people in the port saw it, and the spy had 10 lives and didn't dare to lie or exaggerate. But Karo City hasn't had such a large-scale tsunami in decades, and even if it did, it couldn't be so exaggerated. Because there are many islands on the outskirts of Karo City, the tsunami will be much less powerful when it hits those islands and then comes back, and it is difficult to produce the kind of stormy waves hundreds of meters high. He just thought about it a little and quickly guessed that it was the black dragon who did it. Jerome's face changed for a moment as he sat on the throne, then immediately jumped up and rushed towards the outside of the palace, go to the ocean temple. At the same time, some of the great nobles and temple priests in the city of Karo also went in person, just like Jerome, and some even if they did not go, they also sent their confidants to inquire about the news. For a while, the entire city of Karo was moved. Walter, the high priest of the ocean temple, was in the square in front of the temple at this time, looking at the amazing queue in front of him. He was stunned in place, and he hadn't figured out what was going on for a while. The Temple of the Sea is right on the seashore, closer to the location of the tsunami, closer than the people in the port, and they can't notice it. When they came out of prayer, they saw the waves coming down like a mountain. At this time, they didn't care about praying to the sea god for blessings, but like all ordinary people, they fled first and then talked. When they were halfway through the run, they found that the waves in the sky were strangely motionless. Immediately afterwards, the waves disappeared. Walter thought that it was really the protection of the sea god, and immediately took the believers to pray in front of the sea god statue and thank the sea god for his kindness. Just as they were in the middle of praying, a subordinate came to report that a large number of people had come. Walter felt ecstatic in his heart, and he took it for granted that the people felt the miracle shown by the sea god, so he rushed to the Temple of the Sea to worship. But when he came out and saw this situation in front of him, Walter knew that something was wrong, no matter how stupid he was. When Chen Luo walked down the steps, he did not take the wide steps, but disappeared in place in an instant, and the next moment he had appeared on the steps dozens of meters high. The two and Mixia behind him, as well as the hundreds of thousands of people behind them, were shocked. They searched around for Chen Luo's figure, and when they saw him appear in the square in front of the temple, they had no doubt in their hearts, Chen Luo must be a divine messenger. "Oh my god, the messenger has arrived. I'm going to listen to the oracle. Quick, go up, the divine envoy must be going to preach the oracle. I want to see the appearance of the divine envoy." The crowd suddenly rushed towards the temple square as if they were crazy. Amish and Oliver saw the crazy look of the crowd behind them. They were startled at first, and couldn't help but run, otherwise they would be trampled to death when the group of people behind them rushed up. Walter looked at Chen Luo dumbfounded at this time. He couldn't believe his eyes at all. Teleportation? A group of temple priests and thousands of believers following Walter also widened their eyes, looking at Chen Luo in shock and unable to say a word. Walter Clive, deceiving believers in the name of the gods, blasphemy, and unforgivable sins. In the name of God, I grant you the death penalty. Chen Luo's tone was indifferent, and his voice was also very small, but surprisingly, the hundreds of thousands of people present felt as if they were speaking in their ears, and they heard every word clearly. When Walter heard Chen Luo's words, he was stunned for a moment, and then he felt ridiculous. An inexplicable person actually sentenced him to death in the name of the gods? Are you kidding? But before Walter could laugh, Chen Luo stretched out his finger and lightly pointed it at him, and saw that Walter instantly burst into a cloud of blood mist and floated in the air. Other temple sacrifices had never seen such a terrible picture. One by one they trembled with fright, and looked at Chen Luo in fear, and inexplicably, their bodies shook unconsciously like sifting chaff. At this time, most of the 100,000 people below had already rushed to the square, and they happened to witness Walter's execution. However, not many people were afraid, but many people cheered loudly. I have long known that Walter is a blasphemer. He usually did bad things in the name of the sea god's crown. This blasphemer has finally been punished. God makes the Lord wise. The real spokesperson of God has appeared. Lord Divine Envoy, please let us listen to the true oracle. Quiet. Chen Luo's calm voice resounded throughout the square again. The boiling crowd suddenly fell silent, and no sound could be heard. The people looked at Chen Luo with fanatical eyes, and then knelt down one by one, ready to listen to the oracle. Chen Luo stretched out his hand and pointed at Enmixiu, and said lightly, "From today onwards, you are the high priest of the ocean temple, the spokesperson of the gods, and the human manager chosen by the sea god." As soon as these words came out, a muffled thunder exploded at the scene, and everyone looked at Enmixiu incredulously. And Enmixiu himself was directly stupid. Chapter 276 Because I want, so I can. Everyone could see that although Enmixiu looked very mature, his immature appearance looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old at most, and it was estimated that he was not an adult. The first oracle of the divine envoy turned out to be to make this underage child the high priest. The others were fine, but the sea god believers present couldn't accept it for a while. But before they could react from their shock, Chen Luo pointed to Oliver again. You will be the new high priest of the Sky Temple. When he heard that Amish had been appointed as the high priest of the Ocean Temple by Chen Luo, Oliver was still in shock, joy and envy. When he heard Chen Luo say the second sentence, Oliver was also stunned, feeling like he had been struck by lightning, and couldn't say a word. After half a sound, Oliver began to tremble slightly with excitement. No wonder Mr. Lophius, no, the messenger asked them about their faith yesterday, so that they could be high priests of these faiths? And Mixiu also felt like he was dreaming at this time, but seeing the envy and jealousy from the people around him, he knew that he was very awake now, and it was all true. Since the death of his parents, Amish has hated the Ocean Temple, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as hateful. But now Chen Luo asked him to be the high priest of the Ocean Temple, which made Enmixia feel ridiculous, and at the same time, he had a strong sense of mission in his heart. The main culprit, Walter, has been killed by the god messenger, and for Amish Shiu, the great revenge has been avenged. Since the god envoy let himself be the high priest, then he felt that he did not do well or not, but at least he should be able to stop the harm to believers. For Chen Luo, it doesn't matter who becomes the high priest of the Ocean Temple, or even who becomes the god of death, because even if he doesn't do it well, he can change it at any time. It's a matter of one thought. Since someone must go up, then Chen Luo will definitely choose interesting people, such as the current Enmixiu and Oliver. Even if you are the messenger of the sea god, why should you designate the high priest of our sky temple? Although most of these 100,000 people are sea god believers, there are also many believers of other faiths who come to see the fun. When they saw that Chen Luo had begun to appoint the high priest of the Sky Temple, they didn't care about whether they were a god or not, and immediately stood up and began to question Chen Luo. Because I want to, I can. Chen Luo glanced at the believer of the sky god who questioned loudly, and casually clicked over, question the gods, give you the death penalty. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, the questioning person instantly burst into a cloud of blood, sprinkling the faces of the people around him. More than 100,000 people in the audience were terrified at the same time, and when they looked at Chen Luo, their eyes were not only awe-inspiring, but also deeply fearful. Some of the believers of the sky god had quietly left the crowd, and when they got out of the crowd, they ran wildly in the direction of the Sky Temple, obviously planning to report the news. Believers of other religions also stood up and began to prepare to leave this terrible place. Chen Luo didn't care about what these people thought at all, or what those people did. He looked around and said lightly, "The gods are so ruthless, those who offend the divine power will be extinguished. You may think you are a believer in the gods? Will the gods get used to you and satisfy your desires? No, you are nothing to the gods. Whether it is a priest, a king, or a beggar, they are all the same humble beings." Chen Luo's voice exploded next to everyone's ears like thunder, and the believers of other faiths who had stood up trembled, only to feel an uncontrollable coercion descending, and they couldn't help but kneel on the ground. "You, now go to the Sky Temple and take over the position of High Priest." Chen Luo looked at Oliver, his tone was calm and indifferent, as if he was talking about eating and drinking. Oliver was stunned again. Chen Luo meant to let himself go to the Sky Temple alone to take over the position of High Priest. Could it be that if he passes, the High Priest of the Sky Temple will obediently give up his place? It is estimated that he may be beaten to death as a madman, right? But seeing Chen Luo's expression, he didn't dare to ask more. Oliver thought of Chen Luo's power, his heart settled down inexplicably, and he immediately responded respectfully, "Yes, Lord Divine Envoy." Oliver stood up, turned and walked down the steps. The person who was originally kneeling on the road automatically gave way to let Oliver pass. "It's all gone." Chen Luo saw Oliver leave, dropped a sentence, and walked towards the Ocean Temple. And Mixiu immediately stood up and followed Chen Luo into the magnificent temple. More than 100,000 people in the square to the bottom of the steps did not dare to follow after hearing Chen Luo's voice, and left the Ocean Temple with different expressions. What happened today has subverted the cognition of the vast majority of them. Is the god really so ruthless, and sentences people to death at every turn? Some people believe it, some people don't. But soon, the news about Chen Luo's words and deeds today spread throughout Karo City, triggering countless fierce debates. Both the aristocracy, commoners, and slaves began to talk about this sensational event in the royal city. But there is one thing that the people of Karo City can still confirm, that is, Chen Luo did prevent a tsunami that could destroy Karo City. After all, hundreds of thousands of people saw it, and they couldn't make it even if they wanted to fake it. As Chen Luo entered the Ocean Temple, the remaining priests of the Ocean Temple turned pale one by one, after seeing Chen Luo's horror. What else could they do? Going up to stop them was just asking for a dead end. They froze on the ground and looked at each other for a moment, and finally chose to follow. After Chen Luo entered the Ocean Temple, he walked directly to the main hall. Looking at the towering statue of the sea god made of gold in front of him, he smiled, and with a wave of his hand, the statue of the sea god began to twist and deform, becoming a tall throne. And the pedestal that originally carried the statue also began to increase in height layer by layer, becoming a huge step 7 or 8 meters high, as if it had automatically become larger in order to carry the magnificent throne. The priests, servants, and believers in the Ocean Temple were all dumbfounded. They were all in the Ocean Temple just now, so naturally they had never seen the miracle of Chen Luo's personal action. Now seeing the situation in front of them, they could hardly believe their eyes. Who else can do such a miracle except the true messenger of the gods? When they saw Chen Luo disappear instantly and appeared on the throne, everyone instinctively knelt down. Even if the throne that Chen Luo is sitting on now is transformed from the original statue of the sea god, this obvious blasphemous behavior, they wisely chose to turn a blind eye. Chapter 277 God of Gods. When Chen Luo sat on the throne and looked at the hundreds of people kneeling below, he didn't feel any excitement in his heart. Previously, they were all avatars, and this was the first time they were worshipped as gods with their own body, which was no different from the previous feeling. Chen Luo is less than 27 years old according to his age in reality, but if calculated according to the way of the Western fantasy world, he has been living in it intermittently for almost 100 years. Chen Luo can adjust everything about himself at will in the Western fantasy world. Even in the real world, his body is at its peak. His appearance is not only not the slightest old, but he looks much younger. Even if he says that he is 18 years old, it is estimated that no one will doubt it. But Chen Luo's mentality is no longer young. He can't lift his spirits for many things, and he feels boring about some things he used to like to do and enjoy. It was a feeling that all desires were about to disappear, so he wanted to find something interesting to stimulate himself and live like a human being, rather than a god without desire or desire. When Chen Luo was thinking about it on the throne, the people below were still kneeling, and without his speech, these people didn't even dare to breathe, let alone stand up. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside, which was extremely harsh in the quiet temple. When someone looked back, they saw a temple guard eagerly saying, "Lord Divine Envoy, His Majesty the King is here, you need to go out to greet." Chen Luo said lightly, "No, all step back." Everyone was stunned. The strength of the Ancino royal family in Karo City was still very strong, with multiple fourth-order transcendentals, and more than 100,000 Praetorian guards. No matter what religion or belief in Karo City, they are respectful to the Ancino royal family, they know their position very well, and they can help the Ancino royal family control the foolish people. And the royal family did not interfere with the divine power, allowing the priests to enjoy a luxurious life. Now that the king has personally come to the door to ask for an audience, Chen Luo is actually missing. If Jerome knows, I am afraid that he will be furious. and it is possible to send troops to arrest Chen Luo. The temple guards were stunned for a moment, and didn't dare to say any nonsense, so they immediately went out to report. When Jerome was rewarded outside, he did not get angry as expected, but said very politely, "Sorry for the trouble, please inform me again, I will visit again when it is convenient for the gods." After Jerome finished speaking, he left the Ocean Temple. When the news spread that His Majesty the King had been refused to meet by Chen Luo, the people who had come to meet the divine envoy all returned home. Jerome has been rejected, aren't they also asking for fun now? Of course, few people are willing to try. Chen Luo is here to solve the problem of the belief in death, not to meet irrelevant people. Many divine positions were vacant, which made Chen Luo feel very troublesome, and the feeling of doing it himself was also very tiring, so he had to get a few important divine positions out as soon as possible and let them manage the Western fantasy world. He did this directly as a divine messenger this time, because this time he couldn't wait for almost 1,000 years to come up with a goddess of light like the Church of Light. When the king ate a closed door, what happened next made Karo City completely messy. When Oliver took over the position of High Priest of the Sky Temple in the past, he was naturally ridiculed by the priests and believers of the Sky Temple, and even ordered the temple guards to drive him away directly with sticks. But the strange thing is that as long as anyone intends to hurt Oliver, it will automatically explode into a cloud of blood mist. And whether it is an ordinary person or an extraordinary person, the result is the same, without exception. At this moment, not only the people of the Sky Temple were frightened, but even Oliver himself was frightened, thinking that there was something wrong with his body. However, Oliver quickly thought of Chen Luo. Since he had let himself take over the position of High Priest, he should not be unprepared. Everything that is happening now obviously originates from Chen Luo. When Oliver figured it out and entered the Sky Temple with his head held high, no one dared to stop him anymore. In this strange situation, Oliver sat in the position of the High Priest of the Sky Temple, and although no one was convinced, no one dared to expel him. The original High Priest of the Sky Temple also encountered this situation for the first time, and he had no choice but to order all the clergy and guards of the Sky Temple to leave, leaving only an empty temple for Oliver. The angry High Priest of the Sky Temple ran to Jerome to complain, but the other party did not see him at all, only saying that Chen Luo was a divine messenger, which was a divine power dispute, and the king could not intervene. At the same time, in the Ocean Temple, Chen Luo looked at Mixiu, who had changed into the High Priest's costume under the throne, and asked, "Amish Shiu, there are so many gods in Karo City, each god has its own doctrines and ideas. Which one do you think is the real god, the true faith?" And Mixiu was still a little uncomfortable with his identity at this time, but when he heard Chen Luo's question, he immediately bowed back and said, "Lord Divine Envoy, which god do you represent, which is the real god?" Chen Luo laughed silently. "Oh, then which god do you think I represent?" And Mixiu was stunned for a moment, as if thinking, and quickly replied, "The god envoy does not represent any faith in Karo City. I think you represent the god of the gods, the god king who is above all the gods." "Oh, how can you see it?" Chen Luo chuckled and asked again. "You turned the statue of the sea god into a throne, which means that you do not represent the god of the sea, and even your status is still above the god of the sea, and you ordered Oliver to take over as the priest of the temple of the sky, then it means that the god of the sky is also under the god you represent, except for the god king. I really can't think of a second possibility." A smile appeared on the corner of Chen Luo's mouth. "You are really interesting." After learning about the mixed belief systems of the southern countries, Chen Luo planned to integrate all beliefs with the underworld as the core without denying the existence of other gods. On top of these many gods, add another god of death, which is what Amish called the God King. So what do you think the thoughts and beliefs of the God King should be? Chen Luo slowly stepped down from the throne and walked to Mixiu. And Mixiu was stunned again, obviously not expecting Chen Luo to ask himself this question. Don't be timid, panic, and don't think too much, answer according to your truest thoughts. Chapter 278, The Sacred Book of the Underworld. When he heard Chen Luo's words, and Mixiu quickly calmed down, and then opened his mouth without thinking much and said, "Good and evil are rewarded, everyone's heart is bright, the world is no longer greedy for enjoyment, the weak have dignity, and the strong have restraint." Chen Luo could naturally sense that this was in Mixiu's truest idea, although it was too idealistic to realize every one. But good and evil are rewarded is one of the core rules of the underworld, which is very consistent with the rules of the underworld. Chen Luo laughed, and immediately stretched out his hand and pointed it on Mixiu's eyebrows. "Then, I will give you the power to realize your ideal country." And Mixiu's body trembled slightly, because as the light on Chen Luo's fingers became brighter and brighter, he felt endless knowledge and power constantly pouring into his mind, making his soul tremble. At this moment, he finally knew what kind of god Chen Luo represented. The god of the gods of the underworld. The knowledge and power imprinted in Mixiu's mind were the underworld divine art system that Chen Luo had just sorted out. The underworld magic, like the light magic, belongs to the special type of magic, which is driven by the dark element. It didn't take much effort for Chen Luo to come up with this. Just draw a gourd according to the light divine art system. For example, in the light judgment of the Church of Light, the underworld magic becomes the hell judgment, and the light magic summons unicorns, and the underworld magic summons the three-headed dog of hell, etc. Chen Luo did this, of course, because lazy. And Mixia knelt directly on the ground excitedly, "Thank you for the crown." He knew very well that this was the legendary divine revelation. Amish accepted this divine inheritance and will serve as the spokesperson of the god of death in the world. And the one who can directly give him divine magic and power cannot be a divine envoy at all, it can only be a god. Now you are not only the high priest of the ocean temple, but also the high priest of the underworld, so that the faith of the underworld will shine in the world. And Mixia knelt down and said in a trembling voice, "I will not live up to the oracle under the crown. Go, the Church of Light has the Holy Book of Light, and the underworld must also have its own scriptures. Use the knowledge I just imparted to you to compile a scripture belonging to the underworld, and unify all the thoughts and beliefs of Karo City." "Yes." And Mixia burst into tears of excitement. He responded respectfully, got up, and left the hall backwards. In the following time, under the auspices of Amishio, all the priests of the Ocean Temple began to compile the scriptures of the underworld. The first step of Amish was to establish the god system, which stipulated that the sky, earth, and sea were the three main gods, and the rest such as the god of harvest, the god of the swamp, etc. were all minor gods, and the world was ruled by the priests of the underworld. Above the world and all the gods, there is also the god of death, the king of the gods, who rules everything. The sacred scriptures also establish the basic beliefs of the underworld, the distinction between good and evil. After death, will enter the underworld to accept the judgment of good and evil, the good will enter reincarnation and enjoy the afterlife, and the evil will fall into hell forever and suffer from suffering, which is consistent with the rules formulated by Chen Luo when the underworld was established. After that, Amish took the priests of the Ocean Temple and began to preach around the city of Karo. Many of the beliefs in Karo City were actually made up at will from the beginning, and there was no complete system to fool those ordinary people. But at that time, there was a blank faith, as long as it met the expectations of the common people, so there were many believers. Later, the strength of these religions became stronger and stronger, and the upper class gradually began to corrupt, greedy for pleasure every day, thinking about exploiting believers, or would they have the mind to get some religious scriptures and the like. Although the sacred book of the underworld compiled by Mixia is only a part, it has a complete ideological system and beliefs, and even illiterate ordinary people and slaves can understand it at a glance, so it is very suitable for dissemination. In particular, the belief in the god of death can actually obtain the inheritance of the underworld magic, which is not less powerful than the power of traditional magic, which suddenly makes many ordinary people who expect to gain extraordinary power go crazy. First of all, the priest of the Ocean Temple, who was originally shocked by Chen Luo's terrifying strength and had to give in, changed his beliefs at the first time in order to obtain the inheritance of the underworld divine arts. For them, it is actually not a change of faith. The sea god also belongs to the underworld god system. They only need to believe that above the sea god, there is also a god of death, the king of the gods. When 10 priests of the Ocean Temple obtained a powerful inheritance of the underworld, in less than a day, all the priests of the Ocean Temple became loyal followers of the god of death. Immediately afterwards, ordinary believers in all sea temples also began to quickly convert their faith. When ordinary people also obtained the inheritance of the underworld divine art, people of other religious beliefs also changed their beliefs to join the underworld beliefs, and even many nobles tried to change their beliefs in the hope of obtaining the inheritance of the underworld divine arts. For people who believe in other gods, this is also not a change of faith, but a god of death is added to it. Moreover, when the underworld was established, all the creatures in the Western fantasy world received divine revelation, knowing that the underworld was certain and definitely existed, which was more convincing than those ordinary beliefs. As a result, the high priests of the other temples could not sit still. In less than a month, nearly half of the believers have passed, although the believers said that they have not changed their beliefs and still believe in the original gods, but the sacrifices they provide have all arrived at the original Ocean Temple, now the Underworld Temple. And looking at this trend, it won't be long before all their believers will convert to death. At that time, they will all be alone, and where can they enjoy such a luxurious life? On one night, all the temple high priests gathered to discuss how to deal with the threat of the underworld faith. Those damn liars, we are the spokespersons of the gods, and it is the gods who have chosen us to manage the world. What god of death? I think he is obviously a blasphemer, a demon sent by an evil god. We can't tolerate these devils anymore, we have to make them pay. So what should we do? His Majesty the King has made it clear that this is a divine power dispute and he will not interfere. We will directly organize believers to attack the Underworld Temple. It's okay to organize believers, but we need a reason. Well, I have a proposal. The original high priest of the Sky Temple suddenly lowered his voice and began to quietly express his plan. The rest of the temple high priests began to nod frequently when they heard this, and then joined the discussion, putting forward their own opinions and constantly improving his plan. After spending a night, they were sure that the plan was foolproof, and immediately began to implement it. Chapter 279 Interesting Things. The next day, a rumor quickly spread in the city of Karo. Chen Luo is not a divine messenger, but a blasphemer in the name of a god, a demon sent by an evil god. The tsunami a month ago was deliberately created by the evil god. The purpose was to create the identity of his god messenger, but in fact it was just a conspiracy of the evil god. Otherwise, how could the gods arbitrarily give believers the death penalty, without even judgment? Moreover, Chen Luo directly occupied the temple, and also directly destroyed the statue of the sea god and turned it into his own throne. Such a blasphemous behavior could not be the messenger of the sea god. There are also examples such as the demon Chen Luo in the name of the gods, who is debauched in the temple, who has a large number of maids to sleep every day, and who executes believers in the name of God if they are not satisfactory. The weavers of rumors are very good at this, and they mix some of the real in these rumors, and then add work and material to supplement them with a large number of false stories. For example, turning the statue of the sea god into a throne, which many people witnessed that day. Soon, all kinds of rumors and various demonic deeds about Chen Luo being the incarnation of the devil spread throughout the city in just one day after deliberate processing. Under the words of the crowd, it is difficult for most people to strengthen their thoughts and beliefs, and no one in the underworld temple has come out to explain, and many people have begun to believe these rumors. For this month, thousands of believers came to kneel and pray every day in the square outside the temple of the underworld, hoping to see the angels. Nobles and wealthy merchants came to donate a large amount of property to the temple just to receive Chen Luo's blessing. By the second day, when the rumors spread, the number of people in the square had decreased by half, and by the third day, there were only a few people. The believers who seemed to be on a pilgrimage at the beginning dispersed like smoke and clouds. And so far, no one from the underworld temple has come out to explain or clarify, which has made these rumors begin to ferment, and more rumors that are unfavorable to Chen Luo have emerged in the city. Your Majesty, do you really not care about them? Chen Luo was wearing a wide black gorgeous robe at this time, with his right hand supporting his chin, and his eyes were closed, as if he was closing his eyes to recuperate. Chen Luo just enveloped the whole world with his thoughts to see if there was anything noteworthy. Soon, he discovered something very interesting. Shang Wengsuan appeared in the province of Lanzas, that is, the dominion of the Knights of Glory, and went alone towards the night station. After breaking through the third order, Shang Wengsuan had gone through nearly 10 years of penance, and at this time he already had the strength of the peak of the fourth order, and there was only one step away from the fifth order. At this time, he appeared in the province of Lanzas. Of course, he would not come to play, obviously, for the Knights of Glory. Since Shang Wengsuan is here, he must be sure to subdue the strongest knights created by him. Shang Wengsuan and the Knights of Glory would not take them back to the Kingdom of Lam to farm. Chen Luo didn't have to think about it, he guessed what Shang Wengsuan would do next. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh and said to himself, "It looks like it will be lively soon." After Chen Luo smiled, he didn't even bother to open his eyes, and said lightly, "Don't care, it's just a group of clowns, let them continue to bounce around for a few days." Oliver saw that Chen Luo didn't care at all, and couldn't help but say a little worriedly, "Your Majesty, I'm worried that this is just their first step, and there may be further actions later." Chen Luo smiled faintly, "Your worries are right, they will take the next step soon. This is just right, but I will solve it one by one." In the next few days, the disappearance of girls began to appear in Karo City. And more than a dozen incidents occurred in one day, and in just 5 days, nearly 100 girls went missing. On the 7th day, the bodies of these girls appeared near the temple of the underworld, some on the seashore outside the temple, and some in the city. And what is even more terrifying is that these girls were violated during their lifetime, and each of them had their hearts taken away, and their deaths were extremely miserable. This sensational thing immediately shook the whole city. The girls in the city are all in danger, and they don't even dare to go out easily in broad daylight. They all appeared near the underworld temple. It is definitely not a coincidence. I heard that the priests of the underworld temple once preached that people go to the underworld after death. There, the angel of judgment weighs the heart of the deceased to judge the sin. It must be the devil of the evil god who ate their hearts. Needless to say, it must have been done by the people of the underworld temple. It was rumored before that the devil was debauched. Now the true nature is finally exposed. That's right, he has been hiding in the temple and not coming out. There must be an ulterior secret there. Subsequently, the remarks about Chen Luo and the temple of the underworld became noisy again. At this time, the high priests of the major temples came out and announced amazing news among their respective believers at once. All the gods sent down oracles at the same time, and the messenger in the underworld temple was not only fake, but also the embodiment of an evil god, and all the sins in the city were committed by him. Most of the people in the city were shrouded in this fear, especially the families of the dead girls, who roared with great anger. "Kill those demons! Avenge them! That's right, kill him! That demon should be burned at the stake. That demon and his henchmen must be killed. Otherwise, would you dare to let your daughter go out?" With the agitation of the people in the crowd, the masses immediately boiled. Especially those believers who had originally converted to death immediately felt as if they had been strongly deceived, and anger surged into everyone's hearts. Encouraged by the priests of the major temples, the believers in front of the temple all raised their fists and roared angrily, and soon gathered together, resounding throughout the city of Karo. People in front of various temples flocked to the streets, some of them went home with swords, and some even ran directly to the weapon shop and looted the weapons inside. Everyone was holding a weapon in their hands, and their eyes were red, as if they had rabies. Most of the ordinary people in the city had faith, and by the high priests of these temples, half of the people of Karo City were dispatched. Nearly 1 million people took to the streets, shouting slogans to burn demons in a violent manner, and rushed in the direction of the underworld temple. Of course, King Jerome had known about this news for a long time, and he knew that the high priests were obstructing it, but he did not stop it. He wanted to see if this messenger was true or false. Therefore, the transcendent people and guards in the city did not make any moves, but only increased the protection of important areas such as the palace and the treasury to prevent people with ill intentions from taking advantage of the opportunity to rebel. Chapter 280 The Dragon is Coming. Your Majesty, it's not good. A large number of civilians are coming in the direction of the temple with weapons. Oliver hurriedly rushed in from outside, his face full of panic. Chen Luo glanced at Oliver, and then at Enmixia standing on the steps below the right side of the throne, and he couldn't help but shake his head secretly in his heart. Although it was only a month to change their fate, the gap between the two people has gradually emerged. Enmixia is tenacious. Even if he can enjoy a luxurious life now, he still only eats coarse tea and light rice every day, only eats food that can fill his stomach, and never indulges himself in desire. Although Oliver did not go rampant because of his power, because he was hungry all year round, he had a crazy obsession with food, and every meal was big fish and meat, and he gained at least 20 pounds in a month. For example, now, after Amish heard the amazing news shouted by Oliver, the expression on his face did not fluctuate at all, in stark contrast to Oliver. It's only been a month, and as time goes by, the gap between the two people is afraid to get bigger and bigger. Now in the underworld temple, the two people have equal status, and they are both the high priests of the underworld appointed by him. Once the underworld belief spreads, the power of the two of them will also expand, and it is still unknown whether they can sacrifice their lives for each other as they do now. Let them come. Chen Luo tilted his head, supported his chin with his hand, looking bored. It's just a little boring. Your Majesty, but there are too many of them. Oliver said anxiously. Oliver, Your Majesty said let them come, we just need to take countermeasures, you and I can prepare. And Mixiu interrupted Oliver's words, bowed to Chen Luo, and went to summon the priests and believers in the temple who had obtained the inheritance of the underworld magic. At this time, the underworld temple was also in a panic, where there were originally more than 2,000 priests, divine servants, guards and servants, and when they learned that half of the people in Karo City had come with weapons, many believers and attendants fled when they received the news. Even though many of them have seen Chen Luo show miracles, more than 1 million angry people, they don't dare to gamble with their lives. When Amish and Oliver went to summon the priests and guards, they found that there were only a few dozen people left in the temple, and the rest had slipped away in advance. When Oliver heard the news, his eyes were red with anger. You damn bastards! How dare you run away at such a time? After accepting the inheritance of the divine art of the underworld, his temperament became more and more graceful than before, and his demeanor was not at all like that of a 17-year-old boy. They are all ordinary people, and if they stay, they can only add chaos and can't be angry. The people who stayed were all people who had converted to death and obtained the inheritance of the underworld's magic. These people are the people with the strongest faith, otherwise it is impossible to obtain the inheritance of the underworld divine art. They didn't believe the rumors about Chen Luo from the outside world. They could see Chen Luo in the temple every day, and they knew very well whether they had done those things. Chen Luo spent most of his time on the throne with his eyes closed to recuperate, and most of the maids in the temple were indeed beautiful women, but Chen Luo's eyes looked at them, just like seeing grass and trees, cats and dogs, without the slightest mood swing, indifferent like a god in the clouds. We will guard the entrance to the first hall and not let them disturb your Majesty. After Enmixia gathered these dozens of people, he began to give orders calmly. The door there is only 5 meters wide, so many of them can only enter more than 10 people at the same time. As long as the entrance is blocked with divine magic, it will be difficult for them to enter for a while. The eyes of the underworld priests who were still present were very firm, and after hearing Amishu's order, they immediately followed him to the door of the first hall, ready to live and die with the temple. Soon, the crowds outside the underworld temple were crowded, and one after another, they first filled the exaggerated square outside, and then extended infinitely into the distance, and they couldn't see their heads at a glance, which was quite a majestic feeling. And most of them hold weapons in their hands, some without weapons, and they also hold sticks and other things in their hands. Everyone's eyes were murderous, as if they were going to devour them alive, and they looked viciously towards the temple. Kill the demon and his lackeys. Banish the demons from the world. Rush! Countless people shouted loudly, filling the air with a twisted killing intent. Rao was calm about Enmixia's attitude, and he felt a little bottomless when he saw this scene. Just as they rushed towards the temple menacingly, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking the sun, and suddenly the excited civilians were suddenly stunned and couldn't help but look towards the sky. A behemoth with a foot of 200 or 300 meters appeared in the sky. It had the head of a lizard, a pair of bat-like wings, and its thick limbs had sharp claws like blades, and its body was covered with black shiny and metal-like scales. Ah, it's the black dragon. It's here again. Run away. Oh my god, this dragon is here too. Is this God's punishment for our Kalos city? The originally murderous people panicked all of a sudden, and Augusta would come to Karo City to attack every once in a while, either to catch people to eat or to destroy the buildings of Karo City, causing serious losses every time. The people in the city can say that it changes color when it hears it, and its name is enough to make children stop crying. Roar! Augusta roared through the sky, and the dragon's roar resounded throughout the heavens and the earth, and the terrifying dragon power spread, making the countless civilians below tremble uncontrollably. At this time, they had forgotten what they were here to do, and just wanted to stay away from this evil dragon. But now more than 1 million people are surrounded together, and even if they want to escape, they can't escape. Augusta looked at the trembling crowd below, its eyes showed satisfaction, and immediately swooped down triumphantly, stretched out its huge claws and scooped up 5 or 6 humans, threw them into the air, and then opened its huge head to swallow these people into their mouths and chew them. Augusta has been cruising the seabed of the harbor for the month, trying to find the extraordinary force that sabotaged his plans. But the great Augusta endured humiliation and burden at the bottom of the sea for a month, did not eat human flesh, and failed to sleep on his infatuated babies, which had made it almost lose the last bit of patience. When he saw more than 1 million delicious foods coming towards the seaside, the great Augusta finally couldn't stand it. Chapter 281. You are jumping happily. Augusta tasted the smell of blood and immediately roared excitedly, and it swooped down again, this time using its claws, and once again picked up more than 10 ordinary people and threw them into their mouths. Watching Augusta swoop down again and again, the people in front of the temple were completely confused. The vast majority of them were ordinary people, who were the opponents of this evil dragon. Even if there were transcendentals among them, no fourth-order mage or warrior could not threaten Augusta at all. At this moment, they didn't care about eradicating the demons, and everyone was thinking about how to protect their lives from being eaten by the evil dragon. Of course, Shen Luo in the temple had already noticed everything outside, and he was too lazy to move things that could be solved with a single thought. Human nature is sometimes so interesting. When they are encouraged, they don't think it's a big deal to watch the excitement, and they even lose their ability to discern. Once it is related to one's own net worth and life, you can't care about anything. The people behind the line were the first to escape, and they even dropped the weapons in their hands, lest they affect the speed of their escape. Soon one after another joined the fleeing ranks, and in the blink of an eye, the square outside the temple that could accommodate tens of thousands of people began to become empty. Countless people rushed for their lives, and a series of stampedes occurred. Instead of dying in the mouth of the evil dragon, the crowd died hundreds of people because of the stampede. The priests of the underworld who saw this change in the temple all looked happy, but they didn't expect that such a big crisis would be solved by an evil dragon. At this moment, Mixia suddenly spoke, used divine magic to attack that black dragon. The priests of the underworld were stunned all of a sudden, including Oliver, and couldn't figure out why Amish had such an order for a while. And Mixiu, that black dragon is now helping us, why attack it? Oliver couldn't figure it out, so he asked directly. No, it's harming us. And Mixia shook his head, and as he walked towards the outside of the temple, he said quickly, these people originally regarded us as demons. If the evil dragon drove them away, what would they think afterwards? Oliver was stunned for a moment. He just thought about it for a moment and then came back to it. Those people outside will definitely think that the dragon is with them, so they will attack them. The underworld temple was originally just framed by demonic beliefs, and when they were done by the evil dragon, their crimes were completely confirmed. The other priests of the underworld were not stupid, and when they heard what Mixia said, they all reacted at this moment. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly, so they had to follow Mixia out after them. I thought I didn't have to face these millions of angry people, but in the end I had to deal with the more ferocious black dragon. Augusta, who was repeatedly diving in the air, was eating very happily, but at this moment he suddenly felt a tingling in his abdomen, and he immediately sensed the power of magic. This magical power was very strange, not the ordinary kind of ordinary magic. Even its powerful magic resistance seemed to be irresistible, and the dragon scales that corroded it little by little made it feel pain. Augusta was furious, and its huge head looked in the direction of the square outside the temple. When it saw the underworld priests led by Amish Shiu chanting spells and releasing gray magical energy in its direction, it roared angrily, turned over in the air, and rushed towards the temple. This humble group of ants dared to sneak up on the great Augusta. Destroy under the power of the dragon. Augusta roared angrily, and when he flew in front of the group of underworld priests, he opened his mouth and spat out a black corrosive dragon's breath towards them. The faces of the priests of the underworld were full of horror. This dragon's breath had an extremely terrifying corrosive aura on it, and before they could get close to them, even the air was corroded and made a violent sizzling sound. Amish Shiu's expression was also very ugly at this time. Augusta's speed was so fast that they didn't even have time to react. Just when Longshi was about to spit out on Mixiu and the others, he suddenly stood still. At this moment, the dragon's breath with a diameter of about 3 meters seemed to freeze and turned into a black pillar. And not only the dragon's breath, Augusta in the sky waved his huge wings, strangely fixed in the air, and even the hideous expression on his face was frozen at this moment. Augusta's eyes widened, and she found that except for her eyeballs, everything else seemed to be frozen, unable to move at all. What happened? Augusta was in a huge panic in his heart, and this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Is this time stand still? Could it be the group of damned human magicians below? No way. This is a power that only legendary gods can master. When Augusta turned her eyes suspiciously and looked down, she found that the group of underworld priests also had a stunned expression, looking at themselves and the dragon's breath in the sky. It was not only the priests of the underworld who discovered this strange situation, but also those who fled in a panic and found that the situation was wrong. They saw the dragon still in the air, and the look of horror on their faces turned into doubt and astonishment, obviously stunned by this strange situation. At this time, a man in a gorgeous black robe slowly paced out of the temple. He looked ordinary and couldn't see any temperament, but in an instant, the riot present instantly calmed down. Everyone present couldn't say why. When the man came out, they inexplicably felt that the fear and panic in their hearts disappeared and became quiet. This stable emotion seemed to be contagious, and quickly spread to nearly 1 million people, and the people who were originally competing to run away calmed down and looked in the direction of the square in surprise. Chen Luo walked slowly to Mixiu and glanced at him with a smile. "You are not small." And Mixia's face turned red. He hurriedly knelt down, and said urgently, "Please forgive me." And Mixia dared to order the underworld priest to attack Augusta, of course, not so arrogant that he thought that the underworld magic could kill him, but knew that Chen Luo was behind it. He was betting that Chen Luo would not sit idly by, and he was the kind with great certainty. Chen Luo waved his hand indifferently and looked at Augusta in the sky. "You are jumping quite cheerfully. Come down and let's talk." Chen Luo waved his hand casually, and Augusta was horrified to find that his huge body chased down and smashed into the huge square. Rumble! Half of Augusta's body was smashed into the ground, leaving only a huge head outside, and his posture was very strange. Chapter 282 Still need a watchdog. Chen Luo glanced at Augusta, who was still much taller than his body, and he stretched out his hand a little more. The black dragon let out a whining, and the huge head completely smashed into the ground, and the body of hundreds of meters was all at Chen Luo's feet. "Your name?" "My name is Lord of the Endless Sea, Guardian of the World, Glacier Breaker, Roar of Hell, Son of the Black Dragon King." "Shut up, get to the point." "Augusta." Augusta stared at the human in front of him with wide eyes. It had completely understood at this moment that everything it had encountered was from Chen Luo in front of him, but it couldn't understand why weak humans could have such a terrifying existence, and they didn't even have the ability to resist. "Well, forget it, ask what your name is." Chen Luo suddenly shook his head and smiled. "Anyway, I'm going to slaughter and eat dragon meat, so why do I ask more?" Augusta's huge dragon body couldn't help but shiver. Although Chen Luo's tone was very indifferent, it didn't look like he was joking at all. "Ignorant humans, you actually eat a great dragon. I am the son of Croft, the Black Dragon King of the Lord of the Endless Sea. You, hurry up and let go of the great Augusta, otherwise wait to be swallowed up by the Black Dragon King's flames." Augustus opened his mouth wide and cried out loudly in an almost wailing tone. Chen Luo looked interesting. This black dragon was a little stupid, and he knew how to move his father out. "It doesn't matter, you died at that time anyway, you can't see it." Chen Luo touched his chin and looked at Augusta's huge body. "Tisk, I haven't eaten dragon meat before, and I don't know if it's delicious. Where should I go to get a knife?" Wait. Augusta hurriedly shouted, "Dragon meat is not delicious. It's very sour and hard, you can't bite it." Chen Luo laughed and said, "Coincidentally, I like to eat very sour and hard meat. It seems that you are very much to my taste. So, get started now." Chen Luo stretched out his hand, and a lightsaber composed of golden light appeared in his hand. As soon as this lightsaber appeared, it exuded a terrifying sacred aura, forcing Mixiu and the others to dare not look directly at it, and it took them back a long distance to feel much better. And those people in the square had long been dumbfounded, and the evil dragon, which was still fierce and invincible just now, trembled under Chen Luo's body and let out a wail of fear. When they saw the lightsaber, they were all stunned. The power that even evil dragons fear, only the gods can do it. "I don't feel like a demon at all." Yes, if it is a demon, how can it have such a holy light? Compared to their surprise, Augusta was really going to pee. It could clearly sense the powerful energy emanating from the lightsaber. It was something that could really destroy itself. "Woo-ah-woo, don't kill me. Dragon meat is really not delicious. I didn't lie to you." Augusta burst into tears. Huge tears flowed out of the dragon's eyes, looking extremely pitiful. "Father, mother, help." Chen Luo saw that Augusta was coaxed into a dog for a second, but it made him inexplicably think of a big dog. He suddenly couldn't help but smile, and casually erased the lightsaber. If Chen Luo wanted to kill this stupid dragon, he wouldn't talk so much nonsense at all. Just now he was just scaring it, and it was a little useful to keep it. You stupid dragon, if you don't want to die, there is only one way. When Augusta heard this, he immediately stared at Chen Luo with wide eyes. What way? This temple is still short of a guard dog. From today onwards, you will be here to guard the gate of the temple, and you can get out when you become an adult. When Augusta heard Chen Luo's words, he was furious. How can the great dragon guard you the door? You are insulting the great dragon, you damn human, you will bear the wrath of all the dragons. Not only you, but all the humans in this city. Before Augusta finished roaring, he saw the lightsaber appear in Chen Luo's hand again, and looked at it with a smile and said, "Then let's eat dragon meat today." Augusta was so frightened that the words that followed him stopped abruptly, and he was instantly frightened again. His huge eyes turned, and he suddenly spoke, That's not impossible, but I want to go back and discuss such an important matter with my father and mother. I'm not an adult yet, I'm just a child, I have to ask them." Chen Luo glanced at Augusta with a smile. "Okay, then go back and ask." Augusta Dragon's eyes were full of surprise, but he didn't expect Chen Luo to agree. But it quickly concealed this joy, for fear of being discovered by the human in front of it. "Then let me go, I'll go back and ask them now." Chen Luo stretched out his hand and sent Augusta into the air, not looking at it again, but looking at the nearly million people in front of him. Augusta was freed, and he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This stupid human has insulted the great dragon. I want to go back and tell my father. Get ready to withstand the wrath of the great black dragon king. Augusta fluttered his huge wings in a panic, lest Chen Luo regret it, and quickly flew towards the settlement of the Black Dragon clan. At this time, the people were still stunned, and the evil dragon trembled and wailed under Chen Luo's hand, looking so weak and helpless that they could hardly believe their eyes. When Chen Luo looked over, they all felt a panic for no reason, because they suddenly remembered what they were here for. Is it something that even dragons fear they can deal with? Chen Luo recently showed a playful smile and stretched out his hand and waved his arm gently. Then I saw those temple sacrifices in the crowd that began to provoke and promote people's hearts, and they all flew out uncontrollably one by one and floated in the sky. Before everyone could understand what was going on, they saw the first one explode into a cloud of blood mist, followed by the second and third explodes. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, and this terrifying scene made the people present tremble one by one and want to escape again. Don't kill me, it was High Priest Link who asked us to do it. It was High Priest Joseph who ordered us to secretly catch those girls and play with them, and then take out their hearts and blame the temple of the underworld. It's true, please, don't kill me, it's all the high priests who ordered us to encourage believers to deal with you. These are the priests of the major temples, and when they saw the tragic deaths of their accomplices one by one, their hearts were filled with fear, and they began to expose the evil deeds of the high priests, hoping to be forgiven. Chapter 283. Why is the plot different from what I expected? The people present were stunned when they heard the words of these temple priests, and they never expected that the mastermind behind all this was the temple high priests they trusted and revered so much. Everyone felt a little overwhelmed, and then boundless anger surged into their hearts, and they were fooled like fools. You demons! It was you who killed someone, and you even framed the god envoy. You are blasphemers. Kill these blasphemers. Kill them. The angry people took out their weapons, and without waiting for Chen Luo to kill them, they jumped up with weapons and aimed at the temple priests floating on them. In an instant, hundreds of temple priests were cut into meat paste by the angry people, and none of them survived. Next, all the people knelt down, looked at Chen Luo with fanatical eyes, and worshipped him devoutly, as if they had regarded him as a real god incarnation. Chen Luo felt a little bored, and solved a few clowns. What could be exciting? It's all gone. Chen Luo dropped a sentence, turned around and walked towards the temple. However, there are still a large number of people who are still unwilling to disperse, kneeling outside for a long time and refusing to get up. They believed the rumors and were encouraged to deal with the divine envoy, which was a great sin, and when the divine envoy did not clearly express forgiveness, how could they dare to leave easily? By the next day, there were still almost 500,000 people outside who had not left, and the water surrounding the underworld temple was impassable. Chen Luo also felt troubled when he looked at it, so he asked Enmixia to go over and say that he didn't care at all, and asked them to get out of here. Of course, Enmixia did not express it so bluntly, but used a very euphemistic way, just saying that the divine envoy had forgiven them and let them disperse first. A large part of the people who received a positive answer dispersed again, but there were still tens of thousands outside, asking the priests of the underworld for blessings to convert to death. Naturally, Enmixia and the others couldn't ask for it, and immediately blessed these fanatical believers in the temple and let them join the underworld faith. Since then, thousands of people have come to the underworld temple every day to convert their faith. Some of them carried a lot of property, and some sent their children to serve the god of death. Amish refused all the belongings of the poor commoners, only accepted donations from the nobles and wealthy, and assigned the priests of the underworld in the temples to take over the positions of high priests in other temples, so that believers could be baptized in those temples, convert their faith, and share the pressure of the temples of the underworld. Until the fourth day, two terrifying figures appeared in the sky, flying over the endless sea and only pounced in the direction of the underworld temple. One of them was Augusta, which was extremely familiar to the people of Karo City, and the other figure was twice as large as it, with a body size of 400 or 500 meters. The dragon power emitted by this black dragon was even more terrifying. Everyone was directly frightened and paralyzed wherever they passed. Some people froze in place and couldn't move a step, some were simply frightened and sweating, sat on the ground, and then looked at the sky in horror. Not only ordinary people, but even transcendent people reacted like this, and the stronger they were, the more they could perceive the horror of this black dragon. In the palace of Encino, Jerome stood on the palace tower, looking at the two huge black shadows in the distance, and his whole face turned pale white. The faces of the two Fourth Order mages and the two Fourth Order warriors behind him also changed. Although Augusta was not an adult, he also had the strength of a Fifth Order man, but the four of them could still handle it. But the larger black dragon that appeared now knew that it was an adult dragon just by the terrifying coercion emanating from it. Each adult dragon has the strength of a Seventh Order epic, and the four of them are estimated to be shocked to death by this dragon power before they can do it. Your Majesty, they should be going for that divine messenger, you can rest assured for the time being. Jerome smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, how can we feel at ease, if that divine envoy is not the opponent of these two black dragons? Do you think they will let us go? The Fourth Order mage who spoke was speechless, and Augusta came to Karo City again and again to make a fuss, just for the property in the treasury. Now that it has come with an adult dragon, even the most powerful Chris Empire and the Church of Light on the continent cannot resist, let alone a mere Encino royal family. Your Majesty, maybe the result is not as bad as you think. The mage spoke again, you also know the news that came that day, that divine envoy can clean up a Fifth Order black dragon at will, at least he has the power of the Sixth Order holy domain, but I think he also has the strength of the Seventh Order conservative estimate, and the result is still unknown. Jerome shook his head and sighed, you can't pin your hopes on others, order the people below to act first and transfer the property in the treasury. The mage had no other choice at this time, so he had to bow in response and turn to carry out Jerome's orders. At the same time, the two dragons had already roared outside the underworld temple. Thousands of believers worshipped outside the square every day, and when they saw two dragons falling from the sky, they were all so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, and they couldn't even move. Who is it? Croft looked in the direction of the temple and roared angrily, how dare you let the great dragon guard the gate? Before Croft could finish roaring, he stuffed back the rest of the words abruptly, because he saw a human walking out of the temple. Although the person in front of him did not have any momentum, he could not feel the slightest fluctuation in power, just like an ordinary human. But Croft's huge body trembled, and it felt the breath of the creator from this human. Although Chen Luo's current appearance is different from the one he looked like when he created them, he could still feel that the human in front of him was the creator. Father! That's him. It was this lowly, damned, stupid human being who tried in vain to make me his watchdog. Augusta's face was full of, I'm backing up, I'm arrogant. The arrogant expression on its face had not yet disappeared, and it was shocked to see Croft raising its paw to its head and smashing it violently. Damn it! How many times have I warned you not to leave the territory? Croft smashed Augusta while secretly observing Chen Luo's reaction with his eyes. Make you disobedient. Let you mess around. Croft hit a few heavy blows in succession, blinding Augusta. How different from the expected plot. Why is it me who is beaten? Chapter 284 Crying like a child weighing hundreds of tons. Croft smashed it randomly, seeing that Chen Luo looked indifferent. He couldn't see the joy or anger, and he was fierce in his heart, and he added a little more force. Boom! The square that had just been repaired had been smashed out of a pit again, and Augusta had already been smashed out of his head, still looking aggrieved, not knowing what happened. Great Creator Crown, this damn thing does not know your identity and has offended your Majesty, please forgive it. Croft fell on his stomach, his face full of humility and flattery. Chen Luo finally knew why Augusta, a stupid dragon, gave himself such a long list of titles, which was that there must be a father and a son. The dragons all have one thing in common, that is, they are arrogant, but each has a different personality. Croft is a typical bully of the weak and afraid of the hard. If it were replaced by another person, the underworld temple would have been gone long ago. Okay, stop acting, leave it behind, you can get out. Chen Luo could naturally see that Croft, the actor, was acting bitterly, and he didn't bother to expose it, so he waved his hand and said. Croft didn't dare to say any nonsense. He got up respectfully, turned around and glared at Augusta viciously. It's your honor to be here to watch for your Majesty. If you dare to run back, I will kill you. Augusta shivered. It still didn't understand what was going on. When Croft spoke just now, his voice was blocked by Chen Luo, so it didn't hear what he was saying. But Croft suddenly made a 180-degree turn, which made it incomprehensible for a while. Augusta looked at Croft pitifully. Father, you said before you came that you were going to eat. Shut up. Croft hurriedly slapped him and called over, beating Augusta's words back abruptly. Augusta was full of grievances, but it could be seen that Croft had flapped his wings and flew into the sky at this time. Unlike the menacing momentum when he came, the Great Father's movements were a little panicked. "Father, wait for me." Augusta was crying, and it was just about to wave its wings and rush up, but saw Chen Luo looking over with a smile. "Come here." Chen Luo turned around and walked into the temple. Augusta looked at Croft's distant figure, and then at Chen Luo's back. It really wanted to escape, but his father just said that he would kill it if he went back. It didn't seem like he was talking casually. When Augusta was still in place and didn't know what to do, suddenly a terrifying force surged over, dragging it towards the direction of the temple. "I don't want it." Augusta desperately grabbed the ground of the square with his claws, trying to resist this terrifying force, but the bricks and stones on the ground were scratched, and it still failed to resist this force, and was dragged directly into the temple. The believers in the square never closed their mouths from beginning to end, and when they saw Augusta being taken into the temple and crying like a child of hundreds of tons, their jaws were about to fall. Even an adult dragon was afraid of the power of the divine envoy, and fled in embarrassment, leaving another dragon behind. Does the god really want to eat dragon meat? Shock, worship and other emotions filled the hearts of all believers, and everyone knelt down respectfully again and worshipped reverently into the temple. Soon, what was happening in the square quickly spread throughout the city of Karo. Even adult dragons are afraid of beings who can do it except the messenger of the true gods. The entire Karo city was boiling, and countless believers frantically rushed outside the underworld temple, hoping only to see the divine envoy. Even King Jerome personally came to the underworld temple, determined to change his faith and join the underworld faith. Prior to this, in order to ensure the separation of church and state, all members of the royal family had no faith. Jerome's decision not only caused a sensation in the city of Karo, but also shook the entire kingdom of Encino. Amigio, the high priest of the underworld, who was only 17 years old, personally blessed Jerome and performed a huge ceremony, and nearly 1 million people from all over the city went to watch the ceremony. Originally, Amixio and Jerome both hoped that Chen Luo would go to bless him, even if he showed his face. Chen Luo would be interested in this kind of boring thing, and refused without thinking about it, because he was busy training dogs, to be exact, dragon training. After Jerome changed his faith, overnight, the belief in the underworld became the only belief in the city of Karo, almost to the point where the whole people believed in religion. What followed was the emergence of a large number of believers who had obtained the inheritance of the underworld divine arts, causing the power of the underworld temple to grow rapidly. Under the auspices of Amigio, the sacred book of the underworld, which was only part of the beginning, was finally compiled, and at this time, the belief in the underworld finally had its own name, the Church of the Underworld. Amish and Oliver, two original street beggars, became the first pope and high priest of the Hades Church at the age of only 17. But they did not dare to question their status, because they were chosen by the angels and could not be changed by anyone. In the temple of the underworld, Chen Lujao sat on the throne, holding his head with one hand and closing his eyes to recuperate. At the bottom of the throne steps, Augusta was crawling on the ground, raising his head from time to time and secretly glancing at Chen Luo, his eyes intertwined with fear, anger, and deep grievances. The hall was empty, only he and Augusta, which looked particularly deserted. Originally, there were a large number of divine servants and guards in it, but most of them couldn't bear the dragon power emanating from Augusta, and Chen Luo didn't need any attendants, so they all retreated. In the past few days, Augusta has repeatedly tried to escape, but found that he could not fly out of the temple at all. As long as it flew into the sky, there would be a powerful force to pull it back. Augusta was unwilling to try several times a day, but the result was the same. Augusta knew that this was the despicable human in front of him, and as long as he killed him, the great Augusta would be able to go home. Thus, Augusta began a new round of death journey. As long as it found an opportunity, it would sneak attack Chen Luo, but the result was that the sneak attack failed without exception, and then he was severely beaten. And Chen Luo hit harder than Croft, although it was just a human body, but with a fist. Augusta felt that his soul was twitching. After repeating it a few times, Augusta couldn't help but start trembling when he saw Chen Luo. At this time, Mixiu, dressed in a black robe, walked in. He knelt on the ground, and after worshipping first, he said respectfully, "Your Majesty, you summon me." Chapter 285, All nations are shocked. You've done a good job during this time. Chen Luo opened his eyes and glanced at Mixiu, and slowly stood up. From today onwards, you will be in charge of all affairs of the underworld church, so you don't need to ask me for instructions anymore. And Mixiu looked at Chen Luo on the throne, and at this moment he felt something, and tears fell instantly. Are you leaving? Chen Luo smiled faintly. Don't be so sentimental, what I can do has been done, and now history will be written by you. Build an ideal country according to what you want. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he casually imprinted a spell into Mixiu's mind. The Church of the Underworld now lacks high-level transcendence, and this spell can control this black dragon. During this time, it will be the guardian of the Church of Hades. When it reaches adulthood, this spell automatically fails. And Mixia didn't care about this spell, but knelt on the ground again, tears in his eyes. "Please don't leave." And Mixiu originally lived in the dark world at the bottom of society, unable to eat every day, and tasted the bitterness of the world. Chen Luo's appearance not only avenged his parents, but also gave him the opportunity to change his fate. Amish began to have his own beliefs and pursuits, determined his life goals, and had the strength to achieve them. For in Mixiu, Chen Luo is definitely not as simple as a divine messenger, he is his reborn parent, his ultimate belief, and his mentor. As long as Chen Luo is there, and Mixiu feels that the world is lit up, full of power all the time. Chen Luo smiled, his figure had already drifted away with the wind and disappeared in place. "Your Majesty!" When Mixiu saw this scene, he screamed excitedly, and his body kept trembling. He rushed to the throne in a few steps, as if he wanted to catch Chen Luo's shadow, but of course in the end he found nothing. And Mixiu's breathing became rapid, and he looked at everything around him blankly, as if he still couldn't accept the fact that Chen Luo left. With Chen Luo's departure, the Church of the Underworld also began to develop rapidly. The compilation of the Sacred Book of the Underworld was completed, completely unifying thoughts and beliefs, and the influence of the Church of the Underworld grew day by day, gradually beginning to spread to other areas controlled by the royal family, and soon spread throughout the kingdom of Encino. More people began to accept the belief of the Church of Hades, and the people in the kingdom began to become their faithful followers. Even those great lords and nobles in the kingdom can't stop them, because if they believe in the Church of the Underworld, they have the opportunity to obtain a powerful divine inheritance. Even they themselves wanted to gain this transcendent power, which allowed the belief of the underworld priests to spread throughout the kingdom at a faster rate. As the first pope, Amigio personally traveled to the major cities of the kingdom with the sacrifices of the underworld temple, personally preaching the belief in death, which increased his prestige to the extreme. Amigio's name not only resounded in the kingdom of Encino, but even the southern countries were aware of the changes in the kingdom of Encino and knew his name. When the Church of Hades became the only faith of the Encino kingdom, the kingdom of Encino had a sharp expansion of its extraordinary power and began to infiltrate the southern countries, making them all feel threatened. The southern countries had long coveted the wealth of the Encino royal family, but they had a headache and had never dared to go south. However, this problem is no longer there. According to the news sent back by spies from various countries in Lance's province, the Knights of Glory actually swore allegiance to a man named Dewey Prowl a month ago, under the leadership of the head of the regiment, Owen. After this amazing news came out, the southern countries were shaken, and everyone couldn't believe the news. It wasn't until the Knights of Glory spent a month packing their belongings, leading all their relatives, a total of more than 100,000 people, to leave the province of Lances and head towards the Kingdom of Lam in the west, that they had to believe it. The people of the southern countries immediately began to investigate this man named Dewey Prowl, and at the same time inquired about what was happening. A month ago, Dewey Prowl arrived alone in Lance's province, broke directly into the garrison of the Knights of Glory, and fought with the leader Owen. According to the spy's report, in the scene of the fight at that time, the golden fighting spirit soared into the sky, and no one could get close to the battlefield, and golden sword shadows could be vaguely seen all over the sky. But in just a short time, Owen, who had the strength of a Fourth Order warrior, was defeated. Next, Dewey Prowl had a secret meeting with all the top officials of the Knights of Glory. When they came back out, Owen gathered all the Knights of Glory and declared his allegiance to Dewey Prowl, the king the Knights of Glory awaited. The royal families and great nobles of the southern countries were all stunned, and with their understanding of the Knights of Glory, Owen was definitely not the kind of person who would give in because of the strength of the other party. And the Knights of Glory are not Owen alone, they also have 3 deputy commanders, and if they want the entire Knights of Glory to swear allegiance, they must also come up with reasons to make them happy. The southern countries have used their own intelligence systems to find out the 18th generation of this ancestor called Dewey Prowl. When they learned that he was only a viscount of the Kingdom of Lam in the western part of the continent, and the actual territory was less than 1/10 the size of the Lances province, they were stunned again. Although the Prowl family was once brilliant, they can only be regarded as dilapidated aristocrats now, and the only one who can take a shot may be the strength of Dewey Prowl's Third Order strength. Everyone couldn't believe this information. How could a Third Order warrior defeat the leader of the Fourth Order Knights of Glory? Can you also make all the members of the Knights of Glory loyal, and not hesitate to take all their relatives and move to the Kingdom of Lam with all their relatives? The only possibility is that Dewey Prowl is hiding his strength. Based on the information they received from the Kingdom of Lam, the royal families of the southern states quickly concluded that Dewey Prowl might really be hiding his strength. Because since he was promoted to the 3rd rank 10 years ago, he has returned to a state of seclusion, and even people in the Viscount's mansion can only see him once every 10 days and a half. The outside world knows that Dewey Prowl is cultivating, but no one knows what level his strength has reached. And going to Lances was the first time in 10 years that Dewey Prowl had walked out of the Viscount's mansion. The southern countries were puzzled, but they didn't care about this matter, because it was the royal family and nobles of the Kingdom of Lam who should be troubled by this matter. Regardless of the origin of Dewey Prowl, whether he is the king waiting for the Knights of Glory or not, their departure is definitely great news for the royal families of the southern countries. This cleared the last obstacle for them to go south. Soon, the southern countries formed a coalition of 13 nations with the most powerful Boa kingdom as the core, and organized nearly 1,000,000 troops to invade the kingdom of Encino to the south. Chapter 286 Four Codes. Chen Luo had already returned to the kingdom of God at this time, and after noticing the joint actions of the southern countries, he did not intervene anymore. He kept Augusta in the temple of the underworld to prevent the nascent Church of Hades from encountering such problems. Although it is difficult for Amish and Augusta to deal with 1,000,000 troops, it is possible to escape the worst of life. This can also be regarded as a test for Amishio. If it can survive, it will not take long for the Church of the Underworld to unify the beliefs of the southern countries, and eventually develop into a faith as powerful as the Church of Light. If you can't hold on, the Church of the Underworld can only start anew. Chen Luo was a little curious about how Shang Wengsuan resubdued the Knights of Glory. Chen Luo immediately recalled what happened after Shang Wengsuan entered Lance's province, and soon he couldn't help but laugh. After defeating Irving in World War I, Shang Wengsuan said an ancient Chinese poem, "If the sky is love, the sky is also old." Irving was stunned at the time, because he had heard this sentence. Each Knights of Glory inherits a secret from the previous leader before taking over as leader. The founder of the Knights of Glory, the King of Gold Shang Tang, will be resurrected one day in the future, and the King of Gold left 4 codes that do not belong to this world. This code does not belong to any language or script in the Western fantasy world, only Shang Tang, the King of Gold, knows what it means. These 4 codes were memorized by the head of the Knights of Glory and the 3 deputy commanders, and the 4 people did not know what their respective codes were. They just need to wrote according to the pronunciation without understanding what it means. As long as these 4 codes can be matched, and the golden sword chi can be released, that person is the reincarnation of the King of Gold. What made Chen Luo funny was that the code left by Shang Wengsuan to the 4 people was, "If the sky is sentient, the sky is also old, and if people are affectionate, they will die early." Since ancient times, no one has died in life, but there is a sequence of deaths. A spring night is worth 1,000 gold, and I know that this matter must be practiced. I laughed and went out, and accidentally twisted my waist. How could the people of the Knights of Glory know what this meant, so they had to memorize this strange syllable. Fortunately, everyone only has one sentence. As long as they recite it dozens or hundreds of times, they will write it down. Irvin originally had doubts when he saw that Shang Wengsuan could release the golden sword energy. Hearing him shout out the code, he immediately summoned the remaining 3 deputy commanders and matched the code one by one. At this time, Irvin and the others no longer had any doubts, and after confirming Shang Wengsuan's identity, they immediately swore allegiance. The Knights of Glory waited for more than 100 years and finally waited for their king to return. Owen proposed to go south to destroy the traitor Encino royal family, using their huge wealth to restore the glory of the great Shang dynasty. Shang Wengsuan refused, because it was when Chen Luo was in Karo City. Although Shang Wengsuan didn't know what the identity of that divine envoy was, judging from the information he obtained, it was definitely not something he could deal with his current strength. Moreover, the royal family of Encino is invaded by black dragons every day. Even if they desperately capture Karo City, they will still have to guard against the black dragon at that time, which is completely thankless. The most critical problem is that Shang Wengsuan is not justified, and there is no reason to attack the kingdom of Encino. The Western fantasy world pays great attention to lineage and inheritance, and his current nominal identity is Dewey Prowl, not a merchant. Therefore, Shang Wengsuan immediately ordered the Knights of Glory to prepare and follow him back to the Prowl family territory in the Kingdom of Lam. After Chen Luo figured out the reason, he couldn't help but sigh. Shang Wengsuan was really far-sighted. When he died in his previous life, he secretly left a hand, knowing that he would re-enter the Western fantasy world, so he made a reincarnation statement. If the Knights of Glory are still there by then, it will be equivalent to an extra powerful help, and it doesn't matter if they are not, it's a big deal to build a new Knights. In the year 734 of the Holy Calendar, Shang Wengsuan led the Knights of Glory, and it took nearly 3 months before finally returning to the Kingdom of Lam. But before he could enter the country, he encountered an order issued by King Alding, not allowing him to enter the country and depriving him of his Viscount title. Shang Wengsuan had been forbearing for more than 10 years at this time, and he could break through the 5th order at any time, and with such a powerful help from the Knights of Glory, where would he put Alding in his eyes? Without saying a word, Shang Wengsuan directly beheaded the envoy who came to announce the king's edict and entered the Kingdom of Lam. The strong combat effectiveness of the Knights of Glory, coupled with Shang Wengsuan's strong personal strength, they will win all the way and attack. In just 1 month, nearly 1/3 of the Kingdom of Lam was captured. After settling in the relatives of the Knights of Glory, Shang Wengsuan personally led the Knights of Glory and directly killed the royal capital of the Kingdom of Lam, Riva. Alding panicked and summoned all the major lords in the territory and concentrated all the forces of the country to deal with Shang Wengsuan's rebellion. But the 4 commanders of the Knights of Glory all have the strength of 4th Order warriors, plus Shang Wengsuan, the 4th Order peak, a total of 5 4th Order transcendents, while the entire Lam Kingdom only has 8 4th Order transcendents. Although it seems that the number is not equal, the actual result of the battle shocked the entire kingdom of Lam. Shang Wengsuan faced 3 4th-order warriors and 2 4th-order mages alone, and only paid the price of 1 minor injury, and beheaded all 5 under the sword. After this battle, Shang Wengsuan's reputation as invincible of the same rank spread, and all the cities he pointed out had no desire to fight, and directly surrendered at the sight of the wind. In the autumn of the same year, in just 1 month, Shang Wengsuan led the Knights of Glory all the way to the bottom of Riva City. Aldine had to shrink all his forces into the royal city, and at the same time sent a large number of emissaries to ask the surrounding kingdoms to send troops to help suppress the rebellion. Alding, who was cornered, sacrificed a lot of interests in exchange for the support of many neighboring countries on the condition of wealth and a large amount of fertile land. They formed a multinational coalition, totaling more than 300,000 people entering the kingdom of Lam to deal with Shang Wengsuan. After Shang Wengsuan learned the news, he was not too surprised. If he were Alding, he would do the same if he was forced to do this. Shang Wengsuan knew very well what the most important thing was now. If he did not break through the royal capital as soon as possible, he would face the dilemma of being attacked from both sides at that time. However, Riva City was also a fortified city built for hundreds of years, and the siege methods of this era were relatively lacking, so they could only be besieged with catapults and siege ladders. Most of the Knights of Glory are cavalry and are not good at this kind of siege warfare. In the past, ordinary cities, the highest city walls were only about 10 meters, and Shang Wengsuan, Erwin and others could forcibly climb the city wall with their strong personal strength, and then open the city gate from the inside to let the Knights of Glory enter the city. But the city wall of the royal capital was nearly 100 meters high, and it was impossible for Shang Wengsuan to forcibly ascend the city, unless he reached the 6th order and flew up with fighting spirit. Chapter 287 Familiar Scene. There is enough food in the capital and no shortage of water, which is enough to hold for several years. And the more serious problem is that the family members of the Knights of Glory are in the rear, and the vast majority of the forces followed Shang Wengsuan to the royal city, and the guards were insufficient. Once the coalition forces of other countries come to kill them, how can they let go of the people associated with the Knights of Glory? If the royal capital cannot be broken before they come, the Knights of Glory will inevitably be unstable. Just when Shang Wengsuan was in trouble, someone posted a post on the forum. Emperor Shang Tang has also reappeared in the world. Come and watch. As soon as this post was sent, it immediately caused a sensation. Because Shang Wengsuan has never started a live broadcast since he entered the game, he seems to disdain to let others watch his life at all. For Shang Wengsuan, what he pursues is completely different from others. Ordinary people want to be famous, fame, fortune and money, but what Shang Wengsuan wants is longevity. Through dealing with people like Song Zhengxian, Shang Wengsuan already knew that Second Life is definitely not an ordinary game, and the flow rate ratio between reality and the game world is too terrifying, and it is not something that human technology can do at all. Therefore, Shang Wengsuan was ready to be promoted to the 10th order god here according to the official hierarchical system, whether he would gain immortality. Damn, I'm really the boss of Sense Time. Didn't you find out? This is the official live broadcast channel. I'm going, the boss is the boss, and the treatment is different from ordinary people. Others can only open their own live broadcasts, and the dog official directly opened an official live broadcast channel for him. So, what's the situation now? In short, the boss of SenseTime was originally a small nobleman of this king, but now he has rebelled with the Knights of Glory. Wait, what's the situation? If I remember correctly, the Knights of Glory are in the southern kingdom of Encino, right? The ghost knows what's going on. SenseTime boss hasn't started a live broadcast. God knows how he subdued the Knights of Glory again. This may be the chi of the 8th king that mortals like me can't understand. Tisk tisk, SenseTang boss is back in the rivers and lakes. Wouldn't the Church of Light be miserable? They directly lost the great Shang dynasty, and the SenseTime boss must settle accounts with them. Although Shang Wengsuan is not as famous as Zhang Junhao, he is also the most famous among all players. With the release of this post, coupled with this eye-catching title, the number of people on the official live channel quickly began to skyrocket. In just a few minutes, the number of people became 40 million. Shang Wengsuan didn't know about the opening of the official channel at this time, and even if he did, he wouldn't care, because he was having a headache about how to break through the royal capital, and there was not much time left for him. After Shang Wengsuan thought about it several times, the only feasible way was to use violence to break down the city gate of Riva City. The gate of Riva City has 3 floors inside and outside. The first 2 layers are only 5 or 6 meters thick, and the innermost layer is made of 10,000 pounds of fine iron, with a thickness of 10 meters. This gate is a gate, which is usually included in the city wall and is integrated with the entire city wall, which can be said to be both a city wall and a city gate. It will not be easily put down unless absolutely necessary, because this door is too heavy. It is easy to put it down, and it is more laborious to take it back. Now that the triple gate has been lowered, it is not less difficult to break it in one breath than to fly up the city wall. But Shang Wengsuan had no way out at this time, either breaking through the city gate or fleeing defeated. On the day the coalition army entered the kingdom of Lam, Shang Wengsuan stopped Owen and others who wanted to follow him, and walked to the city of Riva with a sword. The soldiers on both sides, including tens of millions of people in the live broadcast room at this time, did not know what Shang Wengsuan wanted to do. It didn't take long for them to know what Shang Wengsuan wanted to do. Shang Wengsuan's whole body suddenly burst with golden fighting spirit, which surged wildly like a raging flame, as if it was about to break through the sky. Immediately afterwards, a golden sword chi similar to his height appeared around his body, followed by the second and third paths, and it didn't stop until the seventh path appeared. These 7 sword chi lingered outside his body, slowly spinning, but there was no movement. Damn, this picture is a bit familiar. Isn't it familiar? I let it go once when the Marvel World lawyer warned the Americans, but it looks 3 or 4 times smaller. Looking at the density of vindictiveness, it's at least the 4th order. My god, the Emperor is really the Emperor, he is the strongest person among the players now. I just want to know if Senstime Boss has taken medicine, how long has it been in this place, and it has reached the 4th level. Aha boss, still accept apprentices. I'll go in and find you to apprentice. Just when the players were shocked by Shang Wengsuan's strength, the fighting spirit on his body actually skyrocketed again, like a real golden fighting spirit burning. In everyone's astonished eyes, the 7 sword chi outside Shang Wengsuan's body also quickly expanded more than doubled. Then with the sword chi in the middle as the center, the 3 sword chi on the left and right suddenly merged into it. The sword light that fused 7 sword chi quickly turned into a shape of almost 7 or 8 meters. Shang Wengsuan's body trembled slightly, and a trace of blood suddenly overflowed from the corner of his mouth, which seemed to be quite painful. He slowly raised the long sword in his hand, raised it over his head little by little, and then swung it violently in the direction of the gate of the royal city, as if he had used all his strength. The golden sword light emitted a sharp whistle, tearing through the air, roaring out, and quickly aimed at the position of the iron door and slashed over. The dazzling golden light seemed to be more dazzling than the sun, and the sword light had not yet arrived, and it had already pierced everyone's eyes. And Shang Wengsuan also shook his figure at this time, and almost fell to the ground. Burning cultivation is not an easy thing, even if he has done it once in the Marvel world before, his body is still very uncomfortable. This sword made Shang Wengsuan fall directly from the peak of the 4th order to the early stage of the 4th order, although it was not difficult for him to cultivate again, but it was bound to consume a lot of his time, which would affect his next plan. Shang Wengsuan did not look at the effect of the sword, but stepped a little, turned around and quickly returned to the Knights of Glory, and ordered, "Prepare to enter the city." Owen and the others were still looking at the golden sword light in astonishment at this time, and did not react for a while. And when Shang Wengsuan said this, the sword light had already exploded on the first city gate. Rumble! A thunderous sound exploded, and the first city gate was not blocked for even a moment, and was directly destroyed. The golden sword light broke through the second city gate without any hindrance, and hit the third thickest iron gate. Chapter 288 Too Contemptuous. When the sword energy bombarded the third iron gate, it all exploded in an instant. The iron gate, which was 10 meters thick, was blasted into slag, and the soldiers who did not have time to react were cut by the sharp iron plates that came to their faces, and immediately fell down. With a loud bang, the entire wall of Riva city shook violently, and more than 100,000 soldiers on the city wall looked down in horror. Although they knew that Shang Wengsuan's sword was slashing at the city gate, although it was amazingly powerful, most of them did not take it seriously. Because the 3 iron gates add up to a thickness of nearly 30 meters, they are deliberately made of such thick fine iron to prevent the power of the transcendent. The city gate is broken. I don't know who exclaimed, and all the soldiers on the city wall were stunned. When they were shocked, they found that the horses' hooves were thundering under the city wall, and everyone in the Knights of Glory had already charged towards the city gate. In just 10 minutes, they rushed to the city gate from far and near and entered the royal city. The next thing was very simple. Although Shang Wengsuan abolished nearly a first-order cultivation, it was still not something that ordinary fourth-order transcendents could deal with, plus there were 4 fourth-order warriors of the Knights of Glory, even the soldiers of the ordinary Knights of Glory could do it 1 to 10. Supported by such strong combat effectiveness, the resistance in the city quickly collapsed, and the soldiers of the Kingdom of Lam either surrendered or fled, and the war in the entire capital ended in just an hour. But King Alding slipped away in advance with a large amount of property the moment the city gate was broken. Shang Wengsuan didn't care about him. A bereaved dog can't be a big climate. While clearing out the remnants of the Kingdom of Lam in the city, he ordered Owen to connect the relatives of the Knights of Glory to the royal city. In fact, Shang Wengsuan's concerns were right. Just as Owen led his army to pick up all the family members of the Knights of Glory, more than 300,000 coalition troops arrived at their garrison, and the purpose was self-evident. Even if Shang Wengsuan only delayed for 1 day outside the royal city, the relatives of these Knights of Glory would be taken hostage. When Owen escorted his relatives into the royal city, Shang Wengsuan received another bad news. Alding, who escaped, asked for help from the Church of Light in the north, and as long as the Church of Light helped him regain the Kingdom of Lam, he converted to the Church of Light, making the Kingdom of Lam a subordinate kingdom of the Church of Light and spreading the belief in the Goddess of Light. When Shang Wengsuan learned the news, he also felt a little big. The Church of Light is now the most powerful country on the continent, whether it is high-end combat power or ordinary soldiers, no one can match it except the Chris Empire. The most terrifying thing is that they are still the unity of church and state, and everyone is willing to sacrifice themselves for their religious beliefs. Although Shang Wengsuan now has the Knights of Glory, the number is only 30,000, and the newly recruited soldiers are only more than 100,000, which is not as good as the strength of a province in the Church of Light. However, Shang Wengsuan soon received another news. Pope Innocent V did not appear to be in the city of St. Galles, and Aldine's messengers waited for days without seeing him. The people of the Illuminate Church only told the messenger that His Majesty the Pope was now dealing with an urgent matter and had no time to be distracted, so that the messenger could wait patiently. Sending troops to support another country, such a major matter, only the Pope can adjudicate. Aldine's messenger waited anxiously for a week, but still did not see Innocent V, and every time he asked, he got the same reply, and he had no choice but to leave Aldine's letter and go back to his life. Shang Wengsuan knew that the situation in the Kingdom of Lam must be stabilized as soon as possible, otherwise it would be dangerous when Innocent V, who didn't know what to do, reappeared. The Kingdom of Lam and the Church of Light were only separated by a mountain, and when the Chris Empire rose, they also expelled the pastors of the Church of Light and strictly forbade the people to believe in the Church of Light. Innocent V had long thought about waging war to further expand the influence of the Church of Light, but lacked a reason. Now the rich Kingdom of Lam took the initiative to ask for help to convert to the Church of Light, which can be said to be in the middle of the heart, and if Innocent V did not agree, it would be hell. Therefore, Shang Wengsuan's first order was to maintain the territory and power of the nobles of the original Lam Kingdom. This order was issued, and soon half of the great lords went to the royal city to swear allegiance. The reason why they surrendered so quickly, in addition to this order, the most important thing was that Shang Wengsuan was frightened by the sword outside the royal city. They didn't know that Shang Wengsuan had burned his cultivation to do it, because this trick was figured out by Shang Wengsuan himself, and no one in the Western fantasy world had yet learned it. In the eyes of the great nobles, Shang Wengsuan's strength was almost equivalent to that of the Fifth Order, and it seemed that he was definitely about to break through the Fifth Order. With such terrifying strength, coupled with the most powerful Knights of Glory on the continent, it is easy to imagine what will happen if they refuse to do so. The remaining great nobles who were unwilling to surrender were far away from the royal city, and they were not afraid that Shang Wengsuan would go to trouble them at this time, because the multinational coalition had already gone towards the royal city. They are watching the situation and waiting for the outcome of this battle. Of course, Shang Wengsuan knew what this group of people were thinking. After he entered the royal city, he didn't waste time, and spent a week in the royal city to re-stabilize his cultivation at the 4th level. At this time, the multinational coalition forces also came to the city. As soon as they arrived, they found that the gates of the royal city had not been recelled, and they were open in all directions, so they could enter directly. This scene stunned the commanders of the multinational coalition forces, and they naturally believed that there must be an ambush inside, but they did not dare to attack easily. Just as they were gathering to discuss what traps were inside, they received news from the soldiers that a large army in the city had taken the initiative to leave the city and was killing in their direction. The commanders of the multinational coalition army walked out in astonishment, and saw a cavalry of about 30,000 people rushing straight towards their base camp like sharp arrows. These people were dumbfounded, and they naturally recognized it as the Knights of Glory. But they only have 30,000 people, and they dare to take the initiative to attack their army of more than 300,000. Even if you can really fight with 1 against 10, you will look down on people too much. These commanders were happy and immediately ordered the whole army to meet the enemy. But soon, they discovered that the Knights of Glory could really fight 10 with 1, and they really looked down on them. Shang Wengsuan rushed to the front of the army first. No one could be his enemy with a single sword, whether it was an ordinary person or an extraordinary person, the result was the same. The only thing that could be a little threatening was the long-range spell attacks of the mages, but the Knights of Glory were all cavalry, and this threat was very short-lived. As long as they survived the first wave of spell attacks, with the mobility of cavalry, they rushed into the coalition camp and rushed in front of the mages. The huge gap in combat effectiveness between the two sides was also revealed at this moment, and no one could stop the direction of the Knights of Glory's advance, and soon a huge opening was torn in the army of more than 300,000 people, heading straight for the direction of the handsome tent. Chapter 289, Judgment Stolen. The Knights of Glory were like sharp knives, straight into the commander's tent, and the transcendent and soldiers guarding inside only supported for less than a short time before they all fell, followed by those commanders. Shang Wengsuan's goal was them, so naturally he would not let them run away. Although his cultivation has fallen now, there are still very few people in the same rank who are his opponents. Shang Wengsuan led the Knights of Glory back and forth to kill, and these coalition commanders died cleanly, and none of them escaped. With their deaths, the coalition forces that had lost their command system collapsed like headless flies in an instant. However, in just 5 hours, that is, from noon to evening, more than 300,000 coalition troops collapsed, nearly half of them were killed, and only the remaining surrendered. With 30,000 people to 10 times the strength, it caused such an exaggerated result, which not only shook the surrounding countries, but even caused a sensation in the Yani continent. The reputation of Shang Wengsuan and the Knights of Glory resounded throughout the continent. When the great nobles who were still observing the situation learned the news, their jaws were almost dropped in shock, and they went to the royal city in person one by one to express their surrender. Next, Shang Wengsuan asked the royal families of the coalition countries to pay a large amount of reparations and sent all the prisoners back. In 735 of the Holy Calendar, Shang Wengsuan did not use the original name of the Great Shang Dynasty, but changed the name of the Kingdom of Lamb to the Kingdom of the Holy Sword. The name of the Great Shang Dynasty is too sensitive, and the Kingdom of Lamb is geographically too close to the Church of Light. Shang Wengsuan was silent for more than 10 years, allowing the Proer family to rise rapidly from a small nobleman in the countryside in 1 year, leap to the royal family, and become a new legend on the Yani continent. Shang Wengsuan did not conquer the outside world again, but started to recuperate and consolidate his control over this new dynasty. This may be very difficult for ordinary people, but Shang Wengsuan has been doing it for many years, and for him, he has just regained his original feeling. The original Great Shang Dynasty was more than 10 times larger than the current Holy Sword Kingdom, and Shang Wengsuan could handle it with ease, let alone the small country now. It didn't take much time for Shang Wengsuan to completely master the entire Holy Sword Kingdom, and even had time to cultivate while dealing with busy state affairs every day. And at this time, Shang Wengsuan finally knew where Pope Innocent V had gone. From the Suva dynasty of the Orcs, there was a shocking news that the divine sword had disappeared from the Beast Temple. Although the Suva dynasty tried its best to cover up the news, the paper could not contain the fire, and it was finally rumored. Pope Innocent V seems to have learned the news long ago and secretly went to the Orc territory with a group of high-ranking officials of the Church of Light. And there were traces in the Orc territory, as well as the Magic Emperor Chris, who seemed to know the whereabouts of the Judgment Excalibur, and gathered in the Orc kingdom at the same time. After Shang Wengsuan learned the news, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed in his heart. If he was still at the peak of the Fourth Order, he could try to break through the Fifth Order now, so that he would have the strength to snatch the ruling. This may be difficult for others, but it is not too much of a problem for Shang Wengsuan. He was the strength of the Sixth Order in the Marvel world, and after abolishing his cultivation, he recultivated to the Fifth Order. All Shang Wengsuan lacked was time. As long as the time came, he would naturally be able to break through. But he had just fallen to the early stage of the Fourth Order, and it would take at least several years to rebuild it. Can the ruling Excalibur wait a few years for him? Obviously impossible. Whether the ruling falls into the hands of the Church of Light or the Christian Empire, don't think about getting it easily. Of course, Shang Wengsuan also wanted to get the Judgment Sword, and he had never forgotten it in his first life. Shang Wengsuan's self-created judgment fighting spirit comes from the Judgment Sword, and there is absolutely no one in this world who is more suitable for exerting the power of the Judgment Sword. Shang Wengsuan could even conclude that as long as he got the Judgment Sword now, the Fifth Order Transcendent was not necessarily his opponent. It's just a pity. Now that the strength does not allow it, and to stabilize the situation in the Holy Sword Kingdom, Shang Wengsuan finally had to temporarily give up the idea of the ruling. Shang Wengsuan began to set his sights on the countries around the Holy Sword Kingdom, and his goal was to unify the western part of the Ani continent first. When he breaks through to the Fifth Order, it is the time to return to the top. When Shang Wengsuan began to plan to unify the western kingdoms of the mainland, the curtain of unification in the south had already begun. The million-strong army with the kingdom of Boa as the core completed the assembly in Lances province and went all the way south. In front of 1 million troops, the major nobles in the kingdom of Encino surrendered without any resistance. They originally thought they would be treated preferentially, but what they didn't expect was that these people in the Boa kingdom didn't care about these things at all, and even if they surrendered, they would burn, kill, and loot in their territory. This time they mobilized 1 million troops to come. To put it bluntly, they were here to rob. How could they give up the property in the city because these nobles surrendered? Wherever the coalition troops passed, cities and villages turned into a sea of fire, shining on the sky, and thick black smoke could be seen from dozens of miles away. As the massacre grew more and more, a mad emotion spread among the million-strong army, and they turned into beasts one by one, and a large number of cities were destroyed in the madness of the coalition forces. They wantonly robbed wealth, raped and plundered, and the territory of the kingdom of Encino was full of corpses and blood, and it really became hell on earth. Both nobles and commoners fled in the direction of Karo City in horror, hoping that the royal family would come up with a way. But what they never expected was that the Encino royal family had now secretly moved a large amount of property to a cargo ship at sea, ready to escape. In the Lumen province of the kingdom of Encino, a black dragon appeared in the sky, and it waved its wings and flew slowly. And Mixia stood on the back of the dragon, his body trembling slightly, and his face was full of grief and anger, looking down at the earth below. The ground was now shrouded in a layer of black crows and vultures, and under the smoke and dust, countless scavengers were gnawing on the layers of corpses. The black evil birds in the sky, layer after layer, constantly hovered above the sky, and the terrifying and bizarre cries were endless. When they felt the dragon power emanating from the black dragon, the group of crows and vultures immediately fled in fright, and some simply collapsed to the ground in fright. Amish had only heard about the evil deeds of the coalition forces, and he couldn't believe that human nature was so evil, so he asked Augusta to take him to see it himself. Along the way, they flew over 7 or 8 provinces, and the pictures they saw were all like this. The anger in Mixia's heart reached its peak, and it also made him commit an act that shocked the world. Chapter 290 Augusta, the Desperate. Humble human, how dare you deceive the great Augusta? There is no human flesh to eat here. Augusta certainly had no interest in corpses, and they were decomposing corpses. During this time, Augusta had a very hard life. Not only could he not see his precious treasures, but he could not even eat human flesh, and he could only eat animal meat with a very poor taste every day. What made Augusta even more angry was that the despicable and shameless human also gave the human named Amish in front of him a spell. As long as this human named Amish thought of the spell, it felt as if its soul was being shocked. And when it actively attacks in Mixiu, this spell will also be automatically triggered, and even the thought cannot arise. This day can't be lived, the great Augusta is so bitter. Augusta felt that there was nothing to love, and sighed in the temple every day. Until a few days ago, the humble human actually said that he wanted to take himself to eat human flesh, and Augusta suddenly felt that the gray sky suddenly had color again. In order to eat human flesh, Augusta was forced to endure this humble human riding on his back. But after flying for a few days, it only saw a decomposing human corpse, and there was no one at all. Augusta saw this horrific scene. Of course he didn't feel anything, he just wanted to eat human flesh. And Mixia's eyes were red at this time, and he said in a cold tone, "Fly back, there is the human flesh you want." After being deceived once, Augusta didn't want to believe Amish at all now, but when he heard the chilling chill in his tone, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. This humble human has always been calm and composed, and rarely loses control of his emotions, and the murderous intent revealed from this voice made Augusta feel a little chill in his heart. Augusta believed what Amish said for no reason, and immediately turned his head and flew in the direction of Karo City. When they flew back again, Augusta saw a large group of humans, and they were so large that there was no end in sight at a glance. It's just that this group of humans is slaughtering their own kind in the city, one by one. Their faces are hideous, their eyes are red, as if they are crazy. Augusta Dragon's eyes immediately showed excitement. It didn't care what these humans did, as long as there were humans to eat. Only those humans in armor are allowed to eat. Augusta roared, "The great Augusta can eat whoever he wants." As soon as Augusta finished roaring, he heard Amish on his back start chanting the spell, and then there was a tingling sensation in his soul, and it hurriedly changed his words. "Stop. No, shut up. You damn human, I only eat those who wear armor." When Amish stopped, Augusta vented all his grievances on the armored soldiers below. The coalition soldiers below were plundering the city in front of them, putting everything they saw into their pockets, and even fighting infighting to rob the property. Just as they were burning, killing, and looting, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, and then a burst of terrifying coercion that made their hearts palpitate. Everyone in the city looked up in astonishment, and when they found out that it was a black dragon, the soldiers below suddenly made a mess. "Oh my God, that's it, that's a dragon. I can't even move my body, what's going on? Run!" The vast majority of people have only heard of dragons and heard others describe their appearance, but they have never seen real dragons. When they saw this terrifying creature appear in front of them, they still recognized it at a glance. It was a giant dragon. Augusta, who was holding back his anger, dived and rushed into the coalition camp with a roar, stretched out his claws and grabbed more than a dozen soldiers, and then threw them into the giant's mouth. The armor and weapons on their bodies were no different from paper for the dragon's sharp teeth, and they were bitten by Augusta without even blocking it for a moment, and then swallowed into their stomachs. Roar! Augusta tasted the taste of fresh blood and human flesh, and immediately let out an excited dragon roar, and immediately swooped down again, rushed to the middle of the soldiers below, grabbed more soldiers and threw them into his mouth. There are nearly 1,000,000 soldiers inside and outside the city, and Augusta can pick up a lot of people if he pounces on them at will. Augusta repeatedly dived in the middle of the coalition forces, and in less than a quarter of an hour, nearly 1,000 soldiers entered its belly. At this time, the mages and warriors in the coalition army finally rushed over and began to join forces to attack Augusta. Although their attack did some damage to it, it also made Augusta furious. The great Augusta has lived a very hard life, and now he can finally eat meat, and he is still attacked by a group of tiny humans. Are you impatient? The irritable Augusta opened his mouth and began to spit out dragon breath, and the effect of spitting out the highly corrosive dragon breath into the crowd was like throwing people into a strong sulfuric acid liquid, and there was not even bone slag left that was instantly corroded. After Augusta spat back and forth several times in the middle of the army, at least nearly 10,000 people melted under the dragon's breath. The allied camp was in chaos, and the terrified soldiers began to flee in all directions, avoiding where Augusta was. Seeing the Black Dragon committing murder, the coalition army quickly summoned all the Fourth Order Transcendent people, totaling more than 100 people. Under their joint attack, coupled with the heavy crossbows in the army also began to attack, Augusta finally couldn't bear it anymore, so he had to fly back to Karo City with Amashio. Before leaving, Augusta did not forget to catch a group of unlucky bastards and throw them in their mouths to eat. According to the statistics of the coalition army, Augusta made such a mess, and the coalition army lost nearly 20,000 people, and their attack only caused a little skin injury to the dragon. The horror of the dragon gave the commanders of the coalition army a deep understanding, but they did not give up on continuing their march, because they were less than 200 miles away from the city of Karo. Although the dragon is terrifying, it is not invincible, otherwise it would not have escaped just now. At the suggestion of the kingdom of Boa, the coalition forces quickly reached an agreement to abandon the surrounding cities and go straight to the city of Karo, which was the richest place in the kingdom of Encino. Because of this, nearly half of the cities in the kingdom of Encino escaped. While the coalition army was heading straight for the city of Karo, Amish immediately conveyed an order to the priests of the Church of the Underworld in these cities, asking all the people of the city not to come to the city of Karo, but to go north. The priests of the Underworld now have a high prestige in the kingdom of Encino, and under their persuasion, the vast majority of the people still choose to follow their advice. At the same time, Amish went to the palace and met King Jerome. Chapter 291. What a cruel and vicious heart. Your Majesty, we still have a chance. After seeing Jerome, Amish didn't say any nonsense, and said straight to the point. Jerome smiled bitterly. He didn't know where this young pope's confidence came from. It was an army of nearly 1 million. Now the entire Karo city has only a little over 100,000 troops. How can it resist so many enemy troops? Although Jerome also heard that Amish had taken the Black Dragon to make a big fuss before, it was just that. It is impossible to deal with 1 million troops with an underage dragon. Even if an adult dragon comes, there may not be a chance. Your Majesty, is the divine envoy really gone? Jerome was not interested in the opportunity that Amish said at all, but asked expectantly. With the presence of Karo Harbor, it is equivalent to a steady stream of gold coins flowing into the royal family of Encino, and no one wants to give up Karo City easily unless it is a last resort. And Mixia said without thinking, His Majesty has returned to the underworld and will no longer interfere in human affairs. So, can that adult black dragon come over? Jerome asked again unwillingly. And Mixia frowned and said directly, Your Majesty, please listen carefully to me first. Oh. Jerome glanced at Amish casually. His mind had already drifted to his more than 10 cargo ships full of wealth. I don't know if his subordinates have done it, but he still said perfunctory to Amishu, Pope and I, please. Amish couldn't see that Jerome was a little absent-minded, and he knew what he was thinking. When the royal family secretly sent money and treasures to the sea, they had already been discovered by the priests of the underworld. Amigio's goodwill for His Majesty the King was gone, but he also knew that what he was going to do was indispensable to this person, so he had to patiently tell his plan. Jerome didn't take it seriously when he first listened, but when he finished listening to Amish's entire plan, his eyes widened instantly, and he said incredulously, is this really feasible? And Mixia looked indifferent. Why not? Since they have already done things worse than pigs and dogs, they should be treated like beasts. Jerome opened his mouth wide and didn't close his mouth for a long time. Amish Messiah's plan was too crazy and terrifying, and even he felt a little overwhelmed by his heart. After Jerome's expression changed a few times, his eyes looked at Amish again with a hint of fear. Jerome weighed it several times in his mind, and he had to admit that Amigio's plan could not only solve this crisis, but also make the kingdom of Encino rise. Okay, that's it. If you need any help, please tell the Pope. Our royal family will fully cooperate. That's great. Amish nodded, and immediately told Jerome all the follow-up arrangements. When the secret meeting between the two was over, Jerome immediately issued an order to expropriate all ships in the port, whether nobles or commoners, were expropriated by the royal family, and even foreign cargo ships were forcibly expropriated by the royal family by force. At this time, the people of Karo City were already panicked when they learned that 1 million troops were approaching. The great nobles and merchants had originally planned to sneak away by boat, but at this time, the ships were forcibly expropriated by the royal army, and they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. Immediately afterwards, they dismantled all but the necessary facilities on the ship to carry people. Finally, Jerome also ordered the gathering of craftsmen from all over the city and began to build more ships day and night. The wooden planks in the nearby woods and people's homes were removed to build ships. And Mixia took advantage of his prestige at this time to call on the people of the city to get on those modified ships. The ships in the port of Karo are basically large cargo ships, which can usually carry hundreds of people, and after dismantling the facilities inside, each ship can hold 1,000 or 2,000 people. The port is docked with hundreds of large cargo ships all year round, plus those civilian ships, fishing boats, and other ships, as well as ships that rushed out overnight, but more than 2 million people in the city were loaded. When the coalition army learned the news, they immediately accelerated their march, and at the same time they all began to laugh at the members of the Encino royal family. These idiots don't run by themselves, and they even want to run with the people of the city, which is simply foolish. And they also learned that in order to load the people, Jerome actually moved the treasure back into the treasury, all of which were used to carry people to escape. What made them even more speechless was that they didn't even bring food in order to pretend to be human. When the coalition troops arrived at the city of Carlo, all the people in the city had already boarded the ships and went to sea in batches. The coalition army was originally here for the property, and since the property was there was no need to chase it at all. Anyway, they didn't even bring food, and sooner or later they would starve to death. After nearly 1 million coalition troops entered the city, it was like entering heaven, because Cairo City was so prosperous. They began to scavenge around like crazy, and every soldier's eyes bloomed with smiles. The commanders of the coalition forces had arrived at the gates of the royal treasury in Encino and were ordering the soldiers to break down the door with violence. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the sea. All the soldiers on the street looked up in astonishment in the direction of the sound, only to see a wave appear on the sea. At first, it was only a little bit, but as they got closer and closer, they saw that the small wave suddenly turned into a huge wave of hundreds of meters. This stormy wave came from far and near, like a thunderous roar, emitting an earth-shattering roar that instantly engulfed the port of Cairo, and then surged into the city. Wherever the waves passed, everything was swallowed up in them, including the Allied soldiers who were looting around the city. When the coalition commanders discovered this scene, everyone's faces turned pale. Looking at the overwhelming terrifying power of the huge waves, they knew that the coalition was over. Except for those magicians who can use wind magic, it is estimated that no one will be spared. At this time, they all understood why the entire Cairo City would leave Cairo City without wanting anything, not even food. This stormy wave must have been driven by the people of Cairo City. But how can they have such powerful abilities? What a cruel heart. This obviously makes it a desperate plan. Once this $1 million coalition army is destroyed, the southern countries will be greatly injured, and it will be impossible to recover within 10 years. But no matter how much they curse or how angry they are, they can't change the fact that they are engulfed in a tsunami. However, in just a quarter of an hour, the city of Cairo completely disappeared and became an underwater city. At the same time, there were millions of coalition troops from the southern countries. Chapter 292 The Name of Death. When the tsunami stopped, there were still many people who survived the monstrous tsunami, holding on to wooden planks and other things, trying to follow the buoyancy of these things and swim north. Most of these people are extraordinary, ordinary soldiers are slapped on their bodies by such a high wave. In fact, they are no different from tens of thousands of pounds of iron hammered on their bodies, and they are slapped to death almost instantly. The wind magicians they thought could fly were actually not much better. The waves were hundreds of meters high, and even if they had wind magic, they couldn't fly that high, and their flight speed was far less than the speed of a tsunami, and a few wind magicians were engulfed without escaping far at all. Some of the surviving transcendentals were still fighting with ordinary soldiers for boards that could float on the water, and at this moment, their lives were at stake, and they couldn't care so much at all. Not far from the city of Cairo, there is a big mountain. As long as you can swim to that mountain, when the seawater gradually recedes, you have a chance to survive. Their wishes are beautiful, but the reality is very cruel. Before these surviving transcendentals could swim far, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky. This monstrous tsunami was naturally created by Augusta. The Black Dragon clan had the ability to control water given by Chen Luo, and it was in the sea. It was not too difficult to create such a large-scale tsunami, but it could not be used frequently. Augusta launched this tsunami, and Amish promised it to eat these transcendent beings. The transcendent has a powerful body and is more fleshy than ordinary people, and can be said to be one of Augusta's favorite foods. Now seeing hundreds of delicious food in front of him, where can Augusta hold back? Every time one dives down, several transcendentals are fed into its belly. They may be a threat to Augusta in groups, but now in the water, they don't even have a foothold, and their strength cannot be used at all. And they are scattered everywhere. Where can they be Augusta's opponents? After eating nearly 100 transcendents, Augusta discovered that some transcendentals had burrowed into the water, trying to escape underwater by holding their breath. Stupid and poor humans. Augusta's face was full of contempt, and he immediately burrowed into the seabed. The Black Dragon has the ability to control water, and there is not much difference between its speed at the bottom of the water and in the air, and it belongs to the aquatic and terrestrial species. The transcendents at the bottom of the sea died faster. Augusta swam a circle underwater, and all the transcendentals went into its belly. Augusta, who was extremely satisfied, activated his water control ability and controlled all the seawater in Cairo City and returned it to the endless sea. 3 days later, the seawater in Cairo City has almost receded, and the water on the street is only knee-deep, most of which is overflowing from the houses, and it will all be wiped out in a few days. Augusta can control a large area of water, but there is nothing she can do about the water in the house. At this time, the water in the city was full of floating corpses, and a large number of corpses were soaked in pale white, emitting a foul smell. On the water, such a corpse stretches endlessly, all the way to the sky. Inside and outside the city, the corpses were so blocked that even the ships could not be opened, and everyone who observed this miserable situation vomited loudly. The people of the city returned to the city of Carlo at this time, and the first thing they did was not to return to their homes, but to organize to clean up the corpses. With so many corpses and the flood, in the event of an outbreak of plague, those of them who survived would not survive. Except for the elderly and children, almost all of them in the city were dispatched to salvage and search for the corpses of the soldiers in the city, and burned them in a dry place outside the city. It turned out that ships loaded with living people were created and came in handy at this time, being used to transport corpses. The city was full of boats, soldiers, and ordinary people, who rode in the city to constantly pick up corpses, and then put them on boats and send them out of the city. Thick black smoke and the stench of burning corpses filled the city, and even the sky seemed to darken as a result. Although Cairo City is full of joy for the rest of its life, it is also full of a chilling and creepy atmosphere. Millions of people died here, as if they heard the silent roar of these millions of undead. This is really like hell. The Pope did this. Is it really right? This is nearly 1 million lives. Haven't you heard about the evil deeds of these beasts in other cities? They killed millions of people in our kingdom. That's it. They are slaughtering the city. You actually doubt the Pope's actions. I suspect you are their spy. Don't think about it. If there is no Pope and you are among these corpses. Pope and is right. They beasts deserve to go to hell. From time to time, voices questioning Amish came from the city, but they were quickly refuted by the faithful of the Church of the Underworld. After all, if it weren't for Amigio, the fate of the people in Cairo City would not be difficult to foresee. It took more than half a month for Cairo City to finally clean up the nearly 1 million corpses. The flood in the city finally receded, and Cairo City returned to normal operation little by little, but most people still felt that the atmosphere in the city was different from usual. The Church of Hades seems to have become the center of the city of Cairo. The underworld temple was located on the seashore, and when the tsunami occurred, it was destroyed first. After the catastrophe, after the people of the city cleaned up the corpses, they didn't even care about their own homes and went to rebuild the underworld temple as soon as possible. No matter how much Amish tried to dissuade him, it was useless, and in the end he had to force all the believers to go home, which made them reluctant to go home. And Mixia did not spend a single soldier, did not suffer any casualties, and easily killed 1 million coalition troops. This extraordinary courage and ruthless means shocked the world, and what was even more shocking was that Mixia was only 17 years old. Soon, Mixia gained the title of God of Death, and he could also drive black dragons, and he had another title of Dragon Knight. After flooding 1 million troops, Amish not only gained prestige over Jerome and the kingdom of Encino, but his name Grim Reaper quickly spread throughout the continent, and even the Orc countries heard of it. In the year 735 of the Holy Calendar, while Shang Wengsuan established the Holy Sword Kingdom, the kingdom of Encino opened a magnificent road of conquest to the surrounding kingdoms after a year of recuperation, under the leadership of Amixiu. All the living forces of the southern countries were destroyed a year ago, and they were powerless to stop the current Encino kingdom. Soon, Amish conquered the 3 countries bordering the kingdom of Enozi. After that, he did not rush to carry out the next step of expansion, but first spread the belief in the God of Death within these 3 kingdoms, and after unifying his thoughts and beliefs, he carried out a new round of conquest. Under Amigio's steady strategy, the southern countries were destroyed one after another. The unification of the southernmost part of the continent came to an end. Chapter 293 The First City in the World. Of course, Chen Luo also noticed the situation here in the Kingdom of God, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised when he learned about it. So ruthless. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. It seems that the right person was chosen. However, after Chen Luo smiled, he focused his attention on the Orc territory, because at this time Fang Xingchen had already stolen the Judgment Sword, and Elizabeth and the others were being hunted down by the transcendents of the Orc kingdom. Chen Luo was quite curious in his heart. There was Gon, a warrior at the peak of the 5th Order, and a large number of high-level shaman priests. How did they steal the ruling from the Beast Temple? Chen Luo immediately retraced the process of Elizabeth and others, and quickly figured out the reason. The royal city of the Suva dynasty was the city of Chiluo back then, and the Beast Temple was naturally located here. Chiluo City was originally known as the first city on the mainland, and after hundreds of years of expansion, it has doubled on the basis of the original, and now nearly 10 million orcs live in it, making it a veritable first city in the world. When Lei Chengyang was still the Beast King, he carried out a large-scale restructuring of the commercial economy here, so the prosperity here was no less than that of any city on the mainland. There are merchants from the mainland to all over the world, busy markets, shops, orcs of various races settled here, and many human merchants can even be seen trading inside. Orcs and humans have been hostile since their birth, but with the struggle between the Church of Light and the Chris Empire, there has been no major conflict between humans and orcs for hundreds of years, let alone war. The Terrans were no longer interested in going north to invade the territory of the orcs, and as the territory grew, they could not manage their own territory, so they would still be interested in the territory of the orcs. There are several times more large and small countries in the Orc territory than in the Terran territory, and most of these countries are established with a certain or several races as the core. There are only 3 Orc kingdoms as large as the Suva dynasty, and most of the other Orc kingdoms are attached to these 3 kingdoms, and they can pay a certain amount of taxes every year, and these 3 kingdoms provide them with shelter. This pattern is similar to the pattern of the Great Pioneer Era, except that the lord becomes a king. But the 3 Orc dynasties only provided military protection, and did not interfere in their internal affairs and other things, and these 3 dynasties could not control it, and the territories they managed were also not small, and they were also not interested in going south to grab the territory of the human race. This also led to the harmonious development of the 2 ethnic groups, and trade between the 2 sides developed rapidly. In addition to retaining a large number of commercial and trade areas, the newly expanded part of Chaluo City is basically designed and built according to the War Fortress. Unlike the Loose Alliance at the beginning, the Suva dynasty was a centralized system, and before Gosen returned to the Orc kingdom, the Fergus royal family combined monarchy and divine power. When Gosen and other Orcs spread their extraordinary power to the Orc kingdom and established the Beast Temple, he became the spokesperson of the Beast God in the world, and the divine power was unknowingly transferred to him. But worldly power was not attractive to Gosen, and he never forgot the truth of the world that Chen Luo showed them. Gather the faith of all living beings, condense the power of faith through the divine body, ignite the divine fire, condense the divine position, call for the God to come, and finally ascend to the kingdom of God. Since Gosen heard these words, it was imprinted in his mind as if he had magic, and he has never forgotten it for a moment. So his vision was not limited to a mere Orc kingdom for a long time. He was determined to do what Chen Luo said. He wanted to become a true god. With the prestige of bringing back extraordinary powers, the Beast Temple created by Gosen easily gained a large number of loyal followers and quickly spread within the Orc kingdom. After hundreds of years of spreading, almost all Orc kingdoms had Beast Temples and their shamans. In addition to cultivating the core children of the Beast Temple, Gon focuses on spreading the belief in the Beast Gods, and every king of the Suva dynasty is his disciple. After hundreds of years, it eventually evolved into the fact that to become a king, you must first become a disciple of Gosen. Moreover, the Beast Temple has an excellent reputation, and what he usually does is accumulate good deeds, and Gosen also forbids anyone in the Beast Temple to bully others, even his own son. When Elizabeth and her party arrived at Coral City, they all felt a headache when they learned that the Beast Temple had such terrifying prestige in Coral City. Because the Beast Temple is invulnerable at all, regardless of the strength of Gon's 5th Order peak, there are more than 10 4th Order Transcendentals stationed in the Beast Temple all year round. And even if they steal it, how to take it out is a big trouble. As long as the gate of Coral City is closed, the hundreds of meters high city wall is an insurmountable gap for them, and they may not be able to fly out even if they grow wings. Even if they grow a pair of wings and leave Quillo City, it will be difficult to leave the Orc kingdom. Because the Suva dynasty is in the core hinterland of the Orcs, no matter which direction it goes, it is the land of the Orcs, and it takes 10 days and a half to fly to leave the territory of the Orcs. Just when they were frowning, an Orc took the initiative to come to the door and expressed his willingness to help them. Elizabeth's first reaction at that time was to kill the Orc named Carlyle, because they had never told anyone that the Suva dynasty was going for the ruling. Now that an Orc had broken the purpose of their coming, how could Elizabeth not be shocked? Fang Xingchen had been with Elizabeth for more than 10 years, and he knew her very well, and at the moment she made a murderous move, he sensed it, and then hurriedly stopped Elizabeth. Because Carlyle suddenly spoke a word in Chinese and told Fang Xingchen that he admired Elizabeth very much, so when he saw their strange team, he guessed that they were here to steal the ruling. Chen Luo gave Fang Xingchen that epic task, and the players outside knew that as long as they were not fools, how could they not guess the reason why Elizabeth and others suddenly appeared in Kaluo City? Fang Xingchen also took this into account, so he turned off the live broadcast while entering the Orc kingdom. Because once the players know, there are no secrets. Especially Lei Changyang is now in Kaluo City, and he is still a member of the Beast Temple. The ruling divine sword was something he had worked hard to get back into the Orc territory. How could he sit idly by and watch Fang Xingchen steal the ruling? Although Elizabeth was puzzled, she did not do it again, but asked Fang Xingchen why. This kind of thing, Fang Xingchen explained clearly, because the official clearly stipulated that any leakage of anything about reality, including the information that they are players, will be forcibly erased. Chapter 294 Player Organization. Fang Xingchen was not slow to react, and soon thought of a method that could be perfectly explained. Fang Xingchen told Elizabeth that when he was in Biba City, that is, before he met Chen Luo, he joined a secret organization called Players. This is a top-secret organization that only a very small number of people can join. Both orcs and humans have their members, and even on several other continents, there are players in elves, dwarves and other races. Their way of recruiting members is extremely harsh, not on strength, only on luck. Some of them are members of the royal family, some are ordinary commoners, some are even beggars, and everyone's identity is different. When Fang Xingchen said this, he paused, because if players leaked news about the real world to the natives of the Western fantasy world, they would be warned by the system. There have been people who have tried not believing in evil, but the result is that not only people have been erased, forever disqualified from entering the Western fantasy world, and even the natives of the Western fantasy world who heard the news have been erased from all relevant memories. So Fang Xingchen just tested it, and after finding that there was no system warning, he knew that this was not a violation. He immediately began to explain the existence of the players according to his own understanding, in a way that people in the Western fantasy world could understand. Fang Xingchen told Elizabeth that the organization players belonged to a chamber of commerce called Second Life, which was affectionately called Dog Official by players. Although the identities of the players are very different, they all speak a language that only players can use to identify each other. So when Carlyle spoke the language that belonged to the player, Fang Xingchen recognized his identity. The news that they came to steal the ruling was also told by Fang Xingchen to the player organization, hoping to get their help. Elizabeth and the others were stunned when they heard it. They had traveled around the world for so many years, and they were considered well informed, but they had never even heard of this organization. However, they did not doubt what Fang Xingchen said. Needless to say, Fang Xingchen's younger siblings will not doubt their brother. Elizabeth also chose to believe in Fang Xingchen. After all, after more than 10 years of life and death, she and the Crow family are not relatives, but they are better than relatives. Seeing that he had gained Elizabeth's trust, Carlyle was immediately overjoyed. He helped Fang Xingchen and others unconditionally, with only a small request, to take a photo with Elizabeth and to sign autographs. Fang Xingchen was speechless. Of course he knew Elizabeth's popularity in the real world. Since he started the live broadcast, it was not him who was the most famous, but Elizabeth. These players are all like crazy fans who see stars, whether they are male or female. As long as they find them, they will come up and ask for a group photo autograph. Elizabeth was confused until Fang Xingchen explained, saying that she was very famous in the organization of players and was the idol of many players. The way they treat idols is to ask for a group photo and autograph. Elizabeth just had to stand with him and sign her name on a blank piece of paper. Elizabeth couldn't understand Carlyle's strange request, but they had just arrived in Kilok City, and they were unfamiliar with the place, and they really couldn't do without Carlyle's help. Anyway, it wasn't difficult, and she agreed on the spot. When Carlyle finished taking an exciting group photo, he informed Fang Xingchen and others of his identity in the Orc Kingdom. This guy turned out to be the prince of the Suva dynasty, the 9th son of Emperor Lawson Fergus. At this time, not only Elizabeth and the others were speechless, but even Fang Xingchen was drunk. What Elizabeth and the others didn't expect was that the prince of the Suva dynasty was going to help them steal the dynasty's state artifact. Was this Orc crazy? Fang Xingchen didn't expect Carlyle's reincarnation skills to be so good at all, but he didn't enjoy the identity of a prince, and he actually wanted to help himself steal the ruling. When Carlyle saw the suspicious expression on Elizabeth's face, he knew what she was thinking, so he immediately explained. Carlyle's mother died early, and his mother had no relatives. Father Lawson Fergus has more than 20 sons, and the most favored are only 3, and Carlyle is obviously not among those 3 princes. The emperor sometimes couldn't remember his name when he saw Carlyle, so he had to ask the secretary. Carlyle himself did not have the qualifications to become an extraordinary, and he did not even have the warrior talent that orcs could easily become. In addition, because of the death of his mother, his predecessor no longer communicated with others, which led to his withdrawn personality and offended many people. The other brothers and sisters would form cliques and move around frequently, but no one was welcome to see him. Even if Carlyle was reincarnated and there were a lot of changes, it did not change the situation. In a very simple sentence, he can describe his current situation, that is, his grandmother does not love his uncle and belongs to the marginal figures of the royal family. Although he had no worries about food and clothing, he lived a very aggrieved life. However, Carlyle was not idle. He posted a post on the forum, gathering many of his players in Kylo City, saying that he could eat and stay in Kylo City, and also uploaded videos and screenshots of his mansion. The Suva dynasty was the most powerful kingdom of the orcs, and of course the richest kingdom. Although Carlyle was an unpopular prince, he still obtained a large manor in the city of Quillo, which had every inch of land. There are more than 100 players in Quirrell City, and after knowing Carlyle's identity in Quirrell City, they will of course not refuse when they see that they still eat and stay, and pies fall from the sky. Soon, most of the players in Quirrell City gathered at his mansion. The identities of these more than 100 players in Kaluo City are also strange, and there are 3 religions and 9 streams. But no matter what his identity is, Carlyle also kept his word and raised this group of players. As a prince, there is no problem in raising more than 100 people. And this is not a rare thing in Quirrell City. Most of the princes of the Fergus royal family will raise some people, some of whom have real talents and practical knowledge, and can do things for their masters at critical moments. Their identity is different from that of servants. They usually do not have a fixed job, do not have to do miscellaneous work, and still eat, drink and receive wages. It's just that when the master needs them to do something, he arranges work for them, which is very similar to the guests in the spring and autumn and warring states periods. But most of the princes are transcendentals and artists with various talents, etc., and it is the first time that I have seen a person like Carlyle who raises a group of messes, which also makes Carlyle the laughingstock of the princes again. It's just that Carlyle doesn't care, because he's been used to it for a long time. After explaining his situation, Carlyle then gave Elizabeth and the others an idea to steal the Excalibur of Judgment. Chapter 295, Beast God Ceremony. In a month, it will be the Beast God Ceremony of the Beast God Temple every 100 years. It was the most important pilgrimage day for believers, and as long as they believed in the Beast God, those who could rush to Kylo City would come. At the same time, the Beast Temple also issued an invitation to all the royal families of the Orc Kingdom 3 months ago, and with the prestige of High Priest gone at this time, whether they belonged to the Beast God belief or not, they would come to watch the ceremony on that day. At that time, the ruling Divine Sword will also leave the Beast Temple. That is our only chance. When Carlyle said this, Elizabeth and the others looked at each other, and now they really thought Carlyle was crazy. The Judgment Sword is usually enshrined in the hands of the Beast God statue in the Beast Temple, and Gon does not sleep with it every day like Xia too. Because Gosen knows that his own strength is fundamental, if he relies too much on external forces, he is not a real strong man. Moreover, Gosen lived in the Beast Temple, and the Judgment Sword was always within his range of perception, and he could detect any changes. Even if the Judgment Sword left the Beast Temple on the day of the Beast God ceremony, it would be in Gon's hands, and a 5th Order peak warrior was still holding the Judgment Sword, and no one was his opponent. Taking a step back, even if the verdict is not in Gosen's hands, it will be under the eyes of countless orcs. Wanting to steal the Judgment Sword in plain sight is simply a fantasy. Don't look at me like that. Carlyle smiled and shook his head. I'm not crazy, it's very normal, you listen to me first. The process of the Beast God ceremony is fixed, and it has long been announced. The first step is to invite the High Priest Gurn to bring out the Judgment Sword, and then place it on the hand of the Beast God statue outside to start the parade, so that all believers can worship the Beast God and the Divine Sword. After the parade, the Beast God will return to the square in front of the palace in Kylo, where High Priest Gosen will lead all the believers to worship again. When the pilgrimage is over, the Judgment Sword will be returned to the Beast Temple. At that time, it was our only chance. Elizabeth frowned when she heard this. Even if the Judgment Excalibur is sent back, there will definitely be a large number of high-level transcendent people guarding it, once the trace of the ruling is lost, or there may be a fight. With Gon's strength, it won't take long to arrive, and it will still be a dead end. What if the ruling Divine Sword doesn't disappear? Carlyle suddenly smiled mysteriously, lowered his voice and said his plan. Elizabeth was stunned after hearing Carlyle's plan, not that his plan didn't work, but that this method had a high chance of success. It's just that the risk is too high, and even a little mistake may be irreversible. Otherwise, forget it, there's no need to take risks for a sword. Fang Xingchen thought about it and decided to give up. It was already difficult for them to move in from the Terran race, but the theft ruling was of a completely different nature. Once they miss, they have to play. Even if they escape by chance, they will face the pursuit of a 5th Order warrior, and they will no longer have a foothold in the Yanni continent. An epic mission is nothing compared to the lives of Elizabeth and others. No, you must steal it. I still have a lot to ask my uncle. Since he gave you this task, it will be completed when the time comes, it will definitely appear. Elizabeth flatly refused without thinking. She glanced at Carlyle and said, just prepare according to the method you said. Fang Xingchen was dumbfounded, but she also knew that she couldn't persuade Elizabeth, and her expression was obviously determined. In this team, Elizabeth is the one who talks and counts, and once she decides, others will support her unconditionally. And Fang Xingchen also felt that what Elizabeth said made sense. According to the mission description, if they stole the Judgment Sword, then Chen Luo would definitely appear and pass on the rest of the thieves to him. With Lofia's strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a Gosen, right? Time flies, and a month passes in an instant. As the day of the Beast God ceremony got closer and closer, the number of orcs in Kaluo City became more and more day by day, and by the day of the Beast God ceremony, there were more than 20 million people in the city, and there were crowds of people everywhere. Fortunately, the city of Chaluo has doubled on the basis of the original, and the design has taken into account all aspects of the problem, and there has been no collapse in accommodating so many passengers and pedestrians. But even the city of Kaluo, known as the world's first city, has reached its limit after accommodating nearly 20 million people. With so many people, security, shelter, etc. are a very serious problem. So from a week before the ceremony, unless it was a special identity and permission, Coral City was not allowed to enter. A large number of believers were stopped outside the city, and they had to set up tents along the way outside the city, just to see the glory of the gods up close. The entire city of Kylo has also become a sea of joy. Poets sing legends and stories of beast gods, shamans preach the belief of beast gods around the city, and all the shops in the city have begun to launch free activities and programs, as if it were a carnival of the century. Various performances can be seen on the streets, in taverns, and in the alleys, and countless orcs gather to drink and have fun to celebrate the festival. On the day of the Beast God ceremony, Coral City was even more lively, like a pot of boiled porridge. All the orcs rushed to the streets, and the whole city seemed to be set on fire, falling into a carnival feast. At the door of the magnificent Beast Temple, a huge Beast God statue dragged by dozens of wolves appeared, and Gon, wearing a sacrificial robe and a majestic figure, walked out of the Beast Temple with the Judgment Divine Sword in his hand. The front of the Beast Temple was full of orcs, and there was no end in sight, but the moment Gosen appeared, it suddenly became quiet, as if he had pressed the mute button, and he couldn't hear a single sound. Gosen pulled the Judgment Sword out of its scabbard with his right hand, and then held it high. The divine aura on the Judgment Divine Sword burst out instantly, and a white light soared straight into the sky. The endless ocean of people in front of the Beast Temple knelt down in unison, like falling dominoes, quickly spreading throughout the city. Even if you can't see Gon, you can judge that it comes from the Judgment Excalibur by looking at the divine light. Let us pray to the great gods of the gods, the supreme being who guards the world, and the supreme ruler of the kingdom of stars, the Beast God, and may the Beast God shine over the world. Gosen's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard outside the quiet Beast Temple. All the Beast God believers had fanaticism in their eyes, and they shouted at the same time as Gurn's voice. For a while, the entire Coral City turned into a voice. Chapter 296. The person closest to the sanctuary. After the orcs finished worshipping, Gosen put the Judgment Sword into the hand of the statue, and the wolves carried the statue and began to patrol the city. The artifact was placed on the Beast God's high wrist, shining with divine light and exposed to the eyes of the people of the city. In the dark, many people looked at the Judgment Divine Sword, their eyes showing greed. Among these people are humans and orcs, most of whom are ill-intentioned. But when they saw Gurn wearing only a simple sacrificial robe under the statue, everyone had to give up the idea of the verdict. Gosen had a godlike status in the Suva dynasty, but he dressed like ordinary people, never greedy for pleasure, and was extremely simple in food, clothing, housing, and transportation. In addition to practicing every day, he spreads his faith, making him almost invulnerable. Even though Gosen just stood there so casually, without deliberately exuding any momentum, his presence made all the Transcendentals feel an extremely powerful pressure. What a terrifying aura, he should be about to break through the Sixth Order. Elizabeth was in an attic not far away, looking at Gosen under the statue, and she couldn't help but exclaim. The higher the Transcendent, the stronger the oppression felt from Gosen. And a Fourth Order Transcendent like Elizabeth had a premonition that Gosen was already at the peak of the Fifth Order, and he was only one step away from the Sixth Order. Fang Xingchen and the others all changed their expressions, which was not good news for them. The Sixth Order powerhouse, in today's continent, except for the dragon, is absolutely invincible. At this time, surrounded by many believers, accompanied by music and dance, and rain all over the sky, the statue of the Beast God finally arrived at the square in front of the palace at dusk after spending half a day. Shamans and believers scattering petals and splashing water can be seen everywhere along the way, and many kneel on the ground or follow the idols all the way cheering. In front of the palace square, the emperor of the Suva dynasty, Lawson Fergus, and nearly 100 kings or envoys of the Orc nations welcomed the arrival of Gosen and the statues of the Beast Gods. When the statue was placed in the square, flowers scattered throughout the square, the bells rang softly, all the kings bowed to Gosen, and the rest knelt directly on the ground to perform the worship ceremony. It doesn't matter what the kings and dukes and nobles who watch the ceremony, no matter what they think in their hearts, whether they are believers in the Beast God or not, at this time, they must maintain enough respect for Gosen. In front of the square, Gosen once again led countless believers to worship the Beast God statue. Immediately afterwards, Gosen held a grand dinner in the palace to entertain the kings of various countries, and the Judgment Sword was put into the sword box by the transcendent people of the Beast Temple and respectfully sent back to the Beast Temple. Beast Temple. In the main temple where the divine sword of judgment is displayed, above the temple is a magnificent mural depicting the scene of the kingdom of heaven on both sides, while on the front is a picture of the Beast God high above, holding the divine sword of judgment high above the kingdom of God. Directly below the mural was a statue of a beast god, and at this time, the ruling had been solemnly replaced back in the hands of the statue. The ruling divine sword is generally only used when major celebrations are held in the Beast Temple, such as today's Beast God ceremony, or when the emperor is crowned, and most of the time it is in the palm of the Beast God. Even though Gosen could use the Excalibur of Judgment at will, he never took the initiative to touch it because he was afraid of being affected by the power in the Excalibur of Judgment. This is a whetstone made by Gosen for himself to hone his mind. If he restrains more than the desire for adjudication power, how can he become a god? A person who depends on foreign objects can never become a god. The Beast Temple has been guarding the Judgment Sword for more than 200 years, and Gosen has been getting along with the ruling day and night for so many years, and has been repeatedly fighting with his inner desires, and his strength has also improved by leaps and bounds in this struggle. That's why among all the students of the first generation of the Transcendental Academy, he became the one closest to the Sixth Order Sanctuary. At this time, it was completely dark outside, but the beast temple was brightly lit, illuminating every place in the temple. A clergyman wearing a shaman's robe slowly walked in from outside and walked in the direction of the main shrine. Before entering the main temple, he encountered the guard's interrogation when he was outside. Even if the cleric showed the identity token in his hand, the guards knew the shaman, and even saw him every few days, and they still meticulously checked all the parts of his body according to the process. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with him, he let him go without a trace of emotion. This kind of interrogation was carried out 10 more times before the clergyman finally arrived in front of the main temple. The main shrine will have a special shaman priest enter here every day to wipe the judgment sword and the beast god statue. Everyone must be a devout beast god believer. Strength is not important, what matters is whether the faith is devout or not. Except for Gosen, only they are allowed to enter and exit all year round, and no one else is allowed to enter the temple. And even if these shamans enter here, they need to go through 11 rigorous interrogations, and it is the same when they come out. Not to mention bringing things out, it is impossible to even bring things in. When this clergyman arrived in the main temple, a long sword with a scabbard suddenly appeared in front of him. There was no one in the temple, and the guards were facing outside, and no one noticed it at all. The cleric did not show any surprised expression. He quickly covered the long sword with a wide sacrificial robe, hid it in the robe, and took out soft gauze to wipe the beast god statue as if nothing had happened. When the places he could reach below were wiped clean, he moved a long ladder from the side hall and placed it under the statue, and began to wipe the upper part of the statue and the judgment sword it was holding in its hand. In the process of wiping, the shaman used his tall size and white sacrificial robe to block the view from the outside, and then gently pulled out the long sword inside the sacrificial robe and replaced the judgment sword in the hand of the statue. The whole movement is fast and smooth, obviously after countless rehearsals. The long sword that was replaced was the same as the real Judgment Excalibur in terms of size and style, and even exuded a strong divine aura, and no one would feel any difference at a glance. The shaman inserted the real divine sword of judgment into the scabbard of the robe, and then pretended to wipe it down, and then carried the long ladder back into the side hall. While putting it back, he took out the judgment sword in his robe and handed it over. A hand stretched out silently in the air and held the Judgment Excalibur, and then disappeared. The shaman had no waves in his eyes, turned around and walked towards the outside of the main shrine. After repeated interrogation again, he left the beast temple after making sure that there was nothing more on him. Chapter 297, Shadow Stealth. After leaving the beast temple, a figure suddenly appeared behind the shaman priest, and this person was Fang Xingchen. He just used the thief's skill Shadow Stealth, which is a more advanced stealth skill than stealth and can produce an invisibility effect at night. Although this skill is very powerful, it is ineffective against people who are too high in their own level. Fang Xingchen only has a 3rd order now, and the effect against the same order may be very strong, but against the transcendent of the 4th order, the effect is very poor. He had to be careful to hide the scent and footsteps on his body, and restrain his breathing, otherwise he would also be quickly perceived by the spiritual senses of the 4th order transcendentals. As for the 5th order, there is no need to think about it. Fang Xingchen activated this skill only for fear that he would be perceived by Gosen as soon as he stepped into the beast temple. This is also the reason why Fang Xingchen has this divine skill and does not dare to break into the beast temple. And today was the only day Gurn left the beast temple, and the 4th order transcendent people in the temple did not need to watch the door like the guards at the temple gate. So Fang Xingchen took the fake judgment divine sword and followed the shaman priest all the way into the main temple. Of course, that shaman was arranged by Carlyle, and he was also a player, otherwise who would dare to do such a thing? Before entering the beast temple, they simulated a scene roughly equivalent to the environment in the beast temple, which contained a statue as tall as the main temple and 2 fake judgment swords, allowing the shaman to keep practicing. After more than a month of repeated training, when it can be done in the shortest time and almost does not make much movement, there is action tonight. Fang Xingchen left the beast temple, his heart suddenly beat wildly, and he felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Fang Xingchen turned on the recording function throughout the whole process, and such a historic moment must of course be recorded. However, Fang Xingchen recorded it, but he was not stupid enough to announce it now. When Fang Xingchen excitedly held the judgment sword to find Elizabeth and the others, after they were excited, they immediately set off to prepare to leave the city. Because when Gosen returned to the beast temple, he was afraid that he would immediately notice something strange. The divine aura on the judgment sword was added by Elizabeth with the light divine technique, which could be hidden from the 4th order transcendent, but it could never be hidden from Gurn. If they don't leave now, when Gurn returns to the beast temple, they won't be able to leave. When Elizabeth and the others expressed their desire to leave, the shaman said that his goal was too big to follow them, and that he needed to escape the city alone. Elizabeth and Fang Xingchen didn't think much about it, so they let him leave alone. Elizabeth and the others went out of the city without much attention, and now the entire city of Quirrell is reveling. Not only is there no curfew, but even the city gates are not closed. After they ran a distance away from Quirrell City with the Excalibur of Judgment, Elizabeth suddenly felt something was wrong. It all went too smoothly, and it didn't go smoothly. They did almost nothing, only Fang Xingchen took the risk of entering the Beast Temple with that fake ruling, and then came out like this. "Brother Russell, let me see the ruling." Elizabeth suddenly spoke. Fang Xingchen didn't think much about it, and thought that Elizabeth wanted to see the style of the ruling, so she handed the ruling over immediately. After Elizabeth slowly pulled out the ruling, she immediately felt a terrifying force surging up from it. She immediately put the sword back and didn't dare to pull it all out, for fear of causing any changes. Elizabeth frowned. Even if she had never seen the verdict before, she knew that this sword could not be fake just by the power exposed from this blade. However, why do I always feel that something is wrong? Elizabeth's intuition was honed over the years of life and death, and there were few mistakes. Elizabeth thought for a while, and suddenly said again, "Brother Russell, we haven't really thought about one thing. Carlyle, just because he worships us, and because you all belong to the player organization, did you help us?" Fang Xingchen said with a strange face, "Do you suspect that there is something wrong with him? The vast majority of people in this world will be driven by interests. Even if Carlyle is a player, he is still the identity of the prince of the Suva dynasty. Even if he lives aggrievedly, he will not betray the interests of his country. And we stole out the ruling, and it didn't do him any good." Fang Xingchen did not suspect Carlyle from the beginning. Players play games, most of them are indeed for fun, and will do some things that the natives cannot understand. But now hearing Elizabeth say this, Fang Xingchen did feel that it was a little unreasonable. Even if Carlyle is unsuccessful in the Orc Kingdom, he is still a prince after all, and he has a large amount of gold coins to squander every month, and he can use these gold coins to exchange for a lot of money in reality, and it is estimated that there is no problem in becoming a multimillionaire. In the real world, he can live extremely nourishingly, and he still cares about how he lives in the Western fantasy world? But once the matter of helping them steal the ruling is exposed, not to mention that he is a prince, even the prince will be finished. Carlyle lets go of lying down to make money, however, taking such a big risk, just for Elizabeth's autograph and group photo. The brain show will not play like this, right? Fang Xingchen thought of this, his expression changed suddenly. Could it be a trap? Elizabeth shook her head. It's just an intuition, there is no definite evidence. They are so well prepared, from preparing the statue, to making a fake judgment sword, and arranging a shaman priest who can enter the main shrine in advance. Do you believe that this is a month to prepare? Fang Xingchen was stunned for a moment, and quickly reacted. I also feel wrong when you say this. The statue and the fake sword are nothing yet, and it is no problem to prepare within a month. Shamans must practice penance in the Beast Temple for at least 10 years, and their faith must be absolutely devout in order to have the opportunity to enter the main temple to wipe the statue and divine sword. This is obviously not something that can be prepared overnight. Does this guy want to eat black? Elizabeth shook her head again. Not like. He is a prince who cannot become an extraordinary person. Even if he gets the Judgment Excalibur, it won't be of much use, and even if he gets it, will he dare to use it? Then what is he for? Elizabeth frowned, and said without thinking, there must be some conspiracy in this that we can't think of. Don't worry about what it is, leave the Orc Kingdom as soon as possible. Fang Xingchen nodded and said, what you said makes sense, no matter what he wants to do. Anyway, this ruling is true. When we leave the Orc Kingdom, his plot is useless. Chapter 298 Conspiracy. In the city of Kaluo, in a secret room somewhere in the mansion of the 9th Prince Carlyle. Boss, there was news from Kaya just now, and they have already left the city with the ruling. Carlyle smiled and said to an orc of the bear race in front of him. Lei Chengyang laughed and stood up, his eyes shining. Very good, let Kaya go offline immediately. Don't go online before I tell you. Let them take the next step. Carlyle's identity in reality was Lei Chengyang's secretary Su Yaifei, and he responded quickly, and then left the secret room. And the man named Yan Kaya was the shaman who had just stolen the judgment sword with Fang Xingchen. When the dinner in the palace was over, it was already midnight, and Gosen was already a little drunk when he left the palace. Most of the orcs have a bold temperament, and at the dinner, the kings naturally have to toast Gurn, who has the most noble status. And Gosen is also very face-saving, almost never rejecting anyone who comes. After a few rounds, even the strength of his fifth order transcendent was a little unbearable. When he returned to the Beast Temple, Gosen felt the position of the Judgment Sword as usual, and after sensing the divine aura above, he fell asleep with peace of mind. When I woke up the next day, it was already noon. When he woke up, Gurn's expression suddenly changed. Yesterday when he was drunk, his spiritual sense was much slower than usual, and now when he was sober, he immediately found that the aura of the Judgment Excalibur was a little wrong. Gosen's figure disappeared into the sleeping hall in an instant, but in a moment, he arrived in the main temple. He stretched out his hand, and the divine sword of judgment in the hand of the beast god statue arrived in his hand. The moment he got it, Gosen knew that the sword was fake. Damn! Someone actually dropped the judgment sword under his nose in Kaluo City, in this beast temple. And it was on the day of the beast god ceremony. A wave of rage spread through Gosen's chest, and he hadn't experienced anger in over 100 years. Accompanied by anger, there is also endless killing intent. No matter who you are, we'll pay an unbearable price for you. Gosen roared angrily, and the entire beast temple trembled. The transcendent people and guards outside the temple had just noticed that someone had broken into the main temple, but Gosen was too fast to know who it was. But at this time, when they saw Gosen roaring with the Excalibur of Judgment, their expressions changed drastically, not knowing what was happening, which made the high priest, who had always been so angry. Gosen turned around and looked at the guards outside the temple coldly. Gather all the people who guarded the temple last night. The group of temple guards did not dare to neglect and hurriedly took orders to summon the guards in charge last night. In less than 10 minutes, all the guards of the temple last night knelt down in front of Gosen, and one by one they didn't know what was going on. Gosen's expression was cold, and with the fake ruling, a touch of golden fighting spirit in his hand poured into the long sword. In the shocked gaze of those guards, the Judgment Excalibur instantly split and shattered, turning into a small piece of iron that splashed on the ground, making a crisp impact sound. "Which of you told me what's going on?" Gosen's tone did not have any warmth, which made everyone present shiver. The guard stayed for a moment, and then reacted instantly. The ruling was an artifact, and it could not be destroyed by manpower at all. If it can be destroyed, it means that this Judgment Divine Sword is fake. Everyone present finally realized why Gosen was so angry, and the guards' foreheads were instantly covered with cold sweat, and their bodies began to tremble. The ruling was dropped, but they didn't know that it was enough for them to die 800 times. The guards were about to cry one by one. How did they know what was going on? There was no abnormal situation last night. Why did the ruling Excalibur become fake? Seeing that no one was talking, Gosen snorted angrily and stepped out with a violent kick. The ground of the temple broke inch by inch, and the two guards standing in front of him were shocked into the air, and then suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. All dereliction of duty are dragged down, strictly interrogated, and the result is not asked, and everyone is guilty of the same crime. Dozens of adjudicators of the Beast Temple rushed in, dragging all the trembling guards of the main temple and related personnel down. The others present began to break out in a cold sweat, and the adjudicators were the torture organization in the Beast Temple, which was responsible for dealing with heretics and enemies. Taken away by the adjudicator, almost no one came out alive. Regardless of whether this group of guards betrayed the Beast Temple and was guilty of such a serious crime as the Judgment Sword, once it was spread, it would be a heavy blow to the prestige of the Beast Temple. So someone must take on this responsibility, whether these guards are involved or not. It is strictly forbidden to leak half a word of the ruling on theft, and violators will be killed without mercy. Yes. Everyone present knelt down in fear and took orders in unison. Send my order to close the city gates, and anyone who leaves Chino City, whether it is a beggar or a king, must be strictly interrogated. Yes. As Gosen issued orders one by one, a shaman priest quickly received orders to leave the Beast Temple. Less than half an hour later, Horn, the person in charge of the adjudicator, walked in and knelt down in front of Gosen on one knee, reporting to the high priest. According to the investigation, it is most likely that the divine servant Akam stole the Judgment Divine Sword. When wiping the statue and the divine sword last night, a shaman priest noticed a slight change, but he didn't care. But among all the people we summoned who had come into contact with the Excalibur of Judgment yesterday, only the divine servant Akam was missing, and I have ordered someone to pursue this person. Gosen's expression was not much better when he heard this. His expression was gloomy and almost dripping water. Just a divine servant, absolutely not have the courage to dare to fight the divine sword. Check me to the end. No matter who the mastermind behind the scenes is, you must pay the price. As you wish. Horn responded respectfully and slowly retreated. While the undercurrent was surging in Kylo City, ordinary people, including the royal family, did not know what was going on, but felt that the soldiers on the street had inexplicably increased, and they were all arresting people under the leadership of the shamans of the Beast Temple. When the believers asked why, the answers were surprisingly consistent, and the Beast Temple was hunting down heretics so that they could not worry and continue to enjoy the celebration. It wasn't until after dark that another earth-shattering event occurred in the palace of Quirrell City, shaking the entire Orc Kingdom. At the same time, Horn met Gosen again in the Beast Temple to report on the latest progress of the investigation. Chapter 299 The Only Heir. High Priest, after Akam left the temple last night, he disappeared without a clue, as if he had disappeared out of thin air. But after our layers of investigation, he had secretly met with several people. According to the investigation, these people are all members of the vampire clan, and the ruling divine sword is very likely to fall into their hands. I guess that this incident is likely to be an action of the Blood Clan organization, and it has been planned for a long time to steal the Judgment Sword on the day of the Beast God ceremony. Horn knelt on the ground and reported the information he received to Gosen without a trace of emotion. Vampires? Gosen's expression was already cold when he heard this, and he didn't believe it at first. After losing the Ancestor Cane over the years, the vampires have been very low-key and rarely appear in the shadows. Most of them are scattered in areas outside the sphere of influence of the Church of Light, and there are many in the Orcs, but since the emergence of extraordinary powers, they have gradually disappeared. Although people killed by vampires appear from time to time, they do not dare to be too rampant. If it weren't for hundreds of years ago, when Lilith led the elite of the vampire to kill the saintess chosen by the goddess of light, the outside world would almost forget their existence. Of course, Gosen also knew about the existence of the vampires, but they didn't make much noise, so he didn't take them seriously. But the vampires, who had been silent for many years, suddenly ran out to snatch the judgment sword and dared to provoke themselves, which was obviously a bit unreasonable. Could it be that their prince Lilith broke through the Fifth Order? Gosen felt that something was wrong. If Lilith really broke through the Fifth Order, there was no reason for the vampire to be silent for so long. Except for the vampires, I really can't think of anyone daring to play the idea of adjudicating the divine sword, and now the only object of suspicion is them. Whether it's them or not, since they have come into contact with that damn thief, then capture all the blood clans of Kaluo City for me. Those who dare to resist, kill. Yes, Your Excellency. Just as Horn was about to withdraw, a shaman rushed in a panic and knelt down on the ground with a pop. Great, High Priest, it's not good. Many vampire assassins appeared in the palace, and His Majesty the Emperor and the kings who came to watch the ceremony were assassinated, and it is said that. Gosen's expression changed sharply, and he shouted urgently, "Say!" The shaman's face turned pale, and his eyes were full of panic. It is said that they are all dead. What? Gosen's voice was full of anger, and he realized at this moment that something was wrong. There were more than 100 kings who came to watch the ceremony, and they were all invited by the Beast Temple. If these kings died in Coral City, the consequences would be even worse than the loss of the Excalibur of Judgment. You dirty rats, hiding in the gutter, do you really think your life is too long? Gosen roared angrily, and the golden fighting spirit on his body bloomed, and his figure rushed out like a golden lightning. The Beast Temple was not far from the palace, but in an instant, Gon rushed into the palace. At this time, the entire palace was in chaos, with shouts and wails everywhere. Gosen rushed to the main hall where the banquet was held, and sure enough, he saw that all the invited kings had spat blood and fell to the ground. In the main hall, many people with sharp fangs and red eyes, with obvious characteristics of the vampire, were fighting with the transcendent and soldiers in the palace. The furious Gosen stepped out, and the invisible energy surged out, bombarding all the blood clans in the hall with unmistakable accuracy, and the other party did not even have the ability to resist, and directly exploded into a pile of blood mist. Gosen killed all the vampires in the hall with one move, and his figure quickly appeared in front of the Emperor Lawson Fergus. He pushed away the people surrounding the Emperor and stretched out his hand on his pulse. Immediately upload the Imperial Doctor of the Imperial Court. The Emperor was poisoned, let them bring all the antidotes. The palace guards beside the Emperor were also in a state of confusion at this time, and when they saw Gosen, they hurriedly took orders to find the palace doctor. Gosen put his hand on Lawson Fergus' pulse, and the golden fighting aura instantly rushed in, controlling the toxins in his body and preventing them from spreading further. Immediately afterwards, Gosen's figure quickly disappeared and appeared in front of one king after another in the main hall, and began to use his fighting spirit to contain the continued deterioration of their injuries. Although Gosen did not have the talent of a mage, he did not waste his time in vain for hundreds of years, and he combined the skills of a shaman with fighting spirit to create a fighting spirit with healing effects. But even though Gosen was strong, he came too late. Most of these kings were deeply poisoned, only some of the third and fourth order transcendents survived, and the remaining half of the low-strength kings died the moment of poisoning. After Gosen treated the kings of the main hall, he found that all the members of the Fergus royal family were also there. His expression changed slightly, and his figure rushed over again, checking them one by one. After Gosen finished checking, his expression was already gloomy to the extreme, because all of Lawson Fergus' children were dead, and only the Emperor was still alive in the entire royal family. When the Imperial Doctor of the palace rushed over to stabilize the king's injuries, the enraged Gosen figure rushed out of the palace again, killing all the Blood Clan who were still resisting, leaving only 2 living mouths to prepare for torture. What happened in the palace spread throughout Quirrell City the next day, and quickly spread throughout the orcs. All the orcs were furious, and when they learned that it was the vampires who had committed such evil deeds at the Beast God ceremony, the revenge of the vampire began throughout the orcs. At this time, Elizabeth and her party, who had been sleepless for 2 days, also received the news. "I know why Carlyle wants to help us." Elizabeth suddenly sighed and said. Fang Xinchen was stunned when he heard this, and couldn't help but say strangely, "Why? Except for the Emperor, all the royal family members are dead. Didn't you think of anything? Carlyle is dead too." At this time, Jasmine Crow, who was Fang Xingchen's sister in the Western fantasy world, suddenly couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Brother, why can't your brain ever turn a corner?" Fang Xinchen was used to being despised by his sister and didn't care, and snorted, "As long as you are smart, then what are you going on? Didn't that Carlyle say that he was a marginal person? Will such a grand event as the Beast God ceremony invite him, a prince who is not taken seriously and the Emperor can't even remember his name?" Fang Xingchen frowned. He thought for a moment, and suddenly recalled, in other words, this guy did not attend the palace dinner. He was the second member of the royal family to survive, and he naturally became the only heir to the Suva dynasty. Chapter 300 Beyond the Scope. Lei Chengyang was also confused at the Carlisle mansion at this time, because the result was not what he expected. Lei Chengyang only wanted to kill all the members of the Fergus royal family, and the reason why Lawson did not die was not because of how strong he was, but because Lei Chengyang deliberately kept him alive. If the emperor dies, a prince who has no power and is not an extraordinary person can only be a puppet if he sits on the throne. Therefore, it is necessary to let Lawson pave the way for Carlisle first, plus he is assisting by his side, and it will not be long before Carlisle, that is, Su Yifei, can sit firmly in the position of the crown prince, and then the Suva dynasty will actually be under his control. The bloodline bastards are out of line. They even want to kill the kings who are participating in the celebration. Lei Chengyang could even foresee what it would be like if they all died here. These kings encompass 70% of the Orc countries, and if they died in the Suva dynasty, although there were blood clans, who knew if it was a Suva dynasty conspiracy? They are bound to ask the Suva dynasty for an explanation, and if it is not good, it will lead to war, and then the entire Orc kingdom will be in chaos, which is obviously not in their interests. What the hell does Lilith want to do? She didn't want to wake up Cain anymore? Lei Chengyang frowned deeply. Boss, I think she doesn't believe us, so she plans to come by herself. Su Yifei shook his head and continued, we all know that Cain, that is, Zhao Yi can log into the game again when he becomes an adult at the age of 18. The official turned Cain's body into a deep sleep, and there was an 80% chance that Zhao Yi would wake up in the original body. But Lilith is not a player, she doesn't know this, and we haven't told her the specific method, so she has no patience. Did she think of another way? According to the information we have received from the vampires, Lilith seems to have found some kind of way to awaken Cain, and it takes a lot of blood. So I speculate that the purpose of her killing those kings was to start a war, and only in the case of chaos and disorder could the vampires obtain blood unscrupulously. Lei Chengyang sneered when he heard this, it just so happens that I don't plan to leave this group of vampires, let someone tell the Beast Temple all the strongholds of the vampires in Kaluo City. I've already asked someone to do it. It has nothing to do with us, right? It is an ordinary player, we have only contacted in reality, and there is no contact in the Western fantasy world, so it will not be suspicious of us. Lei Chengyang nodded, it's time for you to go to the palace, just behave as usual, don't make any unnecessary moves. I understand. Su Yifei nodded slightly, immediately turned around and left the secret room, and immediately entered the palace to ask for an audience with Emperor Lawson. Such a big thing happened, even an unpopular prince couldn't say anything without entering the palace to see the emperor. And Lei Chengyang also left Carlisle's mansion through a secret passage, returned to the Beast Temple, and went to Sigurn. In the Beast Temple, it was difficult for even a third and fourth order transcendent person to Sigurn, because he was busy cultivating and spreading his faith every day, and he had no time to meet people who didn't matter. But Lei Chengyang is different. Although Lei Chengyang is only a third order warrior now, he can see Gon at any time. After joining the Beast Temple more than 10 years ago, Lei Chengyang's cultivation talent was not good, and it was not bad. Such a person caught a lot in the Beast Temple, and it would not make Gosen look at him differently. But Lei Chengyang showed an ability that is different from others, that is, his excellent management and financial capabilities. Orcs are actually not very good at the fine work of financial management, even if Lei Chengyang had already implemented a business model in Kaluo City hundreds of years ago, and he had also brought in the modern financial management system. But orcs seem to be naturally uninterested in numbers, and no matter how they are taught, it is difficult to use them skillfully. The Beast Temple has a large number of believers every year, as well as donations from the Fergus royal family, all of which are coordinated by the treasurer of the Beast Temple to coordinate the allocation of resources. But the problem lies in this position, because the Beast Temple is so powerful that the donations provided by believers every year are astronomical. Sitting in this position, as long as you move your fingers, you can make people rich, and it is too difficult not to be corrupt, which is simply testing people's hearts. Of course, there are also people who are devout and do not have much desire for wealth, but these people often have little financial management ability, which gives Gosen a headache. At this time, Lei Chengyang appeared. Needless to say, Lei Chengyang's ability was quickly recognized by Gosen. Less than 3 years after joining the Beast Temple, he was appointed as the treasurer of the Beast Temple, responsible for coordinating the distribution of resources. And Lei Chengyang also performed extremely well, using the resources of believers to invest and operate to increase the value of these assets. Although he could not guess that Gosen's ultimate goal was to become a god, there was no doubt that he wanted to gain more believers. Lei Chengyang asked Gosen for instructions and set up a charity fund with his value-added wealth, which was specially used to help the believers of the Beast Temple expand the influence of the Beast Temple and attract more orcs to join the Beast Temple. Gosen figured out how the charity fund worked, and couldn't help but admire Lei Chengyang. In addition, during his time in charge of the finances of the Beast Temple, there was never any corruption, and neither his character nor ability made it impossible to find any fault. In order to show his reward, Gosen even began to personally guide Lei Chengyang in his cultivation. After this operation, Lei Qinjiang's status in the Beast Temple is second only to an important position like Horn, and he can see Gosen at any time. But when Lei Chengyang said he wanted to see Gosen, he was told by the attendant that the high priest was in a bad mood and did not see anyone. Please inform the high priest again, I have urgent news about the ruling divine sword, and I must meet the high priest today. The attendant was stunned for a moment. Gosen had a strict order not to leak the news of the ruling theft, and absolutely no one in the temple dared to disobey. Even if Lei Chengyang had a high status in the Beast Temple, it was impossible to know the news. Please wait a moment. No, let him in. Gosen's indifferent voice floated out of the temple, obviously having heard what Lei Chengyang had just said. The attendant did not dare to neglect it, and immediately led Lei Chengyang into the main temple. At this time, Gosen was looking up at the beast god statue in the temple, and after hearing the movement behind him, he asked without looking back, "Do you know about the ruling theft?" Lei Chengyang showed a shocked expression and lost his voice. "What did you say? Rule that the Excalibur was stolen?" Chapter 301 Investment Vision. Gosen turned to look at Lei Chengyang. His gaze was like a sharp sword, as if he was about to penetrate Lei Chengyang, making him can't help but lower his head. Gosen couldn't see anything from Lei Qinjiang's expression. He asked lightly, "What is the news you said about the ruling?" Back to the high priest. On the day of the beast god ceremony, the ninth prince Carlyle accidentally saw the whereabouts of the temple priest Akam very sneaky, and after discovering the ninth prince, he ran away in a panic. The ninth prince was very curious at the time, so he secretly followed and found that Akam had given something to a group of humans, which looked very similar to a ruling from the style of the thing. The ninth prince began to think it was just an imitation, and when he heard that the beast temple was wanted by Akam, he felt that this matter must be reported to the high priest. "But he is not qualified to see you. The ninth prince and I are friends, so I specially entrusted me to report the news to you." Gosen's eyes were filled with cold light, and the temperature of the entire main temple seemed to drop a few points suddenly. "Can you see the appearance of those humans clearly in Carlyle?" Lei Chengyang hurriedly replied, "Because it is night, the light is not clear, and the ninth prince can only roughly distinguish that they are humans. As for their appearance, they can't see clearly, but speak directly." Gosen heard the news of the ruling at this time, and he was already impatient, or was he interested in listening to Lei Qinjiang's roundabout? Lei Chengyang bowed and replied, "But these human teams are very distinctive. They are 2 men and 2 women plus 2 dogs, a bit like the group called Elizabeth who was hunted down in the human race." Gosen's eyes instantly became cold. "Is it the 4th order human woman who is known as the youngest on the continent?" "It's them." Lei Chengyang said that he didn't continue to talk about it here. With his current identity, it was just right to know so much. If he drew a snake again, maybe Gosen would be suspicious of him. With this information, it is enough for Gosen to recover the Excalibur of Judgment. Summon Horn and Udur in. Gosen made a decision in an instant, and immediately shouted outside, "Yes." The guards outside immediately bowed and rushed away. After Gosen finished giving his order, his eyes suddenly looked at Lei Chengyang, and he said slowly, "Now it seems that you have a good vision. In your words, this is called investment vision?" Of course, Lei Chengyang knew what Gosen meant, and the other party was referring to the fact that he had a good relationship with the ninth prince Carlyle. The princes befriended the priests and important figures of the Beast Temple to enhance their strength, which was nothing new in the Suva dynasty. Lei Chengyang, the financial officer of the Beast Temple, naturally had a prince to win over, but he chose the ninth prince, a marginal figure, which puzzled many people. "You are joking. I have a good relationship with the ninth prince, but because we get along happily, it is not an investment." Lei Chengyang pretended to be puzzled. Gosen's eyes were as calm as water. "It's an investment or not? I checked the emperor's body, and although he survived, his physical function was impaired and he had no chance to have offspring. If Carlyle's report is true, then he will become the next emperor of the Suva dynasty. Appointing a candidate for the emperor of a country is as common as eating and drinking in Gosen's tone." But the waiters and Lei Chengyang present did not have the slightest surprised expression, and Gosen did have this ability and confidence. Not to mention the designation, even if Gosen wants to replace Lawson now, no one in the Suva dynasty will object. Lei Qinjiang's expression did not fluctuate at all. "I will convey your meaning to the ninth prince. Go ahead, find a time to bring Carlyle to see me." "Yes." Lei Chengyang bowed, turned around and exited the main temple. "Go find out if Carlyle and Tate's recent whereabouts are related to the vampires." Tate is the name of the bear race that Lei Chengyang wore at this time. After Lei Chengyang left, Gosen glanced at his back lightly and said a word to the air. "Yes, High Priest." In the invisible shadows of the temple, a voice without any emotion came over, and then the temple fell into silence. Gosen couldn't help but sigh slightly, and even he felt a little tired after a series of big things. Especially the tragedy in the palace. It is okay if those kings die, but the Fergus royal family was almost wiped out, which gave Gosen a headache, because his full name was Gosen Fergus. The first emperor of the Suva dynasty was actually Gurn's younger brother, but he did not make it public. As hundreds of years passed, it became even more difficult for the outside world to know, and only successive emperors knew this secret. For Gosen, even if the Fergus royal family is cut off, there will be no problem if a new family rules the Suva dynasty, and the Suva dynasty will still be under his control. But the royal family shared a common blood with him, and ruled the Suva dynasty for hundreds of years, and Gosen did not want to change to that position unless it was a last resort. High Priest, Horn and Udur ask for an audience. Gosen restrained his good mood and said lightly, "Let them in." Shortly after Lei Changyang left the Beast Temple, Gosen issued an order to arrest Elizabeth and her party throughout the territory, and obtained their portraits and characteristics from the human race, which were promulgated in the Suva dynasty and the subordinate kingdoms. Then Gosen wrote a letter himself, asking the emperors of the other two Orc dynasties to assist and be wanted in their kingdoms. Few people in the Orc territory dare not by Gurn's face, not even the emperor. Therefore, when the Griffin Knights of the Beast Temple teleported Gurn's orders to all the Orcs, Elizabeth and the others suffered. The main reason is that their team is too eye-catching, and they are in the territory of the Orcs, so they can be easily recognized. Especially when Fang Xingchen accidentally exposed the verdict during the fight, all the Orcs went crazy, and even gave up the task of encircling and suppressing the vampires, and instead hunted down Elizabeth and the others. Although they couldn't believe it was a verdict, what if it was true? Not to mention whether they can keep it in their hands when they get it, but they must not let the Excalibur of Judgment be brought back to the human race, which is the consensus of all Orcs. After Gosen received the news, he immediately took a griffin to the Kingdom of Brass, where Elizabeth and others had recently appeared. After Lei Changyang left the Beast Temple and returned to his mansion, he found that there was an uninvited guest in the room. Seeing this extremely beautiful woman in front of him, enough to be described as a captivating country, Lei Changyang couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. He thought that Lilith should have fled under the pursuit of the Beast Temple at this time, but he didn't expect her to run to his house at all. Chapter 302 Serious Deception. Priest Tate played the entire Orc kingdom with applause while chatting and laughing. How could he still be afraid? Lilith looked at Lei Changyang with a smile, her face full of playful expressions. Can Lei Changyang not be afraid? He is now different from when he first entered the game, and he also has the strength of a third-order warrior. Lilith was also in the Third Order at this time, but she had been in the Third Order for hundreds of years, and since she had appeared, the other three blood princes must also be nearby. Lei Changyang has been planning for more than 10 years, and it seems that it is about to be completed. If he is killed at this time, then he will vomit blood. But soon, Lei Changyang calmed down. If Lilith wanted to kill him, she wouldn't wait until now. You want to go out of town? Lei Changyang only figured out what Lilith wanted to do in an instant. Even though Gosen had left Coral City at this time, the strength of the Beast Temple was still not something Lilith and others could resist. The Beast Temple alone has more than 200 Fourth Order warriors in Kaluo City, and the number of shamans is almost the same, and only one Fourth Order can completely eradicate the Blood Clan. The location of our stronghold was betrayed by Priest Tate. Of course you are responsible for sending us out, are you right? Lei Changyang laughed dryly. How can it be that I betrayed you? We are partners. Lilith laughed. Tisk, Master Tate doesn't need to pretend. Until just now I figured out your entire plan. I have been planning for so many years, and everything that can be calculated has been calculated, and our blood clan is not wronged. However, there are a few points that I still can't understand, and I want to ask Master Tate to solve my doubts. Lei Changyang saw that Lilith's tone was so determined, and he knew that even if he continued to act, the other party would not believe it, and his expression returned to an indifferent appearance. For example? Lilith chuckled. She glanced at Lei Changyang. For example, what is your relationship with the Ninth Prince? I specially asked someone to investigate. You didn't have any intersection before, no different from strangers, but you became close overnight. The Ninth Prince is willing to listen to you even this kind of rebellious thing, and your relationship is definitely not as simple as it seems. Lei Changyang naturally couldn't reveal his true relationship with Su Yaifei. His mind changed, and he suddenly thought of the player organization that Fang Xingchen fooled Elizabeth about. At that time, Su Yaifei was at the scene, so naturally he heard it all, and told Lei Changyang when he went back. Lei Changyang felt that Fang Xingchen was a talent at that time, and he could think of such an explanation without fouling. When Lei Changyang said it according to Fang Xingchen's understanding, Lilith had a strange expression. I'm telling the truth, believe it or not. No, I believe you. Lilith laughed, and suddenly opened her mouth and said Chinese, dog official? Lei Changyang was instantly stunned, and he didn't expect Lilith to say a word in Chinese, and it was also the player's name for the game company. With a stunned expression on his face, he said in Chinese, aren't you an NPC? Are you a planner? NPC. Lilith thought for a while. I've heard my father mention this word a few times, and it seems that this is your player's language. The first few English words of Lilith are pronounced completely accurately, but the latter words are in the lingua franca of the mainland. Lei Changyang was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. Lilith didn't know what the word dog official meant. Most likely she often heard Kane scolding the game company with these three words, so she remembered it. In fact, Kane is also a member of the player organization, and he is the first member. The Shangtang Emperor of the human race, and the Beast King Rikoba are also members of your players, right? Lilith's eyes flashed and she suddenly asked. Lei Chengyang glanced at Lilith in surprise. This woman has lived for 700 or 800 years, and she has really become a spirit, and she guessed it so quickly. Why do you think so? Hee, my father and these two people used to be inseparable, and during the second epic battle, they all spoke player languages that we didn't understand on the battlefield, so what's so strange about them belonging to the same organization? Lei Chengyang sighed in his heart. This woman is really not simple. It was hundreds of years ago, and she still remembers. But then again, the only ones who can survive in the second epic war until now are the 4 princes of the vampires. Who is the founder of this player organization? Lilith's eyes lit up, staring at Lei Chengyang and asking. Lei Chengyang shook his head. I don't know, no one in this world knows. Lilith frowned. Master Tate, please don't test my patience. Lei Chengyang said with a calm face, I really don't know. They are an organization that secretly controls this world, and they can change the situation in the world at will. How can such an existence be known to me as an ordinary member? The game company can change the time flow rate at will and shut down the server at will, which is indeed secretly controlling the Western fantasy world. They can change the world with an update announcement, and I don't know who the boss of Second Life is. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. When Lilith saw Lei Chengyang's calm appearance, her expression suddenly changed slightly, because she could feel that Lei Chengyang didn't seem to be lying. Then what you said before can help me wake up my father. Is it a method within your player organization? Yes, as long as I follow my method, he will definitely wake up within 100 years. Lei Chengyang said seriously. Kane was only about 3 months away from turning 17 at the end of the first test. A year has now passed, which means that he is only 3 months away from turning 18. According to the flow rate ratio between reality and the Western fantasy world, that is, 100 years. At that time, no matter what, Kane will definitely enter the game. Now that Lilith has automatically made up for it, Lei Chengyang has no choice but to follow the trend and continue to fool. Otherwise, what will this old woman do if she wants to kill herself? When the time comes, just think of some difficult methods and let Lilith's gang do it. 100 years later, he had already reached the 4th order, and he cleaned them up in minutes. Well, by the way, I have to throw Kane's body into the sun to dry, otherwise with that kid's personality that will be retribution, re-entering the game will definitely come to trouble himself. Lilith pondered. Originally she was skeptical about Lei Chengyang's statement, but since she heard about the organization player, she suddenly believed it for no reason. Chapter 303 Your NPC wants to learn Chinese from me. Lilith's desire to awaken Kane was not a father-daughter relationship, but because they found that after reaching the 3rd level, no matter how much they practiced, they could not advance, as if they had encountered a ceiling. Lilith and the others reached the 3rd order hundreds of years ago, and they are still in the 3rd order today. They also thought that the Blood Clan could only cultivate to the 3rd order because of its natural strength. Later, one day, a sign appeared in the minds of the 4 Blood Princes at the same time. As the ancestor of the Blood Clan, Kane now only has 1 order, and they can only be at the highest level 3, and unless Kane advances, they will be able to continue to advance. Although they didn't know where this omen came from, Lilith and the other Blood Princes naturally believed it in their hearts, because for this reason alone, otherwise it would not be possible to explain the embarrassing situation they were experiencing now. But now that the reason has been figured out, the princes of the Blood Clan are also confused. Kane is now asleep, how can he advance? Lilith and the others tried countless methods, but forcibly feeding Kane's body and soaking his body in the blood had no effect. At this time, Lei Chengyang came to the door and said that there was a way to wake up Kane. Although the Blood Princes didn't believe it, Lei Chengyang said that it only takes 100 years to know the truth or falsehood. 100 years is so long for an ordinary person, but for the Blood Clan, it is nothing at all. And they have waited for hundreds of years, and they don't care about waiting another 100 years. Of course, Lilith and the others would not fully believe Lei Chengyang, and while helping him, they were also looking for other ways. Then one day, a sign appeared in the minds of all the Blood Princes at the same time. Eternal Blood River. As long as Kane is immersed in the river of eternal blood, then even if Kane cannot wake up, his physical body can automatically advance. The method of making the eternal river of blood is very simple, that is, a large amount of blood. The blood of an ordinary person can produce a wisp of blood from the eternal blood river after blood sacrifice, which means that they need a lot of blood. Therefore, Lilith and the others suddenly changed their plans. They wanted to make the Orc Kingdom chaotic, otherwise with the current strength of the Blood Clan, it would be impossible to create an eternal river of blood outside. It's just that Lilith is now worried about what kind of terrifying existence this player organization is. Lei Chengyang said that they were secretly controlling the whole world, and Lilith did not suspect it. The first members are all figures who can be compared to their fathers like the founding emperor and the Beast King, and even the Tate in front of them is a creepy character. Lilith began to know that Lei Chengyang's plan was to kill all the members of the Fergus royal family and make the 9th Prince Carlisle the only crown prince. But after what happened in the past few days, Lilith had deduced their overall plan. Lei Chengyang began to prepare for the Beast God ceremony at least 10 years ago, and they first found a Beast Temple priesticam who had no intersection, and asked him to be selected as a divine servant to wipe the statue and the divine sword. Then he made a beast god statue the same size as the main temple and asked Akam to practice the action of replacing the divine sword. When Elizabeth and the others came to Kylo City, they asked Carlyle to contact them, expressing their willingness to help them steal the Excalibur, and after deceiving their trust, they immediately stole the Excalibur together. At the same time, Lei Chengyang took the initiative to find the vampires, using Lilith and the others' desperate desire to awaken Kane's desire to kill all the Fergus royals at the palace dinner. What's even more hateful is that Lei Chengyang, this bastard, except for the first time he met them in person, all the subsequent contacts were for Akam to make a one-line contact with them. Presumably, he also asked Akam to take the initiative to leave some clues so that the people of the Beast Temple could find out about the vampires. In this way, everyone will think of Akam, who was instigated by the vampires. When the palace dinner was over, the vampires were sold again. After selling the vampires, Lei Chengyang went to the Beast Temple and took the initiative to inform Gosen of the location of the Judgment Sword, and sold Elizabeth and others again. After a riotous operation, not only did he clean himself up, but he could also make meritorious contributions with these news, which was outrageous. This made Lilith inexplicably think of the Beast King Rikoba that her father often scolded, and the Tate in front of her was the same as that Rikoba, and it was also so cheap that it made people's teeth itch. We already have a way to wake up my father, and I'm very interested in the organization you are talking about as a player. As long as Lord Tate helps me join this organization, you will not be blamed for betraying us. Lilith's eyes lit up, and she suddenly stared at Lei Chengyang and said, "The Blood Clan, which was once the strongest among the 3 clans on the continent, has now become the weakest race, which is unacceptable to Lilith and other vampire princes. And in 100 years, a lot can happen. God knows if the Blood Clan will be destroyed at that time. For example, in the current situation, if the other party is targeted by the Beast Temple, the other party can destroy the entire vampire with a 4th order." Therefore, Lilith and the others had long decided to use the Eternal Blood River to advance Kane and let them break through the bottleneck. Lei Chengyang looked stunned. He didn't expect Lilith to suddenly put forward such a condition. "What, the player organization can't take the initiative to join, they can only choose members, so I really can't do this condition for you." Lilith narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at Lei Chengyang. Lei Chengyang's expression was very calm. It was impossible for the natives of the Western fantasy world to join the player organization. What he said was the truth, and he was not afraid that Lilith would see something. But, are the NPCs of this game company monsters? Actually want to join the player? Although Lei Chengyang has long known that the NPCs in Second Life are no different from real people, it is the first time he has encountered an NPC who wants to join the player. Then change the condition. You teach me to learn the language of the player. Lilith also seemed to see that Lei Chengyang was not lying, and immediately changed another condition. Lei Chengyang was stunned again, and his heart was speechless for a while. "Dog official, your NPC wants to learn Chinese from me, don't you come out to take care of it?" Lei Chengyang couldn't refuse at this time, because he could speak the player's language, which was a sure thing. What made Lei Chengyang even more helpless was that Lilith had heard Kane speak Chinese, and if he taught randomly, the other party would definitely be able to judge it. Lei Chengyang wanted to slap himself a few times. Why did he commit a cheap crime and say what kind of player organization? Now he shot himself in the foot. "What, can we change a condition?" Lei Chengyang asked tentatively. "For example, I will send you out of the city safely now?" "No." Lilith looked at Lei Chengyang lightly, and decisively refused without thinking, her tone full of categorical meaning. Chapter 304, Eternal Blood River. In the end, Lei Chengyang was forced to agree to Lilith's conditions. Because if he didn't agree, Lilith wouldn't kill him, but would let the Blood Clan people report to the Beast Temple, and everything at the Beast God ceremony was planned by Lei Chengyang. Lei Chengyang has been planning for many years, so naturally it is impossible to keep a tail, but does the Beast Temple need evidence? As long as Gosen heard the news and the deduction was reasonable, there was no need for evidence at all, and it was possible to kill him and Su Yifei directly. After Lei Chengyang sent the other 3 blood princes out of the city, Lilith stayed at his house for the reason of safety to facilitate learning Chinese. As a result, Lei Chengyang was forced to start living together with Lilith. After Chen Luo of the Kingdom of God sensed what happened in the Suva dynasty, he couldn't help but laugh. This group of players who survived the last test really won't keep to themselves, and they will always do something. The scheming honed by Lei Chengyang's intrigues in the mall has been fully demonstrated in the world of Western fantasy world, which has extraordinary abilities, and also made his ability to do things infinitely magnified. Chen Luo was surprised not by Lei Chengyang's cheap move, but by what this guy was trying to do. Lilith only saw Lei Chengyang's superficial plan, but ignored the real thing. Lei Chengyang seized Gosen's only opportunity to leave the Beast Temple, and at the same time used Elizabeth and others to steal the Judgment Sword, so that Gosen had no time to take care of the situation in the palace, and then killed the members of the Fergus royal family at that time. Lei Chengyang could do this normally, but he chose the Beast God ceremony, the most important day of the Beast God Temple. Because Lei Chengyang realized that the Beast Temple was too powerful, even if he mastered the Suva dynasty, there was a Beast Temple like the Supreme Emperor on it, and no one would feel comfortable. Therefore, Lei Chengyang was ready to start suppressing the prestige of the Beast Temple and Gone, and prepare for the future solution to the Beast Temple. Chen Luo could guess with his toes that the news about the theft of the ruling divine sword that was now coming out of the orcs was spread by Lei Chengyang. The judgment sword was lost at the Beast God ceremony, and half of the kings who went to participate in the ceremony died. Whether Gosen can retrieve the judgment Excalibur or not, it will be a heavy blow to the Beast Temple. Chen Luo laughed and forgot that he was interested in the eternal blood river. The blood clan cannot advance, which is naturally a restriction imposed by Chen Luo. The vampire is too capable of causing trouble. It can be said that they are born transcendent, and before the extraordinary power of the human race and orcs grows, they pose too much of a threat to ordinary people. The last vampire disaster caused Chen Luo to break his leg, making him feel the need to add some restrictions. Therefore, Chen Luo made Kane's body into a sleeping state, so he casually joined the ancestor and did not advance, and all the blood clans could only stop at the third order at most. But the omen in the minds of Lilith and the others, as well as the eternal river of blood, was really not the hint he given. Chen Luo's figure disappeared from the kingdom of God and came to Kailong Fort in the territory of the Suva dynasty. Kane's body was hidden by Lilith and others in the underground secret chamber of Fort Chiron, the former vampire base camp. Its current owner is not a vampire, but an earl of the Suva dynasty, and his fief is here. Although the count knew that this was the base camp of the legendary vampires, he did not take it seriously, because there had been no vampires here for hundreds of years. He didn't expect that there was a secret room inside Kailong Fortress, where the ancestor of the vampires was hidden. In the secret room at this time, 2 vampires were guarding Kane's body to prevent accidents. They were chatting, as if they were blind, and did not see Chen Luo, who was less than 3 meters tall in front of them. Kane's body was placed in a crystal coffin, and his appearance was still youthful, and there was not much change. Chen Luo took a look and knew that this body had changed. It's a bit interesting. Chen Luo showed a smile on the corner of his mouth, and stretched out his hand and grabbed Kane's body. At this moment, Kane's physical body suddenly opened its eyes and let out a terrified scream, turning into a huge bat, as if trying to escape. And the 2 blood dukes still seemed to be unaware of anything, still discussing the question of which race of blood tasted better. Chen Luo waved his hand, and the bat turned back into Kane's body, lying motionless in the crystal coffin. The body actually has self-awareness, which is interesting to you. Chen Luo could see at a glance where the problem was. Since Kane fell asleep, this body has become an empty shell. After hundreds of years, this physical body was born with self-consciousness. It's a bit like those legendary zombies, whose corpses suck the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and develop self-awareness. It's just that this consciousness is still very weak, probably about the same as a bat. But unlike the chaotic will of zombies, it has a certain amount of wisdom, and it actually came up with a river of eternal blood to fool Lilith and others into getting blood to help them become stronger. Kane's physical body opened its eyes wide at this time, looking at Chen Luo in horror, although it didn't know who the mysterious person in front of it was, but it had an instinctive intuition that the person in front of it could easily destroy it. Soon, Kane's eyes showed a pleading color. Chen Luo laughed. This guy has a strong desire to survive. Erasing it, or not erasing it, doesn't matter to Chen Luo. However, this body has self-awareness, and Kane will come in the future, and it will be in this body. Let them fight first? Who wins, to whom the body? Chen Luo pondered for a moment. The blood clan was indeed too weak at the moment. Even if Kane came in by then, he still had to cultivate again. At that time, he was afraid that the blood clan was almost finished. Since you came up with such a thing as the eternal blood river, then from now on, you will be the eternal blood river. Chen Luo waved his hand and stripped this consciousness from Kane's body and integrated it into the void of the Western fantasy world. In the void of the Western fantasy world, a bright red river like a ribbon slowly flowed around the Western fantasy world. At the same time, an idea appeared in the minds of all the vampires. The eternal blood river is established. This river is the source of the blood clan, the source of the power of the blood clan, and the soul is silent here after death. Lilith and other blood princes had some more things in their minds than ordinary blood clans. By sacrificing to the eternal blood river, you can obtain the cultivation method of the vampires, and you can also make the vampire break through the upper limit of the third order. Moreover, after the death of the blood clan, the soul will not enter the underworld, but will enter the eternal blood river and become a part of the blood river. Chapter 305 Go and Welcome His Majesty. In the territory of the orcs, the kingdom of Bloss, Elizabeth looked at a human man wearing a magic robe not far from the left front. Although her face did not change, her eyes became solemn unconsciously. This man gave her a strong sense of oppression, just like the Gosen she saw at the Beast God ceremony, and this person seemed to be about to break through the fifth order and advance to the sanctuary. He looks only in his 30s, but there are vicissitudes in his eyes, as if there are countless stories. This man was none other than Chris, the emperor of the Chris Empire, and there were dozens of high-ranking warriors and mages standing behind him. After Elizabeth and the others were continuously chased by orcs and fled to this place called Baker City, they were blocked by Chris and his party. Similarly, less than 5 meters to the right of Elizabeth and the others, Pope Innocent V of the Illuminated Church State stood there with a group of light priests and knights of judgment. The three sides faced each other like an equilateral triangle, and the ground was full of orc corpses. The strongest one who came to Baker City to hunt down was only the Fourth Order, and even without Chris and Innocent V, their men could easily solve it. The remaining orcs knew that the two human Fifth Order Transcendentals were there, and they also knew that before Gosen arrived, they would die if they passed. As a result, there was not a single orc in sight in the huge city of Baker except for the corpses on the ground, and even the civilians escaped from the city at this time. Leave the verdict to me, I promise you can return to the human race alive. Chris's voice was slow, full of great confidence. Compared with Chris's calmness, Pope Innocent V's expression was very strange, as if puzzled and excited. The reason for his excitement was not the ruling on the Excalibur, but Elizabeth. Innocent V had only heard that Elizabeth's aura of light was very strong before, but he didn't take it seriously at the time, because his focus has always been on how a person who does not believe in the goddess of light can use the light divine technique, and he can continue to cultivate to the fourth level. Now seeing Elizabeth with his own eyes, Innocent was stunned, because the Elizabeth he saw in his eyes did not exude an aura of light, but the aura of a goddess of light. Not only Innocent V, but also Victor, the head of the Knights of Judgment, and the cardinals present were all shocked. Hundreds of years ago, the goddess of light came to bless her, and as people who had directly received the blessings of the goddess, the high-level officials of the Light Church present had experienced the brilliance of the goddess of light up close. How could they forget the breath of the gods? Your Majesty, I didn't sense it wrong, is that the breath under the crown of the goddess of light? Victor's face was excited, and his tone was full of incredulity. Innocent V also thought it was his delusion at first, and when he heard Victor's words, he looked back. Seeing that all the top leaders of the church had the same expression, he knew that it was not his delusion, but that everyone who had received the blessing felt it. She is the embodiment of His Majesty in the world? Innocent V said something that shocked everyone present. Victor and the others were stunned, but they all understood in an instant, if it was really as the Pope said, then everything would make sense. If you don't believe in the goddess of light, you can use the goddess of light, and you exude the aura of the goddess of light, except for the incarnation of the crown in the world, they really can't think of anything. And this sentence came from the mouth of Innocent V, and it was impossible to be wrong with his strength. Quick, go and greet your Majesty. Innocent V reacted and rushed over with a group of high-ranking officials of the Church of Light with an eager expression. The rest of the Church of Light were dumbfounded, they seemed to understand what it meant, and before they understood what it meant, they saw His Majesty the Pope rushing over with an eager face. If they hadn't heard Innocent V shouting to welcome His Majesty, they would have almost thought that Innocent V would be the first to take action. In fact, the people of the Chris Empire and Elizabeth and others also thought that Innocent V couldn't hold back and wanted to grab it directly. Just when they were on guard, they found that Innocent V and the others did not use any extraordinary power, and their expressions were very strange, anxious, and excited, and there was fanaticism in their eyes. Before they could react, Innocent V knelt down in front of Elizabeth at the same time with all the high-ranking officials of the Church of Light. He shouted, "The fifth Pope of the Church of Light, Innocent, pays respects to His Majesty. Your Majesty, you have finally come to the world." The other priests and attendants of the Church of Light who caught up with them all dropped their jaws in shock. But seeing that the Pope and the high-ranking officials knelt down, where did they dare to stand? They hurriedly knelt on the ground, and then secretly glanced at Elizabeth and the others with their eyes. Under the crown is the honorific title given by mortals to the gods. The only one who can make the Pope call a god is the only god of the Church of Light, His Majesty the Goddess of Light. But apart from feeling a strong aura of light from Elizabeth, they did not see any aura of gods. The air was dead silent. Because not only the priests of the Church of Light were stupid, but also the people of the Christian Empire and Elizabeth and others looked confused. Is Innocent V crazy? Or is it some conspiracy played by the Excalibur to get the ruling? They couldn't help but have all kinds of thoughts in their minds at the same time, but they didn't take what Innocent V said seriously. After Chris was stunned, he quickly came back to his senses, and he couldn't help but look at Elizabeth and began to look at the woman again. Chris and Innocent V can be said to be lifelong enemies, the two have fought for hundreds of years, and they both hate each other to the bone. The person who knows himself best is often his enemy. Chris didn't believe that Innocent V would suddenly go crazy. How could a Fifth Order powerhouse go crazy casually? And even if Innocent V is crazy, will the rest of the church leaders also go crazy? If it was a conspiracy to get a verdict, Chris would not believe it. With the dignity of the Pope, will he kneel to a strange woman in order to get the ruling? This is obviously impossible. So Chris looked at Elizabeth seriously, but no matter how he looked at it, Elizabeth didn't look like a god except for the strong aura of light. Elizabeth and the others were also stunned when they looked at it, and did not react for a while. What the hell was going on? In the past, the people of the Church of Light shouted and shouted to kill them when they saw them, but now the Pope himself has knelt down for them, which is too big. Chapter 306, Shocking the World. At the same time, Fang Xingchen was stunned. He originally thought that he was dead today, and two fifth-order powerhouses came over, and they couldn't escape no matter how much they escaped. However, that epic mission was to bring the Excalibur of Judgment back to the human race, and he was still in the orc territory and did not complete the task at all. Anyway, Fang Xingchen simply put his heart on it, turned on the live broadcast, and sent the video of the theft ruling to the forum. While he is still alive, he finally earns a handful of popularity. This sending out naturally caused a sensation in the world. Not only did it cause a sensation among domestic players, but it was really around the world. Since its appearance, the ruling Excalibur has been the most critical thing in the First and Second Epic Wars, and it can be said that it has always affected the situation in the Ani continent. So when players saw Fang Xingchen accepting that task, they kept paying attention to his live broadcast room. Coupled with the crazy rise in popularity of Elizabeth, Osiris and Big Dog, the number of people in his live broadcast room remained above 50 million at the lowest level. Even if he does nothing with a live broadcast, he has never fallen below the 50 million number. At its peak, there were almost 200 million, which was almost the same number as Zhang Junhao's last dragon slaying. During this time, Fang Xingchen has not started a live broadcast, and players at home and abroad have long been very curious about the situation of Elizabeth and others. As soon as the video of Fang Xingchen stealing the divine sword was released, it was clicked by nearly 100 million people in less than an hour, and was downloaded by many people on major video websites around the world. The number of players in Second Life has exceeded 3 billion at this time, and the vast majority of people can only enter the Abyss world to brush Abyss demons, and the number of people who can enter the Western fantasy world has been maintained at about 50,000. But the more this happens, the more players pay attention to the Western fantasy world than the Abyss world. Because of this, Fang Xingchen has gained a higher fame in the real world than those superstars. As soon as this video came out, it not only became a hot search in China, but even rushed to the top of the hot search around the world. The forum also exploded at this moment. I'm awesome. It was really stolen? Minister, Bulletin News CAO. Since then, there has been one more big guy. This sword can't be fake, right? It's really stolen. Now the orcs are frantically chasing me, Goddess Elizabeth. I was in the orc territory, and I saw it with my own eyes. Is this okay? Gurn, a fifth-order powerhouse, is too watery. That's right, the whole process didn't encounter any difficulties at all, it went too smoothly, bad reviews. Isn't it obvious in the video? What's strange about being stolen from the inside out? Tisk, that's amazing, there are orcs helping them steal the ruling. Orcs don't have it, so it's not surprising for players, right? Players enthusiastically discussed the whole process of the judgment sword stolen by Fang Xingchen on the forum, and they felt the same as Elizabeth at the time, although they thought it was very powerful, but at the same time they felt that it was too simple. The only bright spot may be Fang Xingchen's shadow stealth skill, but other than that, there are no twists and turns throughout the whole process, as if it has been rehearsed in advance. So many people suspect that it is fake. But soon, they found that Fang Xingchen had turned on the live broadcast. So, regardless of whether the video is true or not, players rushed in. Regardless of whether the verdict is true or not, go first to see Elizabeth, and then talk about the dog. Fang Xingchen's live broadcast room was originally extremely popular because Elizabeth and others had extremely high popularity. Coupled with the impact of the ruling, the number of people exceeded 100 million in a short period of time. Then it broke through to 200 million, quickly breaking Zhang Junhao's record at that time. When they saw that Chris and the Pope were both in the Fifth Order on the screen, everyone felt that Elizabeth and the others were going to get cold. But what I never expected was that Innocent V suddenly knelt in front of Elizabeth, stunned the players. So, what the hell is going on? It must be the Pope, an old embryo, who has bad intentions towards me, Goddess Elizabeth. Ah, you're afraid you're a fool. Didn't you hear the old guy Innocent shouting the crown? He regards Elizabeth as the goddess of light. There won't be any conspiracy, right? Just look at it, didn't you see Elizabeth also have a confused expression? Elizabeth was stunned for a while, and finally reacted. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that something was wrong. Although Innocent V also came for the judgment of the divine sword, the other party recognized the wrong person and could not always take advantage of others. Elizabeth hurriedly stepped aside and said to Innocent V, "Uncle, you recognized the wrong person, get up quickly." Innocent V knelt on the ground and did not get up, but his expression was unusually firm. "Your Majesty, I absolutely did not admit my mistake." Elizabeth frowned. She looked at Innocent V's expression not like a madman or a joke. "You mean the goddess of light? It's you." Innocent V looked at Elizabeth excitedly, almost not shedding tears. Elizabeth was a little speechless. Not only Innocent V's expression was like this, but Victor and the others behind were also trembling with excitement. Looking at her eyes was full of fanaticism. It was not seeing a lover or anything, but seeing the color of her ultimate faith. Seeing that Innocent was still kneeling and refusing to get up, Elizabeth immediately walked over and helped him with her hand. "Uncle, I'm not the person you said, I'm just an ordinary person, you get up first." When Innocent V saw that Elizabeth was going to help him, he seemed to be afraid that he had desecrated her, so he hurriedly stood up first. "Uncle, why do you think I'm the goddess of light? I am very clear about who I am, and I am by no means who you think I am." Innocent V looked respectful. "Your Majesty, your blessings to us are still vividly in my mind, and your breath is exactly the same as when you came to me. And only if you believe in it, you can use the light divine technique. This is the rule of the gods, no one is exceptional." Elizabeth had thought about this question before, but she couldn't figure it out, and it became one of the most important questions she asked when she wanted to see Chen Luo. But not being able to figure it out does not mean that Elizabeth feels that she is the goddess of light. "Uncle, I don't know what you mean by breath, but I'm really not the goddess of light." Innocent V did not dwell on this question anymore, but suddenly asked, "Then do you know who you are?" "I'm Elizabeth Lively." Innocent V didn't think about it, and asked again, "Are you sure?" Elizabeth instinctively wanted to answer, "What is uncertain about this?" But just as she was about to open her mouth, she was stunned. Elizabeth thought that her name was chosen by Chen Luo, and she had no memory of her parents, even before Biba City. Chapter 307 Summoning the Angel of Light. Elizabeth had recalled what happened before she was 10 years old more than once, but no matter how hard she tried, all she got was a blank memory. This was almost impossible for a fourth-order powerhouse, especially Elizabeth was still a mage, and her mental power was far countless times stronger than that of ordinary people. For ordinary people, when they are 25 years old, they may not be able to remember what happened 15 years ago, but for fourth-order mages, this probability is extremely low. With their strong mental power, they can even find out what they started to remember. When Innocent V saw Elizabeth's expression constantly changing, he knew that the other party must have thought of something unusual. He said cautiously, "Your Majesty, maybe your true body in the kingdom of God didn't tell you, so you don't know. But the breath on your body, we will never admit it." Just when Elizabeth felt extremely confused, Chris over there suddenly shouted, "Do it." All the mages of the Chris Empire began to chant spells, and the warriors burst into fighting spirit and rushed in the direction of Elizabeth and the others. Although Chris couldn't determine whether Elizabeth was the incarnation of the goddess of light at this time, looking at Innocent V's attitude, he knew that he would be on Elizabeth's side 100%. If the judgment sword falls into the hands of the Church of Light, the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, Chris didn't have to think about it now. Grab the Excalibur of Judgment first. "Protect your Majesty." Innocent V was also a fifth-order person, so he was naturally the first to notice that something was wrong, and immediately shouted loudly and stood in front of Elizabeth. And Victor and the others immediately took the order and stood in front of the people of the Chris Empire. The people on both sides were old rivals who had been fighting for hundreds of years, and they were very familiar with each other, and they quickly became a mess. Looking at the fighting spirit and magic smashing everywhere, Elizabeth and the others were protected in the middle, but they didn't have to do anything. The three members of the Crow family all looked at Elizabeth with their eyes. The meaning was obvious: what should we do? And Osiris Dog's face was full of boredom, watching this group of stupid humans fight around, and it was very boring, and it really wanted to find a place to sleep. When the big dog saw the excitement outside, he immediately shrank behind Osiris. After countless life and death situations, Big Dog discovered a secret. That is, the Dogmaster is very resistant to beatings, no matter what kind of weapon, or magic, or the attack of an extraordinary person. He can't help the Dogmaster, and he won't even lose a hair. Therefore, the big dog has regarded the Dogmaster as his strongest backing. As long as he encounters an attack or something, he can hide behind the Dogmaster. It really couldn't hide, so it drilled under the dog's belly and used the dog as a shield. Although Osiris was very disdainful of the virtue of this dog cub, after so many years of getting along, he really took the big dog as a little brother, and while he was angry with it, he had to try his best to protect it. When Elizabeth saw the current situation, she quickly made a decision: help the Church of Light. Elizabeth and Chris agreed that the Church of Light was clearly helping them at the moment. Regardless of whether she is a goddess of light or not, as long as Innocent V can help them return safely to the territory of the human race, then she is the goddess of light. At this time, before Elizabeth could intervene, she was startled by the movement in the sky. Chris and Innocent V took to the skies at the same time. Chris used wind magic, and Innocent gave birth to a pair of pure white light wings behind him, which was the fifth-order light magic wings of light, which could make the light priest fly into the sky. Both of them had staves in their hands at this time, and they basically didn't need to chant spells, just waved them casually to release powerful magic. Light Judgment. Innocent V waved his staff slightly, and a huge magic circle as bright as the sun appeared in front of the staff. Rumble. In an instant, a sky-high light appeared in the magic circle and went straight to Chris. Chris's expression was cold, and the staff in his hand was also stretched out. Fire Realm. Countless flames suddenly appeared all over Chris's body, and then the flames rose, from fiery red to crimson, and the air seemed to be ignited at this moment, emitting hot air waves. All the flames waved and converged, and the heavens and the earth seemed to bloom with red flowers, rushing towards the holy light in the sky. one red and one white, the two magical energies collided rapidly. Thundered. The ground in the entire Baker City buzzed and shook, and the houses with unstable foundations began to collapse, as if there had been an earthquake. The people of the Chris Empire and the Church of Light, who were fighting below, stopped, and at the same time were shocked by this earth-shattering reaction. Their eyes widened, and they looked up at the sky. Although Chris and Innocent V have already broken through the Fifth Order, neither of them has ever fought each other. They still pointed out a move so far, and the power they caused was already so terrifying. Chris and Innocent V looked at each other coldly in the air, and they had already tested each other's general strength just now. At this moment, the two looked down at the same time and said almost the same thing. Exit at distance under the crown of protection. Step back. The people below looked at each other. These two people said this, undoubtedly indicating that they were going to use more powerful moves. In order to avoid them being affected, they were allowed to leave. The people of the Chris Empire and the Church of Light did not dare to neglect it, and immediately followed the instructions and withdrew at least 1,000 meters away before stopping. After seeing everyone leave, Innocent V waved his staff again, and quickly chanted a spell in his mouth. Ripples suddenly spread out in the sky, and a giant door composed of holy light appeared in the air. Angels of the kingdom of God, most faithful servants of our Lord, come to earth and destroy our Lord's enemies. As Innocent V's spell was recited, a handsome man made of holy light came out of the light gate. He was surrounded by armor, with a pair of wings made of light on his back, and a long sword made of holy light, which turned out to be an angel. Fifth Order Divine Magic summons light angels. The priests of the Church of Light looked enthusiastic one by one, and watched the angel of light appear in the sky and let out an exclamation in unison. The light angel was expressionless and his eyes were cold, but an invisible sense of oppression seemed to envelop the entire sky, overlooking the world like a god. He turned his gaze to Chris, raised the lightsaber in his hand, and slowly swung it forward. Rumble! This sword went down, as if it had shattered the world, and the air made a violent tearing sound, and even people thousands of meters away couldn't help but cover their ears. At this moment, everyone on the ground was instantly speechless, as if the voice of the world had disappeared, and their eyes were focused on the sword. Chapter 308 Fallen Strike. Chris's expression was very calm. Even if the light angel slashed such an amazing sword, there was still no surprise on his face. Chris's staff unhurriedly made a move into the air, still without saying any spells, and opened his mouth to faintly spit out a few words, flame dragon breath. Chris stretched out his blue robe without wind, and a huge dragon made entirely of flames suddenly appeared above his head. The moment this dragon appeared, the fiery red light seemed to overwhelm the sun in the sky, and a wave of heat rolled and roared and spread. Many wooden buildings in Baker City below could not withstand this terrifying heat, and they all burned automatically at this moment. The flame dragon roared angrily, let out a roar like a real dragon, looked at the light angel in the sky, and then opened its mouth and spewed out hot dragon breath. The red dragon's breath and the sword of the light angel quickly collided together, and the light instantly shone between heaven and earth. Thundered. In an instant, a sound like a mountain whistle and tsunami vibrated wildly in the sky, reaching the city of Baker on the ground, and the houses on the ground were quickly swept away and torn to pieces. The extraordinary power still did not stop, spreading wantonly to the surroundings. Under the collision of this shocking magical force, even the ground was cracked. The sky is trembling, and the earth is wailing. The people of the Christian Empire and the Illuminati Kingdom in the distance had to quickly retreat further away when the magical power exploded. Even if they were thousands of meters away, they could feel the power of this magic. If I had stood under it just now, I was afraid that I would be killed in an instant. When the tremors of the sky and earth disappeared, 1/3 of the entire Baker City was razed to the ground, just like a powerful earthquake, and the whole place was in disarray. The strength of the Fifth Order powerhouse was revealed to the world at this moment. Nima, angels and dragons have been summoned. Is the Fifth Order just like this? Who can withstand this, let alone ordinary people? The Fourth Order has passed and is bombarded into scum every minute, right? What kind of war will be fought in the future? Just let the Fifth Order Transcendent do a decisive victory or defeat. These are all summoned creatures. If the real dragon and the angel fight, it will be the destruction of the world. It seems that you have forgotten that when the Sense-Time boss was in the Marvel world, he killed the plant player in one sentence, and that is the sky. After the two magical powers completely dissipated, the flame dragon and the light angel in the sky also disappeared. Elizabeth took a look and knew the reason. Summon the light angel was the most powerful of the Fifth Order divine arts, and of course the consumption was also the most serious. Even the Fifth Order Innocent V needs to consume at least 30% of his mana just by summoning it, and the sword of the light angel is actually driven by the mana of Innocent V. If you want to continue to drive the light angel to fight, I am afraid that in less than 2 rounds, Innocent V's mana will be drawn clean. Chris's move Flame Dragon Breath can fight 1/2 pound and 8 tails with the light angel, and the consumption will not be much different. This is the territory of the orcs, and they continue to fight desperately, and when Gosen comes, it will be troublesome. Liz, shall we slip away first? Fang Xingchen lowered his voice and leaned in front of Elizabeth and said, Fang Xingchen saw the strength of the Fifth Order powerhouse, and his heart began to beat drums. Elizabeth had no problem dealing with the Fourth Order, but he didn't think that he could deal with the Fifth Order Transcendent. This was no longer a level of battle, it was better to run away while they were fighting inextricably. Elizabeth shook her head gently and said, "Even if we run now, it will be difficult for us to escape the pursuit of endless orcs, and I can't leave," Elizabeth said, and she suddenly looked up at the horizon. Fang Xingchen and the others and the people of the Church of Light couldn't help but look over, and when they saw the situation in the sky clearly, their faces changed. "I saw more than 10 griffins appear in the sky, all carrying orcs, waving their wings and flying rapidly in this direction." Before Gosen got close, he had already sensed the breath of ruling, and he had been with the divine sword for hundreds of years. Even if he was 1,000 meters away, he could clearly sense it. Soon, Gosen also noticed Chris and Innocent the Fifth in the sky. "Sure enough, you dirty human thieves." But at this time, the most important thing for Gosen was the ruling. He didn't care about the two of them at all, and immediately let the griffin accelerate and fly in the direction of Elizabeth. As the griffin's speed surged, it only took a few minutes to rush above Elizabeth and the others. And Gosen didn't wait for the griffin to stop at all. The golden fighting spirit on his body bloomed, and he jumped directly from the griffin and jumped from hundreds of meters in the air. His speed was extremely fast, coupled with the golden fighting spirit on his body, and from a distance, it looked like a golden meteor, cutting through the sky and falling straight down. Gosen's power was so amazing that even Chris and Innocent the Fifth not far away sensed it. Their eyes looked this way at the same time, and then their expressions changed at the same time, and they quickly flew towards Elizabeth's position. "Disperse!" Elizabeth's expression also became extremely ugly in an instant, and she suddenly shouted at Fang Xingchen and the others. Gosen did not simply jump down, but incidentally listed all of them as targets. With the terrifying momentum he swooped down at this time. Once he landed on the ground, no one but Osiris could survive. Fang Xingchen and the others saw that the situation was not good, so naturally they would not have any hesitation, and immediately rushed out towards different positions. But as soon as they ran a distance, they saw that Elizabeth did not move. "Liz." Fang Xingchen looked at Elizabeth in astonishment, not knowing why she didn't move. Osiris originally ran away, but when he saw that Elizabeth did not follow, he immediately turned his head and ran back, ready to be a meat shield. Moan. At this time, everyone saw Elizabeth pull out the divine sword of judgment from its scabbard. The silvery white light flickered, with the shining runes on it, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. When Gosen saw this scene, he was even more furious, and his speed suddenly increased a little again. Before the man arrived, Gosen clenched his fist and blasted it in the direction of Elizabeth's head. Rumble! The golden fighting spirit and the white light on the judgment sword bombarded together. An invisible force erupted from the judgment Excalibur, which fought back against Gaunt's blow from the sky. But the ground under Elizabeth's feet instantly collapsed, forming a large pit with a diameter of tens of meters around her, and half of her whole body sank into the ground. Chapter 309, The Kingdom of Heaven. The scene at this time was extremely strange. Gosen punched above the judgment sword, but 1 meter away from the tip of the sword, it seemed to be blocked by a layer of invisible force, and it was difficult to advance any further. And Elizabeth held the judgment sword in both hands, emitting a silvery white light, like an air current, rotating on Elizabeth's body, protecting her body. Elizabeth clenched her teeth, and her hair rose automatically with the windlessness. The divine aura on her body burst out instantly, and with an angry shout, she held the judgment divine sword and threw it upwards violently. At this time, a white sword light immediately burst out. Gosen's pupils shrank slightly, and his figure quickly retreated violently, avoiding this white sword light by a narrow margin. The white sword light quickly cut through the air and slashed at the city wall of Baker City not far behind. Without any earth-shattering reaction, the section of the city wall, which was 100 meters long and more than 20 meters high, collapsed silently. Everyone was stunned and looked at this scene in disbelief, as well as the judgment sword in Elizabeth's hand that bloomed with the most dazzling light. Gosen's eyes narrowed. It was not that he didn't know the power of the judgment sword, but when Elizabeth used this sword just now, the power exerted seemed to be stronger than his. Elizabeth was also a little surprised. Although she had received the ruling for a few days, she had never used this judgment divine sword to hide her traces. Moreover, the strength of the people who had been chased before was average, and there was no need to use the judgment sword at all. It was the first time she had used this sword, and she had never thought that this sword would have such great power. Elizabeth held it at the moment, as if it had become a part of herself, as if she had been born to know how to use its power. Compared with the surprise of these people, Chen Luo was not surprised at all. Elizabeth's body was directly created by him, and at the same time as he created it, Chen Luo planned to make her the goddess of light, so at that time the law of light had already been integrated into her body. Innocent the Fifth and others felt the law of light, which they thought was the aura of the goddess of light. It's just that Elizabeth was not strong enough to use the power of the law before. And the ruling sword was also created by Chen Luo, and it came from the same source as Elizabeth. Now that Elizabeth is holding the Excalibur of Judgment, she can not only exert the power of the Excalibur of Judgment, but also exert part of the power of the law of light. Elizabeth forced Gosen away with a sword, and Chris and Innocent V rushed over at this time, and halfway they discovered the situation on this side. Innocent V and others felt a stronger aura of the goddess of light at this time, and they were even more convinced that Elizabeth was the embodiment of the goddess of light in the world. And Chris also felt an extraordinary aura at that moment, which was very similar to the law of fire he had touched in his exploration of fire magic. That's the breath of other laws. Chris was astonished and inexplicable, knowing that he had been cultivating for hundreds of years before he could barely come into contact with a wisp of the power of the law at the peak of the Fifth Order. But Elizabeth was only in her 20s, and she could only master the power of the law with only the Fourth Order, which made Chris a little unbelievable. Soon, Chris thought of Innocent V's actions just now. This woman could really be the incarnation of the goddess of light in the world. At this time, Gosen glanced at Elizabeth suspiciously, and his fighting spirit erupted again, and he took a step out and rushed over again. Elizabeth had learned not to be surprised by changes over the years, but she was surprised for a moment and quickly calmed down. She saw Gosen pounce on him again menacingly, and immediately changed to holding the sword in her right hand and raised the divine sword high. Immediately, he saw a violent light emanating from the sword of royal power, and the whole world changed instantly, and a dreamlike scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Whether it was the people of the Christian Empire in the distance or the people of the Church of Light, they all felt a flower in front of them, and when they came back to their senses, they felt that they were above the sky. Even Chris and Innocent V looked stunned, as the scene in front of them changed. Gosen's feet stopped, because he saw that he was in the sky, and the people around him were also standing in a blue sky and white clouds. At this moment, above the clouds, a huge kingdom of God was emerging. A huge shadow covered the entire sky, there was no end in sight, and the holy light emanated from the city, illuminating the entire world. At this moment, everyone sensed that they were in the kingdom of heaven, and there was a seemingly nonsensical gaze looking over. This line of sight seemed to penetrate people's hearts, making them feel that all the secrets in their bodies and souls were exposed, and nothing could hide that divine and great existence. Heaven is coming. Innocent V was stunned on the spot, and soon lost his voice and exclaimed. All the people of the Church of Light were also stunned, and their whole bodies trembled with excitement, and some even cried with joy, and immediately knelt on the ground and began to pray devoutly. The scene in front of him is exactly the same as described in the Eighth Order Light Divine Technique, Heaven Coming. It is rumored that in the Kingdom of Heaven, the caster has the same power as the gods, can judge enemies, and even resurrect life. If Shang Wengsuan could definitely recognize it here, the so-called descent of the Kingdom of Heaven was actually the substantive realm, and it could only be used if the rules were mastered to a certain extent. Even Chen Luo in the Kingdom of God was a little surprised. Elizabeth was able to exert most of the power of the ruling, and with the strength of the Fourth Order, she could actually use the Eighth Order of Light Divine Magic. In my name, grant you doomsday judgment. A magnificent voice sounded from the Kingdom of Heaven, and Elizabeth, wrapped in holy light, appeared on the steps of the Kingdom of God, holding the ruling and pointing down at Gurn. A large number of phantoms of golden chains emerged in the sky, which were entangled and intertwined, surging from all directions in the sky, towards Gon. And Gosen also sensed the threat at this time, but there was no fear. His eyes flashed sharply, and the golden vindictive aura on his body soared, and the violent light was like a dragging comet, and he took the initiative to crash into the golden chain in the sky. Two rays of light, which were also gold, instantly illuminated the world, and only these two golden lights were left in everyone's eyes. When the two rays finally collided together, the violent aura swept away, and even the clouds around the Kingdom of God were scattered. Chapter 310 The Power of the Holy Land. Just when everyone was astonished by the power of heaven coming, the whole world suddenly shook slightly, and then it collapsed like a mirror flower and water moon, disappearing into invisibility in an instant. By the time they came to their senses, they had already appeared in Baker City. And Elizabeth's figure suddenly staggered a few steps, almost falling to the ground. She stretched out her hand and inserted the Excalibur of Judgment into the ground, supported her body, and looked at Gosen, who was already entangled with the golden chains not far away. The power of the Eighth Order Divine Technique was too powerful, although it was exerted through the power of the ruling, but Elizabeth's strength at this time could not support such a terrifying consumption. Moreover, this kind of forbidden technique level move is extremely burdensome to the body, and it is impossible for a mortal to bear it at all. Just like the Angel of Light created by Innocent V, it only lasted for a moment and it was not enough. Elizabeth didn't think that she could exert the power of this trick at first, but the moment she got the ruling, she instinctively thought of the strongest light magic she knew so far. Although the Kingdom of Heaven has disappeared, the golden chains produced by the power of the rules have not disappeared. The golden fighting spirit on Gosen's body continued to collide with the golden chain like flames, and there were bursts of metal-like impacts. This sound was so loud that it was like thunder, resounding through the heavens and the earth. Gurn's body was very small compared to these huge golden chains, and his fighting spirit didn't seem to have any effect on these golden chains. After trembling for a moment, Gorn spat out a mouthful of blood, which was blasted into the ground by countless golden chains. Boom! The ground shook violently as if there had been an earthquake. Under this blow, half of Baker City collapsed. Just when everyone thought it was over, the golden fighting spirit broke through the ground, and a figure broke through the ground and landed on a house. Everyone present was stunned, not expecting that under such a powerful move, Gosen would still be able to survive. The power of the golden chain was not sure that anyone present could continue, even Chris and Innocent V could not do it. They are all mages, and this move between physical and magical attacks is their natural nemesis. They asked themselves if they were bombarded by the golden chains like this, their chances of surviving were slim. The strength of the physical body of the Fifth Order warrior can be seen. It's just that Gosen didn't look good at this time. Blood stained his clothes, and the hair that had been tied at the back of his head was also scattered, and his long hair was dancing in a mess, looking quite desolate. At this time, there were still a few golden chains left in the sky, and when he saw Gosen reappear, he immediately roared and blasted down again, as if he was conscious. Is this the power of the law? Gosen looked at the golden chains that were whistling down, and his body trembled slightly. At this moment, he actually felt a fear from the bottom of his heart, a feeling of impending destruction, which made him instinctively want to escape. Anger and fear have not been experienced since Gosen returned from the Extraordinary Academy. And now, in just a few days, he has experienced this emotion continuously. Is this the power that belongs to the gods? Gosen was terrified, he trembled so much that he couldn't move, and at this moment, he felt so weak. So I'm afraid of death too. Gosen smiled self-deprecatingly, but the next moment, an uncontrollable desire welled up in his heart. What a magnificent and intoxicating power this is, this should be my power. This desire even overshadowed his fear, making him forget everything and just want to make this god's power his own. I am the one who wants to become a god. Gosen's eyes widened angrily, and Yang Tian roared heart-wrenchingly, break it for me. The golden fighting spirit on Gosen's body skyrocketed wildly, and everything around him was shattered in an instant, and even the house under his feet disappeared in an instant. But the strange thing is that Gosen actually floated in the air. An invisible aura spread rapidly, as if some long-accumulated power was rapidly breaking through. Everyone present was stunned. Everyone knew that the warriors did not have the ability to control the sky, and only the Sixth Order Sanctuary could do this. Sixth Order. He broke through. Oh no! The people present never expected that Gosen would break through the legendary level at this juncture and be promoted to the 6th rank. Chris looked at Gosen, who was climbing wildly in the sky, and his expression was very complicated. When he saw Gosen's desperate roar just now, Chris felt an urge to save Gosen. As a classmate for many years, although there has been little contact over the years, the friendship of that year is still there. But as soon as Chris thought about it, he found that Innocent V's mental power had locked him. The posture was obvious. Even if he went up to help, Innocent V would stop him. Chris sighed at the end and had to give up, knowing that even if he made a move, it would be useless. When he saw Gosen promoted to the 6th rank, Chris was stunned, and it was a little difficult to accept this result for a while. In the Transcendental Academy, he has always been the one who has improved his cultivation the fastest, and Gosen has always been one step behind, but now in this most critical step, he has been thrown away. As Gosen advanced to the Sanctuary Realm, the injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye in an instant, and the golden fighting chi outside his body, which was originally like a substance, shrank, only lingering within less than a meter of his body. Gosen slowly rose into the air, opened his arms, as if embracing the entire huge world. Layer by layer of power climbed wildly, and his breath soared one by one, double, triple, 10 times. It seems to be never-ending. Is this the power of the sanctuary? Gosen looked at the whistling golden chain, stretched out his hand unhurriedly, and easily held the golden chain the size of a mountain with one hand. Then, in everyone's shocked gaze, the golden chain broke inch by inch, turned into golden light in the sky, and dissipated into the air. Elizabeth's expression changed suddenly. Although the golden chain was burst out of the 8th Order divine technique, but it had lost the source of power for the descent of the kingdom of heaven, and in fact, its power had been greatly reduced. Now she wanted to use the ruling again, but the mana in her body had been exhausted, and it was no longer enough to use the light magic that could threaten Gon. When they saw Gosen standing in the air and looking this way with cold eyes, everyone's faces instantly became ugly. Chapter 311, Uncle Long Wants to Kill You. The oppression emanating from the strong men of the sanctuary was extremely terrifying. Even if they were nearly 1,000 meters away, they all felt a sudden jump in their hearts when they looked at Gon's eyes. Not only did the people present feel this way, but the nearly 200 million players in the live broadcast room felt their breathing suddenly stopped. Gosen's eyes were like sharp swords, making them swallow a mouthful of saliva. I'm grass, it's the damn truth again. My legs are trembling. This is clearly the Golden Lion King, right? I almost knelt down. Well, it's just a live broadcast. Do you want me to kneel and watch? It's so scary. This game is toxic. Not in the game. Why can you feel it so really? This Lion King is the 6th Order, so the problem is, what should I do with my goddess Elizabeth? Yes, goddess Yi seems to have no strength. Gurn, nicknamed the Golden Lion King by players, stood proudly in the air. He suddenly raised his hand, and a faint golden light lit up, and then continued to expand, forming a violent pillar of light that covered in the direction of Elizabeth. The surging light of the pillar of light trembled violently, directly penetrating the sky, thousands of meters away. At this moment, Elizabeth also felt the threat of death, and in the face of this blow that was like a divine punishment, she had completely exceeded the limits of her current mortal power. Just when she wanted to swing the judgment sword again, her body suddenly softened, and she didn't even have the strength to lift the sword. Seeing that the golden pillar of light was about to hit Elizabeth, Innocent V, and the people of the Church of Light began to chant spells one by one, releasing the divine technique of light, trying to block the attack. However, the highest level of their divine magic was only the Fifth Order Innocent V, and even the divine technique he released was instantly annihilated in this pillar of light, and he couldn't even block it for a moment. "Protect your majesty!" Innocent V shouted angrily, and actually took the lead in standing in front of Elizabeth, wanting to use his body to resist this pillar of light. The high-ranking officials of the Church of Light, led by Victor, also rushed over, all releasing the strongest defensive spells, and they were guarded in front of Elizabeth. Elizabeth was moved, even Fang Xingqian's family was stunned. They didn't expect that Innocent V's group could sacrifice their lives to protect Elizabeth. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew into the sky, blocking the front of this pillar of light. Whoa! Osiris let out a cry of pain. His body was blasted out nearly 100 meters by the pillar of light, and crashed into the ground, and the pillar of light also disappeared at this moment. After a while, when Osiris twisted and jumped up from the ground angrily, everyone was stunned. This dog, is there a problem? The power of the Sixth Order hit his body, and he was unscathed? Gosen's eyes showed surprise again, and he knew the power of his blow. Not to mention a dog, even Chris and Innos V may not be able to resist it. However, at this time, Gosen's focus was on the ruling Excalibur. No matter how rough and thick the dog was, it could still resist the ruling Excalibur. Gosen's figure instantly disappeared in place, drawing a golden trail in the air, heading straight for Elizabeth. After reaching the Sixth Order, Gosen's speed was extremely fast, but in just a moment, he rushed above Elizabeth, and then fell towards her. Osiris stared at Gosen angrily, although the blow just now did not hurt it, but the pain in his body was unavoidable. "You damn orc! How dare you hurt Uncle Long? I still want to kill Elizabeth. Uncle Long is going to kill you!" Osiris roared, and a terrifying aura rushed out of it. This momentum was so palpitating that everyone present even felt their souls tremble, and they stiffened their heads and looked in the direction of Osiris. Even Gosen, who was originally grabbing Elizabeth in the air, stopped in the air and looked over in disbelief. Osiris' original body suddenly began to change at this time. A layer of golden scales appeared on its body, and its limbs turned into sharp claws, reflecting the cold light. And its size also seemed to be inflated at this time, instantly expanding countless times, and it turned into a behemoth of 500 meters. Roar! The golden dragon looked up to the sky and let out an earth-shattering roar, and the vast mountain-like dragon power quickly enveloped the heavens and the earth. Everyone present felt a tremor from their souls, which was an absolute crushing from the upper life to the lower life. They all looked at this golden dragon in shock. Even Elizabeth and the others, who had been with Osiris for more than 10 years, never expected it to be a dragon. Especially the big dog. Its dog eyes were wide open, looking at Osiris, who had turned into a dragon. His eyes were almost bulging. The dog master turned out to be a dragon? What happened? The big dog's not very smart brain couldn't understand for a while. The live broadcast room exploded at the moment when Osiris turned into a dragon. Damn! Damn! At this moment, forgive me for being uneducated, I can only use this word to express my feelings. I'm grassy too. The dog master turned out to be a dragon. A dragon! I said, why is the dog so fuckable? It turns out that this is the real body of the dog master. Oh my god. The dog master has been pretending to be a dog and eating a tiger. The dog is on patrol.jpg. Wow, the dog master is going to beat this Lion King to death. The dog is powerful. The dog is powerful. You dare to hurt Uncle Long. Osiris suddenly opened his mouth at this time and spoke the mainland lingua franca. His huge dragon eyes looked at Gorn, raised his hand and waved his huge claws to slap it. Gosen's body froze under the power of the dragon at this time, and just as he wanted to avoid this claw, he found that a force of rules locked him, and then he found that his body could not move. Bastard! Do you know that it hurts to be beaten? Uncle Long let you know how much it hurts. Osiris' huge claws seemed to be very slow, but they were actually surprisingly fast, and they slapped on the top of Gurn's head in an instant. Rumble! The moment Gosen was photographed, he was knocked into the ground with a bang, 3 or 4 meters deep. Before he could react, Osiris' huge dragon claws dug up the ground, picked up Gosen again, raised his claws and slammed it down again. Rumble! Gosen was blasted into the ground like a cannonball. Osiris is now an adult dragon, with the strength of the 7th Order peak, and at the same time masters part of the law of time. Gosen does not even have the ability to backhand, so he is repeatedly ravaged by Osiris. In fact, with Osiris' current strength, it was enough to destroy Gosen's claws. It was just simply abusing Gosen, making him taste the taste of being beaten. Chapter 312 Lord Dog, Take Me With You. The players in the live broadcast room went crazy one by one, not because Osiris beat Gosen, but because of what he said. The dog master can talk. I'll take it, Uncle Long? Haha, who did this Uncle Long learn from, and that bastard? There shouldn't be such a sentence in the Western fantasy world, right? You still need to ask, it must be Fang Xingchen who taught the bad dog. Fang Xingchen, MMP, I only said that your uncle will always be your uncle, who knew that this dog thing has learned the past. No wonder you didn't find a problem. The dog master is a dragon, and I, the god of I, is considered the goddess of light by the bad old man Innocent, so the problem is, who is Lo-Fi? Hey, when you say that, it seems like there is really something. Something, Lophius must be a dog planner. I also feel like doing things everywhere, who else is there except for the dog planner? The players thought of this question, and after being shocked by the changes in Osiris, Elizabeth and others began to doubt the identity of Chen Luo, who was named Lophius. And the people of the Church of Light were even more convinced at this time that Elizabeth's dog was a golden dragon, and who else could do it except under the crown of the goddess of light? At this time, Chris quietly gave a look to the people of Chris Empire and stepped back. Osiris turned into a dragon, so that Chris completely gave up the idea of winning the ruling again, and Gosen's promotion to the 6th rank made him very stimulated, and he was already thinking about it. At this time, Gosen was beaten violently by Osiris of the 7th order, and his body was on the verge of collapse. But he had no fear and anger in his heart, but was very calm. After living for so many years, Gosen knew very well that superfluous emotions were useless at this time, and only by calming down could he have a chance to live. In just a short moment, Gosen thought of the only possibility of survival: ruling Excalibur. With his 6th order strength, he could already exert the power of at least half of the ruling, and even if he couldn't beat a 7th order dragon, he would definitely have no problem surviving. Gosen looked in Elizabeth's direction and began to look for opportunities. At this time, Osiris suddenly stopped beating Gurn, and his eyes suddenly looked under his body. After the big dog stared wide-eyed at Osiris, who had turned into a giant Osiris, his eyes flashed with extreme excitement. Is also a yellow dog, the boss can turn into a dragon? Could it be that I am also a dragon? Master dog, take me, I want to become a dragon too. The big dog Yazi ran under Osiris' huge body, and then yelled at it. Osiris saw the excited jumping of the big dog below, and it glanced at it, and there was some disdain in its eyes, because it was too lazy to despise this cub. After so many years of getting along, Osiris only needs to look at the big dog's movements and expressions to know what this thing is thinking. Your uncles. Uncle Long was originally a dragon, you dog thing still wants to become a dragon, get out of the way and cool off. Just as Osiris was about to continue repairing Gurn, his eyes suddenly showed a look of rage. Dog thing, you dare. Gosen took advantage of Osiris' attention to the big dog, mustered up the last bit of spare strength, rushed in front of Elizabeth like lightning, and grabbed the judgment sword in her hand. This change stunned everyone, because no one expected that Gosen, like the unkillable Xiao Qian, would be ravaged by Osiris like this, and he would still have the power to resist. Gosen was originally very close to Elizabeth, and it was a surprise, and before Elizabeth could react, Gosen's hand had already grabbed the judgment sword. Elizabeth's expression changed slightly, and she immediately activated the remaining little mana, wanting to activate the light divine technique. But after Gosen was promoted to the sanctuary, even if he didn't use fighting spirit, he could crush countless 5th order mages just by relying on the strength of his body, not to mention Elizabeth, a 4th order mage. Before Elizabeth could rush to activate the spell, the ruling sword had already arrived in Gurn's hands. Gosen held the verdict and quickly recited a spell in his mouth. Immediately afterwards, he saw a turquoise light erupting from the Judgment Excalibur, which quickly wrapped Gaunt's body. The next moment, all the injuries on his body were restored at this moment. Everyone present was stunned again, and they didn't know what was going on. A series of things that happened today made them all numb to the shock. First, Elizabeth used the Judgment Sword to get the 8th Order Divine Technique, and in the collision between Gosen and the 8th Order Divine Technique, she was stimulated to advance to the 6th Order. Then Osiris turned into a dragon and beat Gurn, but he didn't expect this guy to grab the Judgment Sword again, and his injuries were instantly recovered. Hey, the law of life. Others couldn't understand it, but Chen Luo, who had been observing the situation below in the Kingdom of God, could see it clearly. Like Chris, Gosen has touched the power of the law, and he has come into contact with the law of life, which has a powerful breath of life. This is a law that can be promoted, and the law of life is a higher law of life, which belongs to the realm of creating life. Gosen then used the power of the ruling to make this part of the law of life work and instantly recovered all the injuries in his body. It can be said that as long as he keeps holding the ruling, the law of life can always work, and he can't be killed at all. When Chen Luo was a little surprised, his expression changed suddenly, and he stood up from the divine throne all of a sudden. Damn! Chen Luo has forgotten how many years he hasn't sweared, because few people can cause his mood swings. But when he saw Gosen get the first move of the Judgment Excalibur, he still couldn't help but say a swear word. After Gosen recovered from his injuries, he did not run away, but swung his sword and slashed at Elizabeth. After receiving the bonus of the Judgment Excalibur, the power of the sanctuary was extremely terrifying, and everyone felt that as soon as they saw a flower in front of their eyes, the sword light had already arrived in front of Elizabeth. Time stands still. Osiris let out a roar. Everything was instantly imprisoned, and everyone felt that their bodies were unable to move except for their thoughts, and even the sword light swung by the Judgment Sword had frozen. Osiris roared angrily, and his sharp claws slapped Gosen with all his might. It wants to kill this damn orc completely. At this moment, a turquoise light suddenly erupted on the Judgment Excalibur, instantly breaking Osiris' law of time. Gosen's figure retreated violently, and the sword light he had just emitted continued to move forward and slashed at Elizabeth. The sword light flickered, and Elizabeth, who was frozen by the law of Osiris time, could not cope at all, and could only watch the sword light penetrate her body. Chapter 313 The Kingdom of God arrives. The sword light instantly tore a huge hole in Elizabeth's chest, and blood gushed out like a spring of water. She felt a sharp pain, and a moment of confusion suddenly remained in her mind, and she felt death come to her. I'm going to die? No! Osiris let out a frantic roar, and as he watched Elizabeth bleed all over her body and was dying, a huge fear welled up in its heart. A blank space appeared in its mind in an instant, and Fang Xingchen and the others were even more eye-opening, wanting to go over to check on Elizabeth's situation, but their bodies could not move anyway. Osiris froze for a moment, then immediately untied the time freeze, and roared at Innocent V, "You, save the little girl." Innocent V didn't need Osiris to tell him at all, and immediately rushed up to support Elizabeth, who was about to finish the race, and hurriedly ordered the priest of the Church of Light to use healing magic. Innocent V was a priest of light, and what he learned was basically attack divine techniques, and he was not as good as the pastor of the Church of Light in terms of healing. A cardinal trembled and flustered to cast a healing spell to heal the huge wound on Elizabeth's chest. But no matter what spell he used, it didn't work on Elizabeth at all. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, there is a force on the wound under the crown that absorbs all my magical power, and the spell has no effect. The cardinal was immediately stunned, watching Elizabeth's life fade away little by little, but he had nothing to do. Gurn's sword comes with the power of the law. The law of life is a powerful restorative force when it heals itself, and when it destroys the enemy, it becomes a terrifying force that destroys the life force. The cardinal is only a fourth-order priest, and his healing power can play a role in the power of the law. Elizabeth's hand hung down little by little, looking at Fang Xingchen and the others. Only a tragic smile was left on her face, and at this moment she was completely pale and weak, and blood continued to seep out of the corners of her mouth. It's so reluctant. After saying this, Elizabeth slowly closed her eyes, and her body lost its support, and there was no movement again. All the Church of Light and others, including Innocent V, were stunned. They finally saw the incarnation of the goddess of light in the world. Why did they die like this? No way! How can the gods die? But Elizabeth's body lost its temperature at this moment, and even her breathing stopped. Innocent V and the others felt that their whole bodies had lost their strength, and their faces were full of despair, while the others of the Light Church fell to their knees one by one, as if they felt their faith had been defeated. And the people in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Grass mud horse, why does my god die? Dog official, dog planning, you group of dog things, quickly resurrect my god. I'm a dragon, your uncle, if he Shen dies, I will retreat. I'm going to check the official address of the dog and blow up this group of dogs. When the audience in the live broadcast room was excited and scolded the dog official, a light suddenly appeared in the sky. This light was only a little bit at first, and then it tore through all the clouds in the sky, turning into a shocking pillar and projecting down, instantly enveloping Elizabeth. A holy light emanated from the pillar of light, and it continued to spread, illuminating the whole world. At this moment, the entire Western fantasy world, no matter which continent, whether it is a magical beast, or a human, an elf, a dwarf or another intelligent race, looked up at the sky in shock. Above the sky, a kingdom of gods appeared so large that it filled the entire world. This kingdom of God is so huge that it cannot see the edge at a glance, so much so that it obscures the sun in the sky. The kingdom of God was accompanied by a holy light, which made all living beings' hearts tremble at the same time, and they couldn't help but have the urge to bow down. Boom! A bell rang from the kingdom of God, resounding throughout the world, and the people of the entire Western fantasy world seemed to hear this sound. Countless people walked out of their homes, and the streets were crowded, all staring in amazement at the huge kingdom of God that appeared in the sky. Kingdom of God, this is the kingdom of the true gods. The kingdom of God has come to earth. So this is the kingdom of God. Is this where the gods live? At this moment, whether it was the Church of Light, or all the believers of the Church of Hades and the Church of Darkness, they all prostrate themselves on the ground at this moment, excitedly worshipping the kingdom of God in the sky. They all thought that this was the country where their gods lived and prayed to their gods. As the bell rang, the door of heaven slowly opened, and a tall god walked out of the door. His whole body was shrouded in holy light, glowing with a light that people couldn't look up to, and no one could see his appearance clearly. Even if someone forcibly opened his eyes and wanted to examine the god, he found that soon his eyes began to cry automatically, and he had to close his eyes. A huge white step stretched downward, and the god slowly walked down the steps. Then he stretched out his finger to point a little down, reshape the divine body and carry the law of light. As Chen Luo's words ended, Elizabeth and the holy light pillar slowly flew into the air, and while flying into the sky, all the injuries on her body were repaired. But unlike in the past, her skin began to change little by little, and her appearance was also delicate to the extreme, and her facial features seemed to be distributed according to proportion, and she became a stunning beauty in an instant. She became more slender and began to glow with a strong divine aura. Condense the faith of light, ignite the divine fire, condense the divine position of light, and the god descends. Seeing that Elizabeth carried the law of light completely, Chen Luo's mind moved again. The power of faith of all the believers of the Church of Light converged on Elizabeth's body at this moment. At this time, there were almost 500 million believers in the entire Western Fantasy World Light Church, and the huge power of faith that no one had accepted seemed to have finally found a home, frantically converging on Elizabeth, and then quickly transformed into a holy flame. The divine fire densely covered Elizabeth's entire body, and she saw her suddenly open her eyes, and a huge divine light and shadow drilled out of her body, converging into a light and shadow that was exactly the same as the image in the temple of the Church of Light. At the same time, the stone statue of the Angel of Judgment Lophius on the Kingdom of God Square instantly shattered, turning into a white holy light that penetrated into Elizabeth's body and completely merged with her. Chapter 314, Concentrating on the Godly Position and Ascending to the Kingdom of God. As the power of prayer and faith continued to converge, this light and shadow expanded rapidly, turning into a huge building hundreds of meters high. What's even more amazing is that although this divine light and shadow only appeared in Baker City, as long as believers in the Goddess of Light saw it at the same moment, the holy light on the light and shadow of the gods danced, like stars and moons. As Elizabeth opened her eyes, the light and shadow of the gods opened their eyes at the same time, looking down at the believers below, and where their eyes swept over, the believers were in tears and fell to the ground and shouted, "Praise to the great Goddess of Light! The gods heard our call. It's really your majesty. May the brilliance of the crown always cover the world." And at this time, the staircase of the kingdom of God extended to Elizabeth's feet. She glanced up at Chen Luo above the kingdom of God, and already understood what was happening. "Come up, this is where you really belong." Chen Luo's voice floated down from above. The moment Elizabeth heard the voice, she knew that the person was the Uncle Lophius she wanted to see. Elizabeth looked back at Osiris and Fang Xingchen and the others below, but hesitated slightly, and then stepped up the stairs little by little. As Elizabeth stepped up, the stairs disappeared step by step, and finally slowly stepped on the steps of the kingdom of God and stood beside Chen Luo. "Get out of here." Chen Luo made a casual move, and Osiris turned into a yellow dog again and flew in the direction of the kingdom of God. When the big dog saw this scene, he jumped up in a hurry and immediately jumped up, wanting to keep up. But the big dog is just an ordinary dog in the final analysis. No matter how high it jumps, it can only jump in place, and can only watch the boss fly to the kingdom of God. The big dog is full of reluctance and deep resentment. In that golden place, there must be a lot of delicious food, and the dog master didn't bring himself. "Whoa, the most important thing is that my two thickest thighs have gone to heaven. How can I bully people in the future?" Chen Luo got Osiris back, and suddenly looked at the ruling Ingern's hand. "The original mission of this sword has been accomplished, but it has caused so many things. If you continue to stay on the mainland, it may cause more disputes. And Gosen is now in the 6th order, and holding this ruling will seriously affect the balance of the Yani continent." Chen Luo stretched out his hand again, and the verdict in Gosen's hand returned to the kingdom of God. Gosen looked stunned, but quickly put aside this senseless emotion. He looked up at the gods in the sky, and his eyes suddenly showed fanaticism. Just now, Elizabeth changed into the appearance of the Goddess of Light, and Gosen saw it clearly. "Gather faith and ignite the divine fire. Ascend to the kingdom of God." Sure enough, it is exactly the same as what Tutor Lafai said. Gosen never doubted what Chen Luo said, and seeing Elizabeth ascend to the kingdom of God with his own eyes this time strengthened his previous thoughts. It doesn't matter if the ruling is lost, because he already has a clear view of the path he will take in the future. At this time, the creatures on all continents of the Western fantasy world were still staring at the kingdom of God, their eyes widened to see clearly what was in the kingdom of God and what kind of world the gods lived in. But no matter how they looked at it, they could only see the huge temple complex and the huge door. "Go back to your own home, find your own mother." As soon as Chen Luo's mind moved, Gosen was sent back to the Beast Temple, and the people of the Chris Empire and the Church of Light also returned to their respective kingdoms, and Fang Xingchen's family was also sent to the Church of Light. Chen Luo sent them all back. Of course, he didn't want these people to get hot and fight again. With Gosen's strength at this time, it would not be too much trouble to destroy Innocent V and Chris. The Church of Light can't have a problem now, and Chris is the seed player that Chen Luo has high hopes for. Although he used to be addicted to power, which led to lagging behind gone in his cultivation progress, he was so stimulated today, he must have changed after he went back. And Gosen already has the aura of a beast god, and if there is no accident, the throne of the beast god in the kingdom of God will be his. After dealing with these people, Chen Luo smiled at Elizabeth, turned around and walked towards the kingdom of God. Let's go home. Elizabeth was still a little uncomfortable at this time, and when she heard Chen Luo's words, she was stunned for a moment, but she quickly followed. As they entered the kingdom of God, the huge door of the kingdom of God slowly closed, and the light disappeared between heaven and earth little by little, and the entire kingdom of God completely disappeared in front of all living beings. The history of the Holy Book of Light records, in 735 years of the Holy Calendar, the goddess of light fell under the crown of Elizabeth, and the kingdom of God came, and the Creator God welcomed Elizabeth to ascend to the kingdom of God. The Creator God was furious at the mortals abusing the power of the artifact and withdrew the judgment sword. In the same year, Jasmine Crow was ordained the first generation of the Church of Light by Elizabeth's crown and returned to the Church of Light. There was no sun in the kingdom of God, but the warm and soft light came down from the clouds, illuminating every corner of the kingdom of God. Elizabeth, dressed in a white robe, slowly walked into the main temple of the kingdom of God, followed by Osiris with a dissatisfied face, because it has become a native dog again. In the huge temple, 5 tall divine thrones appeared, each of which was extremely luxurious and atmospheric, but at this time only Chen Luo was sitting in the front seat. Elizabeth's body was still the same size as it was at this time. Looking at Chen Luo, who was 100 meters tall, she asked the first sentence, "Should I call you uncle, or your majesty the creator?" Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh, and with a wave of his hand, Elizabeth's body became about the same size as him, and he pointed to the position on the right side. "Sit down, that position belongs to you." Elizabeth looked at her physical condition and was not surprised. What happened today is weird enough, and the body has become bigger, which is not a strange thing. When Osiris saw this scene, he immediately shouted dissatisfied below, and it stood up and gestured blindly with its paws. "Uncle Long is going to get bigger. Uncle Long, don't be a dog." When Elizabeth sat down on the throne of the God of Light, Chen Luo smiled again. "What I just said was going home, so I am still your uncle, and nothing will change." Chen Luo glanced sideways at Osiris, who was screaming below, and said lightly, "Shut up, I haven't settled accounts with you yet." Osiris was glanced at by Chen Luo's eyes, and immediately became excited, and honestly did not dare to call out again. It glanced at Chen Luo on the divine seat aggrievedly, and then lay on the ground and sucked. Elizabeth's accidental death by Osiris, a trick, completely broke Chen Luo's original ideas and plans. According to his plan, Elizabeth would first return to the Church of Light, know what it was like to be believed in and worshipped, and then slowly gather the power of faith, and finally cultivate little by little. Now that there was an accident, Chen Luo had to let Elizabeth ascend to the kingdom of God in advance. But that's fine, let Elizabeth manage the kingdom of God, he can at least take a breather and free up his hands to do more. Chapter 315, The Power of the Gods. And when it appeared in the kingdom of God, Elizabeth followed Chen Luo and disappeared, and the players in the live broadcast room began to swipe the screen like crazy. Damn, it's really the kingdom of God. The dog official art is okay, such a big picture, how much art resources do you have to consume? It's so magnificent, I really want to go inside and take a look. When you become a god in the Western fantasy world, no, if you become crazy, you can go inside and take a look. I'm a goddess, my god has really become a goddess. It's okay, as long as my goddess doesn't die. So, the one who opened the door just now was Lofi. Obviously it's a dog plan. Elizabeth looked at Chen Luo, and she asked with questions, "Uncle, who am I? You were once a human in Biba City, and because of an accidental death, I reshaped your body and reintroduced your soul into a new body. Do you understand?" Elizabeth was stunned for a moment, and soon asked, "Then who were my parents before I died, and what kind of person were I?" Chen Luo shook his head and said slowly, "It doesn't matter who you used to be, what matters is who you are now. You have just ascended to the kingdom of God, and the believers of the goddess of light on earth still need you to manage it, and the order of the world needs you to help me maintain it." Seeing that Chen Luo avoided answering, Elizabeth knew that even if she continued to ask, she would probably not get an answer. "So, uncle, what do you want me to do?" Chen Luo laughed, "I will give you part of the authority of the kingdom of God, and you can control the opening and closing of the door of the kingdom of God." Chen Luo casually injected the authority of the kingdom of God into Elizabeth's mind. At this moment, Elizabeth understood the role of these authorities. Through the gate of the kingdom of God, Elizabeth can lead the most devout believers of the Church of Light to ascend to heaven, strengthen her soul, and grow stronger. Gods also have strengths and weaknesses, just like the gap between Chen Luo and Elizabeth now. She is just a newborn god, or forcibly created by Chen Luo. Even if she is not compared with Chen Luo, she will light the divine fire step by step compared to normal, and the god who ascends to the divine throne will be weaker. Bringing believers from the Church of Light to join the kingdom of God, through the power of faith, will continue to strengthen Elizabeth's soul, and finally open up her own kingdom of God and become a veritable goddess of light. Now this kingdom of God actually belongs to Chen Luo, and letting Elizabeth come in to help her maintain and operate the entire Western fantasy world is just a temporary transition, and in the end, she still wants her to open up her own kingdom of God. What you need to do is very simple: maintain order in the world. But don't meddle too much in the fate of mortals. Just like I told you in Biba City, mortals have their own destiny. As long as there is no disaster that destroys the world, try not to take action. Elizabeth has traveled the world for so many years, and she can be regarded as well informed, and she has experienced many things, and she has a deep understanding of what Chen Luo said. I see. Chen Luo nodded slowly. With Elizabeth here, he finally didn't have to stare at the Western fantasy world every day. In my name, I crown you as the goddess of light. Rules are synchronized. Chen Luo raised his palm, and a light lit up on his palm, which instantly focused on Elizabeth. At this moment, the authority and rules of the entire Western fantasy world fluctuated together, and the law of light and Elizabeth were completely integrated. After the rules were synchronized, Elizabeth had not yet adapted to it all of a sudden, because a huge force emerged from her divine body, giving her a feeling of omnipotence. Elizabeth's mind moved, and she suddenly wanted to find the figure of the Crow family. As a result, as soon as she had this idea, a huge idea enveloped the continent of Yani and began to search for the aura of the Crow family. In just a moment, she sensed the breath of Fang Xingchen and the others in St. Gali's city of the Church of Light, as well as the big dog. Elizabeth was stunned. She didn't expect the power of the gods to be so powerful that she could find the person she was looking for with just a thought. Jasmine. Elizabeth tried to call out Jasmine's name. At the same time, Jasmine in a side hall in St. Gali's city was startled. She clearly heard Elizabeth's voice just now, but she couldn't find anyone. Brother Langman, did you hear Sister Liz's voice just now? Langman heard the words but had a lonely look on his face. Do you think Liz is crazy? She has ascended to the kingdom of God and is no longer in the world. Jasmine shook her head suspiciously. No, I heard it very clearly, as if she was speaking in my ear. It was Sister Liz. It's me, Jasmine. Elizabeth's voice sounded directly in the room this time, including a big dog that was weak. Sister Liz, it's really you. Jasmine looked around the room in surprise and joy. Where are you? Why can't we see you? The big dog jumped up from the ground all of a sudden, excitedly looking for the shadow of Elizabeth's thigh, but no matter how much he searched, he couldn't see Elizabeth's figure. But the big dog was still unwilling and sniffed with his nose, trying to find Elizabeth's figure. I'm in the kingdom of God. Ha! Longman and Jasmine stayed at the same time, obviously not expecting Elizabeth in the kingdom of God to transmit the voice here. I'm relieved that you're okay. Elizabeth suddenly laughed and continued. What do you think of this place? Elizabeth had never been to St. Gali's city before, and when her thoughts were enveloped in the city just now, she knew that it was the holy city belonging to the Church of Light. Its prosperity is no less than that of any city on the mainland, but it is full of religious atmosphere. Being able to live in the city of St. Gali's is the highest honor for all believers of the Church of Light, so all the people in the city are believers in the Goddess of Light, without exception, and there is an image of the Goddess of Light in every household. Even people who do not believe in the Goddess of Light enter this holy city will be infected by the strong religious atmosphere here. In fact, we have been used to wandering around over the years, and it doesn't matter where we are. Jasmine thought for a while and replied, Then settle down here. You should be annoyed by the days of being chased and wandering around every day. The two siblings, Langman and Jasmine, looked at each other and nodded in agreement. They are usually Elizabeth, and they are indeed a little tired of such days, as she said. Hearing their agreement, Elizabeth's mind moved, and all the clergy and believers of the Church of Light heard the voice of the Goddess of Light in their minds. In my name, Jasmine Crow is canonized as the first generation of saints of the Church of Light. Chapter 316, The Age of Sanctuary. After the Goddess of Light reascended to the kingdom of God, she answered the prayers of the world for the first time and directly conveyed her first oracle in the minds of all believers in the form of divine revelation. This move immediately caused a sensation among all the believers of the Church of Light on the continent of Yani, and Pope Innocent V held a grand ceremony and celebration in the city of St. Gali's to welcome the return of the saint. Like the Beast God ceremony, the celebration became a carnival for all believers of the Church of Light. After welcoming Jasmine into the Temple of Light, the Goddess of Light Elizabeth was blessed again, and Pope Innocent V bathed in divine grace and advanced to the sanctuary. At this time, the news of Gosen's promotion to the sanctuary had spread throughout the Ani continent, and the prestige of the Beast Temple was in full swing. Originally, because of the loss of the ruling, the impact of the stabbing of the kings at the celebration disappeared in an instant. All living beings saw the situation of the kingdom of God that day, and ruled that the divine sword was taken back by the God of creation. What could God do? He could only hand it over honestly. As for the death of a few kings, it would not have much impact. Whether they could compare with a sixth order sanctuary, obviously not. But on the human side, they all felt a great crisis. Because the power of the orcs and the human race has always been maintained in a balance, now that the orcs have the first sanctuary, the balance has begun to tilt in favor of the orcs. When the news of Innocent V's promotion to the sanctuary came out, the entire human race was thrilled. Not long after, the Chris Empire also came with a sensational news on the continent. After Chris returned to the Empire, he passed the throne to his grandson Herman and retreated into the background to break through the sanctuary with all his might. 3 months later, the magic Emperor Chris ascended to the sanctuary. The entire Christian empire was boiling, and a grand celebration was held no less than that of the Illuminati church state. At this point, the Yani continent has entered the era of the sanctuary. Chen Luo had been watching Elizabeth's actions after gaining the power of the gods, and now it seemed that she had not adapted to the fact that she had become a god, and all her actions were full of selfishness. For example, directly canonizing Jasmine as a saint and forcibly elevating Innocent V to a sanctuary is obviously to repay the kindness of the Church of Light for helping her that day. It's just that Chen Luo didn't intervene. Just like in Biba City, this is Elizabeth's own choice. No matter what consequences arise in the future, she will bear it. Elizabeth, who had just gained the authority of the administrator, was excitedly testing the power of her gods. Chen Luo saw that she didn't make much movement, so he immediately left with confidence and returned to the real world, while adjusting the time-flow ratio between the real world and the Western fantasy world to 1:1, and issued a system announcement this time. Day by day, it was nothing to him. But for players, there is actually a big burden. Although sleeping in the Western fantasy world, the body in the real world will also enter a state of sleep, so as not to collapse due to physical fatigue. But physiological problems must be solved, such as eating, drinking, and bathing, and you can't hold back all the time. It is good to adjust the time-flow rate ratio from time to time to let the players rest for a while. In fact, Chen Luo himself is tired. Chen Luo appeared in Seoul, or on the roof of the original building. It's just that only a week has passed in the real world, and the building on the opposite side that he destroyed with an arrow is being repaired, and many construction workers are busy inside. Chen Luo immediately turned around and went downstairs and went straight to the airport. When he was on the road, Chen Luo suddenly didn't know where to go, and after wandering outside for half a year, he went where he should go. He thought about it for a while, but decided to return to China first, and after traveling around the world, he still felt that his country was good. When Chen Luo was on the road, he bought a ticket to Fujian City, and this time he did not use the American identity, but the British passport that he had never shown. He did this mainly because he didn't want to be found by Pei Ziyuyan's woman again, and the resources she had now far exceeded that of when she was just a young lady. If Chen Luo uses the identity of the United States in Seoul, I am afraid that he will soon be found by Pei Ziyuyan. After flying for 3 hours, Chen Luo returned to Zhangcheng. Although only half a year has passed, Chen Luo has a feeling of being in another world, because his mentality at this time is completely different. Chen Luo got off the plane and went straight to the most luxurious Hilton hotel in Zhangcheng. Chen Luo used to only admire the name. Even if he was a native of Zhangcheng, he had never been there. Because this is the most expensive resort hotel in Zhangcheng, the cheapest price starts at 2,000. I couldn't afford to live there before, and I didn't need to, but now of course I don't have this scruple. The Hilton Hotel is located at the southeast end of Mingzi Lake, a paradise in Zhangcheng, and the whole hotel is a Southeast Asian-style building, making people feel like they are on a tropical island. Chen Luo has changed his identity several times in half a year, and his appearance has also changed, but he is not afraid of being recognized again. It's just that when he arrived at the front desk of the hotel, there was still a commotion. His face was so lethal that as long as he saw it, he couldn't help but salute. Chen Luo couldn't help but have a headache. He didn't dare to show his face at all now. He went out in sunglasses, and he had to wear a mask when he went to a slightly more crowded place. In the end, Chen Luo even regretted it a little, and he should have made this face a little ordinary in South Korea. Chen Luo had to remind the front desk lady several times in a row, and they dragged their way through the check-in procedures for Chen Luo in a despondent expression. When he saw someone next to him starting to take pictures with his mobile phone, Chen Luo frowned, immediately put on his sunglasses and mask again, and quickly went to his room. The Hilton Hotel is very large, surrounded by Mingzi Lake on 3 sides, and the greenery is very beautiful. On the lakeside, there are also people who hold lawn weddings here. Chen Luo lives in the most expensive lake view house, with an area of more than 300 square meters alone, and all rooms have private balconies, and you can see the crystal clear Mingzi Lake when you walk out, and you can also see many birds flying on the lake. Chen Luo relaxed, asked the room housekeeper to prepare a pot of tea, and sat quietly on the balcony to enjoy the scenery on the lake. At the same time, he gave an order to the Hunyuan pen in his mind. Analyzing Allen's gene, analyzing Walker's gene, analyzing Gresham's gene. Chen Luo read dozens of names in one breath. These people are from the third order and fourth order transcendents of various intelligent races in the Western fantasy world for hundreds of years. As for the second order, it basically had no effect on Chen Luo, and was directly ignored by Chen Luo. Even the third order can only produce 0.01% of the god descendant genes now, and even if the second order transcendent is analyzed, it will have no effect. Chapter 317 Promotion to Level 2. The Western fantasy world is very interesting. When the original highest strength is only a few fourth orders, others seem to be stuck in the fourth order no matter how much they practice. But once someone breaks through the fourth order to the fifth order, such as Chris and Gosen, a large number of people will immediately break through to the fourth order. Now the four orders of the Western fantasy world add up to no less than 500, but there are only 5 of the fifth order now. With the breakthrough of Gosen and Chris, there must be more fifth order in the near future. All this is actually brought about by Chen Luo carefully maintaining the balance of the continent and constantly creating a sense of crisis for these races. If one family is dominant, it can easily lead to an imbalance of power, causing the natives of the Western fantasy world to lose the motivation to evolve. Analyzing Alan's genes. The intermediate life form of the human race, which has not yet evolved to the peak of the race, has unlocked the fourth order gene lock, and can currently produce 0.05% of the God-descendant gene. Rating, excellent. Analyzing Gresham genes. The intermediate life form of the elf race, which has not yet evolved to the peak of the race, has unlocked the fourth order gene lock, and can currently produce 0.05% of the God-descendant gene, and the fusion has a chance to obtain enhanced stamina attributes. Evaluation, excellent. When Chen Luo fused 100 fourth order transcendence, the gene of the God descendant reached 10%. Chen Luo felt that his body began to change, and he immediately turned around and entered the room and closed all the doors and windows. As soon as it was closed, the severe pain that had not been felt for a long time swept over, making Chen Luo's whole body tremble slightly. But after the previous experience of severe pain, this time it was not so unbearable. Unlike last time, Chen Luo felt that some kind of force began to penetrate into his body, drilling into every body tissue of his body. At the next moment, Chen Luo was pleasantly surprised to find that after this magical power was absorbed by the body, his muscle fibers, bones, ligaments and other tissues were rapidly becoming stronger. This force seems to contain extremely large amounts of energy and nutrients, and body tissues welcome this power very much. Every cell of Chen Luo was greedily absorbing this magical power, and as his body strengthened, a trace of black bruises oozed out of Chen Luo's body. Unlike the black sludge last time, this time it expels impurities directly from the fine tissues of the body and from the blood. As time passed, Chen Luo felt that his body was renewing and getting stronger every minute. When the severe pain all over his body disappeared, a flash of light flashed in Chen Luo's eyes, but soon this light converged in the depths of his eyes. It's just that his two pupils seemed to have turned into two stars, sharp and scary. As the power in his body became stronger and stronger, it became more and more turbulent, and the magical power could not be absorbed by the body, and it almost broke through his skin and was vented. Chen Luo was a little stunned, knowing that his body had reached its limit, and he had to find a way to vent it, otherwise he might burst his body. Chen Luo walked quickly towards the balcony of the room, feeling the surging power in his body. He casually circled and waved at Mingzi Lake in front of him. Layers of invisible energy were frantically released from his palms, and they were all thrown on the Mingzi Lake outside. Rumble! As if a depth charge was thrown into the lake, a wave more than 10 meters thick rose into the sky, sprayed dozens of meters high, and then scattered on the grass by the lake. A wedding was being held there, and startled by the sudden explosion, the guests stood up in astonishment and looked at the lake. Before they could react, the water splashed all over the sky, drenching everyone through. Some people thought that there had been a terrorist attack, and they started running around in a panic, and the entire wedding scene was suddenly chaotic. After Chen Luo vented the surging power in his body finally regained his calm. When he saw the chaotic scene at the wedding scene outside, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and smiled. Sorry, I really didn't mean to. Chen Luo hurriedly slipped away, although it was impossible for anyone to find out, but he was a thief with a guilty conscience and ruined other people's weddings, so he was a little unhappy. Chen Luo slipped back to the room, took a shower in a hurry, and then asked the room housekeeper to send a set of clothes. He is too lazy to bring any luggage now. He only brings his documents when he goes out, as well as bank cards and mobile phones, and he can buy them wherever he goes. Chen Luo changed his clothes and began to feel the power of the second order now. First of all, his physical fitness has been greatly improved, and he can even hear the movement at the wedding outside if he wants. The hotel staff rushed over at this time, calming the mood of the guests while ordering someone to check the situation in Mingzi Lake. If Chen Luo was engrossed in distinguishing, he could even accurately distinguish the position of everyone who spoke. This feeling is extremely magical. Chen Luo obviously can't see the situation at the wedding scene, but with his hearing and mental power, he can restore the general situation of the wedding scene, just like a hologram of the wedding scene appeared in his mind. Chen Luo found it very interesting. He began to judge the position of each person's speech from the position of the voice, and after locking their position, he immediately returned to the balcony and looked towards the wedding scene. Sure enough, there is nothing wrong with the sound and position. Chen Luo only judged at a glance. The position of these people was exactly the same as his judgment just now. Chen Luo couldn't help but be greatly surprised, but soon understood the reason. After reaching the second order, his mental power skyrocketed at least 3 times. With his powerful mental power, combined with the strengthening of his five senses and the redevelopment of his brain domain, he was able to make judgments based on the information he heard in a short moment. He opened his eyes and looked into the distance. When he was in the first order, he could clearly see the patterns on the clothes worn by people 20 meters away. Now from a distance of 100 meters, he could clearly see that the bride and groom were shouting at the hotel staff, their faces full of anger and astonishment. Chen Luo laughed dryly, immediately shifted his gaze, and looked up at the sun in the sky. At this moment, even if he looked directly at the sun, he didn't feel dazzling. Chen Luo couldn't help but be extremely happy in his heart. This is the real extraordinary power. Chen Luo immediately returned to the house, closed all the doors and windows of the room, closed his eyes and stood in place. Chen Luo attached himself to his body with mental power, and then began to control his body with his mind. The next moment, I saw his feet slowly leave the ground, floating little by little, floating in midair. Chen Luo opened his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Finally, I can fly in reality. Chen Luo walked around the room a few times, and then found a very serious problem. The speed is too slow, just like walking, not even as fast as walking fast. Chapter 318 Teleportation Array. Chen Lufei flew for a while and then got bored. In the Western fantasy world, he has already experienced the feeling of flying, and there is nothing new. And there is no need to fly there, where he wants to go, just an idea. Hey, it's interesting, the second level of authority is actually this. At this time, Chen Luo found that there was an additional content in his mind about the second level authority of the Hunyuan Pen. Teleportation Array. As long as he set up a teleportation array at any location on the Earth, he could choose any teleportation point when he exited the Western fantasy world, without having to go out or where he would come back. Chen Luo became interested all of a sudden. The way to set up the teleportation point was very simple. It could be done through the mixed element pen, and it didn't take much time. Chen Luo did not hesitate, and immediately summoned the Hunyuan pen according to the method that came to his mind, and then squatted down and uncovered the blanket on the ground. He held the Hunyuan pen and did not depict it on the floor, but stretched out his hand to draw in the void. With the wave of Chen Luo's palm, the extra power in his body ran into the Hunyuan pen, and then a white mysterious rune appeared in the air. The runes were very complex, like patterns in some kind of text, intertwined with each other to emit a faint light. When it was almost like that, Chen Luo pressed it casually, and the rune was printed into the wooden floor. A rune about a meter long appeared on the floor, and then slowly disappeared. Chen Luo closed his eyes, and when he could sense the location of this teleportation point, he immediately got up and relaid the carpet, turned around and left the hotel. He stopped a taxi on the side of the road, asked the driver to drive to a wilderness and got out of the car. Chen Luo's spiritual power spread, and the movement within a radius of 2,000 meters was within his shroud. When he found that no one was there, he instantly disappeared in place and appeared in the Western fantasy world. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo began to sense the teleportation point that had just been set up. The next moment, he appeared in the hotel room. Chen Luo was already convinced in his heart, but he was not surprised. Soon, Chen Luo became excited. This authority can be said to be very against the sky. He can set up teleportation points all over the world on Earth, and then he can go wherever he wants, just like the Western fantasy world. The most important thing is that this is a life-saving skill. The 3-year period is approaching, although he doesn't know what kind of crisis it is, but with this skill, even if he can't cope with it at that time, he can always escape. Chen Luo thought of this and immediately started to act. In the next 2 months, Chen Luo flew all over the world and set up teleportation points in more than 100 countries and regions. He even went to the North and South Poles to be on the safe side. And in order to ensure that the teleportation array would not be destroyed due to accidents or other circumstances, he specially went to those inaccessible places. For example, the rocks on the top of the mountain and the bottom of the water, as well as the roofs of some skyscrapers, etc. When he felt that it was almost over, Chen Luo's mind moved, and he appeared in the room of the Hilton Hotel again, and began to integrate more genes of the gods. Analyzing Jacob, Jonah, Wharton, parsing. After being promoted to the second level, the genes of the third order transcendent were no longer useful to Chen Luo, and even the fourth order transcendent could only provide 0.01%. After analyzing the genes of 200 fourth order transcendents again, Chen Luo's divine descendant genes at this time had reached 12%, which was still 8% away from the 20% of the third order. The rest of Chen Luo had no intention of continuing to fuse. They were all the fourth order transcendents with the best qualifications, and they were the seeds of the future fifth order, and now fusing them was tantamount to drying up the marsh and fishing. After Chen Luo fused the genes, he fell asleep. In the past 2 months, he has been running around almost sleeplessly. Even with his current second order strength, he can't hold on. Chen Luo slept for a day and a night, and when he woke up, the fatigue of his body had disappeared and he had regained his former energetic appearance. Chen Luo simply freshened up, put on sunglasses and planned to go out to feel the popularity. The Hilton Hotel is near the train station, surrounded by bustling commercial streets, and the flow of people is very large. Chen Luo found a cafe in a nearby commercial center, found a window seat, and sat down. He leisurely ordered a cup of coffee and looked out the window, his expression comfortable and relaxed. Every time I stay in the Western fantasy world for several years, as this time gets longer and longer, the real world gradually becomes unfamiliar, as if I am not an Earth human, but a native of a Western fantasy world. Chen Luo looked at it for a moment, and he suddenly wanted to test his current ability. A few months ago, what happened at that wedding, the ability to grasp all the situation on the scene like a hologram, made Chen Luo find it very interesting. He swept his eyes and looked at the people in the cafe. It was past 11 a.m., and there were not many people in the cafe. Except for 2 men and 1 woman, there were only 7 people on the first floor, divided into 4 tables. In front of the right are 3 women sitting together chatting, although they are not loud, but Chen Luo's 5 senses have been greatly strengthened at this time. Unless he deliberately blocks out the surrounding sounds, he can still hear their voices clearly. Mo and Mo, what are you looking at, so attentive? Strategy for brushing high-level demons. You've hung up 8 times, and you're still unwilling? Alas, that group of viewers just wants to see me brush the abyss demon alone. What can I do? I'm also desperate. Brushing a high-level demon alone, you need at least level 70, you hang 8 times in a row, you have already dropped level 16, it's better to level up first. Chen Luo listened interestingly. The topic these 3 women were talking about turned out to be the abyss world. But this is not an accident, the popularity of Second Life is about to break through the sky, and it can be said that the real Earthlings know it. Chen Luo's eyes quickly glanced at the 3 women, and in a short moment, he recorded the information of these 3 women. The woman named Momo has a strong smell of perfume, and she can smell a little sweat, although she has painted a lot of makeup, but the haggardness on her face and the blood in her eyes are still very heavy, which should be caused by staying up late and disordered work and rest. Now this time is a working day, she is not at work, she is a freelancer or no job. Judging from what was just said, it should be an anchor, and it is an anchor on other live broadcast platforms, not simply live broadcasting in the abyss world. It is to gain attention in the abyss world and increase the popularity of her platform. Chen Luo just glanced at it, and through the conversation between the 3 women just now, he instantly judged the identity of this woman named Momo. Sure enough, when Chen Lugong made a judgment in his heart, their next conversation confirmed his inference. Is the local tyrant you said reliable? If you just brush off the high-level demon, I will reward you with 100 super rockets? Reliable, he has already rewarded 10 first. YAAA 20,000 yuan. Why is it your turn to treat today? Chapter 319 Marvel World Sequelae. After Chen Luo instantly analyzed the identity of the women at the table in front of him, he felt boring, because the information on their bodies was too easy to judge, and it was not difficult for him. Chen Luo turned his gaze and looked at another table, where a woman in professional clothes was tapping quickly on her notebook. Her position was about 7 meters away from Chen Luo, and because she was facing away from Chen Luo, she couldn't see her appearance clearly. A wisp of perfume with a hint of jasmine floated over, the taste was elegant but not greasy, and the price was obviously not low. She has short hair that reaches her ears, she is very capable, and judging from her dress, she should be a workplace elite. But soon, Chen Luo quickly overturned his judgment just now. Because he saw the woman's notebook screen, although most of it was blocked, nearly 1/3 of it could still be seen by Chen Luo. What appeared on the screen was rows of Japanese. Could it be a Japanese translation? Or island people? Chen Luo extracted all the languages in the world from the Marvel world, and Japanese is naturally not a problem. His eyes froze, staring at the half of the screen and reading Japanese. With Chen Luo's vision, she can naturally clearly see the rows of words on the left side of her document. Lab. Hua University of Science and Technology. The condition of the subject is unstable. There was a fight. Suspected of being exposed, ready to return to China. The Japanese at the beginning of the left side of the computer screen is all these contents, and the back is blocked by this woman's body, and Chen Luo can't see it clearly. But just from a few words, Chen Luo sensed an unusual aura, which was not something ordinary people would write. Chen Luo thinks it's a bit interesting. Is this the screenwriter? Or a commercial spy for the island country? Chen Luo suddenly became interested, and when the woman rewrote to the beginning of the left, he determined which letters she was tapping through the text presented on the screen. Her ears moved over at the same time, recognizing the sound of her tapping on these letters. When the woman entered the beginning of a few more lines, Chen Luo had already memorized the rhythm and sound of her typing 26 letters. Although these sounds may sound like no difference at first glance, they are actually different. Especially for highly skilled copywriters, the trajectory of the fingers, the force and angle of the keys are relatively fixed, which is conducive to their quick text input. So the sound of them hitting each key is theoretically recognizable. But theoretically recognizable, it does not mean that everyone can do it. Except for an extraordinary person like Chen Luo, who has super 5 senses and mental strength, ordinary people can't do it at all. Chen Luo immediately closed his eyes and began to listen to the sound and rhythm of the woman's keyboard. Soon, Chen Luo combined the letters she typed and presented the words she wanted to type in her mind. From various experimental data, it can be judged that Hua Guo obtained the super soldier serum from the Marvel world and developed a slightly less effective human reinforcement serum. However, the Chinese were too greedy to be satisfied with the human body fortification serum, but began to develop a complete version of the super soldier serum, and conducted many human trials on death row prisoners. Chen Luo recognized this and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This Nima. Chen Luo was just very bored, casually testing his abilities in the cafe. How could he find an island spy in the cafe? The female spy was apparently writing an action report and preparing to report to her superiors. Chen Luo did not doubt these contents, because ordinary people could not come into contact with such things at all. How could it be such a coincidence? Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that Hua University of Science and Technology was nearby. Combined with the text on the female spy, Song Zhengxian and others seemed to be conducting human experiments in the laboratory of Huazhou University of Science and Technology. Chen Luo frowned. It was just because Song Zhengxian and others represented the Chinese kingdom, so he asked Shang Wengsuan to give them the super soldier serum, but he far underestimated the greed of people's hearts. The low-end version of the super serum was successfully made, and they were not satisfied and wanted to get a complete super soldier serum. Chen Luo closed his eyes and began to do a quick analysis in his mind. He had a complete super soldier serum formula, plus a huge amount of relevant knowledge in his mind, and in just a short moment, he knew the result. With the current level of science and technology on Earth, there is no need to make a complete super soldier serum. If it is forcibly studied, it will only create genetically mutated monsters in the end. The female spy said that the test subject's condition was unstable, and there were fights and so on, which must have happened when the experiment failed. Chen Luo sighed helplessly. What could he do? Could he run to teach Song Zhengxian a lesson? There is no need to even stop this female spy. The content of her action report must have been reported to the island country as soon as possible. These contents should be written reports prepared to be reported to her higher superiors. However, this female spy cannot be left alone. Chen Luo got up and stood up, walking towards the female spy's position. Before Chen Luo approached, the female spy heard the movement behind her. She was extremely vigilant, closed the notebook as soon as possible, and then turned her head to look over. The female spy was slightly stunned when she saw Chen Luo, because this man was too beautiful, and unbelievable, just like a person in a comic. Although he was wearing a wide pair of sunglasses, he still couldn't hide his sky-defying appearance. Chen Luo didn't even look at the female spy, but just crossed her position and left the cafe directly. The female spy's eyes followed Chen Luo's figure until he completely disappeared, and she reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Soon, she smiled self-deprecatingly. She has been trained for many years and has always been her seduction target. How could she be attracted by a man's beauty now? Just as she was thinking this, the female spy suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and she stared at her chest with wide eyes in astonishment. I don't know when, there was an extra sharp wound, and blood was gushing out, staining half of her body red in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the female spy felt that the world had lost its light and fell softly on her position. In the cafe, there were soon several screams, followed by a sound of chickens and dogs jumping. Chen Luo left the cafe. His eyes suddenly looked in the direction of Hua University of Science and Technology, and felt that it was necessary to clean up the sequelae caused by the Marvel world. If Song Zhengxian and others are allowed to study, sooner or later problems will arise. Chen Luo put on a mask, entered the bathroom of the mall, disappeared in an instant, and then returned to the hotel room through the Western fantasy world. Chapter 320 Out of Control Experimental Subject. A day later, Chen Luo deliberately searched for the incident of the dead man in the cafe. It turned out that there was no content, not even local news. Chen Luo didn't have to think about it to guess that the identity of the female spy should have been discovered, so someone covered it up. Chen Luo was not afraid that they would suspect him, because he only passed by for a while and only moved when he left the cafe. Even if he was discovered, Chen Luo didn't care. Now that the world was so big, he could go wherever he wanted. In the hotel room, Chen Luo first turned on the computer and immediately hacked into the computer system of Huazhou University of Science and Technology. If Song Zhengxian and others do experiments at Huazhou University of Science and Technology, they will definitely store the experimental data in the computer system and back it up in the cloud. Chen Luo planned to destroy all these materials first, and then give them a warning. Otherwise, if they continued to study, they would cause big problems. Chen Luo easily found the laboratory's server, because only this server refused external access. Chen Luo frowned, and Song Zhengxian obviously also thought of the problem of being attacked by hackers, and adopted the intranet method. But the intranet is not absolutely foolproof. As long as you get the permission of the intranet host, it just wastes his time. Chen Luo pondered slightly, and soon made a decision. Since there is no time to waste here, it is better to go directly to the laboratory. Chen Luo turned around and left the hotel directly, walked to the locker, took out a backpack from it, then left the room with it in his hand, and took the car in the direction of Hua University of Science and Technology. At the same time as Chen Luo left the hotel, the underground laboratory base of Huazhou University of Science and Technology had turned into hell. The ground was full of corpses, some people's bodies were separated from their lower bodies, their internal organs were spilled all over the ground, and the ground was stained red with blood. At a glance, there were dozens of bodies, and the deaths were extremely tragic, none of them were intact, and they all looked like they had been torn apart by great force, and the walls and ground were stuck with pieces of flesh and blood. This bloody scene, as long as normal people see it, they will immediately spit it out. At this time, the remaining living people in the laboratory had all fled, and only a behemoth was frantically crashing into the sealed iron door of the laboratory. It is nearly 2 meters tall, and the muscles of its whole body are bulging, like a small mountain bag, but the whole body is full of swollen muscles, and from a distance, it looks like it is covered with sarcomas, which makes people feel nauseous at first sight. The monster was roaring wildly, desperately slamming its body against the heavy iron door. Boom! A clear dent appeared on the iron door, and as it continued to hit, a huge roar came, and the iron door sank little by little. Boom! 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 The monster hit the iron wall continuously, as if it didn't know how tired, and smashed the entire wall and trembled. Finally, after dozens of impacts, the iron wall in front of him finally collapsed. But as soon as it hit the first wall, another iron wall appeared in front of it. The monster roared angrily and ran in strides, crashing into the iron wall as fast as the wind. At the same time, in a monitoring room somewhere outside, Song Zhengxian looked at the picture coming from the laboratory with an iron expression, and he shouted sharply, "How could this happen? Didn't he stop the experiment? How could he get out of control?" The people in the monitoring room were silent, they had just escaped from the laboratory alive, and the entire laboratory was closed as soon as possible. And those who knew what happened were all torn apart by the out-of-control test subjects, and how could they know what was wrong? Director Song, we don't know what happened, we only heard Professor Han say that he thought of a way to enhance the serum, and then hurriedly took someone in to inject the test subject. And that's it. You bastard. Song Zhenxian's lungs are about to explode. This Professor Han has always liked to make his own decisions, he has repeatedly wanted to expel this old thing from the laboratory, but because he is an authority in genetics, the above has always disagreed. Now it's okay, I've made this big trouble, and that old thing has been torn apart, but it's 100. But the one who is particularly unlucky is yourself. Song Zhengxian hated it so much that his teeth itched. If Professor Han was still alive now, he would want to kill that old thing again. How long can those iron doors below resist? According to the strength of the test subject, it will be half an hour at most. Song Zhenxian's expression changed slightly, and he immediately said, "Immediately evacuate all the teachers and students of Huazhou University of Science and Technology, as well as the surrounding residents must also evacuate at the same time." Yes. Report to the above and ask the local military and police to block the laboratory. Yes. Song Zhenxian's order had just been issued and was quickly implemented. But half an hour was too hasty. There were tens of thousands of teachers and students at Huazhou University of Science and Technology alone, plus hundreds of thousands of nearby residents, and it was impossible to evacuate at this time. In fact, just after evacuating more than half of the people, the out-of-control test subjects broke through the iron door in the laboratory and rushed out of the laboratory. The armed police who had already received the order and were waiting outside, when they saw the monster appear, immediately pulled the trigger, and countless dense bullets rained down on the monster. Although the monster lost his mind, it seemed to know the danger of firearms, and his body burst out, jumping up nearly 3 meters high and falling towards the position of the armed police. However, because the bullet was almost 360 degrees without dead ends, although it dodged most of the bullets, there were still many bullets hitting it. The strange thing is that these bullets hit its skin, but it seemed to hit steel, making a crisp sound of gold and iron. Many bullets catapulted directly and landed on the ground, and although some of them burrowed into its body, they quickly squeezed out of the wound and fell to the ground. The monster's eyes burst with fury, and the bullets completely enraged it. Rumble! The monster landed heavily on the ground, put his hands on the police car in front of him, and the next moment he had already lifted the police car high. This scene stunned the armed police in front of them. The police car was about 4 tons at least, and the monster actually lifted it over its head effortlessly, which showed the horror of its power. Disperse! Seeing this, Captain Wang Yan couldn't help but stand on end, and a feeling of extreme danger rose in his heart, and he suddenly pulled the trigger of the submachine gun in his hand, while shouting loudly at the armed police officers in front. But it was already a step too late, and the monster had already smashed the police car at the armed police in front. The roaring police car blocked the sunlight above the heads of these armed police officers and smashed the 4 armed police officers in front under the body. Chapter 321 Live Broadcast with Life. Boom! A pool of blood splattered out from under the body, and then the screams of the 4 armed police officers were heard, and they didn't know whether they were alive or dead. Wang Yang's eyes were about to burst, and he immediately went to check on his companion's situation, and other armed police officers nearby saw what happened to their companions, and their hearts were also filled with grief and indignation, and they aimed their guns at the monster again and began to strafe desperately. The monster was hit by countless bullets in pain, and kept retreating backwards, but the madness in his green eyes was stronger, and he got up and jumped to another police car, lifted the car again and smashed it towards the armed police members. However, this time the people of the special armed police were already prepared, and when they saw the monster's movements, they didn't know what it wanted to do, and they immediately scattered. Bang! The police car hit the ground with a huge impact, and the entire body was smashed and deformed. Seeing that he missed a hit, the monster kicked his feet on the ground, and like a cannonball, it catapulted into the air and rushed towards the nearest armed policeman. The armed police member had just avoided the attack of the police car, and saw the monster's hideous giant hand punch down towards his face, and his body didn't have time to react, and he was punched into the ground by the monster, and his whole body was blasted into a bloody corpse. Wang Yang's eyes showed grief and indignation. He knew that he couldn't do anything about this monster with ordinary bullets, and if this continued, these team members were afraid that none of them would survive. He made a quick decision and ordered loudly, "Retreat." Although the rest of the armed police members were grieving and indignant, they also understood that this monster was not something they could deal with now, so they had to start retreating from different directions. They wanted to leave, but the monster didn't give them a chance, and after killing the armed police member, his figure jumped up again and chased after an armed police member in front of him. Wang Yang's eyes flashed sharply, and he looked at the surrounding environment. The students at the scene had already evacuated. He took out a grenade from his waist, pulled the lead and threw it at the monster. After the battle just now, Wang Yang had already seen that although this monster was infinitely powerful and invulnerable, it had no intelligence, otherwise he would not dare to take the risk of using grenades, especially on the university campus. Lie down! The armed police members were well trained on weekdays, and when they heard this sound, they reflexively carried out Wang Yang's orders and rushed to the ground one by one. The monster reached out and grabbed it in the palm of his hand without thinking when he saw the flying grenade, and as soon as it touched the grenade, a huge explosion came. Roar! A huge roar shot straight into the sky, and the ears of the armed police near the shock were buzzing, and they were almost deafened by this sound. The entire palm of the monster's right hand was smashed to pieces, and the surface of its body was covered with various wounds, and green blood kept gushing out. But soon, the wounds on the monster's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the right hand that had been blown away began to grow, but in a few minutes, it returned to normal. Wang Yang and the others' faces suddenly became extremely ugly. They couldn't even take a grenade with it, and this terrifying regenerative ability was simply a nightmare, and even the self-healing ability in the movie was not so perverted. What the hell is this? At the same time, in a building not far from the opposite, when everyone had been evacuated, there was a girl trembling slightly, holding the latest Apple phone in this direction and shooting. Her beautiful face showed a complex look of excitement and fear. "Babies, do you see it? Do you see it?" The girl pointed her mobile phone screen at her face and shouted excitedly, "I guess that something must have happened, otherwise we wouldn't have evacuated all the teachers and students of our school. Do you see it? This is a real monster. I'm using my life to do a live broadcast for you." As soon as the girl finished speaking, all kinds of words on the mobile phone screen flashed out like a waterfall, and the gifs filled the entire screen like raindrops. In just a few minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 200,000, and it continued to grow. Damn! I'm already stunned. Mo, I will only watch your live broadcast in the future. I've seen people who are desperate. I've never seen someone fighting like this. Mo, if you dare to get closer, I will reward all the money in my bank card today. Get out of here. You want to die and find death. Don't look for us, Momo. Mo, let's go. This monster is so scary that it accidentally got a dog. Mo is good. The anchor is for your courage. I will be your die-hard fan in the future. Mo, if you survive, I will definitely go to Zhangcheng to chase you. If Chen Luo was here now, he would definitely be able to recognize that this woman was the anchor named Mo that I saw in the cafe yesterday. All kinds of comments on the screen in the live broadcast room were quickly swiped, and each comment was swiped away as soon as it appeared, making it impossible to see what was said at all, and all kinds of gifs were also swiped crazy. LV30 user musically gives away Anchor Rocket X50. Mo saw the rocket ascension animation that suddenly appeared in the comment area, and she was so surprised that she almost didn't scream, but she knew the environment in front of her, so she had to whisper, thank you for the rocket of Brother Musically. Soon, the following is a series of prompts for giving away rockets, ranging from 1 to 50, and more than 200 rockets were received in a few minutes, adding up to nearly 100,000 yuan. Not only Mo was stunned, but even everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned, and the comments below began to neatly brush out a piece of 666. There is still a great reward for using life to broadcast, at least this wave of gifts is worth it. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room has increased tenfold from 200,000, reaching a terrifying 7-figure number. Momo's live broadcast platform is not Second Life, it can reach 2 million people, and it is already the popularity of the top anchors on this platform. And the server of this platform is obviously not as powerful as Second Life, which directly caused the live broadcast to start to freeze, and even the server began to be unable to bear it. When Momo saw the number of 2 million people in the live broadcast room, and the gift of the reward would quickly exceed 1 million yuan, she was trembling with excitement. But she obviously also knew the reason for the skyrocketing popularity. These people didn't come to see her, but the monster in front of her. Momo didn't care about who to thank, because she knew that what these people needed was not thanks, but live broadcast. She also realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and as long as she could get out alive, she would definitely be on fire. Maybe it can be compared with the popularity of those well-known players in Second Life. Thinking of this, Momo's hands didn't shake. She immediately turned the camera of her mobile phone and aimed at the monster. Chapter 322, Fierce Power. In the room of a nearby building, Song Jensian's face was already gloomy and almost dripping water. There are a large number of drones filming in the sky at this time, and what happened just now has been completely transmitted through the video footage. Even grenades can't kill this monster, and there are still some teachers and students at Huaxu University of Science and Technology who have not been evacuated, and no one dares to use weapons of mass destruction. Now the armed police obviously can't help this out-of-control test subject, and when he breaks through the defense of the armed police, once he goes outside, it will cause a large number of civilian deaths, and the consequences are simply unimaginable. The quiet needle drop in the room could be heard, and Rao Song Zhengxian was also a person who had been through storms for a long time, and he didn't know how to deal with it. Let the attacking armed police retreat and order the military snipers to attack with armor-piercing shells and high-explosive bullets. Yes. In fact, without Song Zhenxian's order, Wang Yang had already taken people into the car and began to retreat. The monster was about to pursue when a sharp whistling sound tore through the air, piercing its chest directly, drilling into the ground, and blasting the ground into a deep pit the size of a basin, with countless small pebbles splashing around. The roar from the monster's mouth stopped abruptly, his body froze in place, and he looked down at his chest. I saw a basketball-sized hole in its chest, and green blood spurted out like a fountain, instantly dyeing the entire ground green. Wow! It must be an armor-piercing bullet. What a terrifying power. Now it's dead. This is a weapon that can penetrate tanks. Wow, our army is mighty. Our army is mighty. Mighty. In Momo's live broadcast room, the comments were shouting mighty, but he saw the monster make an earth-shattering roar, and the huge sound shocked people's eardrums were about to burst. Momo's pretty face turned white, and he hurriedly stretched out his hand to cover his ears. The armed police who were retreating in front hurriedly covered their ears, their faces in pain, obviously a little unbearable by this wave. Immediately after the shocked gaze of millions in the live broadcast room, the wound in front of the monster's chest began to heal rapidly, and it returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. The live broadcast room was dead and silent, and no one thought that this monster would not die if it was beaten like this. The monster's eyes were full of blood, and he looked at a building opposite with extreme anger. Whoosh! Another sharp sound of breaking the air struck, and the monster seemed to be aware of it, and its body suddenly jumped to the side. As soon as it jumped away, a huge hole was knocked out of the ground by armor-piercing bullets. The monster howled, and its eyes turned to a row of blocking stone balls with a diameter of about 1 meter on the ground, which was originally used to block the entry of vehicles. The monster jumped 3 or 4 meters away to the front of the stone ball, leaned over and easily picked up a stone ball, and then aimed at the opposite building and threw it hard. The stone ball was wrapped in wind and thunder, like a cannonball, and burst out nearly 300 meters, heading straight for the top of the building. The sniper on the roof of the opposite building was shocked and rolled to the left. At the next moment, the stone ball crashed into the wall with a bang, and it pushed forward like a bamboo, even lifting half of the roof. The sniper broke out in a cold sweat, but fortunately he reacted quickly, otherwise this little life would have been explained here. But now there was no way to continue shooting, although he dodged it, but the heavy sniper rifle that was fixed to death had been knocked away. Sue!